bound by invisible chains. He lived as nothing more than a hunting dog in the shadows, betrayed and tossed aside like a broken pawn. His story should have ended there, but fate granted him a second dawn. In this new life, he carved his own blood-soaked path. The world once mocked him as worthless trash. Now, they tremble, calling him the undisputed heir to the throne. A peerless blade master, revered by the high nobility, and an absolute nightmare to his foes. He no longer bows to anyone. He rises for one single purpose: to tear down the man who orchestrated his demise. Can the noble way of the sword coexist with a thirst for bloody vengeance? Let the epic tale unfold. Our saga begins under a chilling night sky. The pale moonlight and a suffocating murderous intent all screamed of an impending doom. Raon, our main character, fell to one knee before the terrifying presence of dearest Robert. The Grand Master gazed down with cold, unfeeling eyes. "You have executed your missions flawlessly," he praised with a hollow voice. The main character bowed his head in submission, but his razor-sharp instincts screamed a grim truth. Tonight, he would perish by this monster's hand. Darius continued his twisted praise, declaring him the ultimate commander of the Shadow Clan. "Thanks to your ruthless executions in the dark, the Robert bloodline will ascend to unprecedented heights of absolute power." Keeping his perfect composure, our hero calmly replied that he merely fulfilled his absolute duty. Deep in his mind, he scoffed. Could a mere reflection ever defy the entity casting it? Out loud, he recited their twisted creed. A shadow exists solely for the master's bidding. It holds no desires, harbors no emotions, and entertains no independent thoughts. A sinister, mocking grin twisted across Darius's face. "How very true," he whispered dangerously. "So if you understand your place so perfectly, how dare you harbor a mind of your own?" A freezing chill ran straight down Raon's spine. How did this monster know? He had shattered his mental chains in absolute secrecy. How was his awakening discovered? For generations, the Robert household employed dark mind magic to enslave their personal assassination squad. They would abduct innocent orphans, forging them into heartless killing machines. These nameless tools waded through rivers of blood, carrying out horrific sins, and taking the ultimate fall until their dying breath. They were never seen as human. They were merely disposable attack hounds, bred to protect their masters at all costs. Raon himself was bound by those very chains, until a miraculous twist of fate shattered his mental prison. Heart-pounding with sheer dread, he demanded to know how his cover was blown. Darius chuckled darkly, revealing his wicked insurance policy. Every hound in his pack wore 2 leashes. The mind control was merely the first layer. The second was this. With a single, echoing snap of his fingers, an agonizing hellfire erupted deep inside the hero's chest. He collapsed to the cold stone floor, violently coughing up crimson blood. His vision blurred as an unimaginable torment ripped through his core. It felt as though his very heart was being shredded by demonic claws. Looking down like a cruel god, Darius explained the horrific curse. The rage worm, a demonic parasite sleeping deep inside his veins, ready to devour his heart upon a single command. The devastating reality crashed down on him. This was an ancient, forbidden magic, the ultimate tool to ensure a slave experiences true despair. Gritting his blood-stained teeth, he glared at his master in pure, unadulterated defiance. "A rage worm. Was erasing my very soul not enough for your paranoia?" To the outside world, this tyrant played the role of a noble, righteous saint. The absolute hypocrisy made Raon physically sick. Unfazed, Darius smirked, brushing it off as nothing but necessary caution. "You managed to break my mind seal." After all, the master mocked. "Everyone hides their true face behind a mask. It seems my mask was simply crafted much better than yours." Fragments of his stolen past flashed through his fading mind. Abducted when he was far too young to even remember his own name. Forged in darkness to be a flawless weapon. A loyal hound programmed to bleed for the Robert crest. Clawing his way up to become the apex predator of the shadows. He existed as an empty shell, completely devoid of human warmth, until destiny tossed him a hidden lifeline. The legendary breathing art known as the Ring of Fire. A divine technique passed down by the continent's greatest blade master. With each breath of that mystical aura, the dark magic suffocating his mind had slowly burned away into ash. For the first time in his cursed existence, he dared to dream of the boundless blue sky. A fragile, beautiful hope had finally blossomed in his cold heart. So, why was the Grim Reaper standing before him? Was wanting to live like a real human such an unforgivable sin? Why must his story end in this pathetic bloodbath? Consumed by a lethal dose of demonic poison, Raon forced his trembling legs to move. He refused to fade away like a slaughtered pig. His warrior spirit burned way too brightly to simply submit. If hell was claiming his soul tonight, he would drag this arrogant lord down with him, even severing a single arm or leaving a permanent scar would be a victorious last stand. Darus's eyes widened in genuine shock. How was this broken hound still standing? In a blinding flash of desperate speed, Raon launched his final strike. His blade grazed the monster, drawing a single drop of noble blood. A rebellious grin crossed his face. Now, his death wouldn't be completely in vain. But the gap in their power was absolute. In a flash of terrifying silver light, Darus separated the assassin's head from his shoulders. The Grandmaster stood in stunned silence. He believed he held all the strings, yet his perfect puppet had somehow snapped its threads and bared its fangs. Ignoring the dull sting on his cheek, Darus turned his back on the lifeless corpse. A genuine threat. It had been decades since he felt such a thrill. He couldn't even recall the last time his flesh was pierced. To be bitten by his own loyal mutt. What an utterly laughable anomaly. But a dead dog barks no more. He casually waved his hand, leaving the bloody cleanup to the remaining shadows hidden in the dark. Instantly, silhouettes materialized from the pitch-black night. Emotionless wraiths dragging away their former commander, executing their grim duty without a single whisper. As Raon's consciousness faded into the infinite abyss, bitter reality crushed him. Darus was the absolute pinnacle of martial arts on the continent, an unreachable mountain. The strong ruled, and the weak perished. Powerless. Absolutely pathetic. His soul wept tears of blood, drowning in an ocean of regret over a completely hollow existence. He cursed his life as a miserable puppet, manipulated, humiliated, and discarded like trash. But his deepest agony was dying before he could truly master the legendary Ring of Fire. As the darkness fully consumed him, he screamed into the endless void. Heavenly gods or lords of hell. It did not matter. Give me someone to strike him down. I want my bloody revenge at any cost. In that exact moment, a glowing blue system window pierced the darkness. A mechanical voice echoed, "You have been chosen by Wrath. The system of rage is now absorbing the host's physical vessel." Suddenly, a catastrophic system error triggered. A blinding light flashed, and our ruthless assassin opened his eyes as a newborn infant. His new mother, Sylvia, smiled warmly with a toy in her hand. "Look over here, my sweet child," she whispered with absolute love. "What has captured your attention, little one?" Gazing down at him with tender eyes, she scooped him into her warm embrace. "You are my brilliant sunshine," she whispered. "Such a precious, sweet child." The protagonist internally sighed. Even now, he just could not get used to this overwhelming wave of affection. This gentle woman, doting on him, was named Sylvia. Honestly, the reality of this bizarre situation still felt entirely surreal. Cradling him close, a radiant smile bloomed on her face. "Can you try to say mama for me?" The main character realized he had actually reincarnated. He was now this woman's infant child, yet he retained every single blood-soaked memory of his past life as a ruthless assassin. In the beginning, he assumed it was all a vivid hallucination. He thought he had simply been trapped in a deep slumber for 100 consecutive days. But the dream never ended, no matter how many hours ticked by. Left with no other choice, he finally accepted the heavy truth of his reincarnation. Sometime later, Sylvia gently rocked him in her arms. "Is the weather beautiful outside today as well?" she murmured softly. She prayed that the patriarch of the family would return soon. Only then could her precious baby finally receive a proper, beautiful name. Naturally, he thought, they could not just call him the son for the rest of his life. But the elusive head of the household had not shown his face for over 3 long months. Whoever this patriarch was, he had to be one unbelievably busy man. Information was scarce in this new life, but one thing was crystal clear. He had been born into unimaginable wealth, and clearly a clan of tremendous prestige. It was certainly a far better starting point than rotting away in some lowly commoner household. After all, the bloody debt of his past life remained unpaid. A blazing rage and an insatiable thirst for vengeance consumed his every waking thought. But for now, he had to swallow his fury and wait. Confined to this single nursery, he had absolutely no clue where in the world he actually was. The true power and standing of his new family was a complete mystery to him. So, he chose to remain utterly silent, carefully analyzing the strange hand fate had dealt him. Besides, in his previous life, he had failed to perfect the legendary Ring of Fire technique. To succeed this time, his patience needed to be absolute. He had once been feared as the deadliest assassin in the history of the Robert House. To taste the sweet blood of revenge, he would bury his emotions in the deepest abyss for however long it took. Still, looking around this breathtakingly luxurious estate, he could not help but wonder. This staggering scale of wealth. They had to be far more than just a famous family. Suddenly, a frantic maid burst through the heavy doors. Panting heavily, she cried out that the patriarch was arriving at any moment. Sylvia's eyes widened with nervous excitement. Is father truly coming? Hearing this, his mind raced. Father? Did that mean the mysterious head of this terrifying family was actually his grandfather? Flustered, Sylvia scrambled to make herself presentable. But the breathless maid shook her head, replying that it was already too late. He had already arrived. The entire room froze in absolute silence, holding their breath for the patriarch's imposing entrance. The infant assassin's eyes narrowed. What was this suffocating, spine-chilling pressure suddenly crushing the air around them? Heavy footsteps echoed down the hall. 3 intimidating silhouettes emerged from the shadows. As a guard's booming voice announced the arrival of the Lord. Just the mere presence of this man was enough to bend the very atmosphere. Based on the fragments he had pieced together, he was now absolutely certain of who this was. Brilliant golden hair, eyes blazing like crimson hellfire, and an aura that could freeze a man's soul. This was the absolute strongest warrior on the continent, the patriarch of House Ziggart, the northern king of destruction himself. Glenn Ziggart. Fate had played a magnificent trick. He had been reincarnated straight into the heart of the most terrifyingly powerful martial clan in the entire world. The warlord's piercing crimson gaze locked onto the tiny infant. Is this the child? He demanded, his face devoid of any warmth. Trembling with hope, Sylvia nervously asked if he wanted to hold his grandson. Glenn scooped the child into his massive, battle-scarred hands, declaring that from this day forward, he would be known as Raon. As the bearer of such a weighty name, let him exist as a mere shadow. He shall be present, yet entirely invisible to the world. A shockwave rattled his mind. Even in this new life, destiny had branded him with his old name, Raon. Hours later, under the cloak of night, infant Raon stared at the dark ceiling. Were the maids finally asleep? After 100 days of agonizing captivity in an infant's body, his golden opportunity had finally arrived. Before, his underdeveloped brain forced him into constant slumber, and whenever he awoke, Sylvia's watchful eyes never left him. Using mana or training had been completely impossible. But tonight, he was finally placed in a separate crib. Perfect. Was it not finally time to begin his glorious return to power? Pushing his tiny body up, he instantly activated the legendary Ring of Fire. Traditional cultivation required breathing techniques to absorb ambient mana, painfully gathering aura into a single energy core. However, the ultimate technique he had accidentally unlocked in his past life operated on a completely different level. Much like a grand mage manipulating raw power, it created a flawless, continuous circuit of energy circulation throughout his entire system. This transcendent art multiplied his physical endurance, forged raw strength, sharpened his intellect, and evolved his mana sensitivity to monstrous heights. It was simply the most peerless training method in existence, the absolute perfect foundation for a supreme martial artist to rise. With this, he held a massive tactical advantage over monsters like Darius, who remained blissfully ignorant of the Ring of Fire's true terror. By constantly forging his mind and flesh with these flames, and combining it with the devastating Ziggart sword arts, his bloody vengeance against Darius would become an absolute certainty. But as the mana circulated, his senses picked up a chilling anomaly. A bizarre, freezing energy was coursing deep within this infant body, showing an undeniable connection to the ice attribute. So this was the sinister reason. This was why his tiny vessel was perpetually freezing from the inside out, forcing him into constant exhaustion. He carefully inspected his mana pathways. Exactly 9 vital points were completely sealed by frost. This was disastrous. If left unchecked, this lethal icy blockade would inevitably end his second life. His first instinct was to violently shatter the ice using his Ring of Fire. But then, the assassin's mind calculated the loss. Wasting such extraordinarily pure frost energy would be a tragic mistake. A daring, brilliant idea sparked in his mind. What if he did not destroy it? What if he fused this extreme cold with his roaring flame, and circulated their combined power through every vein in his body? The main character pushed through the exhaustion. The icy blockage in his mana pathways was stubborn, but he knew it would melt away, slowly but surely. Suddenly, his tiny infant body collapsed to the side. Was he really this exhausted from such a brief session? Before he could curse his physical limits, darkness swallowed his consciousness. Meanwhile, an imposing figure quietly checked on him in the dead of night. When morning finally broke, our reincarnated assassin was back to the humiliating task of crawling on the floor. Sylvia clapped her hands with pure maternal joy, cheering on his every awkward movement. But inside that tiny head, the main character was absolutely exhausted from playing along with these baby games. He was a legendary killer trapped in a toddler's body. Acting like an innocent infant made him want to tear his hair out in pure frustration. Completely oblivious to his inner turmoil, his mother swept him into a warm embrace. She proudly declared her little genius could do absolutely anything in this world. He grumbled internally, deciding that freezing to death might actually be less embarrassing. Just then, a legendary figure known as the Ragged Saint casually strolled into their chambers. Sylvia's face lit up instantly, respectfully bowing to His Holiness. The eccentric old man simply chuckled, waving off her formal greeting. He insisted she just call him sir. The main character stared in utter disbelief. Was this scruffy old man really the mythical Ragged Saint? This was the absolute pinnacle of the medical world, a man whose divine healing arts and peerless techniques were revered across the entire continent. Despite holding the title of the continent's greatest healer, pinning him down was like catching the wind, thanks to his endless, wandering lifestyle. The wandering saint mentioned he had heard rumors of her giving birth, and simply had to see the child for himself. He leaned in, studying the tiny boy closely. Beaming with pride, Sylvia gently placed the main character into the old man's arms. The saint immediately took note of the boy's striking blonde hair and piercing crimson eyes. He chuckled, noting the uncanny resemblance to Sylvia. She practically glowed as she asked if her son wasn't the most adorable thing. The old healer softly agreed. He certainly didn't inherit the intimidating aura of Raon Ziggart, that was for sure. He then asked for the little one's name. A hint of nervousness flashed across Sylvia's face as she softly whispered, "Raon." The saint's easy smile instantly vanished, questioning if the boy was really named after a mere shadow. Naming a direct bloodline heir after a shadow. What in the world was Glenn thinking? The main character's eyes widened. Did this eccentric old man just use the patriarch's first name so casually? Such blatant informality was unheard of. But then the rumors clicked into place. The terrifying Northern King of Destruction and this wandering healer were actually sworn brothers. The tension broke as the saint smiled warmly, deciding to give the little heir a proper medical examination. As his weathered hand touched the infant's stomach, his playful demeanor evaporated into dead seriousness. This child was in critical condition. Sensing the shift, Sylvia's voice trembled with sudden panic. The devastating truth was revealed. The boy was suffering from a lethal frost curse. His entire mana foundation was completely frozen over by a sinister ice energy. The situation was a ticking time bomb. Without immediate and extreme intervention, this unnatural frost would consume him from the inside out. His lifespan was tragically cut short. Pure, unadulterated horror washed over the young mother's face. This had to be a cruel joke. With a heavy sigh, the saint offered to write up a powerful prescription. Before another word could be spoken, an anxious maid rushed into the chambers, frantically announcing that the absolute master of the house demanded his presence. She insisted on escorting him immediately, but the old man simply waved her off, prioritizing his patient over the terrifying warlord. Trembling, the maid pleaded that the patriarch's orders were absolute and urgent. The saint clicked his tongue in annoyance. That tyrant never had an ounce of patience. Defeated by the constant nagging, he finally agreed to follow her. Meanwhile, the main character was processing the shocking diagnosis of his cursed ice body. The pieces of the puzzle finally clicked, but mere knowledge wouldn't save him. However, with his secret cultivation of the Ring of Fire technique, he could burn through this destiny of death. Suddenly, warm drops fell onto his tiny cheeks. He looked up to see his mother completely shattered, sobbing uncontrollably at the cruel twist of fate. She refused to accept this grim reality. How could her precious child be doomed to an early grave? It was a nightmare she desperately wanted to wake up from. Gripping him tightly, she swore to defy the heavens themselves to save him. A mother's determination ignited in her tear-filled eyes. She would sacrifice everything to keep the Grim Reaper away from her son. Deep within his hardened assassin's soul, an alien sensation bloomed in his chest. For the very first time, an agonizing wave of empathy squeezed his heart. It wasn't physical pain, but an emotional devastation that tore at his very being. Watching this woman weep for him was an absolute torture he had never known in his past life. Driven by an instinct he didn't know he possessed, his tiny hands reached up to wipe away her bitter tears. And then, breaking his self-imposed silence, he softly whispered his first word, "Mom." That single word triggered an unstoppable force. Driven by pure desperation, Sylvia stormed straight toward the heavily guarded Grand Hall of the Patriarch. Deep inside his throne room, the absolute ruler heard the chaotic commotion echoing down the corridors. His dominating voice boomed out, demanding to know who dared to disturb his peace. Shoving past the panicked servants, Sylvia practically kicked the grand doors open. Glenn's eyes narrowed with dangerous authority, furious at this blatant disrespect. Before he could punish her lack of manners, she collapsed to her knees, slamming her forehead against the cold stone floor. Her voice echoed with raw agony as she begged him to save little Raon. He had to know about the lethal frost curse. She laid her pride and soul bare, pleading that the child was her entire universe, begging the supreme martial master for salvation. The patriarch didn't even flinch. Slowly sipping from his teacup, he coldly stated that this cruel fate was simply part of a martial artist's brutal path. His supreme logic was ruthless. Why waste precious clan resources on a weakling who could offer nothing in return? Tears streaming down her face, Sylvia cried out that the boy was his own flesh and blood. Glenn's aura flared with icy disdain. What right did she have to claim family ties after turning her back on the clan? Allowing the boy to bear the legendary Ziggart name was the only mercy she would ever get. She should be eternally grateful for that scrap of honor, and absolutely forbid her from demanding anything else. With a dismissive wave of his hand, the absolute ruler ended the conversation. He coldly ordered the elite guards to drag her out of his sight. As strong hands grabbed her, Sylvia's desperate, heartbreaking screams echoed through the grand hall, begging for her baby's life. As the heavy doors slammed shut on her tragic cries, the ragged saint stepped out from the shadows with a heavy sigh. He looked at the supreme warlord and called him a stubborn, old fool. Was it really that impossible for him to show his true feelings? Why the sudden change in attitude? After dragging him all the way here to examine the boy, Glenn simply took a slow sip of his drink, demanding the healer shut his mouth and spit out the diagnosis. The diagnosis was grim. Just as suspected, the 9 and 8 mana streams within the child's body were completely sealed by a devastating glacial energy. As the boy grew older, this frozen curse would only tighten its lethal grip. For now, the overwhelming aura of the family had kept the deadly frost at bay, buying the fragile child a temporary reprieve. However, the tragic truth remained untouched. Walking the brutal path of a martial artist would be absolutely impossible for his grandson. Unfazed, Glenn took another slow sip from his cup. As long as the boy drew breath, that was enough for him. The ragged saint scoffed at this absolute hypocrisy, pointing out how drastically the old man's tune had changed. He teased the stoic patriarch, daring him to finally admit he adored his cute grandson. But then, the saint's playful tone vanished as he asked a burning question. Why bestow upon him the cursed name, Raon? With countless glorious noble titles to choose from, why brand the child with a name that meant shadow? The supreme patriarch simply locked his piercing eyes with him, declaring that the true meaning was completely different. In the forgotten ancient texts from thousands of years ago, that sacred name carried a far heavier, majestic destiny. The scene shifted back to the quiet annex. Sylvia cradled our tiny protagonist in her warm arms. In her hand, she held a spoon dripping with a mysterious, dark concoction, the precious medicine prescribed by the ragged saint. Her voice trembled with gentle affection, warning her beloved child that the taste would be agonizing, but begging him to bravely endure the bitter trial for just a moment. Bracing herself for a normal toddler's wailing cries, she carefully fed him the brew. Yet, our hero merely stretched out his tiny hands, letting out calm and collected babbles instead. Tears of pure relief swelled in Sylvia's eyes. She excitedly called out to her loyal maid, Helen, overflowing with joy as her brave boy swallowed the terrible sludge without a single fuss. It was an absolute miracle. What normal infant willingly swallows such bitter torment? It was almost as if the boy perfectly understood his mother's desperate love. Overcome with heavy emotion, Sylvia let her tears fall freely as she pulled her precious son into a suffocatingly warm embrace. Beneath that innocent, babbling exterior, our main character's mind was as sharp as a blade. The taste was mildly revolting, yes, but this scorching, fire attribute elixir was exactly the lifeline he desperately needed. Only the blazing heat of this fiery brew possessed the raw power to melt the glacial curse inside him. Noticing his unnaturally calm demeanor, his mother gently whispered, wondering if her little one truly felt her heart. Keeping his infant disguise absolutely flawless, he chose silent observation. For now, playing the obedient, helpless child and absorbing every single drop of their miraculous medicine was his perfect strategy. Fast forward through the flowing sands of time, 2 long years of swallowing bitter elixirs, and secretly walking the shadowed path of cultivation. Thanks to their endless supply of fire medicine, his mastery over the legendary Ring of Fire technique was accelerating at a terrifying pace. Breaking through the first celestial stage, he devoted 2 entire years to absolute, unyielding discipline. The only breaks in his relentless shadow training were the unavoidable, adorable playtime sessions forced upon him by Helen and his mother. Without a shadow of a doubt, he was the most terrifyingly disciplined toddler across the entire mortal continent. When the manor went completely dark and the world slept, his true, grueling training began under the moonlight. The hands of fate turned swiftly, and our reincarnated assassin was now a boy of 5. Suddenly, a glowing blue panel materialized in thin air. The mystical system interface flashed with a glorious notification. The second stage of the legendary Ring of Fire was finally unlocked. A massive surge of divine power flooded his veins. His physical fortitude skyrocketed. His mana sensitivity sharpened to a razor's edge, and his sheer willpower and spiritual energy expanded exponentially. A triumphant smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth. He had actually done it. Against all mortal odds, he had successfully shattered the barrier to the second stage of his divine breathing technique. With this epic breakthrough, a cross-shaped network of pure energy ignited within his core, awakening a terrifying new level of mana perception. He stared at the glowing text in awe, wondering just how much deeper the system's hidden guidance would go. His deep thoughts were instantly shattered as the door clicked open. Helen stepped inside with a warm, morning smile, completely oblivious to the magical interface, asking if she could gather the young master's laundry for the day. He gave a cute, innocent nod of agreement, his sharp assassin's gaze catching a crucial detail. The maid's eyes completely glazed over the glowing blue panel hovering right beside him. These mystical, floating prompts had become his silent companions ever since he conquered the very first threshold of the Ring of Fire. Initially, this bizarre, otherworldly magic entirely baffled him. But this mysterious system turned out to be an absolute godsend. It gave him a flawless, divine blueprint to perfectly track his hidden growth. And based on Helen's total lack of reaction just now, the ultimate truth was finally confirmed. This divine interface belonged exclusively to his eyes alone. Still, a harsh reality violently checked his pride. Unlocking Stage 2 was epic, but his pathetic physical stamina and that cursed glacial seal remained stubbornly intact. Without a doubt, if it wasn't for that steady flow of blazing medicinal syrup, surviving, let alone growing so fast, would have been pure hell. Beyond the magical, life-saving herbs, there was another undeniable truth. For 5 agonizing years, his mother, Helen, and the forgotten servants of the annex had poured their very souls into worrying about his fragile, fleeting life. They constantly treated his delicate existence like a dying emperor grasping onto his final breath. Their suffocating yet pure devotion was an unexpected, powerful shield in this new life. Now, standing at exactly 5 years of age, the vast road of destiny stretched endlessly before him. Patience was an assassin's absolute greatest weapon. There was absolutely no need to rush headfirst into the jaws of death. That damnable frost curse was a relentless, chilling parasite, draining his stamina to embarrassingly low levels. A mere few minutes of intense combat movement was enough to leave his tiny body gasping for air. Yet, he was no ordinary, weak child. He carried the bloody memories of the continent's most legendary assassin, the very same Shadow Walker who had unearthed the mythical, forgotten secrets of the Ring of Fire. Armed with the absolute combat wisdom of a previous lifetime, he knew that total mastery was inevitable. Once he conquered the final stage, this pathetic frozen ailment would be instantly incinerated into nothingness. And then, the ultimate, blood-soaked prize. The moment he fused his shadow arts with the legendary sword styles of the Ziggart bloodline, the head of his traitorous murderer, Darius, would violently roll from its shoulders. However, blinding, reckless rage was a fool's trap. His supreme target wasn't just some common alley thug. Darius was a monstrous, terrifying entity, recognized as one of the absolute strongest masters, dominating the entire mortal realm. If he let his ravenous thirst for vengeance consume his fragile sanity, clashing with that monster prematurely would only end in his second, and absolute final, death. The godlike beings truly capable of threatening Darius's life could literally be counted on a single hand. The path forward required agonizing, stone-cold patience. He had to forge his hopelessly weak body into an unbreakable divine weapon first. He would wait deep in the shadows until the perfect, fatal opening finally appeared. When that destined moment struck, his blade would deliver absolute, crushing annihilation. Until then, the silent, agonizing shadow training must continue. His deadly, cold-blooded plotting was instantly interrupted as the door swung open once again. Sylvia glided into the room, her face lighting up with a radiant, beautiful smile upon seeing her son wide awake. Her voice carried a heavy hint of nervous excitement, as she gently reminded him of their highly important plans for the day. It was time to dress in his finest noble attire, for they were summoned directly to the intimidating main estate. The main character's eyes narrowed with razor-sharp intensity. So, the day of absolute reckoning had finally arrived. In this brutal world, absolute power ruled, balanced on a razor's edge by the monstrous factions known as the 6 Emperors and the 5 Demons, and the majestic, terrifying bloodline he had just been reborn into, the legendary, world-shaking Ziggart family, proud, reigning members of those very same 6 Emperors of supreme power. The world balances on a razor's edge. The 6 Emperors stand as the vanguard of light, while the 5 demons rule the abyss of chaos, forever clashing to see which way the scales of fate will tip. But destiny is not just decided on the battlefield. Today marks the legendary determination ceremony of the Ziggart bloodline, a sacred ritual to uncover any hidden variables born into the family. Towering before them stood the magnificent Ziggart estate, As they entered the grand hall, murmurs of anticipation rippled through the gathering crowd of elites. Has it really been a full year since the last ceremony? One aristocrat whispered, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. I've been drowning in missions. Another scoffed with an arrogant smirk, but I couldn't miss watching them evaluate the branch family's runs today. Word has it that Lord Karun's fourth son is taking the test. A noble murmured, anticipating a spectacle. True, but haven't you heard the juicy rumors? His companion sneered. Sylvia's brat is here too. The first man gasped. Wait, you don't mean that pathetic outcast? Right on cue, the heavy doors opened. As the main character and his mother stepped into the grand hall, a wave of cold, judging glares washed over them. Disgust dripped from their whispers. That frail little thing is her son. He looks like a stiff breeze could break him. The rumors of his cursed illness must be true. He inherited the tainted blood of a total failure. They mocked mercilessly. He's nothing but a walking stain on our legacy, a complete outcast. To think they let such filthy trash step foot into this sacred hall, an elder hissed, shaking his head in absolute disdain. Why does the offspring of a traitor even get the right to be tested? Our prestigious standards have truly hit rock bottom. Listening to their venom, the main character's eyes narrowed coldly. Only the main branch dogs are barking. He thought, did they orchestrate this little smear campaign? Let them bark. Their insults against him were meaningless white noise. But daring to mock his mother, that was an unforgivable sin. Breaking his dark train of thought, Sylvia gently called his name. Her warm smile pierced the hostility. Everything is perfectly fine, she reassured him. Just keep your eyes on me. Suddenly, a booming voice shattered the hall's chatter. Bow your heads and greet the supreme patriarch of the Ziggart family. With an overwhelming, mountain-like presence, Glenn Ziggart strode into the hall and claimed his absolute throne. The protagonist locked eyes with the terrifying figure. It has been a long time, he noted inwardly. 5 whole years since I last saw that face. Gazing down with the crushing weight of a warlord, the family head's voice echoed with pure authority. It seems the pieces are finally in place. In a flash of blinding light, the legendary sword of justice materialized in the center of the hall. Let the determination ceremony commence, he declared. The main character's eyes widened in recognition. So that is the famed sword of justice, a divine relic that instantly measures a person's raw mana potential with a single touch. The trial begins now, the grand assistant announced. First up, Raon Ziggart. The boy stepped forward with supreme confidence and firmly grasped the sacred hilt. The protagonist watched intently. By the age of 4, the divine mana channel in a child's skull, their connection to the heavens starts to permanently seal closed. Once that gate shuts, a person's absolute mana capacity is set in stone for the rest of their life. That is exactly why this ceremony exists. To measure their absolute ceiling before the window closes forever. This is not just a test, it is a brutal judgment of their entire future. The moment Raon's hand touched the steel, a violent, howling gale erupted through the room. The crowd gasped in pure awe. Look at the blinding purity of that light. An incredibly high-tier wind attribute. Exactly what you would expect from the mighty Karun bloodline. A terrifyingly talented prodigy indeed. Even Glenn's stoic expression shifted slightly. This attribute is perfectly suited for a future swordmaster, he praised. Nurture this storm. Let him focus solely on cultivating the way of the wind. Next candidate, the assistant bellowed. Raon Ziggart of the vassal family. Observing the ritual, the main character finally cracked the system's logic. I see. The length of the light beams dictates the sheer purity of their mana, while the swirling patterns reveal their innate elemental attribute. A flawless, ruthless system. This is how the almighty Ziggarts weed out the weak from the monsters. As the young girl placed her hand on the blade, a freezing aura washed over the crowd. Heavens! Will the Ziggart family produce another monstrous genius? She truly lives up to that fearsome surname. Her absolute potential rivals even young Master Burns. Watching the spectacle, the main character smirked inwardly. In this ruthless clan, your worth is tied exclusively to your raw talent. Given my cursed vessel, I probably will not score very high. Even though I have successfully pushed the ring of fire to the second stage, the biting cold of the ice attribute still taints my core. Well, not that a flashy light show matters to my true strength. Exceptional results, the assistant declared, visibly impressed by Raon. And now, for the final participant, Raon Ziggart. Step up to the altar. Sylvia squeezed his small shoulder gently. It is your turn, my brave boy, she whispered with unwavering faith. Stepping forward, the protagonist felt totally indifferent to the crowd's sneers. He didn't care about their petty approval. He simply wanted to see what elemental affinity this new body possessed, and plot his path to absolute power. You saw exactly what the other children did, right? His mother encouraged warmly. Just do exactly as they did. Nodding silently, the protagonist marched straight toward the towering sword of justice, and firmly grasped the cold steel. Boom! In an instant, his entire consciousness was swallowed by an apocalyptic, blinding golden flame. An epic vision exploded in his mind. He saw the legendary first patriarch of the Ziggart clan, swinging a massive blade wreathed in roaring fire, utterly obliterating hordes of monstrous beasts with a single, godlike strike. As the breathtaking illusion shattered, his mind returned to the hall, but reality was far less grand. Looking down, he saw only a pathetic, flickering white glow sputtering from the sword. The hall erupted in venomous laughter. I have never seen such a microscopic burst of light in my life. Colorless mana, are you joking? Quality. He does not even have the basics of a warrior. It seems even the martial god himself has abandoned this fugitive's pathetic spawn. Sylvia knelt beside him, a gentle smile masking her deep worry. Everything is going to be perfectly fine, she whispered softly. She assured him he had performed flawlessly, but the surrounding nobles scoffed with dripping disdain, questioning if the blood of their legendary family truly flowed in his weak veins. Expectations were already rock bottom, but this mockery was downright brutal. These vultures had gathered for the sole purpose of trampling his pride. Yet Sylvia stood tall like an unbreakable shield. To the sneering onlookers, the boy was a total failure. They whispered that the only noble traits he managed to inherit were his striking hair and those piercing crimson eyes. Enough of this pointless chatter. Glenn's heavy voice echoed, instantly silencing the chaotic room. The hall is too loud. The judgment ceremony is officially concluded. He ordered the massive crowd to scatter. Once the grand hall was emptied of its snickering guests, the imposing patriarch let out a heavy sigh, resigning himself to the boy's apparent uselessness. My lord. Rowan, the loyal butler, murmured with a heart full of pity. Glenn had prepared himself for utter disappointment, but suddenly, his eyes widened in absolute shock. Out of nowhere, the ceremonial blade erupted in a blinding display of power. What on earth? Glenn gasped. That radiance. It shines with the fury of a miniature sun. It was the mythical aura of the very first Ziggart patriarch. A divine, supernatural heat surged from the steel, an overwhelming firepower that could incinerate even the darkest demonic flames. This was an absolute miracle. Throughout the long, blood-soaked history of their clan, golden mana and golden flames had manifested only a single time. The mana coalesced into a breathtaking cascade of light, burning with devastating beauty. Rowan. Just what kind of monster has been born into our family? Time shifted. Standing quietly in the peaceful courtyard, our main character summoned his glowing blue status window. The holographic text was grim. He suffered from the 9 nodes of Frost Curse, pathetic stamina, and abysmal mana sensitivity. However, he also possessed the Ring of Fire at Stage 2, and a Stage 2 water attribute resistance. This will have to be enough for now, the boy muttered to himself. Is it not about time I push the Ring of Fire to the 3rd stage? He closed his eyes, reflecting on the passage of time. A full 7 years had flown by since that humiliating judgment ceremony, making him 12 years old today. Through relentless, bone-breaking training, a breakthrough to the 3rd stage was finally within his grasp. If only he could completely suppress that freezing curse in his veins, his progress would skyrocket. Thankfully, his water attribute resistance had leveled up to the 2nd stage. The biting, deathly cold that once tortured his daily life was completely neutralized. His mobility was still terribly restricted, but it was a massive improvement over his fragile past. At long last, his body could handle the brutal strain of basic physical conditioning. Raon, Sylvia's anxious voice suddenly shattered his focus. What are you doing, dawdling out here? You need to get dressed immediately. She grabbed his hand, urging him to hurry before they missed the gathering. He let out a reluctant sigh. It was that dreaded time again, the clan's next evaluation ceremony. A dark shadow crossed his face. He would have to endure the arrogant sneers of those insufferable relatives once more. Fast forward to the end of the event. The examiner's booming voice echoed across the training grounds, praising a side branch member for a spectacular performance. And just like that, the mundane evaluations concluded. Watching from the sidelines, our main character scoffed internally, assuming the rushed pace was due to a severe lack of main branch talent. The whole agonizing ordeal wrapped up much faster than he had anticipated. But before he could leave, a terrifying presence loomed over him. Round, Glenn barked, his face like carved stone. I issued a direct order for your basic training. Why have you ignored my command for an entire month? The young boy blinked in sheer confusion. A direct order from the patriarch? What basic training was the old monster even talking about? Panic seized Sylvia's heart. She threw herself forward, desperately pleading that her son was fragile. The lethal frost energy still ravaged his tiny body, making any physical strain practically a death sentence. His eyes widened in absolute shock. How had she kept this horrifying secret from him for a whole month? An oppressive, suffocating aura exploded from the patriarch. "As long as you stand on my territory," Glenn growled, "there are zero exceptions for anyone daring to bear the name Ziggart. If the boy cannot walk, then he shall crawl, but he will train. That is the ironclad law of our bloodline." Terrified, Sylvia screamed out, begging him not to force her sickly child into an early grave. "Please, just give us a little more time," the desperate mother sobbed. But the towering warlord glared down with merciless, predatory eyes. "Perhaps you wish to abandon this clan and run away like you did before," he sneered coldly. "But if you intend to raise that boy on my land, he will live and bleed as a true Ziggart. If that does not suit you, then pack your bags and get out." Instantly, the surrounding nobles erupted into vicious, mocking whispers, betting on how fast the disgraced daughter would flee. "I would love to see her try," one relative snickered. "But it is not like she has an energy core or mana circuits left to shatter this time. It makes me sick to my stomach that such pathetic trash belongs to the main branch." Hearing their venomous words, the young boy's fists clenched. He finally understood the root of their twisted hatred. It all traced back to her past rebellion. Sylvia had once been a brilliant martial artist, but a devastating incident stripped away her ability to manifest aura. Her energy core had been brutally shattered, turning her once mighty mana circuits into dead, empty vessels. That crippling loss was the ultimate price she paid for daring to marry his father. Tragically, her husband perished before she even gave birth. Left utterly defenseless and pregnant, her only choice for survival was crawling back to the unforgiving family that disowned her. In a clan obsessed with ultimate power and immense pride, a main branch heir returning after casting away her own honor was nothing short of a walking target for endless humiliation. But to the reincarnated soul, their vicious insults were nothing but the pathetic barking of narrow-minded fools. He was her son now, and there was absolutely no way he would stand quietly while his mother was torn apart by these vultures. Without a single trace of fear, the frail boy marched right into the center of the arena. "Raon, what are you doing?" Sylvia cried out in pure terror, desperately trying to pull him back. "Let mother handle this." But he simply gave her a reassuring, steadfast smile. "I will accept the command. My training begins next month." His young voice rang out with shocking authority. The chief instructor of the martial arts hall gasped in disbelief. "Are you completely out of your mind, boy? This is not some child's game. Even our most basic training regimen will literally crush the bones of a sick, cursed invalid like you." Despite the dire warnings, the young hero's crimson eyes burned with unyielding resolve. "I do not care about the pain," he declared fearlessly. "This is the only path to prove I am worthy of the name Ziggart." He fiercely declared his intent to join the training. Glenn glared down from his throne, his voice dripping with menace. "Do you even grasp the crushing weight of the Ziggart name?" Instantly, a monstrous aura erupted through the hall. The overwhelming pressure sent Raon's blood surging wildly through his veins. It felt as though an invisible mountain was crushing his very bones. Yet, he forced himself to meet the patriarch's terrifying gaze. His heart hammered like a war drum. This man's power was leagues above the pathetic Robert family. So, this was the legendary might of the Northern King of Destruction. Desperate, Sylvia threw her arms around her son, screaming at the patriarch to withdraw his killing intent. She pleaded that Raon was far too young, that he could not possibly comprehend the gravity of his own words. An instructor hurriedly chimed in, begging for mercy on the fragile child. As the room spiraled into panic, Glenn's terrifying voice cut through the chaos. "Silence. I am the one speaking." Trembling with fear, Sylvia insisted her boy was too frail for the brutal martial arts hall. She begged him to lift the suffocating spiritual pressure before it broke him. Amidst the shock, a chilling realization pierced Raon's mind. In his past life, he was a master assassin, a ghost condemned to the absolute darkest shadows. He had always danced on the razor's edge of death, forever chained to the abyss. But that miserable existence ended here. He refused to cower in the darkness ever again. His days as a nameless killer were officially over. He was now Raon Ziggart, and he swore to reclaim the rightful honor stolen from his mother. Pushing through the crushing aura, the young boy took a defiant step toward the throne. He boldly declared that he had been raised in complete isolation, hidden away in a crumbling annex. Because of that, he was completely blind to the true majesty of the Ziggart bloodline. If bleeding in the training halls would teach him that truth, then he welcomed the challenge. Deep down, his resolve hardened into unbreakable steel. He would become the absolute shield for Sylvia, and restore the stolen smiles of the people he now cherished. Glenn narrowed his terrifying eyes. "Are you saying you intend to judge the absolute standards of our family through this training?" Unflinching, Raon replied that he had no other way to learn. He boldly demanded that the instructors push him to the absolute limit, so the family's greatness would not disappoint him. A quiet, lethal confidence burned within his soul. After all, in his past life, he was the undisputed king of assassins. Furthermore, he now possessed the legendary Ring of Fire, a mythical cultivation art thought to be entirely lost to history. By fusing his past life's lethal instincts with this divine technique, he would carve out his own throne in this brutal family. He would show them the birth of a true monster. Meanwhile, deep within the second martial arts hall, instructor Raon Ziggart ruthlessly interrogated his subordinate. Did you not claim that the boy was entirely bedridden? The assistant nodded frantically, sweating bullets. He swore that the maids had eavesdropped on the patriarch, and the ragged saint confirming the boy's terminal state. Rumors stated he was cursed with an incurable, absolute crippling disease. Karen's face darkened with deep suspicion. The boy's physical vessel was supposedly shattered beyond repair. So, how on earth did he survive the patriarch's apocalyptic aura? A sinister realization crept into Karen's mind. He remembered that Sylvia's martial talent had once eclipsed nearly everyone in her generation. He immediately ordered a spy to infiltrate their annex, plant a maid there right now, and have her report every single breath that boy takes. Time flowed on, and at the legendary 5th Training Hall, the entire facility bowed in absolute reverence as the family had arrived. Glenn strode past the bowing disciples and glared at a couch. He barked at Instructor Rimmer to stop playing dead and get on his feet. Rising lazily, the elf chuckled that the patriarch was looking as fierce as ever. Your little sleeping act fools no one, Glenn scoffed. He noted that all the junior instructors were practically bleeding from overwork. Rimmer smirked, smoothly brushing off the scolding. As the head instructor, his job was to use his brilliant mind, while the subordinates used their sweating bodies. Perfect balance, really. Glenn let out an exhausted sigh, his expression stern. You are already 50 years old. Start acting like it. The carefree elf just laughed out loud. To hell with human age standards. For an elf, I am still in my absolute prime. Changing the subject, Rimmer cast a knowing look. Let me guess. You are here to spy on your youngest grandson. Sylvia already paid me a visit, but seeing the great patriarch here is quite the shock. A flicker of surprise crossed Glenn's stoic face. Sylvia was here? Rimmer nodded with a sly grin, explaining that the desperate mother had begged him to keep Raon safe from harm. The elf boldly warned the patriarch not to waste his breath if he had come with similar protective orders. He ruled the 5th hall like a tyrant, and outsiders had no say in his methods. There are 0 exceptions here, Rimmer declared. Not even for the darling little prince of the family. But the absolute ruler of the Ziggart clan remained terrifyingly calm. That is not a problem at all. Do not hold back a single drop of your cruelty, Glenn ordered coldly. Let him survive on his own. I have no use for pathetic weaklings. Rimmer's eyes widened in genuine surprise, a fond smile creeping onto his face. This twisted form of tough love was deeper than he ever imagined. Trying to give the boy the tough affection you failed to give his mother. Glenn's aura flared dangerously. If we had not shed blood together on the battlefield, your head would be separated from your neck right now. The patriarch's command was absolute. Weed out the trash immediately. Only those who claw their way through hell deserve your teachings. Rimmer offered a confident, unyielding salute. Then I will forge them in the fires of my own discretion. Glenn simply nodded, satisfied that they understood each other perfectly. With his decree delivered, the mighty head of the family turned to leave. Watch your own back, old man. The instructor chuckled lightly as his commander departed. Left alone, Rimmer's eyes gleamed with intense curiosity about this mysterious Raon. Meanwhile, miles away, a glowing system screen materialized before the young boy. The legendary 3rd stage of the Ring of Fire had finally unlocked. A divine notification chimed. The breakthrough drastically multiplied his spiritual fortitude and hardened his mind like impenetrable steel. His mana sensitivity skyrocketed. Maximum energy, raw strength, stamina, and agility surged to the 3rd stage. Even his water resistance evolved, violently suppressing the vile frost curse in his veins. A wicked smile spread across the young boy's face. This 3rd stage of power, the feeling of absolute strength pulsing through his veins, was truly intoxicating. His affinity for mana had skyrocketed. His mind felt sharper, awakened to a whole new level of clarity. He recalled Sylvia's frantic warnings. She had pleaded with him not to push his limits on the very first day of cultivation. But her interference had actually been a blessing in disguise. It kept his mana flow stable, while the system window served as the perfect guide for his growth. Yet, this was merely the prologue. The Ziggart bloodline was infamous for its brutal, soul-crushing training regime. Reaching stage 3 of the Ring of Fire was just the starting line. It forged the ironclad foundation he needed for explosive future power. With this pace, he would shatter all expectations and permanently silence the venomous whispers of the main family. And then, Darius, the heavenly sword. He swore he wouldn't rest until he carved the life from that traitor's throat. A gentle voice broke his dark train of thought. Sylvia peeked in with a soft smile, asking if he was still awake. He blinked in surprise, wondering why she was up at such a late hour. Taking a seat quietly beside him, she brought up tomorrow's schedule, his first official day at the training hall. Her eyes brimmed with worry. Did he really have to go? She confessed her urge to hold him back, knowing her son swallowed his pain without a single complaint. The terror of him being brutally injured haunted her. She wasn't forbidding his martial path, but she begged him to wait just one more year. Just 12 more months of safety. She pleaded. But his response was absolute. There would be no delays. He refused to cower anymore. He was sick to his stomach of the main and side branches running their mouths, treating his mother and the annexed servants like absolute trash. His pride wouldn't allow it. If he proved his absolute dominance in the training hall, he would force them to choke on their disrespect. Sylvia offered a bittersweet smile. She wasn't shocked by his frustration over their exile, or the vile rumors that shadowed their names. Her gaze drifted to the past. She confessed how fate had intertwined her path with his father's during a perilous mission, but the elite Ziggart clan would never accept a lowly knight. So, she shattered her own mana core, sacrificed her power, and turned her back on her noble lineage forever. Then, she revealed a hidden truth. He had an older sister. A sweet girl named Shia, born 2 years before him. They had built a beautiful, peaceful life together, until the bloodthirsty hounds of the Eden mercenaries shattered their sanctuary. His father's sword was not enough to hold them back, and with Sylvia heavily pregnant with him, they were utterly defenseless against the slaughter. The family head had secretly stationed shadow guards to watch over them, but they lurked too far in the distance, arriving seconds too late to stop the tragedy. Her husband and daughter had already taken their last breaths. Broken and desperate, she crawled back to the Ziggart estate. She believed the harsh treatment she received as a sinner was the punishment she deserved. A heavy silence filled the room. He thought to himself, Sylvia's actions were undeniably selfish, abandoning her noble duty for love, only to retreat to their absolute protection when tragedy struck. In the ruthless world of the Ziggart family, it was no wonder she was treated with such freezing contempt. But despite all that, she was the woman who bathed him in unconditional warmth. She may have been selfish to the clan, but to him, she was his one and only mother across 2 entire lifetimes. He looked deep into her eyes, asking the ultimate question. Did she regret it? Did she wish she could erase the past and reclaim her glorious position? Without a second of hesitation, a radiant smile bloomed on Sylvia's face. She had 0 regrets. Within the grand Ziggart walls, she was nothing but a ghost. It was only after throwing it all away that she truly breathed, truly loved. And that fleeting warmth was worth a lifetime of suffering. Her days in the outside world had been pure bliss. Tears welled in her eyes as she stroked his cheek, begging her son to forgive such a foolish mother. He gently reassured her. If she had no regrets, then nothing else mattered. He was strong enough now. Let the world spit their venom. She would forever be his treasured mother. His resolve hardened into unbreakable steel. First, he would claw back her rightful honor within the family, and then Darius would pay in blood. Overwhelmed by his immense maturity, Sylvia broke down into breathless sobs. Panic flashed across his face as he scrambled to figure out why his words made her cry harder. It took ages to finally soothe her tears. Stepping back into his own quarters, he sighed. Time to grind the ring of fire. Before claiming a few hours of sleep, the countdown to the brutal morning training had already begun. Every second was precious. Settling into a perfect lotus position, he guided his breathing. The mana circulation was incredibly smooth, racing through his pathways now that he had broken through to stage 3. He could only imagine the godlike power of its maximum stage. But suddenly, the very air warped. Piercing blue flames erupted from the void, and an oppressive aura announced the arrival of the second demon lord. The demonic entity's voice echoed like crushing thunder. The destined hour had arrived. The boy's boundless wrath had finally summoned him from the abyss. He promised absolute destruction. In the sacred name of rage, he would grant the boy his bloodiest fantasies. Instantly, a glowing system window materialized. The trait, Wrath, has been unlocked. The dark energy pulsed within him as the demonic spirit made its demand. Offer up his flesh, surrender his soul, and ultimate power would be his. But the looming demon suddenly froze, staring down in absolute disbelief. Wait, why was the host a mere toddler? Staring right back, the boy tilted his head, demanding to know what this blue-flamed entity was. The demon lord scoffed. That was his question. There was no way a mortal child could harbor such world-ending fury. Yet, his demonic senses didn't lie. This tiny vessel was indeed the source. A terrifying, bottomless pit of vengeance lurked within this boy's soul. The demon grinned wickedly. The deal was simple: surrender his existence, and the demon would forge his path to bloody revenge. He analyzed the situation with cold logic. This demonic awakening, was it triggered by the agonizing hatred he felt toward Darius in his past life? Still, this so-called mighty demon was a bit late to the party. He scoffed at the very idea of relying on a parasite's power to fight his battles. His eyes burned with an unshakable, sovereign will. He rejected the contract outright. He didn't need demonic charity. When the time came, he would tear Darius apart with his own two bare hands. The ancient spirit scoffed at the naive misunderstanding. He was not here to negotiate. His dark decision was already set in stone. Suddenly, a chilling flame engulfed the main character. What on earth was this freezing fire? The phantom surged forward with lethal intent. He commanded the boy to surrender his vessel without a fight. As the spectral entity closed the distance, an unbearable frost pierced through the room. His very soul felt like it was turning to solid ice. This was not a demonic flame at all. The creature's true attribute was absolute zero. Think of Darius, the entity hissed. Let your seething hatred consume you. Even if God himself descends from the heavens, we will slaughter him together. The protagonist gritted his teeth. His innate water resistance was the only thing keeping him alive. But this insidious aura was not just freezing his flesh, it was actively feeding on his darkest fury. The demonic voice echoed in his head, promising the absolute annihilation of all his enemies. But the ultimate price was the total possession of his physical vessel. If he surrendered to the darkness now, who would protect Sylvia and the loyal maids? He absolutely could not lose his body to this parasite. The spirit whispered sweet venom, urging him to drown in his wrath and embrace the inevitable. Resistance was utterly futile. The phantom claimed he wanted a clean takeover, hoping to keep his new flesh vessel completely undamaged. But if the boy continued to struggle, he would forcefully devour his soul, completely ignoring the catastrophic consequences. With his adrenaline pumping wildly, the protagonist realized his body was on the verge of total collapse. Every single fiber of his being screamed in sheer agony. He was dangerously close to his absolute limit. The mental toll was becoming too much to bear. If this continued, he was completely doomed. But wait, a spark of realization hit him. If his water resistance had stalled the freezing so far, could he use the Ring of Fire technique to completely lock down his body and soul? Taking a steadfast battle stance, the main character steeled his resolve. He was completely out of options, and he absolutely refused to die here. Searing heat suddenly erupted from the boy. The phantom recoiled in absolute shock. I just woke from my slumber, it roared. How is a human wielding such impossible power? You are nothing but a mere mortal, and a pathetic child at that. With eyes burning like hot coals, the protagonist delivered his icy response. He would forge his own path of vengeance, and no wandering ghost was taking his steering wheel. A ghost, the entity shrieked in blazing fury. How dare you insult the supreme lord of the demon realm? A fearless smirk danced across the boy's face. A demon lord who cannot even kill a child. Seems the rulers of the underworld are pure garbage. Now vanish from my sight. The gears turned quickly in his tactical mind. The demon had explicitly stated he had just awakened. Was that why this so-called sovereign could not unleash his full demonic power? Ding! A glowing blue interface materialized out of thin air. The system alerted him that hidden skills had just been unlocked. The main character blinked in sheer astonishment. What triggered these bonus abilities? Suddenly, the demon lord gasped in shock, recognizing the glowing status screens. How do you possess that interface? The spirit demanded. The protagonist calmly explained that this magical screen converted his growth into easily readable statistics and numbers. Wait, are you connected to this? He probed. The demon proudly puffed out his spectral chest, revealing that he was the original architect of the entire system. The puzzle pieces were not fitting together. Why would a demon lord create something like this? The boy pressed, but the phantom stubbornly crossed his arms, flatly refusing to spill his secrets. It was designed to accelerate a host's evolution, was it not? The hero deduced. The spectral entity flinched in utter disbelief. How could a mere mortal figure that out? The protagonist noted how easily the demon's emotions bled through. It finally explained a lingering mystery. His Ring of Fire technique was rotating exponentially faster than it ever did in his previous life. This unprecedented speed of growth was entirely thanks to the system's hidden influence. Driven to total madness, the demon shrieked at the top of his lungs. He demanded the boy surrender both the system's authority and his physical vessel right this instant. Without missing a single beat, the protagonist unleashed a devastating mana-infused punch, but his fist passed through empty air. The entity lacked a physical form, meaning even raw magical energy was completely useless here. A chilling realization settled over the room. Despite the chaotic shouting match, no guards had broken down the door. This demonic parasite was entirely invisible and totally silent to the rest of the world. Swiping his hand through the spectral mist, an unexpected reaction occurred. The raging spirit was violently sucked straight toward his wrist. In a blinding flash of light, the Great Lord transformed into a literal accessory. Trapped as a simple flower bracelet, the demon grumbled bitterly. His ancient seal had only just been broken, but his apocalyptic powers would eventually regenerate. When I am fully restored, nothing will save you, the demonic voice echoed. I am permanently bound to your soul, until the day you draw your final breath. What an absolute parasitic leech. The boy's first instinct was to destroy the trinket immediately, but doing so might completely erase his leveling system. Plus, the magical backlash could put Sylvia and Helen in fatal danger. It was a classic case of keeping his enemies dangerously close. Having the demon within arm's reach was the safest way to monitor the looming threat. He just had to suppress the malicious aura and aggressively rank up before the demon recovered. Staring at his wrist, a deadpan look crossed the hero's face. A flower pattern? Really? Does not exactly scream Lord of Darkness, does it? The mighty demon indignantly barked back, demanding total respect for his impeccable fashion sense. The main character released a heavy sigh and just decided to roll with the sheer absurdity. Meanwhile, out in the quiet mansion corridor, Helen tried to comfort her anxious companion. She was absolutely certain the young master was perfectly fine. Sylvia nodded softly, though the shadow of deep worry never left her eyes. Just then, confident footsteps echoed from the grand staircase. The protagonist descended from the second floor, flashing a reassuring smile that instantly melted the tension. His preparation was complete, and he was absolutely ready. It was finally time to hit the training grounds. As they stepped out into the sunlit courtyard, the loyal maid bowed with a warm smile. She urged her young lord to stay fiercely vigilant on his path. The hero gave a gentle, reassuring nod. He promised to tread carefully through the coming storms, assuring them they would see each other again safely before sunset. Catching a fleeting glimpse of her friend's expression, Helen gently nudged Sylvia's shoulder. Why on earth was she sending the young master off looking like she was attending a tragic funeral? Fearing her heavy gloom might ruin his warrior's spirit, Sylvia quickly replaced her sadness with a radiant smile. Stepping forward, she declared her absolute, unwavering faith in his strength. Meeting her gaze, the main character's voice was rock solid. There is absolutely nothing to worry about. He made a silent vow to himself. He would not push beyond his limits, and the moment his life was on the line, he would step back. As the main character prepared to leave, Sylvia's voice trembled with overwhelming worry for his safety. But Helen stepped in, her gentle tone highlighting his remarkable recovery. There was a glimmer of hope that he might actually survive this brutal training. His aura felt entirely different, leagues above his fragile past. The memories of their tearful farewell echoed freshly in her mind. Helen confidently reassured her. His instructor possessed the sharpest eyes in the entire Ziggart clan, and with the boy's unbreakable willpower, victory was all but guaranteed. Flashing a warm smile, the main character had sworn an oath. He promised to endure the trials without shedding a single drop of blood, begging her to cast away her fears. A man's word is his bond, and he intended to keep it against all odds. He only asked for her absolute faith. With tears pooling in her eyes, Sylvia begged him to return alive. Fast forward to the 5th training hall of the legendary Ziggart clan. Standing amidst a sea of aspiring warriors, the main character was struck by the sheer magnitude of the crowd. This wasn't just bloodline royalty. The courtyard was packed with ambitious heirs from vassal families and wildcards holding golden recommendations. Helen's intel was dead on. The applicant pool was so massive this year that they had to unlock the 6th hall just to fit everyone in. But the moment he arrived, toxic whispers began to slither through the crowd. One arrogant punk sneered, claiming a mere gust of wind could shatter his fragile bones. Another openly scoffed, wondering why utter trash would dare to enter a dragon's den. They even mocked his precious flower bracelet, calling it completely tasteless. Hearing this blatant disrespect, his spirit companion erupted into a blazing fury. These lowly parasites wouldn't recognize true treasure if it slapped them in the face. The spirit vowed to obliterate their very existence. Yet, the main character's expression remained colder than ice. He stepped right into their personal space, demanding to know why they were buzzing like cowardly flies instead of speaking to his face. Did they really lack the self-awareness to see how incredibly pathetic their gossiping looked? The bully's face burned red with rage, ordering him to shut his mouth. He spat venom, declaring that the only pathetic trash here was the exile banished to the annex. His lackey chimed in, practically foaming at the mouth. A bastard from the outer branch had no right to look them in the eye, let alone lecture them. Not skipping a beat, the main character delivered a devastating reality check. They were collateral branch members too, making them absolute hypocrites. weren't insults strictly reserved for actual subordinates. Pushed over the edge, the bully raised a trembling fist, ready to strike. But then, a commanding voice sliced through the tension, ordering them to freeze. It was Burin. The trials were mere moments away from commencing, with hundreds of outsiders watching their every move like hawks. Were they seriously trying to drag the majestic name of Ziggart through the mud? Terrified, the bullies instantly bowed their heads in absolute submission. Burin then turned his piercing gaze toward the main character. Why was a nobody causing trouble on day one? He needed to learn his absolute bottom-tier rank. To the elite, he was nothing but specks of dust beneath their boots. If he wished to survive in the annex, he needed to bow his head and hide. Burin's mind boiled with disgust. The weakling had barely caught the clan leader's eye out of sheer luck, yet he strutted around like an arrogant emperor. Trash like him was destined to be crushed in the upcoming trials. Turning his back, Burin dropped a chilling warning, advising him to pack his bags if he couldn't grasp clan politics. Survival here was an impossible dream for him. But instead of cowering, the main character wore a mocking smirk, marveling at the young master's inflated ego. What exactly fueled this mountain-sized superiority complex? Was it simply the golden spoon in his mouth? Or did he truly believe he could judge a dragon while knowing absolutely nothing of its hidden fangs? Or perhaps his powerful daddy was pulling the strings. Why not go cry to him to punish the big bad bully? Burin's composure shattered, his aura exploding in utter fury. Bang! The massive gates were kicked wide open. Enter Rimmer, flashing a devilish grin. He practically cheered at the sight of their brawling, mocking their foolish, childish bravery. The main character's eyes widened in realization. Was this disheveled man truly the legendary, magnificent sword of the Ziggart clan? Rumors said his brilliant career ended the day his mana core was shattered. Finding such a mythical figure here was a massive shock. With a playful smirk, the instructor laid down the law. Couldn't these bloodthirsty pups keep their fangs hidden until the opening ceremony was actually over? Swallowing his burning pride, Burin backed away and joined the rigid formation. Rimmer finally took the stage, casually welcoming the fresh meat to their personal hell. He proudly announced his role as their ultimate judge and executioner for this boot camp. Looking over his clipboard, he noted the grand total of 160 hopefuls. But that number was far too bloated for his taste. To trim the fat, a ruthless preliminary test would begin immediately. Only 25% of them would be allowed to breathe his air. Absolute chaos erupted in the ranks. Erase 3/4 of them on day one. What kind of madness was this? Rimmer's answer was brutally simple. He had zero interest in babysitting trash. Only the absolute apex predators would receive his guidance. Inside the mindscape, the spirit went absolutely ballistic, cursing the instructor's heaven-piercing arrogance. Unbothered, the main character simply silenced his fiery companion and focused his deadly intent on the rules. Slumping lazily into a wooden chair, Rimmer declared himself the undisputed god of this domain. Anyone brave enough to challenge his reign was welcome to go cry to the clan patriarch. With the pleasantries out of the way, the nightmare officially began. His voice cracked like a whip across the courtyard. Start running. True martial mastery is forged through bone-crushing stamina and an unbreakable iron will. Their only mission was to keep their legs moving until he mercifully permitted them to stop. As the grueling marathon kicked off, the spirit complained relentlessly. If they were going to play this game, he demanded his master blitz past these weaklings and claim the absolute vanguard. Why intentionally lag behind the pack? But the main character's breathing remained perfectly steady. This wasn't a reckless sprint for glory. It was a calculated war of survival. There was absolutely no reason for him to waste energy rushing ahead. The main character knew the truth. A true master evaluated the depth of a student's soul and their untamed potential, never just relying on mere surface appearances. True victory belonged to the one who could survive until the bitter end. And he was ready to endure this hell at any cost. Meanwhile, the senior instructors finally noticed that Burin and Luna were leaving everyone else in the dust. One of the seniors muttered in awe. The whole class is pushing their limits, but those two are on a completely different level of speed. Another assistant narrowed his eyes. This isn't even their top speed, he whispered. They could easily keep this pace for another couple of hours without breaking a single sweat. They were barely 12 years old, yet already displaying such monstrous talent. Just imagining the monsters they would become in the future was absolutely terrifying. Suddenly, an assistant pointed a finger toward the back of the pack. Wait, is that frail kid named Raon? He asked in confusion. He was dragging his feet, completely falling behind the rest of the group. Another instructor shook his head, mentioning the rumors of the boy's incurable illness. Honestly, it was a miracle he was even standing, let alone running, but his face was already deathly pale with exhaustion. Overhearing their whispers, Instructor Rimmer couldn't help but let a mischievous smirk cross his face. How fascinating, he thought. In all his years, he had never encountered an anomaly quite like this. Experience had taught him one absolute truth. Those whose hidden potential he couldn't immediately read were destined to become the most terrifying powerhouses on the entire continent. Usually, he could peer right through a person, easily reading the intertwining threads of a child's fate and magical aptitude. But this boy, Raon, he was an absolute void. It was as if a supreme, ancient power shielded the boy, placing his destiny far beyond the instructor's mortal vision. It was a truly captivating mystery. Meanwhile, the other arrogant students began throwing wicked insults at the main character, mocking him for acting tough while pathetically crawling at the rear. "Serves the trash right," another sneered. "He'll be vomiting blood and dropping out in no time. Just look at that pathetic face, he won't even last 10 minutes. Hearing this, the main character simply chuckled inwardly. How bizarre, he thought. They promised us absolute hell, yet all we are doing is jogging. In his previous life, survival meant sprinting through rivers of blood, desperately escaping from merciless assassins and demonic beasts. Compared to that nightmare, this was just a leisurely stroll in the park. But as time dragged on, Rimmer's smirk slowly faded into pure shock. "What in the world am I looking at?" he gasped. "How is that boy still moving? His physical stamina shattered a long time ago, and his body has pushed vastly beyond its mortal limits. There shouldn't be a single drop of life force left in his muscles. Is he literally defying death through sheer, unyielding willpower alone? This madman is fully prepared to run until his heart explodes." The instructor's shock shifted into a thrilling smile. This boy had officially captured his absolute attention. Up ahead, Buron glanced back, his face twisting with arrogant irritation. "Why hasn't that trash collapsed yet?" He gritted his teeth. The rumors swore he was too frail to even hold a wooden sword. Buron recalled a secret report given to his noble father. A wandering saint had prophesied that Sylvia's cursed son wouldn't even survive past his childhood years. Learning the profound martial arts was supposed to be completely impossible, all thanks to that devastating, soul-freezing curse. The boy looked like a stiff breeze could shatter his bones. So how was he stubbornly clinging to the track? The mere sight of his resilience made Buron's blood boil with fury. "I will crush his spirit and show him the insurmountable wall between a genius and garbage. He will never, ever reach my level." Bursting with blinding aura, Buron rocketed forward like a shooting star. The main character calmly watched him dash away. He acts like a high and mighty noble, but inside, he's just throwing a childish tantrum. Even little Luna showed 100 times more maturity. Regardless, this trial wasn't a race for glory. It was a brutal war of absolute survival and endurance. There was zero need to shatter his perfect breathing rhythm just to stroke a fragile ego. As the grueling trial continued, the once arrogant students finally began panting like dying dogs. One of the exhausted kids stared at the main character in sheer disbelief. How are you still moving?" he wheezed. The haughty girl scowled, wiping sweat from her brow. "I thought his body was decaying from a chronic illness. Is this freak of nature incapable of feeling fatigue?" Hearing their bewildered gasps, the main character could only laugh bitterly in his mind. If they only knew, the glacial, demonic energy tearing through his veins made him feel like he was stepping through the gates of hell. Every breath felt like inhaling shattered glass, his heart dangerously close to violently bursting. Yet, he forcefully circulated his ring of fire technique, ruthlessly squeezing out every last drop of latent life force. This ancient breathing art had leveled up significantly in recent days. If he pushed it to the absolute maximum, a miraculous breakthrough was practically guaranteed to happen soon. Suddenly, a terrifying, crimson presence materialized in his mind. The spirit of rage scoffed. "So, you look this pathetic, and you still dare to call yourself my future vessel? Surrender your fragile flesh to me," the entity roared. "I will obliterate that arrogant blue-haired brat, and plunge this entire pathetic academy into an eternal, blood-freezing winter." The main character gritted his teeth as a storm of bloodlust violently crashed against his sanity. The demonic fury clawed at his mind, but he ruthlessly maintained an absolute poker face, refusing to break character. "Shut your mouth and behave," he commanded his inner demon without skipping a single beat. "Your pathetic whispers will never break my iron will." The malicious spirit flashed a horrifying, razor-sharp smirk. "No mortal soul has ever survived my wrath. Let us see how long your fragile mind can keep dancing on the edge of a blade." Clutching his agonizingly burning chest, the main character locked his resolve. He had to hold the line. If he displayed even a single ounce of vulnerability, this ancient parasite would devour his soul completely. The crimson spirit snarled in absolute frustration. "What a terrifyingly stubborn bastard. How is my overwhelming fury completely failing to corrupt his mind?" In reality, the boy was running on fumes. Death was whispering in his ear as his limbs turned into blocks of lead. and his vision began blurring into an abyss of darkness. He was choking on thin air. Had he finally hit his absolute limit? But just as the darkness crept in, Instructor Rimmer's booming voice shattered the silence, declaring the brutal trial over. The entire class collapsed like falling leaves, violently gasping for oxygen. As Buren marched past, he shot daggers at the swaying boy. What a sickeningly stubborn roach, he spat bitterly. The main character heavily closed his eyes, his heart still hammering a frantic rhythm. I genuinely stepped foot into the underworld today, he thought with a tired smirk. It seems a peaceful, relaxing life is completely out of the question this time around too. You absolute monster. The spirit of fury roared in pure disbelief. How are you even pushing your physical body this far? The main character just smirked. I told you not to underestimate my resolve. Besides, this relentless torment was the perfect catalyst to ignite his blazing ring of fire. Glancing at the glowing holographic status window, a wave of immense satisfaction washed over him. If he kept shattering his own limits like this, his physical potential would soar to unimaginable heights. Right on cue, a crystalline chime echoed in his mind. A golden system prompt materialized before his eyes. Hidden conditions successfully met. Physical limitations completely surpassed. A massive surge of bonus experience flooded his veins. His strength stat skyrocketed by 2 entire points, while his agility and endurance each climbed by 1 point. The spirit of fury practically choked on its own rage. What kind of broken system is this? It shrieked. You get rewarded with extra experience just for torturing yourself. It was absolutely absurd. Meanwhile, Instructor Rimmer clapped his hands loudly, drawing the exhausted crowd of trainees together. Outstanding work, everyone, he cheered with a blinding smile. That officially concludes our little entrance exam. He paused dramatically. Oh, and about eliminating 3/4 of you today. Yeah, I totally lied about that part. Take a deep breath and relax. The young trainees instantly erupted in sheer outrage. They had sprinted like their lives depended on it, only to realize the threat was a giant bluff. Rimmer just chuckled at their furious, panting glares. Come on, I couldn't possibly expel half the class on day 1. His playful tone suddenly dropped. But enjoy this mercy while it lasts. If you keep performing this poorly, 90% of you will definitely be kicked to the curb. His sharp gaze swept across the crowd. I clearly ordered you to run like hell. Yet, out of 160 candidates, only a single person actually followed that order. He scoffed coldly. The rest of you either gave up like cowards, or sneakily wasted your precious aura. Honestly, I do not give a damn what cheap tricks you used to survive today. This was just a basic aptitude check, after all. But heed my words carefully. From tomorrow onward, you will obey my commands to the absolute letter. Do that, and you just might survive this hellscape. Wipe those relieved smiles off your faces. The real nightmare has not even begun. He grinned wickedly. For now, consider yourselves nothing more than temporary trainees on probation. In exactly 6 months, you will face the ultimate final trial. Only the absolute elite will remain standing. He shrugged lazily. Though, the final rankings will not even be decided by me. Anyway, enough with the doom and gloom. Go drag your pathetic bodies to the luxurious dormitories, graciously provided by the great Ziggart family. Oh, and one last piece of advice. He pointed a lazy finger toward the left. Memorize the path to that training facility. You will be spending a lot of time bleeding there. Sometime later, Rimmer strolled deep into the quiet forest, only to spot a familiar, overwhelming presence. Well, look at that. Someone stole my favorite napping spot. The instructor greeted Patriarch Glenn with a cheeky smirk. Why are you even asking for a report? Rimmer chuckled, leaning casually against a tree. With your godlike senses, I know you watched the entire spectacle unfold perfectly well. You definitely saw how monstrously talented Buren and Runen are. He noted casually. Even the other brats show solid potential to become the future pillars of our legendary family. But then there is Raon. Rimmer's playful tone faded into sheer curiosity. I stared right at the kid, but I could not read his limits at all. By all logic, his frail body should have collapsed. So tell me, what kind of insane willpower kept that boy running? He shook his head in absolute disbelief. For the first time since we met, my special eyes failed to see through someone. Ever since the devastating damage to my mana core, my days have been painfully dull. A thrilling fire danced in Rimmer's eyes. But thanks to that anomaly of a kid, things are about to get very entertaining. The majestic patriarch gracefully descended from the boulder. His imposing aura settled over the forest like a heavy mountain. Remember, you are the one who practically begged to instruct this generation's novices. Do not lose your focus. Fulfill your duties flawlessly. As Glenn turned to leave, Rimmer bowed with a knowing grin. Do not worry, my lord. This year's crop has definitely caught my undivided attention. Glenn did not even look back, his voice echoing like cold steel. Do not read too much into a mere fluke. That boy's cursed constitution will never allow him to walk the path of a true martial artist. Left alone in the whispering woods, Rimmer's smile only grew wider. A fluke? Huh. He muttered into the wind. We both know perfectly well that a miracle like that is never just a coincidence. Meanwhile, back at the dormitories, the protagonist cracked his stiff neck. Well, the official exam might be over, he declared calmly. But my personal training is just getting started. I am heading to the training center. The spirit of Fury's jaw metaphorically dropped to the floor. Are you completely insane? It screamed in pure bewilderment. You just survived a death march. Do you seriously not take a single breath of rest? The surrounding trainees overheard his muttering and stared at him like he was a complete lunatic. Is he seriously going to train right now? They whispered bitterly. Sometime later, a resentful group gathered in a secluded room. Jealousy poisoned the air as one of the boys slammed his fist down. There is zero chance that sickly loser outlasted all of us naturally, he hissed with venom. He definitely used some dirty cheating trick. Another trainee fiercely nodded in agreement. Exactly, it makes absolutely no sense. He crossed his arms in deep disgust. The entire estate knows about his crippling terminal illness. Raon Ziggart, an arrogant noble from the collateral bloodline, sneered darkly. I bet he choked down some forbidden elixir. His eyes narrowed with malice. Rumor has it that ragged saintess has been secretly brewing special tonics just for him. The room instantly exploded into outraged murmurs. So that is his little secret. Someone barked furiously. He stole the spotlight using performance-enhancing medicine. How dare that trash disrespect the test with such an unfair advantage? A sinister, predatory smile crept across Crane's face. If that is the case, he purred dangerously. Do you boys not think it is our noble duty to teach this pathetic bastard a brutal lesson? It did not take long for the cowardly ambush to unfold. They cornered the protagonist on a quiet path, violently shoving him against a massive oak tree. Can I help you? He asked. His voice deadpan and entirely unbothered. Crane let out a highly mocking laugh. Are you really playing dumb right now? One of his lackeys stepped forward, veins popping in fury. We know you relied on magic potions just to show off, you little rat. No wonder you were acting so damn cocky. Another boy spat on the ground in pure disgust. Without those fancy medical crutches holding up your pathetic body, you would not have survived even 60 seconds on that track. You think you can play dirty and make a fool out of us behind our backs. Their hostile auras began to leak, suffocating the surrounding air. Did you really think no one would find out? The main character inwardly sighed in profound sheer perplexity. He could not fathom how they were losing their minds over such baseless jealousy. Unsheathing their fists, the bullies cracked their knuckles with sadistic, predatory grins. Consider this an exclusive, hands-on private tutoring session. Crane's smile twisted into something cruel and ugly. Do not take it personally, trash. It is just a traditional greeting for rule breakers like you. You heard Instructor Rimmer, did you not? He mocked, his fist trembling with barely contained violence. He told us that learning is the shining light of our glorious future. Without another word, Crane lunged forward, launching a vicious hook aimed directly at his face. Inside the protagonist's mind, the spirit of fury scoffed in absolute annoyance. How long are you going to stand there and listen to these arrogant insects whine? You are supposed to be my mighty vessel. The ancient entity roared, craving absolute destruction. Crush these pathetic worms already. They are not even worth the dirt beneath your boots. The main character didn't waste a single second. He seized the opening, delivering a bone-crushing strike straight to his attacker's face. You wanted to learn? He sneered. Fine. Class is in session. Seeing his opening, another bully lunged forward. But our protagonist was light years ahead. He pivoted smoothly, burying his knee deep into the boy's gut and dropping him instantly. The remaining lackey backed away in pure terror. What are you idiots doing? He shrieked. You aren't actually losing to a piece of trash like him, are you? His answer came in the form of a blindingly fast fist. With ruthless efficiency, the protagonist began dismantling the rest of the gang, one devastating blow at a time. Hovering nearby, the spirit of fury watched the carnage with grim satisfaction. Genuinely impressed by his brutal technique, it didn't take long before the once proud bullies were reduced to sobbing messes, begging on their knees for mercy. Pinning the leader's arm under his boot, the main character flashed a chilling smile. If you want this lesson to end, he whispered dangerously, you need to answer one simple question. Who pulled your strings? Was it Burin? Panicking, the bruised boy frantically shook his head, desperate to deny the accusation. He swore he didn't know anything. They acted entirely on their own accord, and Burin had zero involvement. The protagonist paused, genuinely surprised by this twist in the plot. He had been absolutely certain that Burin despised him enough to orchestrate this ambush. Perhaps their rocky relationship wasn't completely beyond salvation after all. Dropping his threatening aura, he proposed a deal. They would keep this humiliating little tutoring session completely buried. Did they understand? The sobbing boy vigorously nodded, terrified out of his mind. But to drive the point home, the main character violently yanked him up by his hair. "You had better stay far away from me," he warned, "or I will be forced to give you extra credit. And here is your final lesson. If you ever touch my shadow again, I will erase your existence." He released his grip, ordering the pathetic group to vanish from his sight. Meanwhile, hidden safely behind a thick oak tree, Rimmer let out a low whistle. He had witnessed the entire brutal spectacle unfold. Watching the boy fight felt like staring at a ghost. It was as if their legendary leader had reincarnated right before his eyes. The kid's martial arts talent was undeniably monstrous. Then again, the blood of the mighty Ziggart family flowed through his veins. It made sense. He was a terrifying predator, maturing in the shadows, completely hidden among regular gifted children. The sheer potential never failed to leave him utterly speechless. A short while later, the protagonist finally stepped back into the quiet sanctuary of his room. Ding! A glowing blue system window materialized in thin air. The conditions had been met. Rage was highly satisfied with his brutal dominance, granting him a permanent 1-point boost to his dexterity. But the Spirit of Fury immediately threw a massive tantrum. "You get bonus points for that," he roared in absolute disgust. "What kind of broken, pathetic system is this?" The main character didn't even blink. He calmly reminded the raging entity that he was the one who designed this very system. Why was he complaining about his own creation? The spirit snarled back, practically foaming at the mouth. "Of course, you don't get it," he snapped. "You have never had your very essence ripped away and weaponized against you." He had shamelessly stolen the divine power meant for the spirit's true form, and the arrogant brat didn't even have the decency to be grateful. But suddenly, the spirit's tone shifted. He had a proposition. "How about a little wager?" he hissed temptingly. "If you win, I will shower you with bonuses. But if you lose, you stop fighting back against my wrath." Flash. New system prompts immediately flooded his vision, officially registering the Spirit of Fury's bet. The winning condition: secure the absolute highest score in the upcoming training exam. The rewards were mind-bending. A massive 2-point increase across every single statistic, plus one completely free stat point of his choosing. But the price of failure was steep, a crushing 10-day rage penalty. Ignoring the threat, the main character asked about this mysterious test Rimmer had planned. The spirit chuckled darkly, confirming his suspicions. That lazy instructor was planning a harsh evaluation to weed out the weak and select only the absolute elite. Digging deeper, the protagonist demanded details about the custom stat reward. The entity explained that he could siphon one specific attribute directly from the spirit's own legendary reserve. Of course, the sheer power of it would be scaled down to fit his fragile mortal body. Satisfied, the protagonist moved to the fine print. What exactly did this rage penalty entail? The spirit's grin grew downright demonic. "You will surrender to absolute fury," he purred. "My power will sink its claws just a little bit deeper into your soul." It might sound trivial, but that tiny crack in his mental defenses would be fatal. His ironclad self-control would begin to slowly, inevitably crumble. So that is his master plan, the main character calculated silently. Given the spirit's brutally straightforward nature, he was absolutely certain this wasn't a bluff. The entity had never once lied to him before. More importantly, the astronomical rewards for winning far outweighed the risks of losing. It was a textbook devil's bargain, a beautifully poisoned apple. Cracking the top ranks would be impossible for a sickly child, but he wasn't just a kid. He was a reincarnated master. A confident smirk touched the protagonist's lips. "That doesn't sound half bad," he declared. "You are on. I accept your challenge." The spirit let out a booming, sinister laugh, praising his foolishly wise decision. Ding! The system flashed red, locking in the dangerous pact with the Spirit of Fury. Deep down, the main character felt zero fear. With his vast ocean of past life combat experience, losing to a bunch of arrogant brats was literally impossible. A few hours later, the training grounds looked like a battlefield of corpses. Dozens of exhausted students collapsed into the dirt, desperately gasping for air. The nightmare had started when Rimmer lazily ordered them into the infamous horse stance. It sounded like basic, boring conditioning, but the sheer physical agony was practically torture. This grueling posture was the absolute foundation of their entire martial arts journey. If they wanted to wield a blade, they first had to forge bodies of iron. He had sadistically commanded them to hold the pose until he woke up from a nap. He claimed he wasn't forcing them, of course. After all, they were the ones who desperately needed to pass the test, not him. Pushed past his breaking point, one of the noble heirs violently broke formation. "I cannot take this garbage anymore," he roared in frustration. When were they actually going to learn legendary sword arts? A nearby girl furiously agreed, complaining that they were being treated like track athletes instead of future swordmasters. But Vernon, perfectly unbothered, shot them a cold look. "What are you crying about?" he scoffed. "If you want to swing a sword so badly, go practice it yourself." The rebels argued that neglecting their blade work for basic squats would dull their already impressive skills. Observing the petty drama, the Spirit of Fury noted that the group was splitting up. The impatient students were storming off to swing their wooden swords in private. The Spirit glanced at his host. "Well, aren't you going to join the little prodigies?" The main character casually brushed off the suggestion. What use were flashy combat arts if his physical vessel was too weak to handle them? A crumbling foundation cannot hold a grand castle. In his mind, wielding a blade was utterly pointless right now. First, he had to forge his own body into a perfect weapon. Raw strength and unbreakable stamina were his true priorities. Thanks to the lingering frost curse, his starting line was miles behind the others. Mastering the absolute basics was his only path to survival, let alone true awakening. There was no need to rush his destiny. For the time being, he would pour his soul into pure, unadulterated physical conditioning. Stepping into the training hall, the protagonist immediately launched into a punishing routine. Meanwhile, hiding just out of sight, Luna peeked around the corner, locking her eyes onto the boy known as Raon. His growth rate was absolutely monstrous. The iron plates he hoisted today were significantly heavier than the ones he struggled with just 24 hours ago. Rumors claimed he was terminally frail, yet he shattered those expectations daily, piling more and more steel onto his relentless regimen. Sure, consistent training yielded steady results, but to break your own limits every single day, that was a feat defying all logic and common sense. He was already tossing around 10 extra kilograms compared to Monday's absolute maximum. Was this explosive growth the result of some secret, unorthodox method? How could a boy plagued by a crippling illness wield such terrifying might? Luna's curiosity flared. There was definitely a hidden mystery surrounding him. Unable to hold back, the girl stepped out of the shadows and planted herself right in his path. The main character blinked in sheer confusion. Was she looking for a fight? She stood perfectly silent, her intense gaze drilling into his face. Her mind raced with a single burning question. Just how is his power skyrocketing so fast? Without uttering a word, she grabbed a barbell and set up camp right beside him. As their heavy breaths synchronized, she stole glances at his form, finally confirming her wildest suspicions. The moment that refreshing, icy aura washed over her senses, the agonizing fatigue in her muscles simply melted away. Empowered by his passive energy, she easily shattered her own limits, lifting weights that would normally crush her. A while later, she sat frozen on the bench, staring at her trembling hands in disbelief. Ron finally walked over, raising an eyebrow. "Are you absolutely sure you have nothing to say to me?" She stubbornly shook her head. Scratching the back of his neck with a sigh, he simply turned and walked away. Her eyes tracked his retreating back like a hawk. She made a silent vow right then and there. She needed to observe this fascinating anomaly just a little bit longer. From a distance, the arrogant Byrne watched them with pure disgust. His lackeys sneered, questioning why a prodigy like her would waste time on a pathetic outcast from the collateral bloodline. Byrne scoffed mockingly. The Trash's training methods are just as garbage as his status. Building monkey muscle won't win real battles. Only a magic-less weakling like Ron would resort to lifting iron. But no matter how much he sweats, a pebble can never reach the peak of Mount Tai. The upcoming trial was going to be an absolute bloodbath. If that fool wanted to survive, he should have been desperately polishing his sword arts, if only to delay his inevitable defeat. But Byrne quickly lost interest in the collateral trash. Flicking his cloak, he ordered his group to move out. They had grander destinies to pursue. The ruthless reality of the exam would soon put everyone in their proper place. Meanwhile, completely unfazed by the mockery, the main character was back to the iron grind. Suddenly, a timid boy named Dorian shuffled into his personal space, awkwardly stuttering out a nervous greeting. Clutching his chest in desperation, the recommended student begged for guidance on proper lifting form. The main character gave a nonchalant shrug, agreeing to take the rookie under his wing. Dorian's face lit up like a sunburst. Digging frantically into his bag, he offered up a stash of homemade cookies as a humble tribute to his new master. The sweet scent was surprisingly tempting. The protagonist pinched a cookie, but catching a glimpse of Luna lurking nearby, he flatly declared he had zero appetite for sweets. He casually tossed the offer her way. To his absolute shock, Luna's typically cold eyes were blazing with an intense, predatory hunger for the baked goods. He handed over the sugary prize, marveling inwardly at the bizarre turn of events. And so, the endless cycle of sweat and iron marched forward, as the calendar pages rapidly tore away. Crimson autumn leaves drifted to the earth, marking the passage of 6 agonizing months. Every single dawn, the protagonist pushed his physical vessel to the absolute brink of destruction, running like the very hounds of hell were snapping at his heels. The arrogant elites who had once left him eating their dust on day one were now nothing more than memories in his rearview mirror. Through sheer, blood-spitting perseverance, he had crushed the gap, leaving only 2 legendary figures standing between him and the summit. The relentless march of time had forged a new beast. Only 2 rivals remained undefeated. At last, Judgment Day arrived, and the stern instructor welcomed the gathered challengers. His booming voice echoed across the massive arena, commanding the aristocratic families and noble guardians to claim their viewing thrones. Out of thin air, the demonic spirit Wrath materialized beside his ear. A sinister whisper slithered into his mind. "Did you forget our little wager, mortal? Don't delude yourself. You'll never surpass those top 2 monsters." A wicked, fanged grin stretched across the spirit's face. "Prepare to lose your soul, and let the glorious flames of my rage consume you entirely." The protagonist swatted at the air like he was dismissing a pesky fly. "Save your breath, demon. The true rules of this hellish trial haven't even been revealed yet." Pivoting away from the spirit, he stared down at Dorian in utter bewilderment. The boy was violently trembling in a full-body plank position, stammering that his nerves were literally eating him alive. Insomnia had completely wrecked the poor kid. The protagonist sighed internally. With a fragile mindset like that, how was he supposed to survive the upcoming massacre? Rather than scold him, the main character simply watched in silence. Suddenly, Luna popped up like a ghost, offering a familiar baked treat. He raised his palm like a shield, firmly rejecting the sugary bribe. But out of the corner of his eye, he caught the venomous glare of Byrne and his lackeys. He held back an exasperated groan. Why did he have to be an absolute magnet for Academy weirdos? High up in the spectator stands, Sylvia settled into her velvet seat and eagerly nudged Helen. "Look over there," she pointed straight at Raon, admiring his mountain-like posture and unwavering aura. Helen's eyes followed the gesture, a warm, prideful smile blooming across her face as she took in the sight of the transformed boy. He had survived half a year in the crucible of absolute agony, and somehow gathered a loyal crew along the way. Given his strangely magnetic charm, it was exactly the kind of miracle she had expected. Young Master Raon possessed a maturity far beyond his years. He was never one to throw childish tantrums. And now, he had even formed bonds of genuine friendship. Her heart swelled with immense pride. Suddenly, Rimmer's voice shattered the silence, ordering everyone to bow before the Supreme Patriarch. Glenn Ziggart stepped onto the grand stage. Gasps of sheer disbelief echoed through the training grounds. The absolute ruler had descended. Was he actually here to witness their evaluation? Such an unprecedented event had never happened in clan history. As the terrifying patriarch claimed his throne of observation, even the laid-back instructor could not hide his shock. He dared to question, why grace them with his legendary presence? The master of the house answered with heavy authority. These fledglings carried the very future of the Ziggart bloodline. Should he not evaluate their potential? Or did his presence displease the instructor? Rimmer scratched the back of his head with a cheeky grin, brushing off the suffocating tension. He laughed and swore the absolute leader was always a welcome sight in his domain. Throwing his hand toward the heavens, Rimmer excitedly declared that since the legendary patriarch was watching, they would dive straight into the brutal trial without a single second of delay. He promised to keep the rules dangerously simple, but in the very next heartbeat, a catastrophic wave of killing intent erupted from his body. The terrified children threw up their arms, desperately shielding themselves from the crushing spiritual pressure. Over the roaring wind, Rimmer commanded them to pierce through his overwhelming aura. This soul-crushing trial was the one and only path to pass their awakening examination. Aura is the very lifeblood of any true warrior. This brutal crucible would separate the worthless trash from those destined to walk the martial path. Crossing his arms with glaring disapproval, one of the observing elders dared to interrupt. He called foul, arguing that these mere novices had yet to even glimpse the secrets of aura manipulation. Why throw such an impossible hurdle at them now? Another elite immediately backed him up. It was true, most of these fledglings had not even awakened their energy centers yet. The murmurs of injustice spread like wildfire. They whispered that this lazy instructor just slept through their classes anyway. Was this some twisted joke? Rimmer let out a heavy sigh, shutting his eyes in sheer disappointment. He lectured the fools that aura was not some cheap muscle to be flexed. It was the absolute manifestation of a warrior's unyielding spirit. A blazing soul is the only true proof of a martial artist's worth. Without a steel will, any external energy is just useless flash. The elder sneered at the explanation. demanding to know what kind of nonsense he was spewing. But instantly, the Supreme Patriarch's booming voice shattered the argument. The instructor spoke only the absolute truth. Even a novice who has never tasted spiritual energy possesses a hidden will that violently reacts to it. This soul-crushing barrier could only be shattered by the raw might of their inner spirit. A sly grin spread across Rimmer's face as the absolute leader defended his methods. Throwing his arms wide, he mockingly challenged the crowd. Did anyone else dare to question him now? With the useless chatter finally silenced, the real nightmare began. He called out Luna as his first victim, ordering the rest of the trembling children to back away. As she nervously stepped onto the execution grounds, he warned her that a tidal wave of pressure was coming. If she had truly bled for her training, she would survive the impact. Her ultimate mission was brutally simple: pierce the suffocating wall of energy and manage to lay a single finger on his body. The countdown hit 0. An explosive storm of crimson aura erupted from his core. Luna instantly threw up her guard, screwing her eyes shut against the devastating spiritual typhoon. Peering through the chaotic storm, Rimmer flashed a wicked smile. He casually reminded her that cheating with her own dormant energy was strictly forbidden. She had to rely on the raw mental fortitude she had forged over the years. Grinding her teeth until they nearly cracked, she forced her trembling feet forward, pushing through the invisible mountain, crushing her bones. She miraculously grasped his outstretched palm. The suffocating storm instantly vanished. The instructor gently patted her trembling head, beaming with genuine pride as he declared her victory. Her iron will was absolute proof of her blood, sweat, and tears. He ordered her to keep that burning fire alive in her future path. While Luna desperately gasped for precious air, Rimmer ruthlessly called Dorian to the slaughter. The cowardly boy shrieked in absolute terror. Who on earth was deciding this nightmare rotation? With a devilish smirk, the instructor declared that his own twisted whims dictated the rules. He commanded the boy to march to his doom, dripping with cold sweat. Dorian dragged his feet toward the smiling demon. Rimmer locked eyes with the trembling kid. Had he witnessed Luna's triumphant march, Dorian had to pierce the exact same spiritual storm, using nothing but his raw determination. The pathetic boy stuttered in utter despair. Could a coward like him actually pull this off? His willpower was as fragile as a dry leaf. The instructor coldly replied that if he gave up now, he would face instant failure. Without another word, the devastating energy exploded outward once again. Dorian squeezed his eyes shut and wildly threw up his shaking arms. The boy collapsed to one knee under the invisible gravity. Watching from the shadows, our main character's sharp eyes caught onto the trick. The terrifying pressure was not static. It adapted to the exact limits of each individual student. This laid-back instructor was performing monstrous calculations on the fly. He was perfectly calibrating his spiritual force to match the exact physical and mental growth of every single child. Despite his lazy facade, the man possessed the terrifying eyes of an absolute master. He had been analyzing their every breath and movement all along. Rimmer was far more dangerous than he appeared. Fast forward through the agonizing struggle. The instructor leaned down to the weeping boy, clutching his sleeve. With a warm smile, he praised him for surviving the ordeal. Dorian had officially conquered the trial. The master gently scolded the boy's pathetic self-worth. Buried beneath his crippling fear laid an undeniable diamond of talent, just waiting to be polished. But the sheer emotional trauma was too much. The poor kid instantly hurled his lunch right onto the training ground. Sidestepping the mess, the master just chuckled and hoped his profound lesson had sunk in. Finally, the arrogant prodigy was summoned to the stage. Raon Ziggart stepped forward with absolute certainty. Approaching the epicenter of the pressure, he smugly demanded the instructor unleash his full might. The instructor's playful smile vanished into a dead serious glare. Crossing his arms like an immovable mountain, he detonated a spiritual shockwave unlike anything seen before. Raon was instantly slammed by an invisible meteor, fighting to block the bone-crushing force. Pure shock flooded his mind. Was this the same pathetic breeze the others had faced? It looked like child's play from the sidelines. How in the world did that weakling Luna survive this hell? His arrogant legs buckled under the tangent like gravity, slamming him down onto one knee. Every muscle in his body screamed, locked entirely by the overwhelming suppression. Peering down at the paralyzed genius, Rimmer admitted the boy possessed a terrifyingly rare talent. Out of the 160 fledglings present, maybe 2 possessed the bloodline power to rival him. But what a massive disappointment. Both this arrogant young master and his pathetic sycophants had completely squandered their golden potential on useless vanity. What good is a brilliant sword dance without the spiritual steel to back it up? Instead of acting like a flashy swordsman, he should have forged his pathetic mind and frail body in the flames of pure agony. In the past, whenever his body reached its absolute limit, he simply drew upon his aura. But in this ruthless trial, that trick was utterly useless. Failure simply was not an option for the young boy. The memory of his older brother's banishment still haunted him. His father's eyes that day had been freezing cold, completely devoid of mercy. If he crumbled under this pressure, he would face the exact same fate, discarded by his own family like a broken tool. Gritting his teeth, he lunged forward desperately, locking his grip right around the instructor's leg. Slipping his hands casually into his pockets, the instructor announced his passing grade. But he added a stern piece of advice. You are only 12 years old. Stop pretending to be a hardened veteran and focus on the fundamentals I taught you. Those who only stare at the peak will eventually stumble over the rocks at their feet. Do not ever forget that. With those parting words, the instructor turned his gaze. All right, only one left. Raon. The young master nodded calmly and stepped right into the arena. A playful smirk crossed the instructor's face. You are the grand finale, kid. Are you ready for this? Without a single hint of hesitation, Raon replied that he was born ready. Then let us begin. Rimmer declared. In a flash, a terrifying wave of aura erupted from his body, vastly overshadowing the pressure he used on the others. A collective gasp echoed through the viewing stands as the spectators trembled. His mother leaned over the railing, her voice shaking with sheer panic. What is he doing? That level of aura is pure madness. Yet, the main character stood perfectly still, like a mountain facing a storm. Without even raising his arms to shield himself, he calmly asked, Is this really my trial? Rimmer's grin widened into a predatory smile. So, what if it is? You are supposedly just as talented as Burin and Ronan. Let us see if you can weather the storm. Raising his hands to block the oppressive wind, our hero analyzed the situation. This was not a test of physical endurance, but a trial of sheer willpower. And his mental fortitude was forged from 2 lifetimes. He was not just the sickly Raon Ziggart. He was Raon, the legendary assassin. Step by agonizing step, he pierced through the overwhelming spiritual pressure. The playful smirk instantly vanished from the instructor's face. Wait, is he actually pushing through my domain? Up in the stands, even the formidable head of the family leaned forward in silent awe. Rimmer's eyes widened in absolute disbelief as the boy easily closed the distance. This is mathematically impossible, his mind screamed. A child of his realm should be crushed flat by this immense weight. But reality utterly defied logic. In the very next heartbeat, a tiny hand pressed firmly against the instructor's stomach. Total silence fell over the training hall as every single spectator froze like statues. Looking up with piercing eyes, the boy asked, I pass. Right. Absolute chaos immediately erupted among the trainees. Did you see that? He actually shattered through that monstrous aura. This has to be some kind of joke. How in the world did a sickly kid pull off a miracle like that? He has not even awakened his own aura core yet. Rimmer's brow furrowed into a deep frown. Staring intently at the boy, he demanded, Who exactly are you? Raon casually replied that he was just the student he had been teaching for the past 6 months. Stop playing games. Rimmer snapped, his voice echoing through the arena. What you just did completely defies the laws of martial arts. I unleashed a condensed aura explosion. Honestly, I just wanted to mess with you a little bit. For someone of your current level, breaking through that wall should have been an absolute impossibility. In response to this dramatic outburst, Raon merely gave a nonchalant shrug. Seeing the boy's total lack of reaction, the instructor let out a defeated sigh. Scratching the back of his head, he burst into an awkward laugh. All right, my bad. I definitely got carried away there. And with that, Raon officially concluded the final trial of the day. The evaluation is officially over, Rimmer announced to the restless crowd. It is time to declare the undisputed champion among our rookies. The top ranker of the 5th training hall is none other than Raon. Tears of pure joy streamed down Sylvia's face. My baby, he actually took first place. Beside her, the loyal maid cheered at the top of her lungs. Our young master really did it. But a dark wave of discontent rippled through the rest of the noble crowd. Wait, are you serious right now? Raon took the number 1 spot. Sure, surviving that aura explosion was impressive, but come on. Does that really put him above the absolute genius, young Master Burin? Unable to swallow his wounded pride, Burin stepped forward and roared. I object. This evaluation is completely rigged. The instructor tilted his head, asking, and exactly what part of it is unfair, kid? Burin gritted his teeth, his face flushed with burning indignation. My stamina, physical strength, and tactical intellect absolutely crush his. There is no universe where I acknowledge a weakling like him as my superior. Pounding a fist against his chest, the arrogant boy made a bold accusation. I am absolutely certain he used some kind of underhanded trick. The surrounding nobles began to whisper, their dark suspicions growing like wildfire. Now that he mentions it, that makes perfect sense. How could a boy crippled by the curse of frost pull off such a feat? Rumor has it his mana core is completely shattered. Could this whole test be a staged performance between him and the instructor? Given the trash-tier reputation trailing behind him, the conspiracy theories caught on fast. Pointing an accusing finger straight at our hero, Burin raised his voice. We carry the martial blood of the legendary Ziggart family. A true warrior's worth is proven through the clash of swords, not some ridiculous walking exam. Let a real duel decide who truly claims the throne. Rimmer let out a sharp chuckle, his eyes gleaming with sheer amusement. Ah, I see how it is. So, you are just throwing a tantrum over your test scores. You are just upset because you are not the center of attention today. Burin's face burned crimson as he stammered out. And no, that is not it at all. Shifting his gaze to the absolute authority in the VIP stands, Rimmer called out, well, the official exam is closed. Lord Patriarch, what is your decree? The stoic ruler of the family looked down from his high throne. Raon, his commanding voice echoed like roaring thunder. It seems the pack is rejecting your position as the alpha. Will you accept Burin's challenge to defend your rightful crown? Without missing a single beat, our main character flatly refused. Thanks for the offer, but I will pass. The trial is already over, and the scoreboard is crystal clear. Why would I waste my energy swinging a sword for zero compensation? Turning his sharp gaze toward his fuming rival, he delivered a lethal verbal strike. You are always preaching about the flawless honor of the main bloodline. But true honor means swallowing your pride and accepting a fair defeat. Burin's eyes nearly bugged out of his head as he screamed, You absolute coward. A faint smirk tugged at Glenn's lips. Very well, we shall raise the stakes. The victor of this duel will be crowned the top student, and I shall personally bestow upon them a bronze emblem. Raon's eyes instantly widened in sheer surprise. A bronze emblem. Within the Ziggart family, obtaining a gold, silver, or bronze emblem was a mark of unparalleled prestige. They were legendary tokens that granted exclusive access to the clan's most heavily guarded treasures and divine martial arts techniques. Even if it was only bronze tier, receiving it directly from the Patriarch's hands changed everything. A fiery ambition ignited within his chest. With that emblem, the path to absolute power was wide open. Heavy murmurs filled the training grounds. Clearly, the crowd refused to accept a supposed underdog, claiming the #1 rank. The imposing Patriarch rested his chin against his fist. With a gaze as sharp as a blade, he gave the absolute command. The match would begin immediately. This single clash would expose the true top student. There would be no second chances, just one decisive round. The rules were set in stone. Aura and weapons were strictly forbidden. Only pure, raw physical strength was allowed. Instructor Rimmer raised his hand high, signaling the start. As his hand dropped, Burin exploded forward like a loaded spring. He launched a vicious hook, but the main character simply swayed aside like a ghost. Not missing a single beat, Burin followed up with a crushing roundhouse kick. Yet, Raon merely raised an open palm, casually catching the heavy strike. Frustration boiling over, Burin channeled his latent power into his fists. He roared the name of his father's signature martial art, Bite of the Righteous Tiger. Since martial techniques were permitted under the rules of pure combat, this devastating move was perfectly legal. The savage punch connected directly with Raon's core. The spectating nobles erupted into cheers, praising young Master Burin's overwhelming might. They mocked the underdog's inability to counterattack. Meanwhile, Burin unleashed a relentless flurry of blows, his teeth bared in pure contempt. To him, Raon was nothing more than a pathetic, nameless mutt. How dare this weakling stand before him? He fully expected the trash to simply bow his head and surrender the throne of the top student. His father's cold, merciless words echoed loudly in his mind. The great Ziggart family had absolutely no use for worthless failures. The pressure of those bloodline expectations was suffocating. With his father's piercing eyes watching from the stands, Burin desperately needed to assert his dominance. He refused to let this stepping stone surpass him. He rained down a storm of furious punches, but the main character weaved through the barrage with terrifying ease. To Raon, the attacks were moving in slow motion. He could clearly trace the trajectory of every swing, reading the very intent behind his opponent's martial arts. Gathering every ounce of his remaining strength into one final blow, Burin screamed at the upstart to accept his bitter defeat. He launched himself off the ground like a predatory beast, declaring the absolute end of the match. But the main character merely tilted his head, his eyes freezing over as he whispered one word. Really? Raon shifted his stance, channeling his own overwhelming energy. The two fists collided in midair with a bone-rattling shockwave. The devastating impact forced Burin to recoil violently. He stared at his trembling hand, his eyes wide with absolute disbelief. Impossible. Before he could even blink, the protagonist countered with a strike that knocked the wind right out of his lungs. The entire courtyard erupted into chaos. Was that not the very same righteous tiger fist? Gasping for air on his hands and knees, Burin glared up at his rival. His pride was entirely shattered, replaced by an overwhelming tide of fury and confusion. He demanded to know how a filthy outsider possessed the main line's secret technique. Raon's answer was infuriatingly calm. He had simply watched his opponent's movements and copied them perfectly. The spectators were absolutely paralyzed by shock. Copying a master-class technique just by looking, they desperately theorized that he must have stolen the manual beforehand. But Instructor Rimmer knew the terrifying truth. He covered his mouth to hide a breathless gasp, completely awestruck by the monster standing before him. Not only had Raon flawlessly deflected the original attack, but he had also completely unraveled the technique's underlying energy pathways. To perceive the flow of an opponent's mana with the naked eye was already an insane feat. To reconstruct that very flow and fire it back was the realm of absolute monsters. This boy possessed the kind of heaven-defying talent, destined to conquer the entire continent. He was the prophesied genius the great Ziggart clan had thirsted for over countless generations. Truly, a miraculous gift descended straight from the heavens. Rimmer flashed a wide grin and proudly announced the results to the stunned crowd. It was a flawless, undeniable victory. Raon stands as the undisputed champion. The instructor placed a firm hand on the young victor's shoulder, officially declaring the brutal examination complete. Tears of joy streamed down Sylvia's face as she rushed to envelop her beloved son in a warm embrace. Meanwhile, the demonic spirit Wrath floated behind them, obnoxiously complaining about his empty stomach. The spirit demanded they head back for a massive feast. All around the courtyard, proud parents flooded the grounds, showering their surviving children with praise for enduring the hellish trials. The loyal butler Rowan gently rested his hands on the defeated boy's shoulders, offering silent comfort. But Burin's eyes were locked onto a chilling sight in the distance. His father's gaze, filled with terrifying disappointment. Sometime later, the air inside his father's study felt heavy enough to crush his lungs. Burin flinched like a frightened animal when the cold voice suddenly shattered the deafening silence. The patriarch demanded to know if the boy remembered his strict orders. Swallowing his absolute terror, Burin stammered out the heavy burden. He was commanded to seize the top rank and remain undefeated. Karun turned slowly, his mountainous presence casting a suffocating shadow over the massive room. To him, it was an incredibly simple task. Just crush that foolish underdog and claim the throne. Instead, his own flesh and blood had been humiliated by the spawn of a disgraced outcast. He had allowed that pathetic branch family mutt to drag their noble prestige through the mud for the entire world to see. Did this foolish child wish to be permanently discarded just like his older brother? Burin choked on his words in sheer terror. His father coldly stated that the first chance was dead and gone. However, a tiny sliver of mercy remained. The top seat would be challenged once more at the semester's close. This was his final lifeline to secure his destiny, and failure meant absolute banishment. Karun dismissed him with a sharp wave of his hand, leaving his trembling son to desperately bow in obedience. Trudging heavily down the desolate paths of the estate, those venomous threats echoed endlessly in the boy's mind. If he wanted to survive in the ruthless main branch of the Ziggart clan, letting this final opportunity slip away was a literal death sentence. His back was truly against the wall. Overcome by a raging storm of emotions, he slammed his bruised fist against the stone wall. He cursed the heavens, placing all the blame on that wretched upstart. Raon had single-handedly plunged his life into this agonizing hell. Why did fate have to be so incredibly cruel? He had bled and sweat every single day to reach the absolute pinnacle. Burying his face in his trembling hands, he stumbled forward blindly, until he realized he had wandered to a very specific location. Without even thinking, his desperate feet had carried him straight to his secret training ground. The fiery thirst for revenge was already burning away his pathetic tears. Stepping into the cavernous training hall, he was met with eerie silence. Was the building completely deserted just because the exams had finally concluded? His grip tightened around the cold iron of a dumbbell, but his gaze drifted sideways, landing heavily on the row of personal lockers. Drawn by an invisible pull, he approached the door bearing Raon's name. He hesitated, muttering to himself that he was only taking a harmless peek. It wasn't stealing, just satisfying his burning curiosity. But as the door swung open, his jaw dropped in utter disbelief. A mountain of battered footwear spilled out before him. Picking up a completely shredded boot, he counted at least 10 ruined pairs. Had Raon truly destroyed all of these in a mere 6 months? A heavy wave of shame washed over him, realizing he had barely worn through 2 pairs himself. Closing his eyes, a phantom image of Raon materialized, dripping in blood, sweat, and relentless determination. While he had been posturing with flashy sword swings and slacking off in his cozy quarters, this supposed underdog had been grinding his bones to dust in absolute secrecy. A chilling realization struck his very soul. This agonizing perseverance, this was the genuine path to power within the legendary Ziggart bloodline. His arrogance shattered like fragile glass, revealing how far he had strayed from the true warrior's way. His humbled gaze fell back to the iron weights resting on the floor. Gently returning the torn shoe to its rightful place, he quietly exited the hall, his mindset completely reborn. Meanwhile, the main character's eyes were locked onto a glowing system window. Hovering beside him, the demonic entity Wrath threw a massive tantrum, screaming that in his hundreds of years of existence, he had never witnessed such sheer absurdity. What kind of monstrous anomaly was this human? Raon merely shrugged, calmly replying that he had absolutely no idea. He teased the demon, telling him to stop whining and pay up. A bet was a bet, and the mighty Wrath now owed him a precious stat point. The holographic blue text confirmed his absolute victory. Not only had he unlocked his pending rewards and gained 2 universal points across the board, but he also earned 1 golden attribute of his choosing. A fragment of the demon's own power was forcibly siphoned into his soul. The roulette spun, granting him a random, yet majestic prize. Legendary Sense, currently at stage 1. Wrath grumbled bitterly, complaining that a lowly mortal didn't deserve such a divine blessing. This magnificent trait would exponentially expand the boundaries of his perception. Granted, at this infant stage, it would only sharpen his awareness by a mere 10%. But its true terrifying potential lay in its future mastery. Cutting the demon's proud monologue short, Raon smirked and asked, "Not bad, but isn't calling it legendary a bit too dramatic?" Wrath flared up like a defensive child, shouting that he named it himself to sound incredibly epic. Unimpressed, our hero deadpanned that the Demon King's naming sense was complete garbage. The demonic spirit erupted in furious indignation. How dare this arrogant brat insult his exquisite sense of aesthetics? Later that day, the peaceful breeze in the courtyard was interrupted by Rowan's silent approach. The loyal butler announced that the Supreme Patriarch was summoning the young master. Sylvia gasped, clutching her heart in sudden panic. A direct summons from the top. Had her precious son committed some grave sin? Bowing gracefully, Rowan offered a warm, reassuring smile to soothe her trembling nerves. The absolute ruler of Ziggart simply wished to personally award him the promised bronze plaque. Shortly after, Raon stood within the oppressive throne room, offering a respectful bow to the titan of their family. Looking down from his imposing seat of power, Glenn's voice boomed like thunder. He admitted his reluctance, but a ruler's word was an unbreakable iron vow. Rowan stepped forward from the shadows, presenting a gleaming token resting on a velvet cushion. With utmost reverence, he delivered the sacred crest of achievement into the boy's hands. This singular artifact held the power to be traded for a treasure of equal, astronomical value. Without missing a beat, Raon's eyes sharpened as he declared he wanted his prize immediately. "Sylvia Ziggart, tell me exactly what it will take to restore my mother to her rightful throne of glory." The Patriarch's eyes narrowed, interpreting the boy's demand to reclaim their stolen place in the direct bloodline. Raon nodded firmly, though inwardly, he wondered. Did the terrifying pressure radiating from his grandfather just soften for a fraction of a second? The answer was brutally simple. Unprecedented accomplishments, stack enough glorious victories, and the heavens would answer his prayer. But walking that path of blood and iron was no child's play. To force the proud Ziggart elders to swallow their pride and grant recognition was practically as suicidal as trying to pluck a burning star straight from the cosmos. For a mere fledgling whose wings hadn't even fully grown, it was a destiny deemed utterly impossible by the laws of their world. Yet, a fearless smirk curved upon Raon's lips. Meeting the warlord's gaze without flinching, he boldly declared that impossible simply meant it hadn't been done yet. Clenching the bronze plaque, he accepted the challenge. Bowing with newfound purpose, he offered his thanks for illuminating his path. But just as his hand brushed the heavy oak doors to leave, Glenn's commanding voice ordered him to halt. Raon paused, glancing over his shoulder. The Patriarch firmly stated that a mere question did not equate to consuming a sacred reward. He would have provided that information even if the boy came empty-handed. The protagonist's breath hitched in genuine shock. He never expected the ruthless Northern King of Destruction to display such unexpected fairness. Leaning forward, the terrifying monarch demanded the boy name his true prize. Raon's fist clenched tight as the cogs in his brilliant mind spun furiously. There was exactly one crucial stepping stone he desperately lacked. Locking eyes with his grandfather, he demanded a supreme cultivation art. The Patriarch scoffed mildly, reminding him that the academy instructors were already assigned to teach him the fundamental breathing arts. Pressing a hand over his blazing heart, Raon boldly countered. He refused to settle for some generic beginner's manual. He needed a legendary aura technique, one truly worthy of bleeding for this bronze crest. Deep down, he knew the grim truth. The dark shadow arts from his past life as an assassin would never be enough to shatter Darus's skull and elevate his mother back to nobility. To rewrite his tragic fate, he required absolute, overwhelming power. The warlord stroked his chin, an amused glint flickering in his cold eyes. A supreme cultivation method, is it? With a single, echoing snap of his fingers, reality itself seemed to shift. Colossal double doors groaned open, revealing a breathtaking labyrinth of ancient, towering bookshelves completely bathed in golden light. Raon stepped into the grand archives, completely mesmerized by the sheer magnitude of martial history. Watching from the threshold, Glenn's deep voice echoed, stating that these sacred texts held the very foundation of Ziggart's might. The trial was simple. Reach out his hand into the pulsing core of the library, and the heavens themselves would bestow the martial art most destined for his soul. Taking a deep breath, Raon whispered his acceptance. Thrusting his palm toward the glowing vortex, his desire burned like a roaring flame. He just needed a godly aura art to shatter his limits and conquer the world. He prayed to find something useful in this vast library. But suddenly, an ancient tome shot out from the dusty shelves. Its pages fluttered wildly as it flew straight toward him. What in the world was this ancient text? He stared at it in pure disbelief. Even the stoic head of the Ziggart family froze in absolute shock. Rowan's jaw practically hit the floor. Their voices echoed through the massive hall. Impossible. Why did that specific artifact choose him? The main character's eyes locked onto the fading golden letters. The Thousand Flames technique. Just what kind of ridiculous martial art was this? Slowly, he reached out to touch the crumbling parchment. Boom! A blinding flash of divine light erupted, swallowing the entire room in a brilliant glow. A magical storm of pages swirled through the air. The heavy book crashed onto the stone floor, and instantly burst into a magnificent pillar of fire. In that blinding moment, a painful memory flashed through Glenn's mind. A loyal shadow, kneeling before him, had once pleaded. Did the Supreme Patriarch truly abandon Lady Sylvia? Back then, his heart had been made of cold iron. He claimed he felt absolutely nothing. The Ziggart family's absolute supremacy was the only burden he carried on his shoulders. Even when asked if his daughter had fled for the sake of forbidden love, the Patriarch had merely waved it off, dismissing his own flesh and blood as a trivial distraction from his supreme rule. In those dark days of his youth, he truly believed that human emotions were a pathetic weakness. Sacrificing everything for ultimate power, he finally ascended to the very peak of the martial world. He had successfully forged his family into an untouchable empire, but sitting on that supreme throne, he realized he had lost his very soul. The devastating report still haunted his nightmares. His precious daughter and her husband were trapped in a deadly ambush. The hidden guards had barely managed to pull Lady Sylvia from the jaws of death, but her husband had been ruthlessly slaughtered. The enemy's strike had been swift, brutal, and completely merciless. There was simply no chance for them to counterattack. What a pathetic excuse for a father he was. A storm of crushing guilt finally shattered his icy heart, but the devastating damage had already been done. He clenched his fists, making a silent vow to the heavens. Raon, my grandson, even if you and your mother despise me for eternity, I swear on my life to be your ultimate shield. The main character blinked, staring at his trembling palms. What kind of sorcery was that? A massive wave of ancient knowledge had just violently carved itself right into his brain. Before he could process the shock, the Supreme Patriarch leaped from his throne. His voice echoed like thunder, demanding to know what miracle had just occurred. Raon shook his head in absolute confusion. He honestly had no clue. The profound secrets of that burning book had simply etched themselves into his very soul. Glenn's eyes narrowed with intense anticipation. What was the name of the art? Staring at his glowing fingertips, Raon muttered, "The Thousand Flames technique." Ding. A system notification chimed in his mind. The Thousand Flames technique sends you along the path of the ancient flame. The legendary skill has been permanently saved into your memory. The Patriarch's jaw tightened. Are you telling me that ancient wisdom just downloaded directly into your brain? The young boy could only give a firm nod in response. Glenn took a deep breath, masking his raging shock. Very well. You have claimed your bronze tier reward, now go. Bowing respectfully, Raon swiftly made his exit. The heavy oak doors slammed shut, plunging the room into silence. Rowan stepped forward, his voice trembling with disbelief. My lord, did the young master truly inherit that terrifying power? Before the loyal butler could even finish his frantic sentence, the mighty head of Ziggart gave a solemn nod. Yes. The Patriarch murmured softly. That boy just absorbed the ultimate legacy, the legendary art of our founding ancestor, a technique lost to the ages. For centuries, not a single genius could decipher that tome. And yet, the artifact possessed a will of its own, and it chose that child. Panic flashed across the loyal butler's face. If the other branches find out, young Master Raon and Lady Sylvia will be targeted for assassination. But Glenn's gaze remained incredibly calm. None of those fools even know the Thousand Flames technique exists. But what about the destroyed book? Raon cried out. The Patriarch smirked slightly, let it turn to ash. The true essence of the artifact has finally found a worthy vessel. For hundreds of years, it rejected every single heir anyway. If that extraordinary boy hadn't stepped into this pavilion, that divine relic would have decayed into nothingness. A storm is coming to the Ziggart family, and everything is about to change. Meanwhile, sitting cross-legged on his rough bed, the main character stared at his empty palms with a deep frown. Something was not adding up. Why did the patriarch let him walk away with a divine-grade skill? Even a silver or gold token couldn't buy this kind of miracle. No clan head in their right mind would just hand over such absolute power. This terrifying martial art, it rivals the legendary Ring of Fire. If he could fully awaken its potential, he would become absolutely unstoppable. Taking a deep breath, he forced his inner energy to circulate. He pushed his focus to the absolute limit. But then, a heavy sigh escaped his lips. Another crushing failure. His crippled mana circuits refused to gather even a drop of aura, but he grinned with fierce determination. Whoever said mastering a mythical technique would be a walk in the park? Suddenly, the demonic spirit, Wrath, floated out from his shadow. Hey. Looks like the arrogant brat hit a massive wall. The demon taunted, his eyes glowing with malicious glee. Cultivating this art is a matter of life and death. Even the slightest outside interference could trigger a catastrophic energy deviation. He had to maintain absolute, flawless focus. It would be a total tragedy if such a mighty skill ended up paralyzing you forever. The main character narrowed his eyes at the floating demon. Just what kind of sinister scheme was this monster plotting? The annoying demon wasn't wrong. The Thousand Flames technique was incredibly dangerous. It demanded the violent absorption of raw nature mana, forcing it right into the very core of his energy center. If his timing was off by even a fraction of a second, his fragile mana circuits and absolute core would instantly shatter into a million irreparable pieces. And his situation was literally the worst-case scenario. A lethal curse of absolute zero frost was already freezing his mana pathways from the inside out. Glaring at the spirit, he growled a fierce warning. If you know how lethal this is, then back off. But Wrath just flashed a delightfully wicked smirk. Oh, my dear host, why would I ever do that? The main character's eyes widened in pure shock. You wouldn't dare. The demon's sinister laughter echoed through the room. Just once, he promised to throw off his training, just a tiny bit. The boy barked back through gritted teeth. Wait, if my core explodes, you get caught in the blast too. There is zero benefit for you. But the demonic entity simply cackled with insane delight. I do not care. Watching a pathetic human suffer brings me endless joy. Even if your limbs are blown to bloody shreds, or your energy core detonates like a bomb, the great Wrath will simply reconstruct your flesh, just to torture you all over again. But to achieve that, he would have to swallow his pride and beg the demon for salvation. Is this not the perfect opportunity? The entity sneered. Fine, Raon replied with icy indifference. Just this once, I will see what can be done. The monarch of Wrath surged forward, his voice dripping with malice. Drop the tough act. You should be trembling in absolute terror. You never know the exact moment I will strike and claim your life. Raon remained utterly unfazed. He knew exactly what this entity was, a sworn enemy lurking in the shadows of his own soul. This was a monstrous being from the demonic realm, the very incarnation of fury. A parasite just waiting for a single moment of weakness to devour his consciousness and hijack his mortal vessel. The demon had been dead silent lately, lulling him into a false sense of security. It was time to raise his spiritual defenses once more. Bracing his hand against the mattress, Raon let out a heavy sigh. Dealing with the demon could wait. Right now, a far more pressing matter demanded his attention. Pushing himself up, he silently glided toward the moonlight, spilling through the window. Are you making your move? Wrath hissed from the shadows. Raon gave a subtle nod. The rat scurries out every single night. This is no mere coincidence. Peering into the darkness, his eyes narrowed to cold slits. It is time to exterminate the pest. A nostalgic thrill washed over him. It had been far too long since he walked the blood-soaked path of an assassin. Meanwhile, beneath the silver glow of the moon, the maid Judiel crouched by the estate's pond, hastily scribbling on a piece of parchment. Until now, my reports from the annex have been nothing but useless gossip, she muttered to herself. But tonight is entirely different. I finally struck gold. Her mind raced with disbelief. How in the world did that brat secure such a legendary martial arts manual, using nothing but a lowly bronze emblem? Moreover, the mana currents swirling around him during his aura training felt terrifyingly abnormal. This intelligence is absolutely priceless. The higher-ups will reward me handsomely. The masters at the martial arts pavilion will surely find this data fascinating. A wicked smirk crossed her face. Spying on a helpless child. Truly the easiest job in the world. With practiced precision, she folded the secret missive, a weary sigh escaping her lips. Just how much longer? Must I play the role of a lowly servant in this miserable annex? Without hesitation, she released the enchanted paper into the rippling pond. Brushing off her skirt, she whispered into the night, "Mission accomplished. Time to head back before I am missed." But before the words could fully leave her tongue, the freezing steel of a dagger pressed flush against her jugular. Raon materialized from the shadows behind her like a phantom. Make a single sound, and your head rolls. Twitch a single muscle, and I will paint this grass with your blood. Keep your eyes locked perfectly on the water. Her heart violently slammed against her ribs. Who in the world managed to ambush her? Such an overwhelming, suffocating killing intent. But as she caught his reflection in the dark water, her mind went utterly blank. Raon? How did a mere child bypass her elite senses? Raon leaned in, his voice a demonic whisper against her ear. I have felt a rat scurrying in my shadows, ever since the very first day I returned to the annex. Tell me, did you finally gather the precious intelligence you were digging for? Judiel's blood ran cold. This is absolutely impossible. Had this demon child known about her from the very beginning? She was a highly trained operative. Her stealth and track covering were supposed to be completely flawless. He had been playing the fool this entire time, treating her like an insect trapped in his web. But why? Before her panic could spiral, Raon issued a bone-chilling command. Open your mouth. Trembling under the oppressive weight of his aura, her jaw parted. Instantly, he shoved something foul down her throat. Gagging violently, she grabbed her neck, desperately trying to retch it back up. Ignoring her desperate coughing, Raon casually snatched the soaking parchment from the pond. Twirling the damp paper between his fingers, he scoffed. Well now, the text seems to be completely invisible to the naked eye. An elementary parlor trick. It requires a specific elemental catalyst to reveal the ink. Let me guess. Water, earth, fire, wind, perhaps sunlight, and the longing manacle like cedar. Or moonlight? Ah, definitely moonlight. Judiel gasped, her eyes widening in absolute horror. How could he possibly deduce their secret cipher? Raon ignored her shock, slowly rattling off names. Raon Ziggart, Raon Ziggart, Raon Ziggart. Judging by the microscopic twitch of your eyebrow, my uncle Raon is the puppet master pulling your strings. Judiel bit her lip hard enough to draw blood. Her mind was shattering. This is sheer insanity. My facial expression did not change at all. She screamed internally. I have endured years of brutal psychological conditioning to become a master of deception. There is zero chance a child could read my micro-expressions. But then, a horrifying realization struck her. This agonizing burning sensation in her guts. His uncanny ability to pluck secrets directly from her mind. The puzzle pieces snapped into place, painting a terrifying picture. There was only one legendary artifact capable of such nightmarish feats. Violent shivers racked her entire body as the horrific truth dawned on her. By the gods, did this monster just force-feed me a frenzied worm? A cold flashback flooded her vision, Karen's sinister voice echoing in the hall, ordering her to infiltrate the annex and document every breath taken by Raon and Lady Sylvia. Fulfill this mission, he had promised, and your deepest desires will be granted. 3 Anna. Tears of pure terror streaming down her face, she choked out, Did you just make me swallow a frenzied worm? Raon blinked, feigning mild amusement. Oh? To think a lowly maid would know of such an exotic parasite. Color me, genuinely impressed by your deduction skills. Letting out a muffled sob, Judiel clamped both hands over her mouth, violently gagging as she clawed at her own throat in vain. The true horror of the frenzied worm was not its ability to transmit the host's emotions or track their exact coordinates. No, the ultimate nightmare was that the master could inflict unimaginable agony, or instantly explode the host's heart with a single thought. Seeing the cruel smirk dancing on his lips, all remaining hope completely evaporated. Her fate was sealed. He truly possessed the demonic parasite. Your encrypted love letter to my dear uncle paints a very clear picture, Raon stated coldly. You are a deep-cover operative planted by the martial arts pavilion. Let me piece this together. You were deployed here approximately 7 months ago, immediately following the grand selection ceremony. Were you not? Tasked with compiling exhaustive dossiers, not just on my daily routines, but on my mother, head maid Helen, and every single servant in this building. Judiel stared at the boy in absolute despair. She really believed this assignment would be a walk in the park. Her targets were supposedly a pathetic little kid and Lady Sylvia, a crippled noblewoman with a shattered mana core. Even the natural energy currents in the annex were completely stagnant. She had expected an easy, in-and-out espionage job, but the entity standing before her was no child. He was a predator draped in human skin. An absolute monster. She wailed internally. Please. I will rewrite the report immediately. I can feed Karen whatever lies you want, she begged hysterically. Raon simply shook his head. It is far too late for amateur tricks. Even if you falsify the contents tonight, my uncle will inevitably uncover the truth. And when that day comes, this very letter will serve as the perfect death warrant, proving your treason against him. As she dissolved into a trembling, pitiful mess, the young lord slowly crouched down, his crimson eyes piercing straight through her soul. Listen closely, he whispered like the god of death. From this second forward, you are my double agent. She was allowed to feed him scraps of information. You know, the kind of trivial gossip that would soon echo through the streets anyway, but nothing of true value. In exchange for his mercy, she was bound by a silent pact to reveal every single secret he demanded. She bowed her head in reluctant understanding. A slow, satisfied nod was his only reply. As he turned his back and walked into the shadows, his voice drifted behind him. Next time our paths cross, bring me news actually worth hearing. The moment they were alone, wrath fluttered right up to his face. The demonic companion demanded to know. Where in the abyssal hells did you get your hands on a frenzied worm? Raon scoffed at the very idea. I would never stoop to using such vile trash, he replied smoothly. I merely used a clever illusion, something to inflict soul-crushing agony. Just long enough to break her resolve. Wrath froze, his mind spinning. Hold on a second, he shrieked. If you didn't use the mind-devouring worm, how did you read her deepest emotions? Answer send. The truth always hides in the smallest of details. Raon smirked. While ordinary humans remained blind to these subtleties, Wrath shuddered, realizing once again that the boy standing before him was a true monster in human skin. With the shadowy interrogation behind him, Raon dedicated every waking moment to refining his inner aura. But the brief respite soon passed. It was time to return to the legendary training grounds. Despite pouring an ocean of sweat and determination into cultivating his life force for this very day, the golden energy remained stubbornly dormant. His aura simply refused to awaken. Soon enough, the surviving trainees assembled in the grand courtyard. Raon's sharp gaze swept across the silent crowd. A quick count revealed that roughly 42 survivors had made it through the hellish trials. Instructor Rimmer had brutally culled the weak, leaving barely a quarter of the original intake standing. Just as Raon had calculated, the ruthless prediction had become a harsh reality. Suddenly, the soft voice called out his name. It was Runan. Raon blinked, completely thrown off guard as he turned toward the ice-cold girl. He just stared at her, bewildered by the unexpected interaction. Let's rewind to a few days ago, deep within the elegant halls of the Sullian family estate. Runan's mother had asked with a gentle smile, "So, the young Master Raon actually helped you refine your martial arts?" Runan simply took a small bite of her cookie and gave a quiet nod of confirmation. "And did you express your gratitude?" her mother pressed. Runan blinked innocently. "I gave him a cookie," she replied, matter-of-factly. Her mother let out a soft sigh. "Did you actually say the words, thank you?" When Runan shook her head no, a wave of genuine confusion washed over the young girl. Why would words be needed when cookies were clearly superior? With a rare, faint smile, Runan explained that her overprotective father had strictly forbidden her from speaking to boys first. Her mother chuckled gracefully. "Is that what he told you?" "My dear Runan, the rules of gender fade away when honor dictates a proper thank you. If a warrior aids you on your path, offering verbal gratitude is the absolute bare minimum. It is the essence of noble etiquette. Do you understand?" She had made a solemn vow to do it right the next time. Snapping back to the present, Runan looked Raon dead in the eye and delivered a stiff, yet sincere, thank you. Still processing the bizarre moment, Raon just awkwardly replied, okay." Floating invisibly beside him, Wrath scratched his demonic head. "What in the underworld is wrong with that ice cube?" Raon merely muttered under his breath, "Don't ask me. I haven't the faintest clue how her mind works." Before the awkwardness could fade, Dorian came stumbling over. The boy was sweating like a pig facing the butcher. "Is the instructor here yet?" he panicked. "How are you holding up, Raon?" Dorian trembled, his anxiety spilling over. He had been absolutely convinced he would wash out during the brutal probation. Yet here he stood, an official disciple. But the grueling terror of the training left him waking up in cold sweats every single night. Just last night, sleep had entirely abandoned him. His mind had been violently tormented by visions of making a pathetic fool of himself on their very first official day. "Honestly, Ron," Dorian babbled on, "I'm just so endlessly relieved that you claim the title of top student. Anyone is better than dealing with the arrogant young Master Burin." The moment the forbidden name left his lips, Dorian spun around, and the blood instantly drained from his face. Burin was standing right there, Dorian let out a pathetic yelp and collapsed in pure terror, leaving the proud young master face to face with Raon. A suffocating tension choked the morning air. The heavy silence stretched on, until suddenly, Buren did the unthinkable. He bent his waist in a crisp bow and openly asked for forgiveness. My actions during the final trial were a disgrace to my honor, Buren declared with gritted teeth. I completely acknowledge my crushing defeat at your hands. But hear this. The next time we clash, victory will be mine. I will shatter my limits to surpass you. And I will not stop until you are lying at my feet. Having delivered his fiery declaration of rivalry, the young master spun on his heel and marched proudly away. Brown watched him go, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. A 13-year-old swallowing his pride to admit his flaws. He mused inwardly. The legendary bloodline of the main branch certainly isn't just for show. Wrath, however, was having none of it. The arrogant brat gets beaten to a bloody pulp and still dares to bark with his nose in the air. The demon shrieked. I say we gouge his eyes out as a lesson in humility. Without missing a beat, Raon casually snatched the raging spirit by the tail. Save your demonic fury, he whispered calmly. He is merely a child testing his boundaries. Just let it go. Wrath flailed violently in Raon's grip, screaming at the top of his incorporeal lungs. I don't give a damn if he's a toddler. There was absolutely no need for that overly dramatic, pathetic monologue. Their bickering was cut short as Instructor Rimmer finally strolled onto the training grounds. He gave the back of his head an awkward, unapologetic scratch. Oops, my bad. Looks like I'm a tiny bit late, kids. I might have indulged in a few too many drinks last night, which meant a very cozy sleepin' for me. Anyway, did you all enjoy your brief taste of peace? Oh, by the way, his lazy demeanor instantly vanished, replaced by the sharp aura of a master. Congratulations on officially surviving long enough to become my personal disciples. Because starting today, the real hell begins. The basic conditioning will remain your daily bread, but I've cooked up a few new torturous methods to break you. Your first lesson: the art of inflicting absolute devastation. Before the ominous words could fully sink in, the heavy iron gates crashed open. Martha swaggered into the courtyard. She let out an exasperated sigh, her voice dripping with venom. Titch. Damn these heavy doors. Everything in this place pisses me off. Dorian scrambled backward, squeaking in pure horror. Oh no. It's that terrifying monster. Rimmer simply crossed his arms, a massive grin spreading across his face. Ah. Speak of the devil. Look who finally decided to drag herself out of bed. Due to a spectacular failure under a different instructor's watch, she's been unceremoniously dumped into our squad. Brace yourselves, brats, because from this second onward, she is your new classmate. Give a warm, agonizing welcome to the undisputed prodigy of the main family line, Martha Ziggart. He quickly leaned in with a mischievous glint. But a word of warning: do not let that pretty little face fool you. Deep down beneath that terrifying exterior, she's actually a total sweetheart. Before Rimmer could finish his joke, Martha violently sliced her hand through the air. Shut your mouth, she snapped, radiating killing intent. Her piercing golden eyes scanned the terrified crowd like a predator. Which one of you pathetic extras claims the title of top seed? Let's be brutally honest here. It completely makes my blood boil knowing some frail weakling sits above me. So step out right now, she demanded, cracking her knuckles as an explosive pressure filled the air. I want to crush the so-called strongest with my own two hands. Come on, bleed for me. Raon inwardly groaned, cursing the cruel heavens. Just why was his luck this universally garbage? Why was he destined to be a magnet for every unhinged lunatic in the sect? With a heavy sigh, he stepped out from the ranks. I am Raon, he announced with a calm, unshakable presence. And I am the one holding the #1 rank. Martha's savage gaze locked onto him, a spark of manic interest flaring in her eyes. She leaned forward, baring her teeth in a feral grin. You look like a stiff breeze could snap you in half. Let's skip the boring talk and start the slaughter. But before she could launch her vicious assault, a proud voice echoed across the grounds. Buren stepped squarely behind her, crossing his arms with an air of noble authority. Cease this disgraceful display at once, Martha. Your barbaric actions bring shame to our noble name. She whipped around, her eyes narrowing as she demanded to know whose pathetic voice was yapping behind her back. Closing the distance, she sneered, listen closely. Buren, you better learn to watch that mouth of yours, otherwise you will find yourself rotting in the gutter. You really need to think before you bark, she spat. But Buren stood his ground, replying firmly. Raon proved his absolute worth. He claimed the title of the best, right in front of the head of the house and all the instructors. Who was she to question that absolute truth? Indignation flashed across her face. Sure, he had doubted Raon before, but who was he to speak now? Would he finally spit it out or hold his tongue? Meeting her gaze, Burin answered straight, "That is exactly why I am speaking up. I refuse to let anyone else repeat my foolish mistakes and act like a disgusting, arrogant brat." Watching from the sidelines, our protagonist realized Burin had truly matured. Suddenly, Runan stepped right between the two. Spreading her arms wide like a protective shield, she ordered Martha to back off. A twisted grin spread across Martha's face. Wow, would you look at that? Such beautifully strong bonds of friendship between classmates. Protecting your own like a pack of loyal, little street dogs. Turning her back on them, she lazily scratched her head. Man, if I keep pushing this, I am going to look like just another barking mutt myself. Fine, I will let you breathe for today. But get this straight into your heads. I despise pathetic cowards who hide behind others, even more than I hate worthless, weak upstarts. But the moment those venomous words left her mouth, she abruptly spun on her heel. Like a coiled snake, she launched herself straight at our protagonist. The air in the training ground froze. Everyone whipped around in absolute shock, completely caught off guard by her sudden bloodlust. Throwing her entire weight into a devastating punch, Martha roared for him to take the hit. But Raon did not even flinch. In a flash of martial mastery, he caught her fist midair and effortlessly hurled her to the ground. Catching her balance at the last second, her eyes widened in pure shock as his own fist blurred toward her face. Breaking off the deadly exchange, they instantly leaped apart. Watching the high-speed clash, a bewildered Burin could only shout, "What just happened?" Skidding to a halt, she let out a heavy, frustrated sigh. "What the hell was that?" she muttered. "Listen here, you are not making it out of this courtyard alive today." Gathering her aura, she swung her fist for a second strike. But a heavy grip suddenly clamped down on her wrist. "That is enough," the instructor commanded. Martha's pupils trembled. When did he even get here? She thought. The instructor's voice was calm but carried a heavy pressure. "It seems you completely forgot I was standing right here. I can clearly see the bloodlust in your eyes. Even if I am not a terrifying monster, it is still a real shame to be ignored by my own students. Besides, Raon has not even awakened his aura yet," he continued, narrowing his eyes. "Crushing him now would hardly be a fair, honorable victory for someone of your immense pride. Do you not agree? I am not strictly against a good spar, but only when he has actually learned the proper foundations to face you." Clicking her tongue in annoyance, Martha dismissively waved her hand. "Whatever, I am already leaving." As the tension finally shattered, the instructor turned his piercing gaze toward our protagonist. With a flick of his chin, he ordered Raon to head back to his designated training spot. Raon gave a calm nod of agreement, but inside his mind, the Demon King Wrath was absolutely losing his mind. "What in the underworld are you doing?" the entity roared. "Are you seriously going to let that arrogant little fool just walk away?" She was practically begging for death. If it were the great King of Wrath standing there, I would have ripped her limbs off and tossed her pathetic carcass into an eternal, freezing glacier. Remaining perfectly calm, Ron casually replied in his mind, "I already landed a solid hit on her." But Wrath was not having it. "A single hit is an insult to my pride, you must obliterate her," he shrieked. Raon simply smiled coldly. "The time is not right." "Not yet." His mind worked like a master tactician. If he was inevitably going to clash with her for the title of the absolute best, it would be infinitely more profitable to crush her in an official bet and strip her of everything she valued. Smirking inwardly, he whispered to the raging demon, "Have some patience, my volatile friend. I promise to exact a sweet, devastating revenge for your wounded pride very soon." Soon after, the brutal rhythm of training resumed across the courtyard. Hours later, the instructor finally called for a grueling 10-minute break. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Burin took a desperate sip of water, staring at his trembling hands. "This is no joke," he thought, gritting his teeth. Coasting through the first and second levels had been a complete breeze. As a direct descendant, he already had those martial foundations burned into his muscle memory. But the moment they crossed the threshold into level 3, it became an entirely different beast. The chaotic new variations and complex flow of movements were starting to violently push his limits. Turning his head, his gaze locked onto Raon. It was terrifying. The boy had started from absolute zero, mastering the entire foundation in under 30 days. Meanwhile, it had taken Burin a full month just to grasp the basic concepts of the 7 forms fist. A cold drop of sweat rolled down Burin's neck. At this monstrous rate of growth, he is going to unlock the path of the sword at the exact same time as me. "Well, at least I am not the only one feeling the crushing pressure of his shadow," he muttered. His eyes drifted toward Martha, who was relentlessly swinging her wooden blade with terrifying speed. Is she feeling the heat of this insane rivalry too? Suddenly, halting her ferocious swings, her chest heaved with heavy, ragged breaths. Damn it all to hell. She cursed out loud, the frustration dripping from her voice. Her mind was spinning with utter disbelief. That pathetic kid, Raon, he should be touching martial arts for the very first time in his miserable life. So how in the world is his mastery skyrocketing at this godlike pace? Unlike the pampered geniuses, Burin and Runan, he had zero prior foundation to rely on. Worse yet, his physical vessel should have been completely crippled by the devastating curse of frost. So how does a broken body endure this hellish training for days on end without collapsing? She thought, biting her lip until it almost bled. She clenched her fists, swearing to the heavens she absolutely refused to fall behind. A shining prodigy of the main family. That was the label they had all slapped onto her. Ever since the legendary Ziggart family had taken her in as an adopted child, she had lived with a terrifying, unbreakable tunnel vision for ultimate strength. With sheer, brutal effort, she had effortlessly trampled over every single arrogant child from both the direct and branch bloodlines. They had dared to call themselves geniuses, and she had utterly reveled in their shattered despair. Because in this grand estate, she was the one true apex predator. She had to stand above them all. That was the core of her entire existence. That undisputed throne was her rightful place in the world. But the bitter reality tearing at her soul right now was that Raon's shadow was eclipsing her, and that was a humiliation she simply could not stomach. Hours later, as she stomped aggressively down the grand estate's stone pathways, a loyal subordinate quickly bowed in deep respect. "You have pushed yourself to magnificent heights today, young miss," he praised softly. Offering nothing but a curt nod, she stormed right past him. Watching her rigid, stressed back fade into the distance, the servant let out a heavy sigh. "There is absolutely no need for you to drive yourself into the ground like a madwoman," he murmured to himself. Hearing his whisper, she whipped her head around, her eyes flashing with a dangerous glint. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" she demanded, her voice dripping with ice. Bowing his head further, he answered with absolute confidence. "Exactly as I said, my lady. Young Master Raon may have the unnatural talent to surpass the common rabble, but he will never, ever be capable of reaching your heavenly heights." Martha's eyes narrowed into sharp slits. "Never be able to surpass me," she echoed, clearly intrigued. "And exactly why is that?" she pressed. "Because," the servant sneered, "that crippled young master possesses a fatal, incurable weakness that will forever chain him down." Meanwhile, flashing back to just moments before this exchange, our protagonist was still enduring absolute hell on the training ground. His lungs burned for air, his clothes completely drenched in a heavy sheen of sweat. Spotting his incredible movements, an awestruck observer tentatively called out, "Excuse me, that martial stance, could I possibly sit and study your forms, just like I did the other day?" The observer's companion quickly nudged his ribs, whispering frantically, "Are you crazy? Look at his terrifying focus. It is better if we do not interrupt his flow right now." But the first guy could only stare in pure reverence. "I cannot help it. The boy is practically a legendary swordsman in the making." Stepping out of the shadows, Martha began to slowly, sarcastically clap her hands. "Bravo. Truly magnificent," she mocked, though a flicker of genuine shock danced in her eyes. "I honestly never imagined a weakling like you would crawl up to my level so terrifyingly fast." His comprehension speed completely shatters the very concept of a genius. Yet, despite this heaven-defying talent, his fundamentally shattered mana sensitivity renders all that blood and sweat utterly meaningless. What an absolute waste of potential. He might be perfectly suited to drill basic forms into junior swordsmen, but on the true battlefield, his talent will hold absolutely zero weight. A heavy, suffocating silence fell over the gathered spectators. Glancing over her shoulder, she realized the entire crowd was completely speechless at the unfolding scene. It was exactly as she predicted. Nobody could have ever imagined that a so-called prodigy would possess such a fatal flaw, failing to manifest even a spark of aura after 4 grueling months. Bringing the focus back to reality, the subordinate confidently declared that young Master Raon was biologically incapable of awakening his aura. Martha blinked in genuine surprise. "Wait, seriously?" The lackey quickly explained that she must have missed the rumors, considering she was only recently adopted into the main family. During the official mana sensitivity ceremony, the young master's innate potential did not just score low, it completely flatlined at the absolute bottom of the barrel. Out of everyone sweating blood in the 5th training hall, the sole individual who still cannot ignite his aura is none other than young Master Raon himself. Even though he was granted the coveted bronze emblem cultivation method, his progress remains pitifully average at best. Sure, it might be a slight step up from the basic Linden technique everyone starts with, but it hardly bridges the gap. and judging by his ongoing inability to manifest aura, it absolutely proves that the dismal results of the awakening ceremony were completely accurate all along. He could memorize every martial art in the world and become an unmatched technical fighter, but without the ability to channel aura, it simply means he will never cross the threshold to become a true martial artist. Moments later, Martha flipped her hair with an arrogant scoff. It infuriated her that she had ever fallen behind such a useless idiot, but now, she could finally erase him from her list of rivals. Suddenly, she shifted her gaze toward Luna, who was lingering quietly beside her. Arching an eyebrow, Martha bluntly asked if the quiet girl had something to say. Luna softly muttered that she needed to go. Martha let out a condescending chuckle, assuming there was more. But when Luna stubbornly repeated her excuse, Martha simply shrugged it off without a second thought. With that, the arrogant girl turned on her heel, striding in the completely opposite direction. She dismissively waved her hand, bragging that she was off to attend the advanced classes reserved strictly for the main bloodline. Meanwhile, our protagonist collapsed onto a wooden bench with a heavy, exhausted sigh. Gripping a sweat-soaked towel, he decided that he had pushed his physical limits far enough for one day. Staring intently at his calloused palms, a rare, genuine smile crept onto his face. For the first time, training actually felt exhilarating. Back in his past life on the blood-soaked battlefields, he relied entirely on dirty survival tactics and swift assassination techniques rather than practicing the elegant philosophies of true martial arts. His entire existence had been dedicated solely to perfecting the deadly arts of a shadow. Learning anything beyond the absolute necessity of killing had been a luxury he could never afford to dream of. He truly never anticipated that unraveling the profound mysteries of the blade strictly for his own sake could bring him such sheer, intoxicating joy. Right at that peaceful moment, wrath materialized beside him, throwing an absolute tantrum. Did this foolish human finally lose his mind? The demonic entity screamed in disbelief that Raon had just stood there and taken those insults from that arrogant brat. "You absolute imbecile." Raon blinked in mild confusion, completely lost. "What girl?" Wrath furiously retorted. "That obnoxious dark-haired mortal who dared to spout such absolute garbage about you." "Oh, her." Our protagonist casually brushed it off, admitting he had been too deeply immersed in his training to even hear her barking. Wrath immediately exploded, demanding he pay attention to his surroundings. If a lowly mortal ever dared to disrespect the king of demons like that, he would have instantly frozen her soul and shattered her into a million icy fragments. Raon calmly reminded his hot-headed companion that clashing blades with her right now would bring absolutely zero benefit to his grand scheme. Even without unleashing the devastating power of the thousand flames, sweeping the floor with an opponent of her caliber would be child's play. Pushing the courtyard door open, he suddenly froze in his tracks. Luna was standing right there. He tilted his head, asking what brought her here. Without uttering a single word, she gently popped open a small, ornate container, offering him a sweet treat, and softly urging him to take a bite. Accepting the mysterious offering, he immediately noticed the freezing temperature radiating against his palm. What on earth was this? Ignoring his silent question, she simply nodded and insisted he try it. He gave a slight nod of agreement. A lingering instinct from his days as an assassin screamed, never to consume untrusted food. However, staring into her innocent eyes, he highly doubted she laced it with poison. The moment the dessert melted on his tongue, his eyes widened in sheer shock. Even the mighty Wrath was absolutely stunned. The freezing aura infused within it actually elevated the taste to a heavenly level. "What kind of divine artifact is this?" Luna offered a shy, subtle smile, asking if it suited his palate. When he confirmed it was an absolute masterpiece, she softly revealed that it was simply a scoop of ice cream. Mission accomplished. She quietly snapped the lid shut, spun around on her heels, and began to silently walk away into the distance. Reaching his hand out, he instinctively called for her to hold on a second. Meanwhile, the demonic entity threw a childish fit, screaming for the mortal to hand over another portion before daring to leave. What an incredibly unpredictable girl. Raon stared blankly at her retreating figure, pondering her true intentions. Did she actually go out of her way because she was worried about him? It seems the quiet Luna harbors quite the massive sweet tooth. Glancing down at the container's design, it was clearly meant to hold exactly 4 scoops. Did she purposely save the final serving just to give it to him? Knowing how much she treasures her desserts, sacrificing her final bite was no small gesture. A warm sigh escaped his lips. It was a touching act of kindness, one he swore he would definitely repay when the time was right. Sometime later, as they strolled through the outer courtyard, Wrath crossed his arms and huffed. If he was going to repay the mortal, he should definitely demand more of those frozen delicacies as a tribute. shaking his head at the gluttonous demon. Our protagonist pushed open the doors to his private quarters, announcing his return. His personal spy-turned-maid, Judiel, instantly perked up. Young Master Raon, it feels like an absolute eternity since you last graced these halls. Why were you away for so long? He deadpanned, stating he had only been gone for exactly 1 week. Brushing past his logic, she frantically asked if his stomach was empty, eagerly offering to whip up a feast right this second. He raised a hand to decline, but she was already ushering him to take a seat with an urgent tone. Leaning in close, she slipped a highly confidential scroll into his hands. In a hushed whisper, she revealed that this was the exact intelligence report she was preparing to send to the formidable middle hall of Ziggart. His eyes sharpened as he unrolled the parchment. Did the higher-ups issue any new, sinister directives? She shook her head, clarifying that there were no extraordinary commands. Up until a few weeks ago, they had heavily instructed her to monitor his every breath, utterly terrified by his monstrous growth in swordsmanship and physical combat. But the winds of fate had quickly shifted. Since his crippling inability to manifest aura became public knowledge, the main branch was rapidly losing interest in monitoring him. Raon processed this critical intel, then softly asked, "What about my mother?" She shook her head. "I doubt they care much about Lady Sylvia, either," she admitted, her voice laced with worry. "Honestly, I fear they might just summon her back to the main estate. That would be a massive headache. She was far too useful of a pawn to lose right now." Then, a sharp glint crossed the maid's eyes. "Or perhaps," she whispered, "you've been hiding the true depth of your aura all along." He blinked, genuinely taken aback by the observation. "Who knows? What exactly are you implying?" But she quickly bowed her head, the momentary boldness vanishing as she begged him to forget her words. "Forgive me, that was completely out of line," she stammered in absolute panic. He waved it off with a calm, imposing dismissal. "It is fine, you may leave." As the heavy door clicked shut, the demonic voice of wrath echoed loudly in his mind. "Well, look at that," the entity sneered. "The mortal actually thinks you're playing the fool and hiding your true power." The main character simply scoffed internally. Can you blame her? Turning a disadvantage into a hidden blade is just basic battlefield logic. But cultivating aura with your crippled body is absolute hell, Wrath argued, genuinely baffled. Why push yourself to such absurd extremes? He just shrugged. Honestly, even I don't know the full answer to that. And that exact mystery is why I must train until my bones shatter. Wrath could only groan in pure disbelief. You absolute freak of nature, just go to sleep already. Ignoring the demonic complaints, he approached the courtyard doors with unwavering resolve. Sleep is for the weak, he muttered. Only relentless discipline will awaken my aura. But the words died in his throat. His eyes snapped wide open in sheer shock. There, resting casually on a wooden stump, and completely covered in a flock of wild birds, sat Instructor Rimmer. He called out the elf's name. Rimmer lazily cracked an eye open. Did you get enough beauty sleep? The main character was utterly bewildered. What was he doing here in the dead of night? Rimmer smirked. I am here to give you a private lesson. The eccentric elf suddenly closed the distance, clasping a heavy hand onto his shoulder. Tonight, kid, I am going to help you awaken your true elemental attribute. Moments later, they were trekking deep into the shadowy woods. Trudging through the thick snow, the young swordsman finally broke the silence. I thought you were going to teach me about elemental affinities. So why are we hiking up a freezing mountain? Rimmer did not even bother to look back. Patience, my eager little student. Just have some patience. He might be a lazy eccentric, but the elf was still an absolute master of the sword. Yet, the boy could not help but question how anyone could train in this desolate, icy wasteland. Walking ahead, Rimmer glanced back, his mind flashing to a memory he could never erase. The sheer shock of witnessing the boy's bizarre technique still gave him full-body goosebumps. The kid's spiritual flames had been so devastatingly intense. It felt like staring directly into an erupting volcano. It was a realm of elemental mastery that defied all common sense. And the absolute madness of his method, forcing the deadly frost within his veins to perfectly synchronize with a blazing inferno deep inside his mana core. If young Raon could actually perfect this suicidal art, he would become an absolute legend. Snapping out of his thoughts, Rimmer halted in a clearing. All right, this spot should do the trick. Raon scanned the empty, snow-covered trees. We are literally in the middle of nowhere. Why here of all places? The instructor extended his arm outward into the freezing night. Long ago, I forged a blade of pure tempest. To shield my liege, he explained softly. Close your eyes. Feel the exact nature of the gale I command. Ron stared silently at the swirling, razor-sharp currents wrapping Rimmer's hand. The elf smirked inwardly. Perhaps I should have held back the pressure, but this little monster is not terrified in the slightest. His composure is utterly terrifying for a child. After all, as a high elf, Rimmer had breathed and communed with the wind since his first cry. Yet this boy was entirely human. On top of that, his mana pathways were violently choked by a cursed frost. Feeling the elemental flow should have been an impossible feat for him. Wind takes countless forms, Rimmer lectured, his voice echoing. A gentle spring breeze, a freezing draft, or a crushing hurricane. I desired a tempest that could sever reality itself, and so I manifested it. But you must not copy my path. You have to carve out your own elemental destiny, one that perfectly resonates with your soul. Envision the exact flame you wish to wield. Raon studied his own palms, frowning deeply. But we are in the frozen north. Manifesting a pure, tyrannical flame out here is reckless. One wrong move, and this entire mountain turns to ash. Rimmer nonchalantly waved his hand in agreement. True. That would bring down a colossal catastrophe upon our heads. His lips curled into a sly, knowing grin. Thankfully, I know the absolute perfect spot to unleash a little inferno. A short hike later, they stepped into a suffocatingly hot charcoal kiln. Hey there, you grumpy old man. Look who I brought, Rimmer chimed. A gruff voice echoed from the soot. I was wondering why the hearth spirits were acting so erratic. The massive man was busy smothering a temperamental blaze. Rimmer simply crossed his arms, entirely unfazed by the hostile greeting. Oh, drop the attitude, you old badger. You are not going to perfect your craft today, anyway. Ignoring their bickering, the main character scanned the soot-stained walls. Just what exactly is this place? Welcome to the beating heart of the North, Rimmer announced grandly, the sanctuary of the most violent, passionate fires in existence. A humble charcoal workshop. The giant artisan finally turned around, glaring daggers. What kind of useless trash did you drag into my domain this time? Pointy ears. Rimmer held up his hands in mock surrender. Whoa, cool your forge. This kid happens to be the family head's own grandson. The burly man froze in his tracks. Say, what now? Even if the mighty patriarch himself had come knocking, this man had long abandoned the world of martial arts. But Raon was not paying attention to the drama. His eyes were completely hypnotized by the roaring furnace. Is this truly just a mundane fire? In his previous life as a legendary assassin, he had witnessed endless infernos. From the chaotic blazes he ignited on bloody battlefields, to the terrifying mystical flames conjured by master archmages. Yet, this flame was entirely different. The suffocating heat, the mesmerizing dance of the sparks, the pure, unadulterated destruction. It was the absolute embodiment of the fiery aura he craved. Drawn by pure instinct, he extended a hand toward the hearth. As he slowly clenched his fingers into a tight fist, the raging inferno instantly shrank, miraculously bending to his unseen will. The giant man finally stepped forward, his heavy presence suffocating the room. Listen here, princeling, he growled like a waking beast. If you came expecting me to bow and grovel because of your noble bloodline, you have walked into the wrong hellhole. But the main character was too stunned to even be offended. A shocking realization crashed into his mind like a thunderbolt. The legendary blacksmith, whose divine creations were coveted by emperors and absolute warlords alike. Was this soot-covered giant truly that mythical figure? This was the very man rumored to have forged the legendary blade of true paradise for his grandfather, Glenn. The entire continent thought he vanished 30 years ago. To think this absolute master was hiding out in a dirty charcoal kiln. Instantly dropping his noble pride, Raon bowed with the utmost martial respect. It is a profound honor to meet a living legend, he declared respectfully, finally offering his own name. The master blacksmith blinked, utterly caught off guard by the profound respect. He shot a deeply suspicious glare at the elf. Did you leak my identity to the brat? Rimmer furiously shook his head. I swear on the wind, I did not say a single word. Grinning wildly, the elf slung an arm toward the grumpy giant. Well, since the secret is out, meet the supreme divine craftsman of House Ziggart. Retired craftsman, the old master furiously roared back. The instructor confirmed the old man's retirement. For over a decade, the craftsman had dedicated his life to a single purpose, tending to the roaring fires of this very furnace. Day and night, he breathed life into the embers. Because of this absolute devotion, there was no greater sanctuary in the world to experience the essence of a true flame. Would this gruff master truly grant him guidance? The craftsman narrowed his eyes, questioning why the boy avoided the main forges. Raon's answer was sharp. Too many prying eyes lurked in the shadows. He refused to reveal his martial arts to the world until his mastery was absolute. The old blacksmith raised an eyebrow, clearly puzzled by the bold claim. The instructor offered a simple truth. The boy standing before him was Sylvia's bloodline. As the craftsman turned his back, the young main character bowed respectfully. Swearing on his honor to never be a burden, he humbly requested just one thing. to be allowed to sit and feel the blazing aura of the fire. Vulcan crossed his arms, bluntly stating that his only trade was crafting charcoal. But not just any ordinary fuel. His ultimate pursuit was the legendary golden charcoal, a divine material capable of birthing an inferno far superior to both white and black embers. He had already sacrificed 10 long years to this obsessive invention. With a heavy sigh, he agreed. The boy could stay, as long as he never interrupted the blacksmith's sacred work. A spark of gratitude lit up the young warrior's eyes as he thanked him. Later, stepping out into the cool air, the instructor shot the old blacksmith a knowing grin, teasing the stubborn man about his hidden soft heart. He genuinely never expected the grumpy veteran to accept an observer so easily. Slapping a hand onto his broad shoulder, Rimmer promised a bottle of premium liquor as a reward for tolerating the boy. But the blacksmith scoffed, brushing the hand away. He made it completely clear that he wasn't doing this as a favor to anyone. The truth was something far more mystical. The moment the boy had stepped into the forge, the flames had roared to life on their own. The sheer intensity of the sudden heat had completely vaporized the surrounding coal. The old man realized it instantly. This young swordsman possessed an aura capable of dominating the element of fire itself. If he truly was the child of destiny, he might just be the key to completing the master's lifelong dream. For 7 grueling months, Raon meditated faithfully within Vulcan's blazing sanctuary. Deep in trance, he endlessly searched his soul for his own perfect image of the ultimate flame. Shutting his eyes against the physical realm, he visualized the dancing inferno. Enlightenment washed over him. The world feared fire as a wild, destructive force of pure catastrophe. But to a master who can tame its wrath, the reality is entirely different. A flame forged by years of relentless discipline transforms into the most unyielding and reliable foundation of strength. Furthermore, the divine thousand flames technique was the perfect catalyst for this awakening. He recalled his master's cryptic advice. To manifest his aura, he must first visualize the exact nature of the fire he wished to wield. Raon dove deeper into his consciousness. What was the true nature of his inner fire? He needed to picture the exact spark that resonated with his soul. His ultimate destiny was carved in stone, to annihilate Darius and restore Sylvia to her rightful glory. Yet, the road to vengeance was shrouded in absolute darkness, filled with invisible traps and hidden enemies. To navigate this treacherous abyss, he didn't need a wild wildfire. He needed a brilliant, unextinguishable torch to pierce the shadows. A divine flame forged into a blade to slaughter the monsters lurking in the dark. A fire that would never yield to freezing blizzards or torrential storms. An absolute, unwavering inferno. Yes, that was the ultimate power his soul craved. Searing energy began to flood his meridians. The oppressive heat of the legendary forge seeped straight into his bones. He narrowed his focus to an absolute singularity, desperately reaching out to grasp that fleeting spark. He had to anchor the sensation deep within his core. Had he finally crossed the threshold? Was this the legendary spiritual awakening born from ultimate meditation? Vivid illusions of golden flames began to dance across his mind's eye. He pushed his consciousness to the absolute limit. But in that exact moment of supreme vulnerability, a sinister voice shattered his focus. The demon cackled wildly inside his head. Had he forgotten the promise? The promise to strike the very second his guard dropped. Now, it was time to drown in the abyss of frosty despair. Raon gritted his teeth as a chilling realization hit him. He had been an absolute fool to lower his defenses. Why strike at this exact moment? The monster had been silently biding its time, waiting like a venomous snake in the shadows. He cursed his own negligence. This entity was never his ally. It was a monstrous being obsessed with consuming his soul, a literal demon lord of freezing terror. Frostbite tore through his meridians like shattered glass. Every single breath felt like inhaling daggers of ice. One wrong move, and his physical body would instantly shatter into pieces. Panic threatened to consume his mind. Breaking the thousand flames cultivation cycle now meant an explosive and gruesome death. His only desperate option was to channel every ounce of his aura to fight back. His mind raced in a frantic bid for survival, but the creeping frost was rapidly dimming his consciousness. Wrath mocked him from the abyss, laughing at the boy's pathetic struggle against inevitable doom. Did the foolish mortal truly believe he could suppress a lord's wrath again? It was a futile resistance. The demon declared absolute victory, claiming the boy's flesh and soul as his new vessel. The darkness closed in as the young master's vision faded to black. The demonic voice echoed relentlessly, whispering that every drop of sweat, every ounce of willpower, was absolutely meaningless in the face of true despair. He taunted that the boy was as insignificant as the foolish mortal pumping the furnace outside. But the demon's mockery echoed in the void. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Raon's fading mind. The furnace. Did that arrogant demon just mention the furnace? He mentally smirked, thanking the monster for the brilliant clue. It was time for a suicidal gamble. A do-or-die moment where hesitation meant absolute destruction. Instead of gently cycling the ambient heat like a normal martial artist, he would forcefully devour the raw, untamed mana blazing at the core of the forge. A chaotic, overwhelming inferno capable of incinerating anything it touched. Opening his mana circuits completely, he embraced the devastating inferno. The young master aggressively activated the fire aura. And Wrath shrieked in absolute terror. He demanded to know what this madman was attempting. Through gritted teeth, Raon delivered his cold response. He was seizing his victory. Meanwhile, back in the physical realm, the exhausted blacksmith was resting near his precious forge. Without warning, a massive shockwave of pure thermal energy erupted across the room. Vulcan threw himself backward, narrowly dodging the blast. His eyes widened in absolute shock as he stared at the furnace. The ordinary flames had transformed into a towering, ferocious pillar of divine fire. The old master trembled, muttering that in all his years, he had never witnessed a blaze possessing such terrifying dominance. He frantically scanned the shaking workshop, screaming to know what on earth had triggered this miraculous eruption. His gaze snapped toward Raon Ziggart sitting in the corner. But something was horrifyingly wrong. Despite the flesh-melting heat radiating through the room, the boy was shivering violently, covered in a sickening layer of frost. Panic gripped the old blacksmith's heart as he scrambled to his feet. He shouted over the roaring flames, demanding to know what was happening. Why was the boy freezing to death inside an inferno? He begged the kid to open his eyes. But before he could take another step, a green blur intercepted him. The elven instructor materialized out of nowhere, strictly ordering the blacksmith to step back. Vulcan roared in furious frustration at the sudden interference. Was the elf blind to reality? The kid was on the absolute brink of death. But Rimmer stood firm like an unyielding mountain, blocking the path. He revealed that the young master had entered a transcendent state of spiritual awakening. Offering outside help now was a literal death sentence. If they dared to disrupt the delicate clash of auras raging inside him, the boy's mana core would detonate, completely destroying his body from the inside out. Vulcan's brow furrowed in deep concern. Was this deadly phenomenon caused by the chilling curse dwelling within the boy's body? Rimmer gritted his teeth, completely powerless to intervene. It's too dangerous to step in now, he muttered, desperately praying for the young main character to survive. The demonic entity known as Wrath bellowed, demanding him to stop this suicidal madness. But our main character knew the stakes all too well. In his tragic past life, he had perished in an abyss of utter despair. Yet even in that darkest hour, his defiant eyes remained wide open until his final breath. Now, he would defy heaven itself to never repeat that wretched fate. Suddenly, Vulcan roared in sheer panic. The heat inside the forge skyrocketed to apocalyptic levels. At this terrifying rate, the mighty furnace would completely melt away. Rimmer watched in absolute shock. Every single drop of ambient mana was violently swirling into a single vortex. Is Raon truly devouring all of this blazing energy? A heaven-shaking roar tore from the main character's throat, forcing a curse from Wrath's ethereal lips. Raon snapped his eyes open, seizing the roaring flames barehanded, instantly triggering a blinding, cataclysmic explosion. A devastating shockwave shattered the workshop's roof, sending debris flying into the sky. Rimmer cried out in horror, desperate to know if the boy had survived the blast. Vulcan frantically shouted the name of Raon Ziggart through the thick smoke, but as the dust finally settled, Rimmer's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. The boy stood tall, cloaked entirely in a magnificent, blinding inferno. Is that the legendary golden aura? Vulcan gasped. At that exact moment, a translucent system window materialized, announcing his absolute mastery over the Thousand Flames technique. Fueled by the unfathomable heat of the forge, the legendary art had instantly evolved, skyrocketing directly to the second rank. A supreme resistance to the fire attribute was officially imprinted into his soul. Miraculously, the blazing energy shattered the frozen chains, completely liberating two crucial mana nodes from the devastating frost curse. The crushing penalty of pathetic stamina was completely erased from his status. Even better, the lingering demonic ice energy didn't just vanish, it was forcibly converted into a lethal frost aura. Empowered by the terrifying absolute zero of Wrath, this new icy power also broke through to the second rank. A breathtaking lotus of pure spiritual energy bloomed within Raon's grasp. Pressing a blazing palm against his racing heart, a triumphant smirk crossed his face. The monumental gains had far surpassed his wildest calculations. His supreme physical peak was finally within arm's reach. To think taming this demonic power would demand such an astronomical toll on his body. Just as he caught his breath, another golden system notification chimed. instantly hijacking his undivided attention. The celestial text confirmed his miraculous victory. He had flawlessly conquered the trial of wrath, while surviving under impossibly extreme mortal conditions. For displaying godlike unyielding tenacity, every single stat point surged upward by 3. Raon stared at the floating blue screen in awe. Was this majestic bounty truly all his to claim? In the span of a single breathtaking moment, he had seized the fruits of what should have taken decades of blood and sweat. Meanwhile, the humiliated demonic entity grumbled in utter shock, demanding to know what kind of monster this boy truly was. The boy's mortal mind had been teetering over the abyss of death. How on earth did he survive that blazing hellscape? Raon merely scoffed at the demonic voice, reminding Wrath of his arrogant prediction of failure. The demon had told him not to even dare attempt it. Yet, as Raon turned away, a chill ran down his own spine. Despite his confident mockery, the Grim Reaper's scythe had practically grazed his neck this time. He swore to never underestimate the mortal peril again. One terrifying truth became crystal clear in the flames. No matter how intertwined their souls became, the demonic king of wrath was still a deadly enemy. Revealing even a single fatal flaw or hidden secret to the entity would spell his absolute doom, snapping him out of his intense thoughts. A trembling Vulcan cautiously asked if the young monster was all right. Meeting the old master's gaze, Raon offered a calm nod, assuring him the storm had passed. Gulping heavily, Vulcan asked if he had truly awakened his aura. With deep respect, the main character credited the master blacksmith for his miraculous breakthrough. Bowing his head, the young swordsman sincerely apologized for reducing the legendary forge to absolute rubble. But Vulcan merely let out a hearty, booming laugh, waving off the catastrophic damage like dust in the wind. A destroyed furnace means nothing compared to a young warrior's life, the old man declared, turning his back to the smoldering ruins. He proudly stated that rebuilding a forge was just child's play for his legendary hands. Trudging through the blazing wreckage, the blacksmith's eyes suddenly locked onto something buried in the ashes. "What caught your eye?" Raon asked. Vulcan let out an earth-shattering shriek of pure ecstasy. Thrusting his iron shovel straight into the searing inferno, he carefully extracted a cluster of fiercely glowing embers. "By the gods," he whispered, "it is the mythical golden coal." Flashback to a time when the master walked the city streets, trailed by the endless whispers of doubting townsfolk. They would scoff, mocking the obsessed old man marching back to his blazing workshop. Chasing the fantasy of golden coal again? They would sneer. He has been wasting his twilight years on a fool's errand. To the ordinary world, that mythical fuel was nothing more than a fairy tale. Everyone was utterly convinced the retired legend had simply lost his mind to old age and sheer boredom. But holding the radiant embers now, Vulcan's eyes swam with unshed tears. "Boy, your monstrous aura was the missing key. This divine ember burns infinitely hotter than white coal, and outlasts the deepest darkness of black coal. Because of your heaven-defying breakthrough, the magnum opus I have chased for countless decades has finally manifested into reality." The proud legend bowed his head in profound gratitude. Raon blinked in surprise, feeling he had barely contributed at all. But Vulcan's gaze turned impossibly solemn. "Whenever you cultivated your arts here, the very flames of my forge danced with a fierce new spirit. The rhythm of your supreme breathing technique breathed divine life into my fading embers. That majestic heat saturated every single brick of this ancient workshop. I am but a foolish old man," Vulcan confessed. "A ghost whose entire existence has been chained to the ringing of an iron anvil. Yet, even these clouded eyes can recognize a heaven-sent miracle when it stands before them. This legend was forged by your hands alone. Therefore, this old master has but one question for you. Raon Ziggart, what is your ultimate destiny?" The young warrior tilted his head, questioning the heavy words. "Indeed," Vulcan pressed on, "what path of the sword will your soul carve into this world?" Without a shadow of hesitation, Raon declared his absolute truth. He would forge himself into a peerless blade, a warrior who would never kneel, no matter if heaven or hell stood in his way. A vibrant, fierce smile broke across the blacksmith's weathered face. Such heaven-shaking ambition from a mere fledgling. An immortal blade that has completely erased the word retreat from its soul. Within 3 to 5 years, your absolute mastery over aura will be complete. When that fated day arrives, and your path of slaughter and salvation is set in stone, return to this humble forge. A weapon worthy of a god will be waiting right here to be claimed by its true master." The main character's eyes widened in sheer astonishment. Was the legendary artisan truly offering to forge his personal blade? The entire world believed Vulcan had eternally sealed away his heavenly hammer. Sometimes, seeing a true dragon is enough to drag an old ghost back from the grave, Vulcan chuckled. "Just make sure you survive until that day." With a profound sense of mutual respect, the master escorted the young prodigy out into the dawn. As Raon's lone figure vanished down the misty forest trail, Rimmer watched intently from the towering cliffs above. A mischievous grin spread across the elf's face, his blood boiling with anticipation for the absolute chaos this boy was destined to unleash. The boy had finally broken through and mastered his aura, but if there was one thing he possessed absolute genius in, it was making everyone around him worry sick. "Am I wrong, my liege?" Rimmer teased, a sly smirk dancing on his lips. Behind him, Glenn stood like a statue of ice, his brow furrowed in heavy displeasure. "Did you sneak down here every single day just because you were worried about little Raon? Well, you can finally breathe easy now, right?" Glenn scoffed, coldly insisting he was not worried in the slightest. Rimmer just chuckled. Maybe it was the intense heat of the forge, but the absolute purity and staggering quality of that aura. It was simply magnificent. Not only that, but he stabilized his energy core on the very first try. The kid is an absolute monster of talent, but Glenn just narrowed his eyes. "Not at all," he muttered. Rimmer tilted his head in sheer confusion, until Glenn finally spoke the truth. "It is not just talent. He somehow managed to forge his fatal limitations into an unbreakable strength." Meanwhile, in the sprawling arena of the 5th training hall, Runan stood quietly, her gaze lost in the distance. "Raon, when is he finally coming back?" The whispering voices of the other trainees echoed in her mind. They were mocking him, laughing that he still had not awakened his aura, even though 7 entire months had passed. Maybe the rumors of his legendary talent were nothing but a grand illusion. His spot at the absolute pinnacle will surely be snatched by young Master Burin, or the fierce young Lady Martha. In the end, the supposed genius was just an empty shell. Runan stared down at the small box in her hands, her heart aching with a pure desire to help him. Mother always taught her to repay kindness with kindness. Suddenly, her eyes fluttered up to the grand doorway. There he was. Raon casually glanced back and muttered, "Trust me, nothing is going to happen to him." He said so himself, but deep inside his mind, the Demon King Wrath grumbled with annoyance, demanding the arrogant brat to stop showing off. Yeah. Good luck with that," Raon replied dryly. But then, he paused in sheer surprise as Runan approached, opening a beautiful box filled with sweet treats. She softly told him to cheer up. A warm smile broke across Raon's face as he accepted the gift. "This is that exact same ice cream from last time. Thank you, Runan." Runan blinked her large eyes, entirely taken aback. Did the crisp, frosty aura radiating from his body somehow become even deeper and more intoxicating than before? Well then, make sure you thank her properly, Raon thought. Suddenly, Wrath practically screamed in culinary ecstasy. "This divine taste. It is just as magnificent as the very first time. Devour the other 2 immediately." "I cannot just steal all of her treats," Raon whispered back through gritted teeth. "She is simply sharing with us. Stop acting like a starving toddler." The demon seriously needed to chill out. Shutting the box with a crisp snap, Raon gave her a gentle nod of gratitude. It was absolutely delicious. Runan tilted her head and softly asked, "Do you want some more?" Raon softly chuckled, replying that just one was more than enough. Runan stared at him for a long moment, before asking, "So, are you feeling any better now?" Raon stared at her, completely caught off guard by her genuine concern. Letting out a soft sigh, he smiled. "Yeah, I really am." A bright, radiant smile bloomed on Runan's face. "Okay," she beamed, turning on her heel and skipping away with pure joy. Raon watched her retreating figure, thoroughly bewildered. "I swear, I will never truly understand that girl." Sometime later, Rimmer vaulted onto the grand stage, with his usual carefree swagger. "Has the daily grind been getting a little too boring for you all lately?" "I bet it has." "Well, brace yourselves, because something incredibly special is waiting for you next month. Since every single one of you has finally mastered the fundamental techniques, it is time for the real test. Advancing your energy cores." A wave of confusion rippled through the trainees. "Wait, what does he mean?" Another student whispered back. "Do not look at me, I have absolutely no idea either." What exactly was this eccentric instructor planning? Rimmer flashed a devilish grin and dropped the bombshell. "Next month, we are holding an all-out combat tournament. Official duels." A terrifying, bloodthirsty smirk instantly stretched across Martha's face. "And to make things even spicier," Rimmer added, "the outcome of these battles will permanently dictate your official academy rankings and status. You had all better train like your lives depend on it over this next month." But suddenly, Martha aggressively shot her hand into the air, demanding the instructor to halt. "What about the pathetic dead weight lagging behind us?" she sneered viciously. "We still have losers in here who have not even awakened a speck of aura yet." In absolute unison, every single head in the room swiveled to stare directly at Raon. But Rimmer casually waved his hand. "Actually, as of right now, Every single student has successfully awakened their aura. Martha's eyes blew wide open in sheer shock. Wait, what? When exactly did that happen? She whipped her head around as Rimmer lazily scratched his chin. Was it yesterday? Or maybe today? I honestly cannot remember. Martha's shock quickly morphed into absolute predatory joy. Finally, the perfect opportunity has arrived. I was practically rotting from boredom, waiting for this guy to grasp the basic fundamentals. She stalked directly toward Raon like a hunting tiger. Do you remember what I told you? I utterly despise weak, pathetic children who cannot pull their own weight. I have tolerated your miserable presence for far too long. If you cannot handle the brutal reality of this academy, you had better crawl away and surrender your spot at the top. I am going to completely crush you and show you how a real warrior fights. But suddenly, an arm shot out to block her path. It was Burin, sternly commanding the fiery girl to back off. The guy literally just awakened his aura. Burin snapped. The duels are an entire month away. Have you forgotten every shred of a swordsman's honor? Martha roughly shoved her hand onto his shoulder, her eyes burning with contempt. Oh, our precious young Master Burin. You cling so desperately to that pathetic honor, because it is the only useless thing you actually possess. I am absolutely certain that even you know the harsh truth of this world. Only those with the overwhelming power to crush their enemies truly deserve to stand at the absolute peak. Burin's face twisted into a deep, furious scowl. Watch your mouth, Martha. But she just scoffed, aggressively jabbing her thumb toward the shivering trainees behind her. Even these untalented simpletons managed to awaken their aura in a single month. Yet our supposed #1 genius had to drag his feet for 6 agonizing months just to barely cross the finish line. Heck, mastering high-level arts takes less time than that. The truth is undeniable. This arrogant idiot has zero talent. And he knows it better than anyone, since we both survived the brutal judgment ceremony together. Burin gritted his teeth, completely unable to formulate a counter-argument. In the brutal world of martial arts, a swordsman without aura is destined to be forgotten. It did not matter if his raw swordplay was forged by the gods themselves. Without the explosive power of an aura core, he was absolutely nothing but trash. Martha spun back around, her aura flaring with hostile intent. Besides, our crazy instructor announced these duels for one specific reason. He is wiping the slate clean to establish the true hierarchy. Am I right? Rimmer simply spread his arms wide, a highly amused expression plastered on his face. Why would you think that? Without skipping a single beat, Martha locked her piercing gaze onto Raon. Because this weakling is sitting on a throne he does not deserve. The time for playing house is over. It is time for you to finally step down and surrender your crown to a truly dominant predator. Martha offered a dangerous proposition. They would cross swords in a formal duel. The prize? Absolute supremacy at the top of the academy rankings. But Raon coldly shot her down. In your dreams, why would I fight for a throne I already sit on? If she wanted to snatch his crown as the top disciple, she needed to put something of equal, staggering value on the line. A condescending smirk twisted Martha's lips. Did this fool completely misunderstand the hierarchy? She called him a delusional idiot, reminding him that nobody in the clan actually acknowledged his worth. The main character simply tilted his head. What is wrong? Are you terrified? Martha's eyes blew wide open, completely thrown off by his unshakable, arrogant grin. Did this trash really just challenge her? A manic. Breathless laughter erupted from her throat as she clutched her stomach in pure disbelief. A weakling acting tough. How absolutely pathetic. Her mocking voice echoed through the hall. Fine, if he was so desperate for a real gamble, she would gladly indulge him. She revealed a legendary treasure. The elemental sphere. A divine elixir gifted by her father, capable of instantly forging a warrior's body and spirit. If he somehow managed the impossible and won, the artifact was his. Was that enough to tempt his greed? Raon muttered under his breath, speaking directly to the demon wrath. He recalled the perfect strategy for hunting down arrogant prey. The Demon King scoffed, demanding to know what scheme was brewing in his host's mind. A chilling smile crept onto Raon's face. The trap was finally set. This was their golden opportunity to devour her pride. One grueling month passed in a flash. Martha glared at the marked calendar, her blood boiling with anticipation. The day of reckoning had finally arrived. No peer had ever bested her in combat, yet this nobody had dared to strike her down. After 8 agonizing months, she could finally wash away that unbearable humiliation in blood. The fool had only awakened his aura 4 weeks ago. Meanwhile, she wielded 3 years of terrifying, battle-hardened mastery. Crushing him felt almost beneath her dignity. Waiting for such a talentless speck to catch up was truly pathetic. But honor demanded a massacre. Besides, she desperately needed to shatter her limits. There was a precious life hanging in the balance, someone she had sworn to protect at all costs. A dark shadow crossed Martha's face. Raon Ziggart. Your martial path ends today. Soon after, the arena roared to life. Instructor Rimmer's voice shattered the silence, commanding the trainees to stand at attention. He reminded them of a warrior's golden rule. Analyzing a clash of swords from the sidelines is just as vital as bleeding in the dirt yourself. Burn every technique into your retinas. Visualize how you would counter every strike. He ordered them to cast aside their fear and unleash the absolute peak of their power. The first deadly exam was drawn. Burin versus Dorian. Burin stepped forward, his eyes burning with unwavering confidence. But Dorian's hand shot up, trembling like a leaf in a storm. The instructor raised an eyebrow at the pathetic display. With a whimpering voice, Dorian shamelessly begged to forfeit the match. Burin whipped his head around, utterly disgusted by his opponent's cowardice. Rimmer let out an exhausted sigh. They hadn't even drawn their blades. Clutching his stomach dramatically, Dorian whined about a sudden, mysterious illness. He claimed his body was paralyzed by cold sweats and weighed down by invisible chains. Forcing out a fake, hacking cough, he swore he suffered from extreme insomnia. He begged the instructor to believe his pitiful excuses. The Demon King Wrath watched in absolute disgust. If that miserable worm served in my demonic legion, I would have severed his head instantly. Raon merely sighed, completely unsurprised by the boy's cowardice. The instructor pinched the bridge of his nose. He ordered Dorian to at least cross swords once. Even a crushing defeat would forge invaluable experience into his bones. Dorian nodded, pretending to finally grasp a warrior's resolve. But a split second later, he dramatically threw himself face first into the dirt, screaming his absolute surrender. Rimmer ignored the worm and approached Burin. He sternly warned the boy to master his blazing temper. A true swordsman would have ended that farce in exactly 5 strikes. Burin gritted his teeth, frustrated by the shameful spectacle. He admitted that the sheer patheticness of his foe had completely thrown off his battle rhythm. The instructor turned his piercing gaze back to the coward. Why constantly choose the path of disgrace? Rimmer knew the boy possessed hidden talent. If he had just unleashed his aura, he could have survived a fierce exchange. But Dorian only whimpered for forgiveness, entirely consumed by his own terror. Dismissing the failure, Rimmer called out the next duel. Luna against Cain. The atmosphere instantly shifted. Cain released a deafening battle cry, launching a fierce, heavy strike. But Luna remained as still as a tranquil lake. In a flash of steel, she deflected his aggressive charge with perfect grace. Halt! The instructor's voice echoed with absolute authority. He criticized Cain's tense posture. Fear was tightening his grip, ruining the sword's natural flow. As for Luna, her defensive technique was flawless. But her aura coating had dangerously faltered at the critical moment. She bowed respectfully. The preliminary skirmishes quickly blurred past. The grand finale had finally arrived. Heavy tension suffocated the training grounds. The surrounding trainees held their breath, their eyes practically burning with ravenous excitement. Rimmer announced the names that everyone had been waiting for. The reigning tyrant, Martha, versus the rising underdog, Raon Ziggart. Without a word of warning, Martha unleashed a ferocious slash. Raon narrowed his eyes, his blade intercepting the attack with a deafening clang. He brilliantly redirected her overwhelming force and launched a lethal counter-strike. Narrowly escaping the fatal blow, Martha backflipped to a safe distance. A sinister smirk stretched across her face. She openly mocked his sudden display of competence. She acknowledged his raw instinct for the blade. But mere swordsmanship was nothing more than child's play. Without the supreme flow of destructive aura, a piece of trash like him would never reach the pinnacle. Erupting with explosive power, she raised her greatsword to the heavens and charged like a raging beast. The main character braced himself, his muscles screaming as he absorbed the cataclysmic impact. A flicker of shock crossed Martha's cruel eyes. He actually survived that onslaught, but she knew his defense was crumbling. The gap in their spiritual power was an insurmountable abyss. In this brutal world, the volume of one's aura was the only absolute truth, far more terrifying than any mere physical technique. His spiritual energy was laughably pathetic. After 7 agonizing months of training, his core was still no larger than a tiny speck of dust. A cripple like him could never ascend to the realm of a true swordmaster. Her killing intent spiked dangerously. Surrender now, or my next strike will shatter every bone in your worthless body. But Raon simply flicked his wrist, shaking off the impact. Talent. Always talking about talent. A dark, mocking aura began to leak from his very soul. He was utterly sick of this clan's pathetic obsession with innate gifts. Martha's smirk widened, entirely blind to the monster awakening before her. Well then, It is only natural for a clumsy failure to deeply resent a true genius. She merely entertained him, to demonstrate the absolute chasm in their abilities, forcing him to accept his pathetic reality. Raon's voice was ice cold. He swore to shatter her illusion that innate talent ruled all. Martha's eyes widened. "Excuse me." A terrifying heat erupted. Raon unleashed the legendary Thousand Flames art. The first form. Martha stood paralyzed by shock. Just what kind of inferno was this? Her instinct screamed at her. This was no ordinary fire. It was pure destruction. It appeared as a tiny, tranquil flicker, yet it hid a mountainous presence. The mesmerizing glow sent violent shivers down her spine. What on earth was this demonic heat? Swallowing her fear, she tightened her grip on her blade. "Playtime is officially over," she declared, shifting into the formidable hardstone stance, focusing her aura into a single, devastating point. Raon narrowed his eyes, instantly recognizing the deadly technique. To compress all that rampant aura into a single microscopic strike at her young age. Her monstrous talent was undeniable. One hit would mean absolute destruction. She acknowledged his unexpected strength, but swore his meager aura would shatter like glass against her ultimate attack. The ground exploded beneath her feet as she shot forward like a cannonball. In response, Raon smoothly swung his blade, commanding the flames to erupt directly in her path. Onlookers shrieked in absolute terror as the very earth tore itself apart. In this clash of titans, who would emerge victorious? A massive cloud of dust swallowed the arena. As the thick smoke slowly cleared, the shocking truth was revealed. Martha lay motionless in the rubble, clutching a shattered blade. The crowd erupted into pure chaos. Did Raon actually win? It defied all logic for the invincible Lady Martha to fall. Just what kind of monstrous aura was he hiding? Rolling his shoulders, the main character gazed down in silence. He noted with quiet respect that her knuckles were still white, refusing to let go even in unconsciousness. That unbreakable spirit outshined her monstrous talent. Her sheer willpower was terrifying. That was the true strength of Martha Ziggart. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Glenn asked in disbelief, did Raon really defeat her? Rimmer casually threw his hands up, grinning as he confirmed the absolute landslide victory. Considering she had ruthlessly refined her aura for over 4 grueling years, this outcome was absolutely legendary. Staring down at the ruined arena, Glenn murmured in awe. The brilliance of his strike. It was exactly like witnessing a magnificent lotus blooming from pure hellfire. Its destructive power far exceeded his young age. There was no doubt left. The entire clan would be in an uproar by morning. They needed to forge him carefully, keeping his growing pride in check. Rimmer nodded with a knowing smirk. Changing the subject, Glenn asked about the defeated prodigy. Rimmer sighed, noting that her physical wounds were superficial, but she had locked herself away in absolute isolation. Her pride had suffered a devastating blow. They could only pray she found the strength to recover. Fast forward a bit. Our main character was peacefully gardening, while a certain demon lord screamed his head off. Are his hands broken? He was practically murdering those delicate roots. The entity threatened to freeze his soul into eternal winter, if he did not dig with proper respect. Raon lazily glanced over his shoulder. Oh please, drop the terrifying demon act. Wrath shrieked in absolute fury. The boy's absurd elemental resistance was the only thing saving him. Raon smirked, telling the demon to give up his useless freezing threats, since they both knew it wouldn't work. The truth was, the night after crushing Martha's pride, he consumed the legendary elixir won from their bet, sending his stats skyrocketing to new heights. Holographic system windows had flared to life. His inner mana core had evolved. The legendary Ring of Fire officially broke through to the 4th stage, fortifying his mind and soul with divine armor. A surge of explosive power rushed through his veins. His strength, agility, and endurance were massively amplified by the awakening. The curse of his frail stamina was finally broken. It wasn't just the elixir's magic, but the culmination of his blood, sweat, and tears finally blooming into true power. While his overall combat prowess had evolved, the most crucial upgrade was unlocking the 4th tier of elemental water resistance. Because of this ultimate shield, the demon's icy tantrums were now nothing more than a gentle, pathetic breeze. Enjoying his final day of freedom, he decided to cultivate the courtyard. But Wrath wouldn't shut up. Calling him a massive idiot, the demon commanded him to dig much deeper. Clicking his spectral tongue in disgust, the entity mocked his clumsy technique. Just what was this human disaster doing to the soil? Tightening his grip on the small trowel, Raon fought the urge to sigh. Why was he getting an earful from an ancient evil spirit just for planting some seeds? Use your bare hands, you brute. It was the only way to preserve the delicate life force of the roots, the demon lord aggressively lectured. Wait a minute. Why was this creature a master botanist? Reading his mind, Wrath proudly declared that back in the demonic realm, his legendary ice flower gardens commanded the absolute worship of all underlings. Is that right? Raon muttered, utterly unimpressed by the demonic bragging. Suddenly, an intense presence materialized behind him. It was Martha, staring daggers in absolute silence. Sensing her aura, he casually assumed a rematch wasn't on today's agenda. Then, what was her business here? She remained perfectly still, leaving the main character to try and decipher the storm raging behind her eyes. For a supposedly mature warrior, she was throwing quite the silent tantrum, but he frankly couldn't care less. Finally, she growled his full name, Raon Ziggart. She demanded another duel. Turning his back to her, he coldly suggested it was high time she learned how to accept defeat with dignity. Her temper instantly flared. She spat back that she accepted her loss, but her pride couldn't comprehend the impossible gap in their power. She had come to uncover his monstrous secret. Without missing a beat, Raon shot back. And what exactly is in it for me? Martha shrieked in utter disbelief. Another. Meeting her fiery gaze, he smoothly reminded her of a certain unspoken rule. If a defeated challenger wants a rematch, they had better bring a tribute for the victor. The former prodigy practically exploded in sheer frustration. What absolute nonsense was spilling from his mouth? And seriously, what kind of martial artist constantly demands a fee just to clash swords? Raon merely shrugged, his expression unreadable. It is simply a matter of principle. Martha gritted her teeth. Her warrior's instinct screamed that this arrogant punk was plotting something far more devious than a simple brawl. How should she handle this infuriating guy? Her fierce glare drifted toward the vibrant rose bushes nearby. Maybe crushing his precious garden would finally wipe that smug, stoic look off his face. So the ruthless swordsman has a soft spot for flowers. How completely out of character. But Raon barely blinked. Not in the slightest. Caught completely off guard, Martha blinked back. "Excuse me?" Gently patting the soil around the delicate stems. Raon spoke with chilling indifference. "I have zero interest in flowers. To be completely honest, I cannot fathom why mortals find them so fascinating. I only maintain this garden because it brings my mother joy." Martha clicked her tongue, thoroughly annoyed by his whole righteous son act, and menacingly planted her boot mere inches from a blooming rose. "Fine, whatever. Play in the dirt all you want. I am out of here." But just as she spun on her heel to storm off, a gentle, radiant presence graced the courtyard. It was Sylvia. "Raon, my sweet boy, there you are." Raon's cold aura instantly melted away. "Mother, what brings you out here?" A warm smile bloomed across Sylvia's beautiful face. "I was just searching all over the estate for you, but oh, who might this lovely young lady be? Did my precious son finally make a new friend at the training grounds?" Martha froze in her tracks, studying the woman before her. So this is Sylvia Ziggart, the legendary noblewoman who abandoned her powerful clan for love, only to crawl back through the mud just to protect her child. A mother who literally threw away her pride and status for the sake of her own flesh and blood. Sylvia leaned in closer, her eyes shining. Such stunning black hair and deep, captivating dark eyes. "You must be the famous Martha. It is an absolute joy to finally meet you." Panicking slightly, Raon gently pulled his mother back. "Mother, she is absolutely not my friend. We merely train in the same division. I will have her leave the premises immediately." But Sylvia simply pouted, crossing her arms. "Why on earth would you do that? I just want to have a nice chat with my little boy's companion." Ignoring her son's protests, she gently clasped Martha's battle-calloused hands. "I heard you two had quite a fierce duel recently. Goodness, are you hurt anywhere?" Flustered by the sudden warmth, Martha stammered that she was perfectly fine. "Are you absolutely certain? A mother cannot help but worry, you know." Sylvia tenderly brushed a stray lock of hair from Martha's cheek. "Lord Denire mentioned he had taken in a terrifyingly talented prodigy. But I had no idea you were this incredibly adorable. You are so incredibly blessed to have both power and such a sweet face. Tell me, what brings you to our humble courtyard today?" Blushing furiously under the intense maternal aura, Martha awkwardly averted her gaze. I just had a quick word with Raon. Our business is already concluded, so I should really be on my way." "Oh, absolute nonsense. Why do you not stay and join us for a hearty lunch?" Martha's brain completely short-circuited. Excuse me, what?" Sylvia giggled softly, her eyes crinkling. "As a mother, it is simply against my nature to let my son's friend walk away with an empty stomach." Martha could only stare, completely paralyzed by this overwhelming hospitality. Cut to a few moments later, the two bitter rivals were sitting awkwardly across from one another at the dining table. Raon cast a bewildered, sideways glance at his mother. What in the world is happening? Why is she rolling out the red carpet for an enemy? Sylvia placed a steaming, fragrant bowl directly in front of Martha. I know my Raon absolutely adores this hearty meat stew. So, I always pour my heart into cooking something rich and nutritious to fuel his training. By the way, sweetie, you are a year older than my boy, right? Still totally off balance. Martha mumbled. Yes, ma'am. I am 15. Sylvia's smile radiated pure sunshine. Is the intense training regimen taking a heavy toll on your body? Are you struggling with anything? Martha stiffly shook her head. Not particularly, no. Pouring a warm cup of tea, Sylvia sighed apologetically. Our cooks are truly wonderful, but the meat rations in the annex are not quite as premium as the main estates. It might be a little tough to chew. She gently rested a comforting hand on Martha's trembling shoulder. Make sure you chew every bite thoroughly, okay? Rushing your meals will only give you a terrible case of indigestion. And heaven forbid our rising star falls ill. In that exact split second, a massive wave of nostalgia crashed into Martha's mind. Her own long-lost mother's voice, echoing those exact same gentle warnings. A heavy tide of sorrow washed over her fierce eyes, lowering her gaze to hide her shifting emotions. She quietly began to chew the meat. After finishing the hearty meal, Martha whispered a sincere, shaky thank you. It was truly delicious. Sylvia waved off the praise with a delighted, melodic hum. Oh, I am so incredibly relieved you liked it. Please, promise me you and my Raon will continue to watch out for each other. Watching from the shadows, Raon muttered under his breath. Seriously, what is her deal today? Did she march all the way here just to pick a fight, and then suddenly lose her mind? Or did she ingest some toxic henbane herbs? The demon wrath scoffed in his mind. How should the king of demons know the inner workings of a crazy human? Stepping out into the cool evening breeze, Martha sighed heavily. That idiot Raon probably thinks I have completely lost my mind. But Sylvia's gentle gaze, it held the exact same comforting warmth as her mother's. That maternal kindness was a gravity she simply could not resist. Sure, Sylvia's facial features, her radiant hair color, the cadence of her voice. Absolutely everything was completely different. Yet for one fleeting, beautiful moment at that dining table, it felt as though she was a little girl again, sitting safely by her own mother's side. Ever since those white blood cult lunatics ripped her mother away, and Lord Denire took her in from the cold, she had forged an unbreakable, blood-bound vow. She would never taste defeat until her mother was safely back in her arms, and she had fiercely defended that pride until the very end, until that fateful clash. The day her invincible streak was completely shattered by Raon. The mighty Ziggart clan only granted her shelter because of her overwhelming potential. If she continues to show weakness, they could easily cast her back out into the unforgiving streets. Her adoptive father, Denire, was always so gentle, but a dark, terrifying fear gnawed at her heart. What if his search parties were nothing but a comforting lie? If the clan abandons her, her final glimmer of hope of reuniting with her mother will instantly turn to ash. I was never supposed to fall. I simply cannot afford to lose. Pushing through the heavy oak doors of her private quarters, she found a loyal retainer standing at rigid attention. Welcome back, young Miss Martha. Your return was a bit later than usual today. Snapped out of her dark thoughts, Martha blinked in utter surprise. Have you been standing here waiting for me this whole time? The servant bowed respectfully. Indeed, miss. I was instructed to hand-deliver this urgent missive from Lord Denire. Her intense eyes instantly zeroed in on the wax seal. A letter? Directly from my adoptive father. The servant nodded deeply. Yes, young miss. I believe it was penned immediately after the news of your fierce duel. With trembling fingers, she broke the seal and unfolded the heavy parchment. It read, My dearest Martha, please allow me to be the first to congratulate you on your very first defeat. Do not let this momentary setback cloud your brilliant spirit. A single stumble on the battlefield does not mean you are a failure. Instead of letting sorrow weigh down your blade, coldly analyze the weaknesses that led to your fall. Swallowing this bitter medicine will only forge you into a much deadlier warrior. I deeply wish I could be there to comfort you in person, but my current expedition is taking far longer than anticipated. The final lines carried the heavy weight of a father's guilt, begging her forgiveness for his absence in her time of need. But the very next sentence made her heart skip a beat. The investigation continues without pause. I am still actively hunting for your mother. I will never abandon this sacred mission. So cast those dark fears from your mind entirely. A profound, overwhelming sense of relief washed over Martha's soul. Stepping forward with fierce, renewed determination, she commanded the servant, Send word to my father immediately. Tell him I understand completely, and from the bottom of my heart, I am endlessly grateful. The loyal servant bowed low. He would obey the young lady's every command without question. Martha stared at the door. The bitter taste of her shameful defeat still lingered. She hadn't lost due to carelessness, she had simply been utterly outmatched. Stepping into her room, she gripped the cold hilt of her blade. The time for denial was over. She had to swallow her pride, admit defeat, and forge a new path. She could never allow her weakness to stain her father's legendary name. Running away from this failure would teach her nothing. Worse yet, she would never be able to look her father in the eye again. With one swift strike, Martha severed her long hair. As the strands fell, so did her old self. This was her rebirth. She would claw her way to the top. The foolish, arrogant girl of the past was dead. Meeting her own fierce gaze in the mirror, a blazing resolve ignited within her. She would become an unstoppable force. The very next day, shock rippled through the training grounds. The trainees whispered in disbelief. What happened to her hair? Has Lady Martha completely lost her mind? Ignoring the stares, she marched straight up to Raon. Raon Ziggart, do not expect a tearful apology for my past actions. But know this, I honor my wagers. Raon raised an eyebrow. Her word? Martha met his eyes fiercely. Our duel's condition. The loser must step back, and I acknowledge my loss. Having swallowed her massive pride, she turned on her heel and walked away. Raon watched her leave, genuinely taken aback by her maturity. He truly hadn't expected the fiery tyrant to bow her head so gracefully. It seemed that crushing defeat had forged a completely new Martha. He smiled to himself. What incredible growth for someone so young. But suddenly, smash! Martha kicked poor Dorian aside, screaming at him for blocking her path. Get out of my way, she roared. As Dorian begged for mercy in absolute terror, Raon deadpanned as he watched the chaos unfold. Okay, maybe she only changed her attitude toward him. But as the new term began, the winds of change were slowly sweeping through the academy, defying all expectations. The hot-headed Martha actually followed Raon's orders, taking her role as a senior disciple seriously. Burin had shed his arrogance, evolving into a calm and reliable leader. Meanwhile, Runan's silver blade grew infinitely more lethal and precise. Though, true to form, Runan's blank, ice-cold expression hadn't changed a single bit. As for our main character, Raon, flirting with death in his brutal training was just his daily routine. The other trainees watched in pure despair. He mastered the river steps footwork in half a day. He must have secretly learned it beforehand. There is no way a human can master that technique so fast, they cried out in disbelief. Even during still meditation, his aura flowed perfectly. His posture was already leagues beyond even their own instructors. Watching from afar, the lazy instructor Rimmer chuckled. This kid is unbelievable. His lightning-fast progress is all tied to his absolute mastery of meditation. He is an absolute monster, Rimmer praised loudly. Lord Glenn, the patriarch, glared at him. Have you become Raon's personal butler or something? Every time you open your mouth, it is only to sing that boy's praises. Rimmer just grinned slyly. Oh, come on, my lord. Do not play coy with me. We both know you love hearing about your grandson's achievements. Then, Rimmer glanced out the window with a curious look. By the way, the main estate is buzzing like a hornet's nest today. Are they cooking up some grand event? Glenn's expression turned stern. No one is cooking anything, Rimmer. We are simply preparing to receive some very important guests. Rimmer blinked in surprise. Guests? Who on earth is visiting Ziggart? A royal delegation from the Owen Kingdom arrives in a few days, Glenn revealed. The Owen Kingdom, one of the 6 great superpowers dominating the continent's center. They were one of Ziggart's rare, ironclad allies in a world filled with enemies and isolation. A proud nation of knights who worship the way of the sword. Rimmer's eyes narrowed. The Owen Kingdom, and who exactly is leading this grand delegation? Glenn crossed his massive arms. Officially, the third prince is their representative. But in reality, the formidable Duke Tartan will be pulling the strings. Tartan? Rimmer gasped. That absolute psycho managed to become a duke. Wait, isn't the third prince just a kid? He should be the exact same age as Raon and Burin. Glenn scoffed indifferently. I wouldn't know. I have never paid attention to other families' children. Just ensure your trainees do not embarrass our house when they arrive. Rimmer's jaw dropped. Wait, what? Are they actually visiting the 5th training hall? Glenn nodded firmly. The prince is bringing the kingdom's finest young knights. They specifically requested to observe our academy's martial arts in action. As the legendary Ziggart family, we absolutely cannot show them any weakness. Our pride is on the line. Rimmer stroked his chin, a dangerous smirk spreading across his face. Royal Knights of Owen, and the exact same age as our monstrous Raon. Oh, this is going to be incredibly entertaining, Glenn sighed, watching Rimmer's wicked grin. You are scheming something deeply annoying again, aren't you? Cut to the training grounds, where pure panic erupted. What do you mean, we are sparring with the Royal Knights of Owen? A trainee shrieked. Rimmer smiled like a proud villain. Exactly. You all know the royal delegation is arriving, right? Well, Rigiotino, the third prince and his elite comrades want to exchange pointers with you all. The trainees trembled. Instructor, we are terrified. This is way too sudden. Sudden? Rimmer tilted his head, his playful aura shifting into deadly seriousness. Why does that matter to a true martial artist? A warrior of Ziggart must be ready to draw their blade, even if ambushed in their sleep. Martha crossed her arms, narrowing her eyes. Hold on. I heard they were scheduled to visit the 6th hall, not us. So why the sudden change of plans? Why dump this mess on the 5th hall? A brief flashback answered her question. Rimmer had sneaked into the prince's tent, whispering slyly, Your Highness, I saw you frowning at the 6th hall. Care to see some real monsters instead? He extended a formal invitation. If time allowed, they should visit the 5th training hall tomorrow. He promised a spectacle truly worth their time. Meanwhile, Rimmer turned to his students with a casual smirk. He completely understood their hesitation. After all, this sudden challenge was dropped on them completely out of nowhere. But rather than trembling in fear before the battle even began, wasn't it better to aim for absolute victory? With a wave of his hand, he signaled the challengers to enter. These youthful knights weren't just ordinary swordsmen. They were the absolute pride and shining hope of the Owen kingdom. Stepping into the arena was the third prince himself, Greer de Owen, placing a hand over his heart in a flawless knightly greeting. He declared it an honor to cross paths. Greer de Owen. Raon narrowed his eyes, analyzing the newcomer with piercing focus. So this was him, the legendary third prince of the kingdom. His physical build was absolutely phenomenal for his age. One look at his commanding presence made the truth obvious. He was undoubtedly the apex predator of their group. Rimmer rested his hands on his hips, a playful glint in his eye. What about their star pupil, Raon? Was he also planning to back down from this glorious clash? A sharp smile crossed Raon's mind. This royal prodigy would be the perfect stepping stone, an ideal test subject for his newly mastered river footwork, combined with the star-connecting sword art. His answer was instantly decisive. Absolutely not. In fact, his blood was already boiling for a chance to cross blades. Rimmer let out a hearty laugh. Since their undisputed top ranker was hungry for battle, he would gladly take that as a resounding yes from the entire class. Let the tournament begin. The rules were simple, requiring only 20 elite participants, and their supreme student would personally handpick the vanguard. They were to follow Raon's commands without question, Rimmer stated with a sudden shift in tone. Oh, and he almost forgot to mention one incredibly crucial detail. He had just wagered an entire month's salary on their absolute triumph. They needed to secure victory no matter the cost, because if they lost, he would personally end them. The entire class froze in sheer panic, completely utterly bewildered. Moments later, Raon stepped forward. The roster of destruction was officially finalized. But before drawing steel, he commanded his peers to observe their imminent foes. They needed to look closely at the enemy's hands. The trainees squinted, gasping in sudden realization. The knights were actually trembling. Raon's voice cut through the tension. They might project absolute confidence in their radiant armor, but underneath that steel, they were exactly the same, just young warriors facing the crushing pressure of battle, entirely unable to hide their pre-fight anxiety. He declared with unbreakable conviction. Their brutal training was on par with the legendary 6 kings, perhaps even rivaling the terrifying 5 demons. Every drop of blood and sweat spilled in this hall would forge their victory today. So cast aside that pathetic doubt, step into the arena and unleash absolute hell. It was time to show the world the true terror of Ziggart. A deafening roar of absolute loyalty erupted from the students. With morale peaking, Raon began dictating the battle formation. The opening duel was a pivotal clash of momentum. It would dictate the entire flow of war. They needed to unleash a devastating trump card that guaranteed an absolute slaughter. The vanguard position belonged to the fierce Martha. Meeting her gaze, he asked the ultimate question. Was she prepared to shed blood? Martha dismissed the concern with an arrogant flick of her wrist. Please, she would obliterate these fools in seconds. Rimmer's voice echoed out. The combatants were ordered to take the center stage. Buren swallowed hard, his eyes wide with sheer terror. Was that colossal beast truly their age? With massive muscles like that, he looked like a fully awakened veteran knight. The towering Tars stomped into the arena, proudly declaring himself a warrior of Owen. Looking down, he scoffed at his opponent. She had an impressive fighting spirit for a little girl. He arrogantly promised to give her a decent challenge. Meanwhile, the Ziggart trainees whispered in dread. The physical gap between them was absolutely terrifying. Could even the unstoppable Lady Martha survive against such a monstrous titan? Hearing this, a demonic smirk twisted Martha's lips. A great fight. No, this was going to be a brutal execution. The time for pathetic small talk was over. From the sidelines, Prince Greer watched in absolute awe. What ferocious momentum. She wasn't yielding a single inch of ground. The swordsmen of the second training hall were undeniably monstrous. They truly carried the terrifying bloodline of the Ziggart name. This raw power rivaled even the kingdom's elite royal guard. Honestly, the trainees of the sixth hall had been a massive letdown. They possessed decent fundamentals, but they completely lacked the fanged ferocity of the Robert family prodigies. But these fifth hall warriors, they were genuine, unpolished diamonds. Amidst the clashing steel, Tartan leaned in with a burning question. He had shown up completely out of the blue yesterday, demanding they witness the fifth hall's prowess. What was the grand master plan playing out in Rimmer's head? Rimmer flashed a dangerously sly grin. It was a ridiculously rare miracle for mere students to clash against the Emperor's legendary six knights. He figured this brutal reality check would forge them into stronger blades. Tartan scoffed at the profound sentiment. It was hilarious hearing such wise words from the man once known as the continent's most reckless magnificent sword. Rimmer simply shrugged off the jab. Even an untamed storm had to settle down eventually to raise the next generation. But speaking of reckless behavior, why not spice things up with a little wager? Tartan let out a booming laugh. So the legendary gambling addict hadn't changed at all. What were the stakes? Rimmer eagerly extended a hand, laying out the terms. 20 brutal matches. Winner takes all. Because bloodshed was always more entertaining when pure gold was on the line. Tartan analyzed Rimmer with sharp, calculating eyes. His kingdom's prodigies had endured the most elite, hellish training Owen could offer. Did this fool truly believe a bunch of ragtag trainees could defeat them? Rimmer's smirk only deepened. His absolute faith in his monstrous students was utterly unshakable. At that exact second, a deafening crack shattered the arena. Martha's devastating strike instantly obliterated Tarz's blade. The giant gasped in horror. What was this monstrous physical power? Without missing a beat, Martha's hilt violently caved in his stomach. An agonizing scream echoed through the hall. The titan crumpled to the ground, securing Martha's absolute victory. Watching from the shadows, Raon's eyes gleamed with genuine approval. He had assumed her spirit was broken after their recent clash. Instead, the crushing defeat had only fueled her rage, forging her speed and brute force into something far more terrifying. Slipping her blade back into its scabbard, Martha sneered at the fallen giant. What was the point of all those pathetic muscles, if he didn't even have the guts to strike with lethal intent? Idiot, Raon muttered under his breath. How truly fascinating. Wrath, the demon lord, grumbled with sheer displeasure. Fascinating? To me, this is nothing but a pathetic brawl between insects in a sandbox. He was utterly bored out of his mind. But Raon simply smirked. These bugs are just young and growing. Wrath sneered. If you must know, even the most pathetic infants in the demon realm put on a far better show than this. But Raon effortlessly suppressed the demon's aura. I am having a perfectly good time. So keep your mouth shut. Instructor Rimmer raised his hand, his voice cutting through the tension. Next up, the 18th match. Runan versus Adelia. Raon glanced at the silver-haired girl beside him. Runan, you are up. She gave a slow, silent nod. Yeah, she whispered. As she stepped into the arena, her opponent locked eyes with her. State your name, Adelia demanded. I am Runan, she replied coldly. Adelia frowned, irritated by the icy, piercing stare directed at her. Why the hell are you looking at me like that? Adelia's entire body suddenly erupted in blazing aura. Runan remained unfazed. I just really hate fire. She gripped the hilt of her blade, and a terrifying, bone-chilling mana instantly engulfed her. The two girls lunged. Ice and fire violently clashed, triggering a massive explosion that completely devoured the arena in a thick cloud of smoke. Like a phantom in the mist, Runan seamlessly slipped behind her opponent. Adelia whipped around in pure panic, her heart racing. What? Is this some kind of illusion? But it was too late. The freezing edge of Runan's blade was already resting gently against her neck. Rimmer smirked and declared, the winner of the 18th match is Runan. Lowering her weapon, Adelia let out a defeated sigh. I lost. Thank you for the guidance. But Runan completely ignored her, walking straight past her and directly up to Raon. Did you see me fight? She asked with quiet anticipation. Raon offered a faint, approving smile. Your footwork was sharp. You did exceptionally well. A tiny spark of satisfaction crossed Runan's face as she plopped down onto the ground. Yeah. Rimmer clapped his hands together, his grin widening. Wow, 9 wins and 9 losses. The heat is definitely cranking up in here. Now, let us roll right into round 19. Burin and Salian step up. Salian Castrol proudly strode into the center, drawing his blade. I am Salian. I have recently earned the noble title of knight. Burin stepped forward, his posture radiating absolute confidence. And I am Burin, a direct disciple of the main house. Raon observed the stage with piercing eyes, instantly analyzing the matchup. This Salian guy. His foundation is incredibly solid. Aside from the third prince himself, he is undoubtedly the strongest knight they brought. Reading the heavy tension in the air, Rimmer finally threw his hand down. Let the match begin. Burin exploded forward, swinging his blade with devastating force. Salian met the strike, his teeth gritted. The knight realized the horrifying truth instantly. This kid, his mastery is completely on par with mine. If I let my guard down for even a fraction of a second, I am dead. And looking into Burin's fierce eyes, he knew the young disciple was thinking the exact same thing. With deafening battle cries, they unleashed their ultimate strikes. Steel screamed against steel. Then, total silence fell over the arena. The crowd gasped in sheer disbelief. No way. Both of their blades shattered. Rimmer threw his hands up, breaking the stunned silence. Round 19 ends in a flawless draw. Raon crossed his arms, nodding with genuine respect. You did well, Burin. That newly appointed knight was their absolute best. But Burin gripped his shattered hilt, his face twisted in bitter frustration. Does it even matter? He spat out. I stepped onto this stage, carrying the legendary name of Ziggart. I was supposed to win, no matter what. Raon calmly placed a reassuring hand on his trembling shoulder. There is no need to beat yourself up over this. I will take this final round, and I will carve the honor of Ziggart into their memories. As the two final combatants stepped into the shattered arena, Greer smirked arrogantly. So, this is the trash they picked to face me. He scanned Raon from head to toe, utterly unimpressed. He does not even have the aura of a true warrior. What a total disappointment. Tell me, Greer demanded with a haughty sneer. Are you a pureblood from the main Ziggart bloodline? Raon met his arrogant gaze without flinching. No. I am from a collateral branch. Greer visibly clicked his tongue in pure disgust. A filthy side branch, he thought. I cannot believe they are insulting me with such a blatantly rigged and pathetic matchup. I would honestly have more fun crushing one of those other three elites. Rolling his eyes, he turned his back on Raon completely. Instructor Rimmer, I have a formal request. Rimmer tilted his head, intrigued. Oh, and what might that be? Greer pointed his blade directly at Runan and Martha, a wicked smirk on his lips. Those two girls over there, they barely broke a sweat during their little spars. How about I take both of them on, right after I mop the floor with this nobody? Rimmer chuckled softly, his eyes flashing with hidden amusement. Well, I suppose I would not mind granting that. Assuming you actually survive this match, of course. Greer scoffed loudly. Then tell them to start warming up, because I will be wrapping this garbage up in record time. Internally, he was already plotting his flawless victory. I will not even waste a single drop of aura on this peasant. I need to conserve my energy for the real fight. Meanwhile, up in the stands, Tartan was sweating bullets. He stared down at Raon, his veteran instincts screaming in pure terror. Rimmer. What kind of absolute monster is that kid? His presence is so completely concealed. I almost mistook him for an ordinary human. Rimmer flashed a knowing, dangerous grin. Come on now, you know my eyes are not that bad. Then why in the hell did you not warn the third prince? Tartan demanded, panicking. Your foolish prince completely underestimated my boy, thinking he was nothing but a clumsy weakling. His Highness is destined to become the supreme pillar of the Owen Kingdom, but the boy has never once tasted the bitter ash of defeat. Exactly, Rimmer laughed, which is why I figured this absolute beating would be a fantastic educational experience for him. Tartan gritted his teeth, defending his royal charge. Do not get cocky. The third prince is a generational talent. Even your so-called genius swordsman will not be able to put him down that easily. Rimmer simply crossed his arms, his smirk turning devilish. Oh, really? I highly doubt that. Care to make another little wager? Tartan narrowed his eyes, clearly annoyed but utterly unable to resist a good bet. Fine, what are the stakes this time? Rimmer's eyes gleamed with mischief. Simple, we bet on the tab for tonight's finest booze. All right, you are on, Tartan snapped. So, what exactly is your insane prediction? Rimmer held up a single hand, grinning from ear to ear. My boy Raon will completely destroy your precious prince. In exactly 5 strikes. At that exact second, Raon drew his blade. A terrifying torrent of blazing crimson aura erupted from his body, as he vanished, closing the distance to Greer in a flash of fiery destruction. Greer's arrogant smirk instantly dissolved into sheer, paralyzing horror. What the? Tartan gasped from the stands. Before the prince could even blink, a devastating blow crashed into his ribs. Greer shrieked in agony, instantly collapsing to his knees like a broken puppet. Raon stood over him, his fiery sword resting inches from the royal throat. Looks like this dance is over. Rimmer burst into roaring laughter. Oh my goodness. It did not even take 5 attacks. It took 1. Greer gasped for air, his mind completely shattering. I miscalculated entirely. There was a terrifying reason they saved this demon for the finale. He is not human. He is an absolute monster. Up in the stands, Tartan was trembling violently. Are you seriously telling me? That kid is just an apprentice. That flawless footwork, that god-tier swordsmanship, it belongs to a grandmaster. Rimmer wiped a tear of joy from his eye. And that, my friend, is exactly why I bet my money on Raon. I will go ahead and book the most expensive tavern in the city. Down in the dirt, Greer struggled to lift his weapon, his pride completely shattered. Stop, do not look down on me. I can still fight. Tartan shouted desperately from the balcony. Your Highness, please stop. The match has already been decisively concluded. But Greer screamed like a madman, his honor bleeding out. No. I have not even unleashed my true power yet. If I had just gone all out from the very beginning, I would have won. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed through the arena. Martha stepped forward, looking down at the prince with absolute disgust. Shut your mouth. And stop howling like a pathetic, beaten dog. If he dares to call himself a prince, he should learn how to swallow defeat gracefully. What an absolute crybaby. Honestly, he reminds me of a certain annoying friend. Burin's face twisted into a scowl at that blatant insult, while Luna just shot him a sly sideways glance. The prince bristled, practically choking on his pride. Excuse me, what did you just say? Martha simply crossed her arms, standing her ground with a fearless smirk. A prince? Seriously. I am honestly doing my absolute best to be polite here. The royal heir just wanted to escape this crushing humiliation. He had lost, plain and simple. Unable to tolerate the disrespect any longer, Idelia stepped up, demanding she watch her tongue. That man breathes royalty. But Martha just let out a mocking laugh. Oh, so he is a royal? Well, the blood of the main Ziggart family flows right through my veins. So we are standing on perfectly equal ground. Why all the screaming? Suddenly, Instructor Rimmer clapped his hands loudly. All right, that is enough squabbling. We really need to hear what the star of this show thinks. Raon, the choice is entirely up to you. But the young swordsman's voice was completely flat. I have zero reason to cross blades again. The match has already been definitively decided. I am not wasting my energy just to stroke a bruised ego. Hearing this, Prince Greer practically screamed in desperation. I admit my absolute defeat, but I was completely blind to your true strength. I foolishly looked down on you before our swords even clashed. The shame is so unbearable that I cannot even lift my head in your presence. Lowering his royal pride to the absolute rock bottom, he placed his blade directly on the floor. I am begging you for one more match. If I walk away like this, the regret will haunt me for the rest of my life. I beg of you, Raon Ziggart. The main character blinked in genuine shock. He never expected a pampered royal to actually apologize, let alone cast his weapon aside in total submission. And here, he thought this guy was just another arrogant noble with a big mouth and zero substance. Letting out a soft sigh, Raon finally answered. Fine, but this is our final clash. Greer's eyes immediately lit up with burning passion. I would not have it any other way. As Raon gripped his hilt, the prince tightly clutched his royal pendant. My own arrogance completely blinded me. A monstrous talent was standing right in front of me, and I failed to see it. That fatal mistake cost me everything. So this time, I am holding absolutely nothing back. A terrifying wave of mana erupted from his body, sending shockwaves through the stunned crowd. Tartan screamed in sheer panic. Third Prince, you cannot use that technique. But Greer's resolve was absolute. This is no time to hide my fangs. I must face this warrior with every ounce of power in my soul. In the back of his mind, Wrath let out a wicked, echoing laugh. What an utter fool, to reveal his ultimate hand so recklessly. The main character just smirked internally. It does not matter, I will crush him a second time. The demonic entity grinned with pure malice. Do not get cocky, human. His overwhelming aura is easily dwarfing yours right now. Sensing an opportunity, Raon challenged the voice. Are you suggesting we make a little wager? You insolent brat. Obviously, instantly, a glowing blue system window materialized in the air. Notification. The King of Essence is proposing a high-stakes gamble. Mission objective. Utterly defeat the third prince of the Owen Kingdom. Victory reward. A massive increase of 4 points to all system statistics. Failure penalty. A devastating deduction of 10 wrath points. The main character calmly shifted into his combat stance. Gripping his blade, Greer announced his strike. Here I come. The prince exploded off the ground like a fired cannonball, but his furious strike was instantly met with cold, unyielding steel. The spectators watched in breathless awe as the two young warriors traded lightning-fast blows. Greer gritted his teeth in sheer disbelief. I am pushing beyond my limits, but he is parrying me without breaking a sweat. Is Raon Ziggart merely a genius? No, the word monster is far more accurate. If basic strikes will not work, then I will show him the absolute pinnacle of my martial arts. Raon's crimson eyes tracked his opponent's shifting footwork. That stance. It has to be the legendary Perez sword technique, a devastating martial art inherited exclusively by the royal bloodline of the Owen kingdom. The sheer density of the mana gathering around his blade was suffocating. He is concentrating every single drop of his life force into this one final devastating strike. A fearless smile crossed Raon's face. Bring it on. Show me what you have got. Greer's eyes burned with royal pride. I am putting my very soul into this blade. Face my wrath, Raon Ziggart. But the main character had already calculated every possible trajectory of the prince's movements. Without hesitation, he unleashed his own power, the Thousand Flames technique. First flame, Cyclia. Greer's pupils trembled as blinding light flooded his vision, a majestic, golden flame aura. But he bit his lip until it bled, refusing to step back. No, I will not surrender before our blades meet. Summoning the absolute depths of his hidden reserves, the prince let out a fierce, earth-shaking war cry. He launched himself directly into the inferno as Raon unleashed a devastating wave of scorching fire mana. Boom! The collision of their contrasting energies tore through the training hall. Greer felt a surge of hope as his blade sliced into the fiery pressure. I am pushing his aura back. I can actually win this. But to his absolute horror, the main character remained an immovable mountain. The royal aura was beginning to crack under the intense heat. With a chilling calm, Raon flared his mana core even higher. Let us see if your royal pride can withstand this. Overwhelmed by the blazing pressure, the prince's legs finally gave out and he crashed to his knees for the second time. Stepping forward, Instructor Rimmer's voice echoed with absolute finality. The undisputed victor is Raon Ziggart. Staring blankly at his shattered blade, Greer was completely stunned. My speed and raw power were unquestionably superior, yet his terrifying aura simply pierced straight through my defenses like they were made of paper. Letting out a hollow chuckle, the prince whispered, "The world is truly impossibly vast." He slowly extended a trembling hand toward the main character. "Thank you. This duel has opened my eyes in ways I never imagined. I admit my absolute, undeniable defeat." A genuine smile finally graced Raon's lips as he nodded. I gained valuable experience from this exchange as well. Lowering his head, Greer offered a sincere apology for his past arrogance. My vision was clouded by foolish pride. I have to accept that massive flaw. Waving it off casually, the main character told him not to sweat it. Pausing for a moment, the prince hesitated before asking, "If I may be so bold, exactly how old are you?" Raon's answer was brutally simple. "I just turned 14 this year." Greer let out a massive, defeated sigh. So I was utterly crushed by a swordsman who is not only younger, but has spent far fewer years wielding a blade than I have. Reaching into his royal robes, he extended his open palm toward the young genius. "Here, I want you to take this." The main character stared at the object in total bewilderment. "What exactly is this?" Revealing a glittering royal token, the prince spoke with absolute solemnity. "This is my sacred vow. Proof that the third prince of Owen, Greer de Owen, swears to grant you one unconditional request." Raon frowned, clearly suspicious of the heavy burden. "Why would you hand over something of such immense value to a former enemy?" A remarkably peaceful smile spread across the prince's face. "I may have lost the physical battle, but you shattered the illusions blinding my path. Thanks to your overwhelming power, I feel like I have finally reached true enlightenment. Honestly, getting crushed by a monster like you was the luckiest thing that could have happened to me." Turning his back, he began to walk away with a newfound lightness in his steps. "I have a feeling the threads of fate will force us to cross blades again. And when that day comes, I hope my strength can at least rival yours." He laughed loudly, the sound echoing through the training grounds. "Chasing after your legendary shadow is going to be incredibly entertaining." Looking up toward the stands, the prince yelled out, "Instructor Rimmer, our kingdom's delegation has completely lost. You win the betting pool." Flashing a brilliant grin, Rimmer gave a lazy thumbs up. "Excellent work, kiddo." The prince approached Duke Tartan, declaring their immediate departure. Tartan bowed respectfully. Greer's eyes burned with newfound purpose, realizing he had an urgent mission back home. As the main character descended the steps, memories of his past life flooded his mind. They always said, fulfilling your true destiny demanded absolutely no sacrifice. Was this exhilarating sensation the ultimate reward for finally grasping victory? It was an entirely foreign feeling. This second life was full of endless surprises. Later, in the grand palace halls, Glenn's deep voice echoed, Was that the grand lesson he took from the duel? Greer nodded with pure conviction. Yes. He had foolishly believed he stood at the absolute pinnacle. But Raon shattered those arrogant illusions. Facing him felt exactly like battling a legendary swordmaster. Across countless duels in the Six Kingdoms, he had never faced a blade like Raon's. Despite the boy's youth, his mastery demanded absolute respect. Glenn simply closed his eyes. I understand. That was exactly why the prince needed to return. His blood was boiling with motivation. He had to carve Raon's flawless techniques directly into his own muscles. Glenn gave a subtle nod. Then safely deliver my regards to your king. Greer bowed deeply, expressing his utmost gratitude for the hospitality. Shortly after, the royal procession rode out on horseback. Tartan broke the silence. Your Highness, Greer glanced back. Speak your mind, Duke. Tartan's expression was heavy. You revealed every hidden card in your arsenal. You even unleashed the sacred Paris sword technique against a mere squire. Was that not crossing the line? A royal must conceal their true power. Greer chuckled softly. I know, I went a bit too far. The conversation shifted to the royal medal, and whether gifting it was a wise move. But Greer cut the Duke off sharply. You are wrong, Duke. In that arena, Raon Ziggart showed me absolute mercy. He had every right to be furious at my arrogance, yet he accepted my selfish demands without hesitation. I merely returned that warrior's respect. Furthermore, Raon revealed his own ultimate technique in return. Tartan slowly nodded, acknowledging the heavy truth. But Greer's eyes sharpened with calculation. That golden tablet was a crucial investment. Tartan raised an eyebrow. What do you mean by that? Greer smiled knowingly. To possess such devastating skill, unwavering character, and profound wisdom at his age, I am absolutely certain he will shake the very foundations of this world. Even as a child of the collateral bloodline, forging a bond with him now will be an unimaginable asset to our kingdom. Tartan gasped in awe. You had planned 10 steps ahead. Your Highness. Greer smirked playfully. I am a prince of the royal bloodline. If I cannot see the grand chessboard, I do not deserve my crown. He looked toward the horizon, a single thought burning in his mind. Raon Ziggart. What monstrous heights will you reach by our next encounter? Meanwhile, back at the estate, Rowan smiled slyly. You must be bursting with pride, my lord. Your grandson earned the absolute respect of a foreign prince. Glenn scoffed, turning his face away. What nonsense are you spouting? Rowan simply chuckled. I am merely thinking out loud, but I have not seen such a radiant smile on your face in decades. Glenn immediately touched his cheek. Startled. Smiling? Me? Rowan bowed slightly. Indeed. Your lips curved upward the moment the third prince praised young Master Raon. Glenn scowled, hiding his embarrassment. Rowan, your old age is catching up to you. Your eyes are clearly playing tricks. Rowan smoothly changed the subject. Setting that aside, my lord, Duke Tartan's final words deeply trouble me. How do you plan to respond? Glenn's mind flashed back to Tartan's grave expression, recalling the secret verbal message deliberately excluded from the royal letter. It was a direct, chilling warning from the supreme ruler of Owen, King Lacrosse Alberian Doan II. The ominous truth hung in the air. The 5 demons have finally begun to move again. Several days passed. Instructor Rimmer faced his squad. You brats survived the clash with Owen's knights. You are finally ready for the next level. Next week, we begin special training. A trainee gulped. Special training? Dorian trembled like a leaf, his voice cracking. Please tell us, what kind of horrifying training is this? Rimmer's playful smirk vanished instantly. Honestly, calling it training is a massive understatement. You are plunging straight into a real battlefield. Prepare yourselves to cross the line, because blood will definitely be spilled. Just beyond the southern borders of Ziggart territory, endless swarms of brutal extortionists have taken root. They call themselves the Claws of the Snow Tiger. Alongside these vicious mountain bandits, countless filthy mercenaries extort heavy tolls from anyone daring to cross the peaks. But their greed has mutated into pure madness. They are no longer just robbing merchants. They have started slaughtering innocent lives. A student raised a trembling hand. So, we just need to intimidate them, right? Rimmer's gaze darkened. Yeah. That was the original plan. The recruit sweated nervously. Why are you using the past tense? Did the objective change? Why not just a simple subjugation raid? Rimmer cut him off, his aura flaring. Because intimidation is no longer an option. Days ago, these scum laid siege to a southern village and massacred absolutely everyone. They burned the entire settlement to ashes and retreated into the shadows like absolute cowards. Gasps of sheer horror rippled through the squad. Rimmer's voice echoed like a death sentence. Our new mission is their total and absolute eradication. Do not let their ragged appearance fool you. Many of these bastards know how to wield aura, sharpen your blades and steal your hearts. We march to war tomorrow evening. Later that day, Runan stood in perfect silence. With devastating precision, her silver blade danced through the air, slicing falling leaves into flawless halves. Determined to perfect her form before tomorrow's critical mission, Runan pushed her body to the limit, but her strikes felt heavy and uncoordinated. In her mind's eye, she pictured Raon's flawless footwork. His movements were like flowing water, sharp yet beautiful, completely unlike her own rigid technique. Frustration gnawed at her as she stared up at the towering peaks. The gap between them still felt like an unscalable mountain. Knowing the blonde prodigy was likely training nearby, a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Perhaps she should swallow her pride and ask for his guidance. But she quickly shook her head, turning away from the path. Interrupting his intense regimen was out of the question. She needed to overcome this wall with her own strength. Hours bled away as she pushed through exhaustion. Collapsing onto the grassy slope, her chest heaved with heavy breaths. Her aura might not be as explosive as before, but her blade was finally beginning to flow. That was enough pushing for one day. She gazed toward the training grounds, wondering if Raon was still swinging his sword. A brief goodbye wouldn't hurt before returning to the estate. Then, a sweet memory flashed in her mind. The promise of sharing cold ice cream together. For that, she definitely needed to head back early this weekend. Pivoting on her heel, her mood lifted slightly. Yes, resting up was the priority. They could catch up tomorrow and enjoy that delicious ice cream as a team. But as she rounded the shadowy corner, a voice sliced through the silence. The moment she turned, her breath hitched. Pure, paralyzing terror flooded her wide eyes. A chilling smile stretched across Sirius's face. "It has been far too long, my dear sister," he purred. Runan's voice cracked into a terrified whisper. "Brother Sirius." His footsteps echoed like a death knell as he closed the distance. "Why that dreadful expression?" he asked, his tone dripping with fake sorrow. "To be greeted with such horror by my own flesh and blood. It truly wounds my heart." Uncontrollable tremors racked Runan's body. Sirius's smile vanished, replaced by a sinister glare. "I thought I made it perfectly clear. Never show me that pathetic, trembling face." Crouching down to her eye level, his gaze pierced right through her. "It seems Instructor Rimmer's brutal methods have borne fruit," he noted. "You have managed to scrape together more aura than I expected. I am so incredibly proud of you, Runan. But surely you don't intend to throw your precious life away on some foolish battlefield." The underlying threat snapped her sanity, sending her scrambling backward with a blood-curdling shriek. Sirius sighed, shaking his head in mock disappointment. "Heavens above, have you already discarded the vital lessons I carved into your memory? It appears my dear sister requires another harsh reminder. Tell me, what was the name of that filthy little rodent you adored? Ruby, wasn't it?" Runan choked on her own tears, begging, "Brother, please no." With a sadistic grin, Sirius pulled out the tiny, lifeless creature. "Ah, there it is," he chuckled. "I am certain this will refresh your shattered memory. Let the crushed bones of this pathetic beast remind you of your place. Disobey me, and everything you love meets this exact fate." "No. Stop it," she wailed, her spirit utterly breaking. The gruesome image of her mangled pet overlaid with her brother's demonic smirk. Her legs gave out completely, collapsing to the cold stone. An agonizing scream tore from the depths of her soul. She clutched her head, desperately trying to block out the waking nightmare. But Sirius leaned in, his venomous whisper invading her mind. "Your life belongs to me, Runan. It always has. Until the day I have a use for you, do not dare put yourself in danger. Your only purpose is to remain a breathing doll. At least, until I decide to cut your strings." Boom! A sudden surge of blazing aura shattered the heavy tension. Raon descended like a lightning bolt, shielding Runan with his unyielding back. His crimson eyes narrowed as he growled, "Who the hell are you?" Sirius merely tilted his head, his fake smile returning instantly. "Well now," he mused, "isn't it basic courtesy to offer your own name before demanding another's? Crashing into a private family reunion and barking demands. Where did you learn such atrocious manners, boy?" Raon's spiritual pressure flared violently. "Looming over a trembling girl in a dark alley is what I call atrocious," he snapped. "So what are you? A common street thug? Or a predator hunting for prey?" The blue-haired man tapped his chin, feigning innocent understanding. "Ah, seen from an outsider's perspective, I suppose this looks highly suspicious. But let me ease your mind. I am simply her doting older brother." Raon threw a sharp glance over his shoulder. Runan was curled into a pitiful ball, violently shivering as if trapped in a blizzard. This wasn't just fear. This was deep, ingrained trauma. A brother causing this level of terror. Sirius raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. I admit, I may have taken my little prank too far. I was just so overwhelmed with joy at seeing my sweet sister again. Raon's voice dropped to a freezing absolute zero, so crushing an innocent animal right before her eyes. You call that twisted garbage a prank? Sirius let out a hollow, nervous chuckle, his eyes gleaming with calculated madness. Oh, you saw that? He deflected smoothly. Rest assured, it was merely a stuffed toy to tease her. He presented his pristine white gloves as twisted proof. See? Not a single drop of blood to be found. I would never harm a living creature. I swear it. But Raon's seasoned assassin instinct screamed the horrifying truth. The psychotic bastard didn't just crush the animal. He instantly vaporized its blood and flesh using high-level aura. Ignoring the murderous tension, Sirius gently set an elegant wooden box on the cobblestone. I only came to deliver these sweet treats. He sighed dramatically. I am departing for a lengthy mission and wanted to leave her a parting gift. His gaze shifted from Raon back to the trembling girl. You have found yourself a fiercely loyal protector, Runon. I highly suggest you two remain very, very close friends. With a theatrical wave, he offered one last empty apology for his heavy-handed humor before vanishing into the shadows. Raon didn't lower his guard. He knew exactly who that monster was. The peerless prodigy of the Sullian house. One of the 12 monsters. The absolute elites destined to rule the continent's next generation. The Azure Sword himself, Sirius Sullian. In his past life, as the Shadow Assassin, Raon had only heard rumors of his might. To stand face to face with him now was a chilling revelation. Behind that mask of a noble hero lurked an absolute psychopath. The reek of twisted madness oozing from him was sickeningly familiar. It was the exact same stench of hypocrisy as his mortal enemy, Darus. Pushing the dark thoughts aside, Raon knelt and offered a warm, steadying hand to the shattered girl. Come on, he said softly. Let me escort you the rest of the way. The walk to her family's grand carriage was cloaked in heavy silence. Regaining a shred of composure, Runon quietly thanked him for his intervention. Get some rest tonight, Raon advised. His voice laced with concern. With their dangerous mission beginning at dawn, she wordlessly climbed aboard. As the wheels rolled over the stone streets, the horrifying encounter replayed on an endless loop. The dark cloud of trauma followed her straight into her quiet bedroom. With trembling fingers, she cracked open the elegant box her tormentor had left behind. The nightmare had returned to her doorstep, and just like those horrifying days of the past, his madness remained completely untouched. A dark memory bubbled to the surface. She remembered being a tiny child, showing her brother minor scratches from playing with her beloved pet. She had smiled so brightly, swearing it didn't hurt at all. Little Ruby didn't mean it, she had pleaded back then. The sweet creature was simply anxious about her unborn babies. But that explanation meant nothing to a monster. He had slaughtered the innocent animal without hesitation. In Sirius's twisted, obsessive mind, his precious sister shouldn't risk being scratched by a beast. She shouldn't do anything at all, except quietly breathe like a perfect, broken doll. That monster had cornered her with a blood-chilling threat. If she ever dared to breathe a word of this to her parents, he would slaughter them both without hesitation. He swore he would reduce their entire estate to ashes, burning everyone alive until only she remained. The crushing truth had hit her like a physical blow. Her total silence was the only shield keeping her family alive. As long as she swallowed her screams and kept her mouth shut, the people she loved would survive the night. Stepping into the prestigious training grounds, she fully expected to be the lone outcast, drowning in despair. But fate had a different plan, weaving a boy into her life who understood the heavy burden of suffering. That boy was Raon Ziggart. Beneath his fierce reputation, she saw a gentle soul. She witnessed his grueling, blood, sweat and tears training regimen, and the immense agony he quietly shouldered every single day. Watching him shatter his limits through sheer willpower. Watching him command the absolute awe of everyone around him. A tiny spark of hope ignited in her heart. Maybe, just maybe, she could break her own chains too. She trained relentlessly by his side, desperately reaching for that freedom. But the dark shadow of her brother's looming threat proved to be an inescapable nightmare. The agonizing reality crashed down on her once more. She just had to endure the hellish torment in silence, and the world would remain at peace. As dawn broke the following morning, the expedition began. Their destination lay at the absolute southern edge of the Ziggart territory, a remote and quiet settlement known as Jarton Village. Instructor Rimmer called for a halt, announcing they would make camp there for the night. With his usual smirk, he praised the elite trainees for surviving the harsh passage through the dimensional gate. He warned them that exhaustion was their greatest enemy right now. They needed to recover their strength immediately, as this quiet night would be their final breath of peace before the real bloodshed began. A frantic village elder hurried out to welcome the warriors, hastily guiding them to their temporary quarters. The moment the main character closed the door to his room, he reached out to the demonic entity residing in his mind, offering a word of gratitude to Raph. If the King of Essences hadn't tipped him off the day before, Raon never would have detected that twisted brother lurking in the shadows. His aura concealment technique had been terrifyingly flawless. The Demon King scoffed, proudly claiming he only stepped in to protect his precious ice cream provider. But beneath his prideful grumbling, a heavy silence fell between the two of them. That psychotic brother had been dispatched on a long-term mission, meaning he wouldn't cast his shadow over them for a while. Yet, the paralyzing terror he left behind still gripped Runan's trembling heart. Rath's voice suddenly echoed with demonic killing intent. He demanded Raon hand over control of his body at once. He promised to hunt down that arrogant fool, rip him to shreds, and return before dawn. The King of Essences declared that a true monarch repays favors twofold and vengeance tenfold. That silver-haired girl had introduced his taste buds to the divine realm of scoop ice cream, and he was absolutely willing to bathe the world in blood for her sake. Raon brushed off the thread as another one of the demon's dramatic rants and flatly refused. But the chilling drop in the room's temperature proved that Wrath wasn't joking in the slightest. Even with the Demon King being dead serious, Raon held his ground. Simply eliminating the bastard wouldn't magically erase the deep-rooted psychological scars etched into Renan's soul. Taking his head now would only serve as a temporary bandage. It couldn't turn back the clock or undo the hellish trauma she had already silently endured. Renan was the very first person Raon had ever taken under his wing, bridging the gap between his past life as an assassin and his current one. If anyone dared to break her further, he wouldn't need a demon's help to carve their heart out himself. Several days marched past as they pushed beyond the borders of Ziggart territory. Finally, they arrived at their target, a desolate wasteland that used to be a vibrant village, now completely decimated by the infamous snow tiger claws. The instant the trainees crossed the ruined gates, the thick stench of rotting flesh and ash hit them like a physical blow. Several recruits doubled over, violently emptying their stomachs at the nightmarish scene. It was a horrific picture painted in pure agony. Shattered homes lay in smoldering ruins, while scorched, mutilated corpses were stacked like discarded firewood. Burin visibly swallowed his bile, his eyes shaking wildly as they passed a charred victim. Raon's expression darkened at the senseless butchery, but when he glanced at Martha, her cold eyes remained completely unfazed. Her chilling indifference made it glaringly obvious she had waded through rivers of blood long before stepping into the training grounds. Suddenly, Raon's razor-sharp instincts flared. The head count was wrong. He frantically scanned the desolate ruins. Where in the hell was Runan? A few paces away, the silver-haired girl stood completely paralyzed in front of a collapsed hut. Her hollow eyes were locked onto the charred remains of a man, his skeletal hand desperately reaching for a doorway he never made it through. The horrific sight mirrored her deepest traumas, making her entire world spin in nausea. Before panic could fully set in, Rimmer's commanding voice sliced through the heavy air. He rallied the trainees, his usual smirk replaced by stone-cold fury as he cursed the snow tiger claws for this massacre. He commanded them to burn this grotesque image into their retinas. They were to etch the metallic tang of innocent blood into their very souls, and never let it fade. The instructor then pulled out a sleek, silver whistle. He explained that it was a highly specialized magical artifact. To an ordinary enemy, blowing it would produce zero sound. But to the trained ears of Ziggart's elite, it screamed like a battlefield siren. This small piece of metal was their absolute lifeline. If the overwhelming shadow of death fell over them, they were to blow it immediately, and the instructors would descend like lightning to pull them from the abyss. Tossing a whistle to every single recruit, his tone grew deathly serious. The bandits waiting in the dark were bloodthirsty monsters. Their merciless blades would not hesitate to sever young heads. However, he issued a strict, unyielding warning. Before reaching for that lifeline, they had to push their limits to the absolute brink. True martial artists are forged in the crucible of life or death combat, not by crying for backup. If an enemy exposed their neck, the trainees were ordered to strike to kill without a single second of hesitation. Renan's shoulders trembled violently at the word kill, while the rest of the squad unleashed a deafening war cry of absolute obedience. With the grim briefing concluded, Rimmer barked out the tactical formation. They were to split into elite strike teams, led by the absolute monsters of their generation. Martha was appointed the vanguard of Team A, while Burin took the helm of Team B, each drafting 3 to 4 elites to their side. Amidst the chaotic reshuffling, Runan stared blankly at her gleaming blade, the venomous whispers of her brother echoing painfully in her mind. That demonic voice clawed at her fragile sanity. He had demanded absolute ownership over her very existence. He had promised that if she ever dared to shed even a drop of blood, he He would personally butcher whoever scratched her. The suffocating flashback suddenly shattered the moment Raon's steady voice called her name. He didn't pry into her visible distress, simply extending a hand and offering her a place in his squad. After a terrifying second of hesitation, she gripped her sword and nodded. Together, they plunged into the hostile wilderness, hunting for the scent of the enemy. Raon's piercing gaze locked onto the towering peak of Mount Rutan. From a tactical standpoint, seizing the high ground was the ultimate advantage. It offered perfect surveillance, an impenetrable hiding spot, and a seamless escape route against lower-level thugs. It was a flawless fortress carved by nature itself, a textbook sniper's nest. But that was exactly the fatal flaw in the plan. Because it was so undeniably perfect, there was absolute zero chance the enemy was actually up there. These bandits were cunning survivors who knew the hounds of Ziggart were closing in. They would never fall into such an obvious, amateur trap. A true predator knows exactly when the prey is predicting their every move. That left only one terrifyingly brilliant option, the unassuming hill below. On the surface, it looked like a completely exposed death trap. But Raon's assassin instinct screamed that a massive underground cavern was hidden right beneath their feet. He turned to Luna, his voice steady. "We will scout the area ahead," he declared. "Let the other squads handle the forest." She nodded silently, making her way toward the hill. Raon watched her retreating figure, a heavy sorrow in his eyes. Even Wrath chimed in, pointing out how deeply her fragile state weighed on his mind. Should he say something to comfort her? He confessed to his companion that he lacked the right words to heal her wounded heart. After all, this was a dark family dispute. Trailing behind her, he cursed his own inner turmoil. How could he give advice when his own complicated feelings toward Sylvia remained a tangled mess? Still, the memory of Sylvia's cruelty toward Luna burned in his mind. The moment the opportunity arose, he swore to sever this chain of torment once and for all. Reaching the jagged edge of the cliff, his sharp gaze pierced the terrain below. His instincts had been dead on. Hidden from the naked eye, a dense, shadowed thicket lay perfectly concealed from the outside world. The area was vast, and someone had meticulously erased all human footprints. A clever trick, but one that would only fool greenhorn adventurers. To a master's eye, the snapped twigs and bruised branches screamed of a heavy, careless presence. Crouching low, he analyzed the disturbed snow. A true shadow monarch knew that merely slaughtering targets did not forge the greatest assassin. Masterful tracking, flawless investigation, and impeccable intelligence gathering. You had to dominate every single shadow art to claim the throne. These lowly thugs might deceive a common hunter, but against a predator like him, their pathetic illusions were utterly useless. Rising to his feet, he locked eyes with the girl. "The bandit lair is close," he whispered. "Shadow, my every move, and silence, even the beating of your heart." They melted into the forest, their senses dialed to the absolute max. The main character's hawk-like vision instantly spotted deadly tripwires woven between the trunks, bypassing them with phantom-like grace. Before long, the rugged bandit camp loomed ahead. Ducking into the dense foliage, he scoffed. Just as he predicted, their defenses were nothing but cheap perimeter traps. Arrogant fools. They likely believed no one possessed the sheer nerve to track them this deep into the wilderness. A fatal miscalculation on their part. True to his tactical read, their miserable den was carved directly into a cavern beneath the hill. Shifting his vantage point, his eyes landed on a frail, shivering boy tied near the entrance. A captive, his mind raced. The sentries guarding the cavern boasted muscular, imposing frames, but their core energy was hollow. No aura, no awakening, just mere grunts swinging heavy steel. The hulking brute lounging near the boy looked skilled enough to earn a bloody living with his blade. This meant the true swarm was festering inside. There was absolutely zero chance they would leave a valuable prize with just a handful of lowly watchmen. An entire army of cutthroats could be lurking in the shadows. His hand hovered over his signal whistle. Should he call in the cavalry? Falling back to rally, the main strike force was the safest tactical play. But the hostage was clinging to life by a thread. Wait any longer, and the freezing cold would claim the boy's soul before reinforcements ever arrived. Since they were still ghosts in the wind, the only viable path was a high-stakes rescue mission right under the enemy's nose. Once the boy was secured, they could exterminate the trash in absolute silence. Beside him, Luna's gaze was locked on the suffering captive, her heart aching at the cruel sight. Breaking her trance, Raon gently grasped her shoulder. "Cast your fears aside," he reassured her with a steely gaze. "We are bringing him out alive, but I need your power to make it happen. On my mark, deploy a sound-dampening field. I will handle the butchery." Could she bear this burden? Driven by a burning desire to evolve past her weakness, a fiery resolve ignited in her eyes, and she firmly nodded. Meanwhile, blissfully unaware of impending death, a bandit stretched his arms, complaining loudly about his overwhelming fatigue. "How much longer do we freeze out here?" he grumbled. But their idle complaints instantly vanished as a lone girl stepped from the dense tree line. Panic flared in their eyes. Without uttering a single syllable, she unleashed her aura. A shimmering, ultrasonic barrier erupted, engulfing the area in an absolute void of silence. The absolute mute field was perfect. The thugs inside could not even hear the panicked screams escaping their own throats. Now, the stage belonged to the main character. Exploding from his concealment, he targeted the frontline fodder first. Moving like a phantom, he blurred between the two sentries. A flash of cold steel cleaved the air at neck level, and then he simply stood completely still. Luna looked up, and pure, unadulterated horror washed over her face. A severed head spiraled through the air, painting the snow red right before her eyes. It was a devastating psychological trigger. Suddenly, nightmarish flashbacks of innocent creatures, butchered by her own twisted brother, violently assaulted her mind. The trauma broke her completely. Clutching her head in pure agony, she unleashed a blood-curdling, silent scream into the void. Cold sweat dripped down Raon's face. The soundless barrier began to violently flicker and crack. The entire operation was on the brink of catastrophic failure. Had the bloodshed awakened her darkest, suppressed traumas? If that barrier shattered, the whole hive would descend upon them. Spotting a surviving bandit lunging to exploit the girl's mental breakdown, Raon exploded into a desperate sprint. Trapped in her own psychological hell, she was utterly blind to the lethal blade, streaking straight toward her throat. Just milliseconds before impact, the main character crashed into the attacker. Slamming the thug into the frozen dirt, he pressed his blade to the man's windpipe. Not a single sound, he hissed with terrifying killing intent. Breathe too loud, and your head rolls. Now, you are going to sing for me. For every moment of silence, I will sever one knuckle. The bandit ground his teeth in sheer terror. Securing his prisoner, Raon cast an anxious glance back at the girl. Her frantic breathing was finally leveling out. Miraculously, even while violently trembling from sheer terror, she was forcing the mana barrier to hold its shape. Her iron will had saved them from absolute disaster. She had panicked, but she had not broken. Gathering her courage, Luna hurried to untie the freezing boy, while the main character commenced his brutal interrogation. The trembling thug spilled everything. He belonged to the infamous Snow Tiger Claws. 39 heavily armed killers infested the woods ahead, and a second captive was still rotting deep within their lair. Raon pieced the grim puzzle together. The trembling boy revealed his little sister was the captive. Tears streaming down his face, he begged for her life. Without a second thought, Runen swore to bring her back safely. The main character warned against making blind vows on the battlefield, but her unyielding gaze left him no choice, forcing him to devise a tactical plan. Slaughtering the bandits was entirely possible, but ensuring the hostages survived the crossfire. They desperately needed reinforcements for that. With over 40 bloodthirsty thugs and a ruthless leader, rushing in blindly would be a death sentence even for prodigies. Runen pulled out the emergency whistle and blew with all her might. Raon stood inches away, yet absolute silence met his ears. Not a single sound registered. Instructor Rimmer would not hand them a useless toy. But before they could ponder its hidden purpose, a booming voice echoed from the cavern's depths. The bandit leader had heard the silent frequency and triggered the alarm. A jolt of pure shock ran through Raon's veins. How could a mere mountain thug possess senses sharp enough to catch that pitch? Even Raon's hyper-tuned assassin instincts had picked up absolutely nothing. Reacting instantly, Runen shoved the boy into the shadows. Raon seized their captive bandit, pressing a cold blade against his throat as he stepped into the enemy's sights. The scarred leader sneered, mocking how a mere child could wreak such havoc. He demanded to know who the boy was trying to summon with that trick. Raon's eyes were like glacial ice. That is none of your concern, he stated coldly. He offered a simple, brutal trade, the bandit's life for the captive girl. But the bandit boss just threw his head back and roared with laughter. He spat that a weak underling was utterly worthless compared to their prized hostage. Drop your weapon, kid, he barked. A thug pressed a dirty blade against the little girl's neck, drawing a terrified shriek. In that instant, blazing fury ignited within Raon's soul. Without breaking eye contact with the enemy, he issued a chilling command. Runen, turn around. Wait for my signal. With ruthless efficiency, Raon ended his captive's life. The bandits surged forward in a blind rage, but they were already a step too late. As murderous roars filled the cavern, Raon launched his bloodied sword like a lethal projectile. It tore through the air, aimed straight at the thug, threatening the girl. The steel struck true, tearing a scream of agony from the man's lungs. Now, Raon roared, giving Runen the cue to unleash her frost aura. Channeling her freezing mana, she slammed her hands into the snow-covered earth. In a flash, a blinding cloud of absolute zero erupted across the battlefield. The freezing mist swallowed the bandits in a veil of white. Seizing the chaotic blind spot, Raon darted into the cavern, snatched the trembling girl, and vanished alongside Runan. When the icy smoke finally dissipated, the furious bandits found their prize stolen. Enraged by the loss of their crucial asset, they immediately launched a vicious pursuit. The young swordsman eventually discovered a hidden sanctuary, but with the rescued children unconscious and shivering from the biting cold, advancing further was impossible. Knowing the savage thugs would inevitably slaughter the nearby villagers, Raon proposed an insane tactic. They needed to wipe out the entire camp right here, right now. He tasked Runan with guarding the helpless kids, but seeing his heavily bleeding arm, she vehemently refused to let him march into a death trap alone. Raon brushed off the agonizing pain with a calm smirk. "I will be fine," he promised. "I will turn them into corpses and be back in a flash." Yet, her heart pounded with dread. Facing dozens of armed killers with a shattered arm was nothing short of suicidal. "Our instructors are on the way," she pleaded desperately. "We just need to hold our ground and survive until backup arrives." Raon cut her protest short, dropping to one knee to meet her trembling gaze. His voice softened. "A real battlefield is terrifying, I know. Even legendary aura masters tremble in the face of death, let alone trainees like us. But do you know what is truly horrifying? Being utterly paralyzed by that fear. Those monsters have committed unforgivable sins against innocent lives. Among those massacred villagers, there were brave souls who fought to their last breath, people who gave everything to protect the ones they loved. We absolutely cannot let their noble sacrifices turn to dust. We carry the proud name of House Ziggart. It is our sacred duty to honor the fallen, and to become the absolute shield for those left behind." Raon's gaze pierced right through her deep-seated trauma. "I do not know what nightmares your brother carved into your soul, but as long as you cower, his shadow will only grow. That terror will drag you into an endless abyss. You cannot let it consume you. You are the only one who can forge the strength to protect your own fate." Reaching into his robes, he retrieved a small object and pressed it firmly into her palm. "Our next steps rest entirely on your choice," he whispered. Gripping his blade, Raon turned his back to her and marched toward the enemy lines. "Stop living in his shadow," he commanded, stepping into the freezing darkness. Heavy tears finally breached her stoic facade. A burning desire to change surged through her veins. She wanted to shatter the psychological chains of her brother's oppression. She refused to be a prisoner of her tragic past for another second. She would awaken her true power to protect the people precious to her. Gazing down at the wooden chipmunk carving in her hands, her heart steadied. The suffocating darkness of her trauma was finally fading away. She was ready to step out of the abyss and into the blinding light. Meanwhile, back at the bloody vanguard, Raon was orchestrating a symphony of absolute slaughter. Severed limbs and shattered blades painted the snow red. The bandit leader watched in pure, unadulterated horror as a mere child dismantled his elite crew. Desperate to break the massacre, a massive thug launched a lethal plunging strike from the high ground. But Raon sidestepped with the phantom-like grace of a master assassin. Seizing the momentary distraction, the cunning boss thrust his blade straight at the boy's exposed back. His steel tore through the air, but the sickening crunch of flesh never came. The boss's eyes widened in paralyzing terror. The boy had vanished like mist, leaving a murderous aura manifesting right behind him. "Are you going to keep hiding in the shadows like a coward?" he taunted. "Or are you finally going to make a move?" With a single, decisive strike, the enemy fell. Without missing a beat, he turned his deadly gaze toward the rest of the gang. Panic set in as they backed away, trembling as they called him an absolute monster. How could a mere child possess such overwhelming power? It defied all logic. Raon stood amidst the carnage, his voice cold as ice. "Your boss is dead," he commanded. "Drop your weapons and surrender." But peace was short-lived. A sudden, lethal whistling tore through the air. Reacting on pure instinct, he swung his blade, deflecting the hidden weapon just in the nick of time. Stepping from the shadows was Vukan, the true boss of the syndicate. A sinister chuckle rumbled from his chest. How utterly pathetic, he scoffed, eyes dripping with disdain. To be slaughtered by a brat still wet behind the ears. If the North and South Alliance saw this humiliating display, we would be the laughingstock of the underworld. Still, Vukan's greedy eyes scanned the boy's fine clothes. "You reek of noble blood," he sneered. "A spoiled little aristocrat. That makes this even sweeter." Exploding forward with ferocious speed, the bandit leader roared. "I was worried my tributes wouldn't be enough, but it seems the heavens have dropped a golden goose right into my lap." Gathering a terrifying amount of aura into his fist, he threw a devastating punch. "You brats are going to make top-tier hostages." The sheer force of the blow sent Raon skidding backward against the cold stone wall. This guy was no small-time thug. The intense pressure confirmed that he was the true head of the Snow Tiger Claws, and undeniably at the level of a swordmaster. Suddenly, a crude voice echoed from the cavern entrance. "Boss, we found the jackpot. The little lady and all the runaway captives are cornered right here." The main character's heart skipped a beat as his eyes snapped to the side. Luna was pushed to the absolute brink, her trembling blade barely holding off a vicious strike. Anxiety clawed at him. He knew her mental scars were still too fresh for a real battle. He had to break away and save her. But Vukan instantly capitalized on his diverted attention, landing another heavy blow. He mocked, looking away during a deathmatch. Are you worried about your little girlfriend? Focus on the dance of death right in front of you. Raon cursed under his breath, forced to desperately parry the relentless barrage. Meanwhile, Luna's attacker took a step back, visibly unnerved. What kind of curse technique is this girl using? He grunted. Reading the hesitation in her trembling hands, he sneered. She had never taken a life before. Smelling blood in the water, the thug lunged for the kill. Hand over the runaways before things get ugly, he barked. Luna's gaze flickered to the terrified children, cowering behind her. A single, desperate thought echoed in her mind, I have to protect them, no matter the cost. But to become their shield, she had to cross a line she had always feared. She had to strike down the enemy standing in her path. She had to kill. Fortunately, the thug radiating bloodlust wasn't a master-level threat. Leveling her trembling blade at his chest, she desperately tried to force herself to strike. I can do this. I must do this, she silently chanted. She clawed at the encouraging words Raon had given her, but trauma runs deep. The crippling fear choked her, and suddenly, the terrifying phantom of her abusive brother materialized right before her eyes. The hallucination stood there, casually gripping her own sword. The moment his mocking gaze met hers, her vision completely tunneled. The nightmare from her past had crawled back to drag her into the abyss. Wake up. He is not real, she screamed internally, but logic was utterly powerless against the suffocating waves of panic drowning her senses. Could a broken girl like her ever protect anyone like Raon did? Her limbs felt like lead. She couldn't even swing a mere piece of steel. The terror was absolutely paralyzing. She had been a helpless victim her entire life. Was history just going to repeat itself? But just as the darkness threatened to consume her entirely, a familiar, commanding voice pierced the void. It shattered her, spiraling panic, pulling her back to reality. Her tear-filled eyes locked onto his. Despite being locked in his own deadly duel, Raon shot her a reassuring smile. It is going to be okay, his expression seemed to say. That unshakable trust transmitted an entirely new feeling to her soul. She wasn't weak. She was capable of greatness. Hot tears of relief and newfound resolve streamed down her cheeks. He had reached straight into her pitch-black abyss and pulled her into the light. His unwavering belief became the very key that shattered the chains of her trauma. An overwhelming sense of gratitude washed over her. He had handed her the courage to take a step forward. She swore she would repay his faith in her with absolute victory. Tightening her grip until her knuckles turned white, she swung her blade with explosive force. The phantom of her brother shattered into a million pieces, and she lunged at the bandit like a shooting star. With a breathtaking display of frost aura, she completely froze his legs to the ground before delivering a swift, merciless strike. Her eyes, now blazing with fierce determination, met Raon's. Meanwhile, the bandit boss clicked his tongue in absolute disgust. Are my men seriously being butchered by toddlers? He groaned. What an utterly useless bunch of trash, Vukan spat, but the main character simply smirked, his aura flaring wildly. You still think we are just innocent little children? That girl just conquered her own personal hell, Raon declared proudly. Her heart is softer, yet far stronger than anyone else's. She isn't a victim anymore. She is a true swordswoman who shatters her own limits. As those powerful words echoed through the cavern, his blade suddenly erupted in a blinding inferno. The legendary aura of the Thousand Flames technique hungrily devoured the surrounding oxygen. First form, the fall of a flower, ticking off the ground like a cannonball, he unleashed a devastating arc. The scorching flames materialized into a storm of crimson petals, completely engulfing the stunned bandit leader in a fiery waltz of death. With the criminal syndicate finally reduced to ashes, the cavern fell silent. But a true warrior never lets their guard down. He meticulously scanned the area for lingering traps, wanting the area secure before the academy instructors arrived. During his search, his eyes landed on an ornate chest. Popping it open, a faint mystical glow illuminated his face. Inside lay the legendary two-colored bud, an incredibly rare spiritual medicine. Did these scumbags really slaughter an entire village just to get their hands on a single flower? He muttered in disgust. But before he could process it, an unnervingly calm voice drifted from the shadows behind him. The terrifying supreme leader of the North and South Alliance's eternal bandits stepped into the light, his presence heavy enough to suffocate the entire room. He sighed lazily, visibly disappointed that the bloodbath was already over. His sharp gaze immediately locked onto the treasure in the boy's hands. Ah, so the two-colored flower that Vukan was hiding ended up with you, he noted smoothly. Did a tiny little sprout like you really butcher my entire crew? The man asked. Raon tightened his grip on his hilt, his mind racing. Even if he admitted it, what could this monster possibly do about it? The imposing figure let out an amused chuckle. You have some serious guts, kid. Your situational awareness is terrifying for your age. I suppose having such monstrous skills justifies that arrogant confidence. Let me guess, you are a dog from the North-South Alliance, the main character provoked. The man grinned, introducing himself simply as Warder. At that single name, all the hairs on Raon's arms stood up. He had definitely heard tales of that legend before. Retor was no ordinary thug. He was hailed as an absolute genius of the blade, a solitary wanderer who had violently carved his way into the highest ranks of the Alliance with nothing but a single sword. In a mere 10 years, his monstrous ambition and terrifying martial arts had allowed him to subjugate the entire mountain region, crowning himself the supreme ruler of the bandit underworld. Compared to this titan, the snow tiger claws were nothing but harmless little kittens. Raon swallowed hard. He was now standing face to face with a martial arts monster whose combat prowess defied all logic. Bertor's eyes widened as the realization struck him like a physical blow. This boy possessed the undeniable aura of nobility. He narrowed his gaze, questioning if the kid hailed from the legendary main branch of the Ziggart family. Glancing at the plain, unengraved blade, the bandit concluded they were mere apprentices. A sinister thought crossed his mind. Should he just slaughter them, right here and now? Instantly, a bone-chilling gust swept over our main character. The enemy unleashed a suffocating wave of bloodlust, making absolutely no effort to hide his murderous intent. But for Raon, a legendary assassin in his past life, this pathetic pressure felt like a gentle breeze. As his hand casually gripped his hilt, Retor flashed a wicked grin, mocking the boy's ability to withstand his aura. This kid was clearly hiding something dangerous. Raon maintained a stone-cold silence, his mind calculating the perfect blind spot to instantly sever the man's life force from behind. In his current, unawakened body, a head-on clash could spell disaster. Yet, the blazing pride of a warrior surged within him. Retreat was simply not an option. With the sharp ring of steel, he slowly drew his blade from its sheath. His eyes glowed with absolute defiance as he commanded the bandit to draw his weapon and face his death. Caught off guard by this fearless aura, Wartor reached for his own blade. He scoffed, warning the boy that he was choosing a swift grave. If he was truly that weak, then the battlefield would show no mercy. Suddenly, the bandit let out a hollow chuckle. He sighed, muttering that little kids had no business tossing around such heavy words. The more he spoke with this terrifying child, the faster his will to fight completely evaporated. Snuffing out such incredible potential right now would be a massive waste. Unfazed, our main character met his gaze with absolute certainty. A true warrior, he declared, never gets to pick the battlefield where they meet their end. The bandit's jaw practically dropped. Was this monster really just a child? What kind of hellish training taught him such profound martial philosophy? But honestly, there was another, far more dangerous reason he held back his blade. A monstrous presence had been lurking in the shadows. The fierce wind himself had been silently monitoring their every single move. Raon completely missed the hidden meaning behind those words. The bandit swiftly leaped onto a towering rock, throwing out a cryptic remark about hoping the boy would one day join the mighty alliance of the North and South. Before vanishing into the shadows, he demanded to know the boy's name. Hearing the proud declaration, the bandit smiled, promising to listen for tales of his legendary exploits echoing far beyond the Turkan Mountains and the mighty Robel River. Raon's piercing gaze lingered on the empty precipice for a long moment. He sheathed his sword, gently turning to the frightened girl, and softly announced that it was finally time to go home. She nodded, with tears still welling in her eyes. Her voice trembled with hope as she asked, "Did she do a good job?" Caught slightly off guard by her innocent vulnerability, a warm smile broke across his usually stoic face. He praised her incredible bravery. With her spirits lifted, they gathered the rescued children and marched back to reunite with their squad. And just like that, the curtain fell on their very first real combat trial. A mission that was painfully short, yet felt like an absolute eternity of blood and steel. Tossing the severed head of the Snow Tiger Claw's ruthless boss onto the ground, shockwaves rippled through the group. Burin and Martha ground their teeth in sheer frustration, completely furious that this underdog had stolen their spotlight yet again. Instructor Rimmer quickly stepped in to calm the boiling tension. He smoothly settled the restless trainees who failed to spill any blood today, delivering his final, sharp evaluations of their combat performance. But of course, this crucial lesson quickly derailed. It seamlessly transitioned into a wildly exaggerated, totally boastful tale about his own flawless, legendary first mission. Inside his mind, the Demon King Wrath refused to be outdone. The icy monarch started yapping about the time he froze an entire citadel during his debut battle. Raon desperately wanted to plug his ears to block out the endless bragging of these arrogant fools. Since the rescued orphans had completely lost their bloodlines to the bandits' cruelty, the noble house of Sion graciously stepped forward, offering to take every single one of them under their protective wing. The children happily accepted this new fate, having grown deeply attached to Luna's warm presence. But the moment they set foot back in the main estate, destiny called. Raon and Luna were immediately summoned before the terrifying head of house. Standing before absolute authority, their glorious achievements were officially recognized. The family bestowed upon them gleaming bronze medals, a true mark of honor for their baptism in blood. Raon was genuinely shocked by this rare display of praise from the supreme leader. But what truly made his heart race was the breathtaking reward placed in his hands. The legendary two-colored bud. The supreme patriarch's voice echoed with absolute power. This treasure was the spoils of his own hunt. He had earned the absolute right to consume or use this divine elixir however he saw fit. Clutching this unfathomably rare miracle cure, he finally returned to his own courtyard. But as the heavy doors swung open, he froze in his tracks. The cowardly Dorian was casually strolling out of his house. What in the world was this guy doing here? Scratching the back of his neck with a guilt-ridden, awkward grin, Dorian confessed his crime. The madam had completely cornered him, demanding a full, detailed report on every single thing that happened during the bloody mission. Raon's entire body instantly went rigid. A cold sweat dripped down his spine as he gritted his teeth. Did that loudmouth idiot actually spill every single dangerous detail? Wiping dramatic, entirely fake tears from his eyes, Dorian proudly declared that he had sung like a canary. He narrated the entire, heart-wrenching saga of their heroic, life-or-death struggle. Panic seized the former assassin's heart like a vice. He was absolutely doomed. Right on cue, his deeply worried mother, Sylvia, frantically appeared at the entrance. He knew exactly how this played out. Sylvia would completely lose her mind, knowing her precious boy clashed with ruthless cutthroats. His brain scrambled to formulate the perfect defensive excuse, but to his absolute shock, no defense was needed. Instead of screaming, she pulled him into a desperate, bone-crushing embrace. Her trembling hands gently stroked his cheek as she showered him with endless praise. The legendary assassin was utterly paralyzed by this sudden warmth. Catching his totally bewildered expression, her eyes softened with maternal affection. Did her silly boy truly believe she would unleash her wrath upon him for this? He awkwardly mumbled his defense. After all, she had constantly begged him to avoid danger at all costs. But Sylvia's gaze burned with intense ancestral pride. She reminded him that the legendary founder of their house always drew his blade to become a shield for the powerless. The ancient texts practically sang of his benevolence. He was a god of war who always extended a lifeline to the desperate. The true essence of the Ziggart bloodline was to shoulder his legacy and stand as an absolute fortress for the disadvantaged. In her youth, she too had burned with the dream of becoming that exact kind of heroic swordsman. So why in the heavens would she ever scold her own flesh and blood for saving innocent hostages? Far from being angry, her heart swelled with overwhelming, earth-shattering pride. The surrounding maids nodded vigorously, their faces beaming with bright smiles. They admitted they were practically moved to tears by the epic tale of his bravery. In fact, they were already plotting. First thing tomorrow morning, they planned to march straight into the main estate and broadcast the young master's legendary exploits to absolutely everyone in earshot. Sylvia squeezed him tight once more, her voice choked with emotion as she whispered that he had grown into a truly magnificent young man. Buried in her embrace, the former cold-blooded killer was completely lost. He genuinely could not compute these overwhelming feelings. Human emotions were a completely terrifying, impossible puzzle. Seeking an outlet for his confusion, he snapped his head around to shoot Dorian a death glare, only to realize the cowardly rat had already vanished into thin air. The Demon King's voice echoed with pure disdain. No need to strain your neck, human. That spineless fool sprinted away ages ago. Releasing a heavy sigh, Raon simply let it go. As the warmth of his home enveloped him, he realized this chaotic evening had actually turned out quite beautifully. Meanwhile, under the soft glow of moonlight, Luna was quietly preparing for a much-needed rest. With delicate care, she placed her little chipmunk companion gently upon the nightstand. As she drifted towards sleep, Raon's unforgettable, encouraging words echoed endlessly in her mind. A soft blush painted her cheeks as she made a firm promise to herself. The very next time their paths crossed, she would absolutely pour her heart out and thank him properly. Meanwhile, Rimmer swayed lazily in his hammock. A knowing smile danced on his lips. He was recalling the clash between Raon and the bandit leader. "Draw your blade and strike," the boy had commanded. The memory sent a thrill through the lazy elf. It had been ages since those legendary words echoed through the world. The exact phrasing of their esteemed founder. The seeds of absolute power. They were finally beginning to sprout. Far away, within the opulent walls of the Robert family estate, Darius sat in his dimly lit study. His pen scratched rhythmically across parchment. Suddenly, his hand completely froze. Crimson drops stained the crisp white page. The blood seeped from a mysterious wound on his palm. He lifted his trembling hand, his eyes darkening with grim realization. This cursed injury still refused to close. How long had it been since that fateful day? 17 agonizing years. He had exhausted mountains of gold on legendary elixirs. He had summoned the continent's most brilliant physicians and holy priests. Yet, absolutely no one could purge this lingering affliction. It was an eternal brand of failure. A wound that defied all mortal healing. It looked exactly as fresh and gruesome as the very second it was inflicted. It was a haunting reminder from beyond the grave, a dead man's whisper demanding he never forget his sins. But Darius scoffed at the ghostly warning. He refused to be chained to the past. The wheels of destiny were already in motion. Very little time remained. The day his ultimate ambition would become reality was fast approaching. A new dawn broke over the training grounds. As the main character took a quiet morning stroll, a familiar chime echoed in his mind. The system declared that the devastating frost curse had finally weakened. A cascade of notifications flooded his vision. He had broken through to the third stage of the Thousand Flames technique. His frost aura and legendary sense had leveled up. He even conquered the third stage of fire attribute resistance. The ultimate milestone was finally unlocked. He was now authorized to train at the prestigious expert level of swordsmanship. His mastery over aura control had skyrocketed. His sword techniques evolved to a deadly new height. Every single movement was now executed with terrifying, surgical precision. A quiet, satisfied smile graced his lips. He stared at his trembling hands. The brutal, bone-crushing training had paid off. He was finally an expert-rank swordsman. Yet, this was merely the first step on his path to absolute dominance. Suddenly, a demonic grumble shattered his peace. Wrath sneered with absolute disgust. Even a grand swordmaster is nothing but a pathetic insect to me. The Demon King scoffed at his pride. You are utterly ridiculous, human. Why celebrate such a microscopic achievement like the expert stage? Raon simply chuckled at the demon's tantrum. You have to admit, he replied calmly, not every 15-year-old kid can wield this kind of power. Search the entire continent from edge to edge. You won't find a single peer at my level. Wrath roared back with explosive fury. Only hopeless fools care about age when blood stains the dirt. Age is a meaningless illusion. Weakness is weakness, whether you are a child or a wrinkled elder. Surprisingly, Raon nodded in solemn agreement. The battlefield shows absolutely no mercy to the young. A real enemy would strike to kill without a second thought. Still, Wrath mercilessly branded him an arrogant fool. In your pitiful current state, you couldn't even leave a scratch on my magnificent demonic finger. You wouldn't even be able to graze my shadow. Raon just smiled warmly, freely admitting the demon's absolute superiority. This complete lack of resistance only fueled Wrath's annoyance. Wipe that sickening smirk off your face. Why are you smiling? The boy calmly replied that he was simply happy with his growth. Back in his previous, blood-soaked life, he never even caught a glimpse of this profound martial realm. Even the mighty Demon King had to admit he had grown stronger. Wrath froze in pure shock, then exploded into a fiery tantrum. Do you really think I, the king of the demon realm, would ever praise a pathetic human? The main character tilted his head, asking why the demon kept acting so tough. Your voice just wavered, your majesty. I must have hit the bullseye. They had shared this body long enough. Raon could read the demon's mind like an open book. This precise strike shattered Wrath's monumental pride. How dare a lowly mortal claim to understand my divine emotions? He shrieked. Killing intent practically boiled out of the system window. The demon screeched, overwhelmed by his own chaotic embarrassment. But Raon stood completely unbothered. Your hollow rage means absolutely nothing to me, he declared. If you don't reclaim your true demonic power soon, won't this endless anger just burn you to ashes? In a terrifying instant, Wrath's fury melted into a sinister, nostalgic grin. Your naive arrogance, it brings back delicious memories of the ancient times. The main character felt a sudden chill, bracing himself for another endless story. Ah, the golden era of the demon realm. Countless foolish heroes dared to challenge my supreme throne, refusing to suffer through another 3-hour villain monologue. Raon instantly muted the demon and headed straight to the training grounds. Wrath shrieked indignantly as his grand speech was ruthlessly ignored. Hours passed in a grueling symphony of clashing steel. Finally, Rimmer clapped his hands, signaling the end of the brutal session. Exhausted but grateful, the young swordsmen bowed to their instructor. However, the fiery-eyed Burin stepped forward, completely dissatisfied. Instructor, you were exactly 20 minutes late today. Shouldn't we extend our training to compensate for your laziness? Without missing a beat, the deadbeat elf vanished like the wind. We can always make up for lost time tomorrow. His voice echoed from afar. Burin gritted his teeth, cursing his master's boundless irresponsibility. The main character stepped in to diffuse the rising tension. He advised everyone to pack up and clear the arena. It was time for the assigned duty squad to scrub the floors. One by one, the exhausted trainees dragged themselves toward the locker room. Dorian trudged along with them, completely unaware of the approaching doom. He was happily organizing his endless magical pouch, but the second he slammed his locker shut, Martha was standing right there. Her terrifying glare made him shriek like a frightened ghost. She dug her fingers into his shoulder. "Is doing cleaning duty with me really that horrific?" she hissed. Trembling like a leaf in a hurricane, he frantically shook his head. "Not at all. It is my absolute honor to clean by your side," he stammered out, snatching the heavy mop straight from his shaking hands. She clicked her tongue in sheer annoyance. "I don't have time for this nonsense. My training schedule is already packed." Her piercing gaze swept across the lingering students like a razor blade. "Get out of my sight, all of you. Can't you see I'm trying to mop the floor here?" The trainees scattered instantly, terrified of the crazy tiger of the squad. Watching the chaos, Raon chuckled inwardly. She was an absolute tyrant to everyone else, yet surprisingly obedient when he gave the orders. Suddenly, a familiar voice drifted from right behind his ear. "She really hasn't changed one bit, has she?" Rimmer whispered with a sly grin. The elf noted that she only ever sheathed her claws when dealing with Raon. Raon spun around, his eyes wide with rare surprise. "I thought you ran off to the tavern already." The shameless instructor scratched his head, admitting he had returned to fetch a forgotten item. Instantly, a heavy, suffocating tension dropped over the locker room. The sudden reappearance of their unpredictable instructor set every single student on high alert. Rimmer floated upward, commanding everyone's attention. He declared that he had one final, utterly crucial announcement to make. But after a heavy pause, a sheepish grin crept across his face as he dropped the bomb. They had a second mission. The atmosphere instantly shattered. A suffocating silence swallowed the training hall as their expressions darkened. The elf simply scratched his head with an awkward laugh, muttering an apology, while the trainees stared in utter disbelief, wondering how anyone could forget something so massive. The main character remained calm, analyzing the timeline. It had been exactly 6 months since their first deployment, meaning this second mission was actually long overdue. Compared to the blood-soaked trials of his past life, the legendary Ziggart clan seemed surprisingly lenient with their duties. Whispers had already been circulating through the estate. A massive horde of orcs had breached the southern borders of the Ziggart territory. Their absolute objective: annihilate the invading greenskins. They were a creeping nightmare for the southern villagers, and protecting those innocent lives was their top priority. Put simply, it was a classic monster subjugation and rescue operation. Hearing this, a wave of adrenaline washed over the young swordsman. This was exactly the kind of bloody stage they had been thirsting for, a real battlefield to test the absolute limits of their sharpened sword arts. But Rimmer swiftly crushed their soaring spirits. He warned them not to celebrate just yet. For this operation, not a single instructor would be watching their backs. They would march to the southern lands completely alone. Survival and victory would depend entirely on their own teamwork and combat prowess. Burin stepped forward, demanding to know what would happen if they faced an impossible threat. The elf's response was ruthlessly cold. That was entirely their problem to solve. If the shadow of death proved too overwhelming, it was up to them to make the ultimate call: push forward into the abyss or retreat. In the heat of battle, the leader's battlefield intuition and absolute judgment would be the only things keeping them alive. Whoever took command had to pave the bloodiest, yet safest path to victory. Dorian, trembling like a leaf, nervously raised his hand. Wouldn't fleeing from a clan mission bring dishonor and severe punishment? The instructor smirked, admitting that normally, retreat meant facing the clan's wrath. But true survival meant reading the flow of the battlefield. For instance, if they crossed paths with one of the 5 great demons, running for their lives wasn't cowardice, it was a commendable feat. Dorian let out a huge sigh of relief, thrilled that his cowardly instincts might actually save him without penalty. But the elf wasn't finished dropping bombs just yet. He casually announced their departure time. They were deploying at the crack of dawn, the very day after tomorrow. A collective roar of frustration echoed through the hall. That was absolutely no time to prepare for a war. Rimmer's gaze sharpened as he reminded them of a harsh truth. Unlike a simple assassination target, wiping out an entire monster horde required meticulous, life-or-death planning. One wrong tactical move, and the entire village would be reduced to ashes. They had to calculate every single terrifying variable. Burin grit his teeth, fiercely complaining that such crucial intel should have been given weeks ago. But before the panic could spread, the main character's cold, commanding voice cut through the chaos. He reminded his peers of the harsh reality of the vanguard. The instructor had always warned them that real combat never waits for a convenient schedule. Every second spent whining was a second stolen from their survival. Instead of barking at their superior, they needed to channel that energy into arming themselves for the bloodbath ahead. His chilling logic instantly silenced the room. He was absolutely right. The Grim Reaper never sends an invitation before striking from the shadows. Seeing his star pupil casually seize control of the room, Rimmer smiled in satisfaction. He then offered one last, chilling piece of advice. These greenskins possessed a terrifying, primitive physical strength that defied human logic. They were absolute behemoths of muscle and rage. Comparing them to their previous human sparring partners would be a fatal mistake. Furthermore, these beasts were pack hunters. They moved in endless, bloodthirsty tides, meaning the young swordsmen would be massively outnumbered. If they tried to clash blades head-on with their current, fragile stamina, they would be crushed into meat paste in an instant. The golden rule for this slaughter: evade, do not block. Redirect their monstrous momentum and strip away every single ounce of dead weight from their gear. With the deadline set for dawn in 2 days, the chaotic briefing concluded. Fast forward to his quarters. The main character had already finished a ruthlessly efficient packing routine. He had specifically selected a dimensional pouch enchanted with weight reduction magic. He fully understood the instructor's warning. On a massive battlefield, heavy luggage was nothing more than a death sentence. The elf's hidden message was loud and clear. This time, they were completely off the leash. And honestly, the young swordsman wouldn't have it any other way. Suddenly, a burst of freezing energy erupted from his wrist. Wrath materialized with his usual venomous sneer. The demon mocked his arrogant confidence, hissing that fate loves to shatter perfect plans. The abyss is full of deadly, unforeseen variables. The boy simply smirked, calmly agreeing that the battlefield is always a fickle mistress. After all, the universe was so unpredictable that sometimes a mighty demon lord would practically hand over free stat points without putting up a real fight. The demonic entity instantly exploded in blazing fury, screaming that he wanted nothing more than to sew that insolent human mouth shut forever. But before their mental brawl could escalate, a soft knock echoed through the room. Wondering who would dare disturb his pre-battle meditation at this midnight hour, he swung the door open, only to freeze in shock. Standing there, radiating a very displeased aura, was his mother. She scolded him with motherly concern, hurt that he was marching off to a war zone without even saying goodbye. His eyes narrowed in suspicion. How did this classified intel leak so fast? Did that blabbermouth Dorian snitch again? She sighed, revealing that the careless elf instructor had casually dropped by to spill the secrets. A vein throbbed in the boy's forehead. He made a mental note to slice off those pointy elven ears the next time they met. He quickly lowered his head, offering a deeply sincere apology. Hearing his earnest voice, the terrifying maternal tension melted from her face. Gently grasping his calloused hands, she looked into his eyes with absolute seriousness. Being the spearhead of a vanguard required entirely different skills than just being the strongest blade in the dojo. A true commander must carve an undeniable path of survival through the darkest chaos, guiding his comrades when hope seems lost. And carrying that mountainous burden alone is a fast track to ruin. He would be the architect of their battle formations, tasked with keeping casualties at absolute zero while ensuring every single squad member returns home. The terrifying weight of their fragile lives would rest entirely on his tactical commands. The reincarnated assassin was genuinely stunned. He had braced himself for tears and a desperate plea to stay behind. Instead, the gentle woman standing before him was forging him into a true leader with her quiet, unyielding wisdom. Sylvia's gaze softened as she delivered a heavy warning. Exterminating a monster horde might sound like a simple walk in the park. But out there on the real battlefield, it is a grueling trial of survival. They could not afford to leave a single beast breathing. Sparing even one creature could spell absolute doom for the innocent villagers they were sworn to protect. She placed a gentle, trembling hand on his shoulder, reminding him of his new, heavy burden. He was stepping out not as a mere trainee, but as a true blade carrying the proud name of Ziggart. It was finally time for him to unsheath his ultimate potential. She wanted the whole world to witness a masterful swordsman who upholds the absolute honor of their great house. Blinking in sheer surprise, he confessed that he had braced himself for a harsh scolding. Her eyes welled with overwhelming emotion as she cried out. Of course, she was furious. Her heart was absolutely shattered by anxiety over his reckless path. But the eve of war was no time for a mother's reprimand. Wrapping him in a warm, desperate embrace, she forced a tearful smile and urged him to focus entirely on the bloody road ahead. The real punishment would wait until he returned home safely. Seeing his brilliant growth filled her soul with unimaginable pride, yet a mother's terrifying worry for her child would never truly fade. Returning her comforting embrace, he completely steadied his resolve. The fateful hour of departure had finally arrived. Before they marched into the treacherous unknown, Master Rimmer's playful demeanor completely vanished. he delivered a chilling final warning. The wilds are entirely unpredictable, so they must keep their guard raised and their aura flowing at all times. If they ever encountered a monstrous presence beyond their current realm of power, there was absolutely no shame in falling back to survive. The young warriors roared their understanding in perfect unison. With a deeply satisfied nod, the red-haired elf wished them a victorious and safe campaign. A standard march would consume an entire month, but the vanguard had already carved out a bloody path, cutting their travel time down to a mere 2 weeks. With a final bit of good luck, the main character stepped up as their absolute commander to align their ranks. His voice rang out with undeniable authority, commanding the trainees to instantly divide into 4 tactical formations. They would execute the precise vanguard strategy they had relentlessly drilled just hours ago. Watching from the shadows, the elven master flashed an incredibly knowing grin. Under such ironclad leadership, victory was all but guaranteed. The boy's genius was not solely limited to devastating sword arts or an overwhelming aura capacity. His tactical mind was sharp enough to cut through the most complex battlefield scenarios. Conquering this bloody trial would be nothing but a mere stepping stone for him. And the most terrifying part, the kid was only 15 years old. With every passing day, the master's expectations skyrocketed toward the heavens. As the dust settled behind the departing youths, an assistant instructor stepped out from the blind spot, whispering to ask if they should initiate their shadow guard protocol. If they trailed the students from this exact distance, the fledglings would remain entirely oblivious to their hidden protectors. But the elven master instantly waved off the suggestion. It was far too soon. The young commander's monstrous senses would detect their presence in a heartbeat. Letting out a dramatic, lazy yawn, the elf declared it was time for a sun-soaked nap. The surrounding instructors exchanged terrified glances, silently panicking because their critical escort window was rapidly closing. He chuckled, noting they should save that nervous energy for the green-skinned beasts waiting in the dark. As the hours bled away, the scene shifted deep into the forbidden woodlands. There, surrounded by a terrifying mountain of decaying bones, an ominous cavern radiated a sickening, bloodthirsty energy. A guttural voice echoed through the suffocating dark. The monstrous chieftain had just received word about a defenseless human settlement, the exact destination of the young martial artists. A cruel, blood-curdling grin stretched across his face as he claimed the hunting ground. The chieftain raised his massive, blood-stained weapon, roaring a devastating command to his savage brethren. Any pathetic human that dared to cross their path would be brutally slaughtered and instantly devoured. With that terrifying declaration, the nightmarish horde began their devastating march. Days melted into nights, just as the young swordsmen reached the village's forested border. A tense anomaly completely stopped them in their tracks. Blocking their path was a completely different armed squadron. At its head stood Raon Ziggart, a pure-blooded heir of the main family tree, and the undisputed top martial artist of the 6th Training Hall. The tension in the air was thick enough to slice with a blade. Both commanding officers locked eyes, utterly bewildered by this impossible convergence in the middle of nowhere. The main character narrowed his eyes in deep, analytical thought. Rumor had it that Raon was held back from the 6th Hall due to some crippling internal injuries. Yet, judging by his steady breathing, his foundation was completely restored. His perfectly balanced stance revealed the undeniable grace of a master swordsman. Breaking the suffocating silence, Raon haughtily declared that his elite unit was officially dispatched to exterminate the orc menace. He coldly demanded to know why a lesser squad was trespassing on their bloody battlefield. Meeting his arrogant gaze flawlessly, the young commander revealed their identically issued orders. Raon's expression twisted into utter disbelief. Had the Grand Family assigned 2 rival factions to the exact same bloodbath? Such a catastrophic overlap in military operations was never once mentioned in his mission briefing. The hidden truth lay buried in the events of the previous night. Inside a dimly lit, raucous tavern, the martial instructors had gathered. One master leaned over his ale, praising Rimmer for the legendary rumors surrounding his students' latest bloody conquest. Despite being mere fledglings, they had brutally dismantled a notorious syndicate of mountain bandits with ruthless, terrifying efficiency. The lazy elf flashed an arrogant, boastful grin. He proudly declared that even as their supreme master, the kid's explosive martial growth completely blew his mind. Riding high on his massive ego, he carelessly suggested tossing them right into the upcoming orc extermination. With their current monstrous momentum, carving through green skins would be an absolute breeze. Perhaps the Grand Patriarch would finally rain some glorious rewards upon him. Suddenly, a chilling shadow fell over his table. Metun, the fiercely strict master of the 6th Training Hall, loomed dangerously behind his chair. His voice was completely cold as steel as he staked his unyielding claim. This extermination belonged strictly to his disciples. When facing a tidal wave of monstrous beasts, flawless synchronization was the only key to absolute survival. He mercilessly mocked Hall 5's chaotic, unpredictable methods. They were nothing but a pack of lone wolves for a massive subjugation war. The disciplined, military formation of Hall 6 was the only logical choice. He boasted with terrifying, absolute pride that his trainees had just survived the demonic Hell Week conditioning, without a single pathetic dropout. Therefore, the glory of this glorious hunt was theirs by absolute right. Rimmer let out a dramatically exasperated sigh. He fired back, accusing the strict master of being blindingly jealous, because his golden prodigies were finally stealing all the limelight. A wicked, chaotic glint flashed in the elf's eyes as he proposed the dangerous gamble. Why not throw both packs of wolves into the exact same pit? The disgusting orcs needed to be completely eradicated either way. Deploying two fiercely rival divisions simultaneously would spark a blazing, unstoppable fire of competition. The desperate need to violently outshine one another would push them far beyond their absolute physical limits. Metten's eyes narrowed dangerously, but a fierce smirk betrayed his complete agreement. They would definitely need the Grand Patriarch's official seal of approval first. Both masters secretly burned with thrilling, battle-hungry anticipation, dying to see which bloodline would emerge totally victorious. Snapping forcefully back to the tense forest standoff, Burin boldly marched to the absolute front line. He arrogantly declared that mixed command would only breed fatal chaos, so the 6th Hall should just turn their tails and march back home, leaving the real, blood-soaked glory to them. This sheer, unfiltered disrespect instantly ignited Kane's raging, blazing aura. His eyes flashed with deadly intent as he hissed a final, chilling warning. He would definitely not tolerate such pathetic insolence a second time. He violently sneered, questioning if the pathetic 5th Hall had completely lost their minds. For an all-out, bloody extermination raid, his elite, perfectly synchronized battalion was the only true, sharpened sword fit for the job. He knew their lack of synergy would be a fatal flaw. They were a pack of lone wolves, completely oblivious to the rhythm of true teamwork. Burns scoffed as his pride flared up like wildfire. He demanded they respect his lethal skill, warning them never to look down on the mighty 5th Training Hall. Raon merely watched the chaos unfold in silence. He had already pieced the puzzle together, knowing that the sly elf Rimmer had deliberately orchestrated this clash between the two squads. But why keep this trial a secret? Closing his eyes, the truth clicked into place. The instructor was throwing them to the wolves to forge them through brutal, real combat experience. This was no longer a safe sparring match behind academy walls. They had been tossed into a battlefield where one mistake could spell death. When facing down monstrous hordes, flawless tactics and unbroken teamwork were the ultimate lifelines. Yet, those were the exact qualities his hot-headed squad lacked the most. Rimmer wanted this fierce rivalry with the 6th Training Hall to act as a crucible, a trial by fire, forcing them to forge their fatal weaknesses into unyielding strength. Realizing the grand scheme, Raon silently cursed that manipulative elf. Still, he could not deny the truth. This twisted game was the perfect stage for their explosive evolution. Furthermore, his mother's parting words echoed deep within his soul. He needed to prove his absolute worth, to stand as the pinnacle of swordsmanship and become the glorious ideal of their noble family. That burning ambition had fueled his every breath since that day. Stepping into the center of the fierce bickering, he unleashed a heavy aura, commanding everyone to hold their tongues. Why bleed their precious energy on pointless squabbles? Deep down, they all knew the bitter truth. Barking at each other would never forge a unified front. So, he threw down the gauntlet, suggesting a trial of strength to settle things. Burns' eyes narrowed in sheer disbelief. How could he propose a reckless contest when stepping into the jaws of the unknown? The main character met his piercing gaze without flinching. Nobody here wanted the bitter taste of a failed mission, and he certainly refused to bow out. This was a full-scale monstrous subjugation. The bloodthirsty orc horde was vast enough to satisfy all their blades, and lurking within those shadows, elite abominations were waiting for a bloodbath. The rules of engagement were simple. A ruthless competition would decide who claimed the absolute right to command the vanguard of this raid. Their primary target would be the elite orc warlords. They would plunge the enemy ranks into absolute terror and execute a flawless purge. The bloody logic was undeniable. Should the commanding squad falter under the overwhelming pressure, the runner-ups would strike from the shadows to steal the glory. A vicious but fair arrangement. Did anyone dare to object? Kane nodded firmly, acknowledging the undeniable logic of a warrior. With the terms set in stone, Raon directed their march toward the treacherous mountain peaks. The Shadow War had officially begun. Blinded by the thrill of battle, Burn, Martha, and a handful of reckless disciples surged up the jagged mountain cliffs like untamed beasts. The victory conditions were crystal clear. Crush the opposing squad beneath their heels or seize their prized banner, a far sweeter alternative to endlessly locking horns in debate. The main character offered to forge a tactical formation for the strike, but drunk on their own perceived invincibility, they swatted his warnings aside. Martha was the absolute worst offender. A predatory grin stretched across her face as she was already tasting the sweet thrill of grinding her rivals into the dirt. Locking eyes with her prey at long last, she scoffed with utter disdain. Why bother weaving complex strategies when she was hunting mere sheep? Unleashing a bloodthirsty laugh, she launched herself into the fray like an explosive cannonball. Meanwhile, hidden in the shadows, Raon awakened his supreme sensory perception to watch the slaughter unfold. His divine senses mapped the chaotic battlefield flawlessly. He did not even need to open his eyes to feel the violent clash of auras tearing through the forest. The bloodbath was underway. Luna broke his intense concentration, her voice trembling with anxiety. Was it truly wise to let them charge headfirst into a death trap without a safety net? His response was ice-cold and absolute. When fools are intoxicated by their own bloated egos, the voice of reason just sounds like empty wind. She desperately hoped for a miracle victory, but the main character knew the brutal truth. They were walking straight into a catastrophic humiliation. True to his word, Byrne and Martha were already buckling under overwhelming pressure. They rained down ferocious strikes with everything they had, but panic flared in their eyes as their attacks shattered like glass against steel. Why were their legendary techniques rendered utterly useless? Individually, their foes were pathetic weaklings, but linked together, their ironclad defensive formation was an impenetrable fortress. The enemy warriors roared in defiance, screaming that raw talent meant nothing against an unbreakable united front. Martha froze in her tracks, her predatory confidence completely shattered by the overwhelming wall of shields. As twilight painted the mountain peaks in shades of crimson, the arrogant vanguard came limping back to camp. Their heads hung low in bitter humiliation. Raon crossed his arms, an icy smirk playing on his lips. Did the slaughter go as smoothly as they had boasted? The arrogant hunters had instantly become the hunted. Forced into a pathetic, desperate retreat, they finally choked on the bitter ash of their own monumental failure. Did they truly think the world froze in place while they basked in their own glory? Just because the mighty Owen Kingdom had cast those students aside once, did that make them eternal trash? Believing that a past victory guaranteed future triumph was the ultimate fool's paradise. Was that pathetic delusion truly the foundation of their absolute confidence? This was the devastating price of charging blindly into war. Zero intelligence gathering, and absolutely zero tactical formations. Their unchecked arrogance had become their executioner. They had recklessly bled their precious stamina, drained their raging auras, and even spoon-fed their secret martial arts to the enemy. Did they forget that their rivals bled and sweat in the training halls every single day too? Surpassing them in mere academy rankings did not grant them the divine right to act like untouchable gods. The crushing weight of silence fell over the group until Luna whispered with a shattered voice, "Was this the end of their raid?" The main character's eyes suddenly flared with an undeniable brilliance. The game was far from over. In fact, the true counterattack was just about to begin. Like a spark hitting dry tinder, life surged back into their defeated eyes. Martha gritted her teeth, vowing to drag those bastards straight to hell. A satisfied smile crept across the main character's face, seeing their fangs finally bared for a real fight. Gathering them close, he began to weave a masterful web of tactical destruction. Meanwhile, across the shadowy ridge, the warriors of the 6th Training Hall were already analyzing their crushed opponents. Their leader scoffed, deeming the legendary 5th Training Hall as nothing but paper tigers. Yet, a dark thrill raced through his veins at the prospect of breaking them again. But his comrade instantly cut off the laughter, his aura flaring with grave warning. Never forget that these so-called paper tigers had slaughtered the infamous Snow Tiger Claw bandits, wiping out one of the Alliance's most terrifying factions. Monsters who had survived that level of pure carnage would never roll over and accept a pathetic defeat. A violent storm was undoubtedly brewing. Right on cue, the imposing silhouette of Martha emerged from the creeping shadows. The leader unsheathed his roaring blade, an exhilarated grin twisting his features. The prey had returned, and it was time to drown them in absolute despair. The girl scoffed, her eyes narrowing with absolute disgust. She spat out that he was nothing but a fool, warning him that one more insult against her team would cost him a lifetime of agonizing regret. Without wasting another breath, her expression hardened into pure focus as she launched herself directly into the fray. The enemy leader barked desperate orders to his squad. He commanded them to shift into the 4th formation and brace for a head-on collision. He confidently stepped forward to block her strike, but his eyes went wide with shock when she suddenly vanished, striking from his blind spot instead. Meanwhile, Buren charged like a missile right into the enemy ranks. The opposing swordsman smirked. Having already analyzed his starting stance, they thought they had him completely figured out and eagerly rushed in for the kill. But reality brutally shattered their expectations. Buren moved like a phantom, flawlessly weaving past their defenses to disarm 2 fighters in the blink of an eye. The squad leader whipped around in pure disbelief. How on earth did he alter his trajectory mid-air with such terrifying speed? It made absolutely no sense. Their entire combat style had completely transformed in a matter of minutes. Across the battlefield, Martha was single-handedly overpowering 3 opponents with terrifying ease. A vicious grin spread across her face as she realized the main character's strategy was absolutely flawless. During their earlier tactical meeting, he had looked them dead in the eye and asked a crucial question. If they possessed superior raw power, why were they being pushed back? Buren had correctly deduced that it all came down to battlefield intelligence and tactical matchups, a theory that Raon immediately confirmed. The disciples of the 6th Training Hall had thoroughly studied their martial arts. They had literally built their entire formation around countering their specific skill sets. On the flip side, their team had charged in completely blinded by their own arrogance and expecting an easy victory. That lethal overconfidence had led to a humiliating struggle in a battle they should have dominated. Trembling with anxiety, Dorian had asked if they were doomed to fail. Exploding with fiery rage, Martha had grabbed the cowardly boy by the collar and ordered him to shut his mouth. But the main character calmly interjected, stating that while defeat was not set in stone, their aura reserves were dangerously low. The tides of war were definitely against them, but he reminded his comrades that the enemy was not the only one capable of using their brains. Buren pressed him for a master plan. The main character explained that Kane possessed terrifyingly sharp observation skills and a predatory intuition. He had analyzed their movements from the shadows, meticulously deploying specialists perfectly tailored to neutralize their individual strengths. Martha was a monstrous powerhouse of stamina and brute force, but her strikes lacked refined technique. Therefore, Kane deployed heavy defenders to absorb her crushing blows and drain her energy. Similarly, while Buren possessed blinding speed, his trajectory was far too predictable. To counter that, agile evasion experts were sent to exhaust him. The most logical countermeasure would be to simply rotate their own frontline fighters to break the matchups. However, he knew their immense pride would never allow such a tactical retreat. Proving his point, Martha aggressively declared that she would crush her obstacles with her own 2 hands. Buren shared the exact same burning resolve. With a knowing smirk, Raon announced that they simply needed to evolve their combat style on the spot. Their opponents might have ironclad defenses, but their aura manipulation was pathetically weak. He tasked Martha with forcefully tearing open a fatal gap in their armor and delivering a localized, devastating strike. He explained that Buren struggled against instinctual fighters, but those same opponents were notoriously vulnerable to deceptive maneuvers. The key to his victory was to completely discard his straightforward habits and weave a deadly web of illusions and feints. Martha admitted the tactical brilliance of his words, but a burning question remained. How did he analyze the entire battlefield without even stepping into the fray? He casually replied that while Kane's observational skills were certainly impressive for an academy student, his own senses were on an entirely different level. He had been visualizing the entire war zone through the subtle shifts in the air and the lingering scent of aura alone. Snapping back to the present, he saw his comrades dominating their battles. Even Luna was holding her ground perfectly. But then, the heavy crunch of footsteps echoed behind him. The real battle was finally at his doorstep. The final boss had arrived, none other than Raon Ziggart himself. With the tides turning against his faction, the arrogant senior was forced to personally hunt down the victory flag. Kane narrowed his eyes, openly wondering how his flawless strategy was crumbling, only to realize that the main character had orchestrated a masterful counterattack. He admitted that the rumors of the boy's monstrous growth were completely true. However, he promised to brutally extinguish that spark right here and now. A wicked sneer crossed Kane's face as he mentioned the boy's legendary fire aura, revealing a terrifying secret of his own. Gripping his hilt with both hands, scorching crimson flames suddenly erupted, violently wrapping around his steel. The main character watched in mild surprise as another fire user revealed his fangs. Dripping with absolute arrogance, Kane boasted that his blazing aura was at the absolute pinnacle of the academy, surpassing even seasoned graduates. To him, this battle was already over. Letting out an exasperated sigh, Raon complained about the Ziggart family's obnoxious habit of talking too much before crossing blades. In the next heartbeat, a monstrous wave of heat exploded from his own body as he dared his opponent to step up. It was time to show this arrogant senior the true meaning of absolute, all-consuming hellfire. Like a shooting star, he instantly closed the distance. Kane's eyes widened in genuine shock at the explosive speed. Suddenly, remembering the terrifying rumors of this boy crushing both Martha and the mighty Prince Owen, the senior desperately leaped backward to avoid the lethal strike. His mind raced in denial, desperately trying to convince himself that a junior's aura could never match his own absolute power. Yet, his instinct screamed a terrifying truth. Before he could even process his own dread, the blinding gleam of a fiery blade flashed right before his eyes. He barely managed to raise his sword in a frantic block, but the golden flames roared with devastating ferocity, melting past his defense and instantly drawing a thin line of blood across his cheek. Cold panic gripped his heart. How was this even possible? Was his legendary fire actually losing? As denial clouded his mind, the main character unleashed a storm of suffocating pressure, forcing him into a desperate retreat. A catastrophic downward slash rained from above. Cain met the strike with everything he had, but the sheer, monstrous weight of the attack threatened to shatter his very bones. Pushed to his absolute breaking point, the senior roared, forcing every last drop of his aura into a desperate counter. The two legendary flames collided, triggering a devastating explosion that violently shook the very foundations of the training grounds. The dust finally settled on their devastating clash. Cain had been completely crushed. Looking down at his defeated opponent, Raon scoffed with eyes full of disdain. Didn't he boast that his flames were superior? Next to Raon's blazing aura, he was nothing but a flickering candle. Moments later, the rest of the squad arrived on the scene. Their jaws dropped in sheer disbelief as they spotted the mighty Cain slumped on the ground, lost in a sea of his own shattered pride, right beside their unfazed leader. When his teammates frantically asked how he pulled this off, the main character simply smirked. He calmly explained the most ruthless rule of warfare. When the tides of battle turn against you, simply cut off the head of the enemy commander. The squad gasped, amazed by his terrifying foresight and tactical genius. Buren stepped forward, his eyes shining with newfound respect, admitting that Raon's brilliant strategy had saved them all. Sure, luring the enemy into a trap was a piece of cake for Raon, but even he knew he could not have claimed victory single-handedly. Without their absolute trust in his commands, the mighty 5th Training Hall would have been crushed by the 6th. Even the famously stubborn Martha crossed her arms, reluctantly swallowing her mountain-high pride. Gritting her teeth, she confessed that his judgment was absolutely flawless. She admitted that if his grand strategy had failed, she would have been ready to jump into the fray herself. But there was no denying the truth. They had claimed this glorious victory solely because of his divine leadership. In that defining moment, every single member bowed to his overwhelming capability. They fully acknowledged him as the supreme ruler of the 5th Training Hall, pledging their absolute loyalty to his every command. Raon's eyes widened in mild shock. The proud smile tugged at his lips, as he realized this brutal trial by fire had actually forged them into true warriors. They had finally grown up. Hearing such unwavering devotion from the fierce students of the 5th Training Hall sent a warm surge of pride straight through his heart. His voice rang out with absolute authority. As he praised their magnificent performance, he boldly declared that this brutal clash was a wake-up call. They had finally tasted the deadly poison of arrogance, and realized the sheer devastation of charging into battle blindly. The harsh truth hung heavy in the air. Had this been a true battlefield bathed in blood instead of a simple test, every last one of them would be rotting corpses by now. He commanded them to burn today's agonizing lessons deep into their very souls. As Raon expertly directed his loyal squad, Cain watched him from the shadows, completely awestruck. This monster of a rookie had shattered every single one of his expectations. He was not just a genius with a blade. He possessed the terrifying mind of a master tactician, seamlessly blending strategy with absolute destruction on the battlefield. Cain let out a bitter laugh. He had foolishly brushed off the 5th Training Hall as nothing more than a pathetic group of arrogant upstarts. But the crushing reality had hit him like a mountain. The only arrogant fool here was himself. Swallowing his shattered pride, he marched straight up to Raon and extended a trembling hand. He openly confessed that this humiliating defeat had been the greatest lesson of his life. Raon had carved a vital truth into his very bones. Never let your guard drop until the enemy's heart stops beating. And always forge a secondary blade in the shadows, just in case your primary strike completely shatters. Cain had been completely blinded by his own towering ego, fully convinced that his victory was already written in the stars. He thought he held all the cards, believing he knew their every weakness. But fate had slapped him awake. Not only was his entire faction utterly decimated, but he himself was mercilessly crushed in a one-on-one duel. He had paraded around like an invincible king, only to realize he was just a frog in a well. This devastating defeat had violently shattered his delusions of grandeur, teaching him a priceless lesson in true humility. Bowing his head in deep respect, he thanked Raon for being such a brutal yet brilliant mentor. The main character flashed a knowing smile, pleasantly surprised to find that Cain possessed far more honor and grace than the other arrogant snobs from the main branch. Reaching out, he firmly grasped Kane's hand, declaring with genuine respect that this clash of titans had sharpened his own skills as well. With a fiery spark of camaraderie, Kane solemnly swore an oath. Just as they had promised, his entire faction would lay down their lives to support them in their upcoming mission. Exactly 2 weeks had evaporated since that legendary clash. Trudging through a desolate, frost-bitten forest, the squad arrived at a towering cliff. Down below lay their destination. A pathetic, snow-buried village that held absolutely zero value in terms of exclusive goods or tourism. It was nothing more than a forgotten speck on the map. A miserable patch of dirt where desperate farmers clawed at the frozen earth, just to survive another day. At first glance, this mission seemed like a total joke. A simple, mundane task beneath their extraordinary talents. Just another routine monster extermination. But as the chilling wind howled, a sinister shiver crawled up Raon's spine. The unmistakable sensation of being hunted. This was entirely different from the watchful eyes of their strict mentors. This gaze dripped with pure, concentrated malice. It was the icy stare of a predator, carefully calculating the perfect moment to slaughter them all. Raon subtly scanned the frozen wasteland, his mind racing a mile a minute. To trap a cunning predator, you must first play the perfect prey. The ultimate strategy was to feign ignorance and lay a deadly counter-trap. Without missing a beat, he called out to Burin. With a serious glint in his eye, he dropped a massive bombshell. He officially appointed Burin as the supreme commander for this perilous mission. Burin's eyes nearly popped out of his skull, absolutely paralyzed by the sudden responsibility. Raon smoothly explained his grand reasoning. During their first bloodbath against the Snow Tiger Claws bandits, only he and Runon had tasted the true horrors of combat. For the squad to truly evolve, the others needed to step out of his massive shadow and taste the crushing weight of leadership. A devilish smirk crossed Raon's face. Didn't Burin boldly declare on day one that he would shatter Raon's legend and rise to the absolute peak? Well, wasn't this the ultimate chance to prove it? This was his golden opportunity to unleash every single ounce of terrifying power he had cultivated during their hellish training. Clenching his fists, a fiery determination ignited in Burin's eyes. He accepted the heavy mantle, vowing to show Raon a miraculous transformation. Spinning around, he roared his first command to the squad with the commanding presence of a true leader. Not a single soul dared to question his authority. Their blood boiled with anticipation, and they stood in perfect formation, absolutely ready to charge into hell on his orders. While Burin rallied the troops, the main character smoothly slid over to Martha. Before she could erupt in her usual fiery rage, he whispered that he would reveal his master plan later. But surprisingly, Martha coldly brushed him off, stating she didn't need any coddling or sweet excuses. She had sworn a blood oath to follow his every command, and her pride would never allow her to break it. Without another word, she marched straight over to Burin, immediately locking into deep strategic planning with their new commander. With his pieces perfectly placed on the board, Raon silently reached into the depths of his soul. He asked the Demon King of Wrath, did he also feel those sinister eyes crawling over their skin? The demonic entity scoffed in amusement. He mockingly asked if Raon had only just noticed the suffocating killing intent. Wrath flashed a wicked grin, arrogantly stating that Raon's heightened senses were all thanks to absorbing a fraction of his own legendary demonic power. The main character sharply demanded to know the enemy's exact coordinates and numbers, but Wrath just let out a bone-chilling cackle. He flatly refused to spoon-feed him the answers, taunting Raon to use his own pathetic mortal senses to hunt down the prey. However, the Demon King had unknowingly made a fatal slip of the tongue. Raon's brilliant mind instantly picked apart the demon's words, deducing that they were dealing with a lone assassin. Wrath's jaw dropped in absolute shock, completely dumbfounded by how this human had cracked the code so effortlessly. A triumphant smirk danced on the main character's lips. He coldly pointed out that Wrath had used a singular pronoun instead of a plural one. He mockingly thanked the legendary demon for being such a generous informant. Realizing he had been masterfully played by a mere mortal, Wrath erupted into a volcano of furious demonic curses. But Raon completely tuned out the demon's screeching, his mind diving back into cold, calculated analysis. Could he truly trust that this shadow was acting entirely alone? Even if only one predator was currently baring its fangs at them, the survival instincts etched into his very soul screamed a horrifying truth. In the brutal, unforgiving world of assassins, there could always be an entire pack of bloodthirsty vipers lurking just out of sight. He absolutely could not afford to lower his guard. Letting out a heavy sigh, he quickly realized this mission was going to be an absolute nightmare. Meanwhile, deep in the shadows, the spy who had been tailing them returned to his commander. He reported that their targets were none other than the scions of the legendary Ziggart bloodline. The commander scoffed, one of the 6 emperors. Shouldn't a group of them be an overwhelming threat? But the scout quickly brushed it off, claiming they were merely wet behind the ears trainees. They didn't even have a seasoned mentor escorting them. This was likely just their second real-world deployment. His commander's eyes narrowed. Did any of those brats detect your presence? The spy puffed out his chest with absolute certainty. Those rookies didn't sense a single drop of his aura. A sinister smirk crept across the scout's face. There was simply no way a bunch of academy kids could ever pierce through his flawless stealth. But the subordinate was still puzzled. They had already seized complete control over the local orc population, so why would the formidable Ziggart family dispatch mere disciples to this wasteland? The commander clicked his tongue. It was blatantly obvious that the desperate villagers had gone crying to the martial house for salvation. Terrified by the sudden shift in the forest's ecosystem, they had begged for immediate reinforcements, reporting a massive, unnatural spike in the orc horde. The villains had arrogantly assumed tracking down the elusive mana stone would be child's play, but it seemed their calculations were drastically off. Gazing menacingly toward the peaceful settlement, the subordinate noted that the artifact was nowhere in the wild. It had to be hidden among the humans. Did this mean it was time to launch a full-scale slaughter? The commander raised a hand, demanding patience. He wanted to bide their time, but his bloodthirsty lackey argued. This was the perfect chance to utterly annihilate the Ziggart prodigies. After all, butchering a handful of inexperienced martial artists would be as easy as stepping on bugs. But the commander's strategic mind saw the bigger picture. Striking now might expose their hunt for the mana stone to the main family, and drawing the ire of the absolute strongest would be a fatal, unforgivable mistake. Their sinister master plan: let the arrogant brats slice down a few low-level beasts and return home, boasting about a flawless victory. With a dark chuckle, the commander equipped a grotesque, magical helmet. In a flash of dark energy, his very biology warped. Bulging, monstrous muscles ripped through his clothes as his skin mutated to a sickly green. He had completely transformed into a massive, terrifying orc chieftain. The moment those Ziggart brats packed up and left, they would descend upon the village and erase it from existence. Meanwhile, safe inside a rustic village building, Raon silently analyzed Burin's behavior. He had expected the noble to be a massive liability, but the guy was actually stepping up as a shockingly competent leader. Instead of throwing his aristocratic weight around and barking tyrannical orders, he prioritized the absolute success of their mission. He even took the time to gently reassure the terrified village chief and the trembling locals. Seeing the sweat on Burin's brow, Raon realized he could take a step back. The squad was totally capable of exterminating these mindless beasts without his direct intervention. Peering through the frosted windowpane, Raon's golden eyes narrowed sharply. The real threat wasn't the monsters. It was the rat that had been trailing them all the way to the border. His razor-sharp instincts couldn't be fooled. The moment they crossed the village threshold, that chilling surveillance had mysteriously vanished into thin air. Was it a shadow guard dispatched by the Ziggart patriarch to grade their performance, or were they walking blind into a lethal, unseen trap? The bloody truth would undoubtedly reveal itself by dawn. The very next morning, Burin crouched over fresh, jagged footprints carved deep into the snow. His expression hardened as he confirmed the woods were crawling with monsters. The elders' terrifying warning echoed in their minds. The annual beast waves were normal, but this year, the horde had multiplied by a staggering 3 times. A fragile, isolated human settlement stood absolutely zero chance against a green tide of that magnitude. The scouts had visually confirmed over 100 bloodthirsty creatures, meaning the true swarm hiding in the shadows could easily surpass 200. But the sheer numbers were only half the nightmare. Navigating this treacherous, frozen labyrinth was suicide without a local. To prevent them from wandering into an icy grave, the village assigned them a personal pathfinder. They brought out the most agile and swift-footed survivor the village had to offer. This guy was going to be their lifeline in the wild. But Kanbar, the designated guide for Mount Cebu, was trembling like a leaf. He had sensed the grim atmosphere when the chief pleaded with these young warriors the night before. Despite his crippling fear of the beast horde, he had bravely accepted the heavy burden of leading the Ziggart prodigies into the jaws of death. Catching the sheer panic flashing in the guide's eyes, Raon offered a calm, unwavering gaze, telling the man to cast aside his terror. He swore they would bring him back to his family without a single scratch. Suddenly, Burin's commanding voice shattered the morning silence, ordering the strike force to fall into formation and listen up. Their primary targets for absolute extermination were the brutal, hulking orcs. However, they couldn't afford to underestimate the vicious swarms of goblins and kobolds scurrying beneath their feet. Those cowardly runts thrived on lethal poisons and dirty, underhanded traps. In this frozen wasteland, even the slightest venomous scratch could spell a gruesome doom. so their situational awareness had to be absolutely flawless. Barking orders like a true battlefield commander, he ordered the 6 training hall disciples to spread out and establish an ironclad perimeter. Not a single fleeing monster was allowed to slip past their blockade. Cryan slammed his fist over his heart, roaring his absolute compliance. Drawing his weapon, Burin signaled the vanguard to march forward. The great monster purge was officially underway. It was time to paint the snow crimson and utterly eradicate the foul beasts, plunging these lands into despair. Charging headfirst into the frozen abyss, Burin unleashed a thunderous war cry. He ordered his comrades to unleash the terrifying, unmatched might of the Ziggart bloodline. Inside Raon's mind, wrath violently face-palmed. The demonic entity groaned, calling them an absolute circus of colossal idiots. They had perfectly set up a stealthy ambush, only to shriek at the top of their lungs and broadcast their exact coordinates to the entire forest. Their grand tactical positioning had just been completely flushed down the drain by a burst of youthful adrenaline. Yet, Raon merely observed the chaotic charge with a chillingly stoic expression. He coolly explained to the demon that the screaming was a psychological release valve for their crushing anxiety. For rookies on their first blood-soaked mission, this reaction was entirely human. Wrath paused, his demonic eyes narrowing as he stared at his host. How could this kid be so unfazed? While the others were drowning in rookie tension, Raon was reading the entire battlefield from above. Despite his youth, the aura radiating from him wasn't that of an untested student, but of a legendary, battle-hardened war god who had survived 1,000 slaughters. The Burin squad clashed violently with a horde of monstrous orcs blocking their path. A wicked grin stretched across Martha's face as she vowed to annihilate every last one of them. Burin drew his blade with absolute composure. He coldly ordered the squad to slaughter the kobolds and goblins first, saving the massive orc warriors for their final strike. Suddenly, a panicked shout echoed through the snowy battlefield. The vanguard had fallen, and 2 towering orc berserkers were charging straight toward the backline. Pure terror gripped Kumbar's heart as he watched the massive beasts approach. His voice cracked as he screamed, "Are those monsters coming for us?" Despair washed over the trembling guide. He cursed his own foolishness, forever stepping foot onto this blood-soaked mountain. But in a flash of silver, Raon stood between the civilian and certain death. His face remained completely emotionless as his blade unleashed a devastating crescent wave. Moving faster than the eye could track, he darted toward the second behemoth and delivered a bone-shattering strike. By the time his sword clicked back into its scabbard, both beasts collapsed in a pool of their own blood. Kumbar fell backward onto the freezing snow, his eyes wide with absolute disbelief. He stammered out, Are those monsters already dead?" Raon glanced over his shoulder and calmly called the guide's name, asking if he had taken any damage. Still shaking from the brush with death, the terrified man confirmed he was completely unharmed. Without missing a beat, the young swordsman shifted the topic to his true objective. He quietly asked if the locals passed down any ancient legends regarding this mountain range. Perhaps a myth about a legendary beast, or a hidden ancestral treasure. A spark of recognition lit up Kumbar's eyes as he recalled an old folklore. He whispered that centuries ago, this very peak was ground zero for a catastrophic holy war between righteous knights and the terrifying goblin king of the west. Rumor had it, the accursed sovereign's royal ring was still buried deep beneath the snow, waiting to be found. A cold realization washed over the main character's mind. The puzzle pieces finally snapped together, that sinister gaze stalking them from the shadows. It belonged to the cult of Eden. These absolute lunatics worshipped one of the 5 demon kings of chaos. Their ultimate, twisted ambition was to plunge the world back into an era where demonic beasts reigned supreme. They yearned for the Dark Ages, where humanity offered flesh and blood to appease monster gods. But if they were merely crazed zealots, the holy empires would have wiped them out eons ago. Their true horror lay in their unholy power to tame and command monstrous armies. Even more terrifying, these humans could absorb and wield the innate magical traits of beasts. Their combat prowess rivaled even the legendary Ziggart bloodline. The mechanics of this corrupted magic remained a closely guarded mystery, entirely unknown to the supreme noble houses of the continent. Yet, Raon knew the bloody truth entirely too well. Courtesy of his past life under Darus, he remembered a fateful, doomed mission where his old unit clashed with these exact cultists. Every single assassin in his elite shadow squad had been butchered like livestock. In that absolute hellscape, only he crawled out alive. Thinking back on it now, the circumstances were deeply suspicious. Darus had always known that Eden relied on demonic mana stones, but how could that treacherous snake, one of the 6 emperors, possess such classified intel? And more importantly, why had he kept it hidden from the rest of the world? The demonic system, Wrath, manifested beside him, demanding to know why his host was suddenly zoning out. A suffocating, pitch-black killing intent began to boil within Raon's soul. Just hearing the name Darius was enough to ignite an uncontrollable fire of revenge in his heart. Forcing his raging aura back into submission, he refocused on the immediate threat. Eden's presence here meant only one thing. They were hunting for the Goblin King's legendary Mana Stone. Centuries had withered away since the monstrous sovereign was finally struck down on this frozen peak. He was absolutely certain that an artifact of cataclysmic power was still buried in this wasteland. The cult was merely using the Ziggart squad as pawns to clear out the local monster interference. The moment the elite swordsmen packed up and left, Eden would sweep in and claim the ultimate prize. Meanwhile, across the blood-stained battlefield, Burin charged fiercely toward the towering monster chieftain. He roared at the top of his lungs, declaring he would end the beast's miserable life with a single, flawless strike. But just as his blade was about to connect, a massive explosion of snow erupted right in front of his eyes. A bloody scythe of aura severed the chieftain's head. Martha stood over the collapsing giant, wiping fresh blood from her cheek with a manic grin as she claimed the kill for herself. Burin clicked his tongue in sheer annoyance, completely disgusted by her savage kill-stealing. Pivoting on his heel, he commanded the remaining swordsmen to wipe out the surviving monster trash, ignoring the childish bickering of his peers. Raon pulled Kambar aside and dug deeper into the ancient lore of the Goblin Sovereign. His eyes narrowed dangerously as he asked, "Did anyone ever actually find a rare gem or artifact buried in these frozen peaks?" The guide scratched his chin in deep thought. He recalled that decades ago, during his childhood, the village chief descended from the summit, carrying a mysterious, brilliantly glowing red jewel. Raon's aura spiked instantly. He demanded to know the exact location of this artifact. Kambar leaned in and whispered that it was a heavily guarded secret, but the stone was buried directly beneath the chief's estate. Ever since that cursed jewel was planted in the earth, the freezing temperatures of their entire village had magically warmed up. A shiver of pure dread ran down Raon's spine. The situation was infinitely more catastrophic than he had predicted. If the cult could not locate the demonic core in the mountains, their crosshairs were aimed squarely at the defenseless village. After a grueling, blood-soaked battle, the exhausted squad members finally reported that the entire orc horde had been exterminated without mercy. With the subjugation zone completely secured, the victorious young swordsmen sheathed their weapons and began their triumphant march back to the settlement. Upon their safe return, the elderly village leader warmly grasped Burin's hand, showering the young master with endless praise for saving their lives. He marveled at the absolute majesty of the Ziggart bloodline, declaring that their legendary combat prowess was truly a blessing from the heavens. Burin maintained his noble composure, gracefully accepting the gratitude with a polite nod. Meanwhile, Runan stood silently in the shadows, observing the exchange with her usual frosty gaze. Raon's grim tactical planning was suddenly interrupted by Martha's sharp voice slicing through the air. She scoffed, pointing out that his dark expression meant things clearly were not going according to plan. Turning his head, he found the fierce warrior casually perched on a thick tree branch, crunching loudly on a red apple. Raon simply met her gaze and stated, the storm was brewing, and he would reveal his hand when the time was right. She leaped gracefully from the high branch, landing softly before assuring him that he had absolutely nothing to worry about. No matter what twists this trial brought, her blade would follow his absolute command until their mission was complete. Runan stepped quietly to his side, softly calling his name to ask what weighed so heavily on his mind. Shadows danced across his face. Despite their crushing victory, not a single trace of joy reached his eyes. Still, he offered a quiet reassurance that everything was going according to plan. They needed to make their exit now, especially since the village elder was preparing a massive feast. He knew the vile forces of Eden wouldn't dare take a single step into the light as long as their strike team remained. The true battle, the one that would decide everything, would ignite tomorrow. As dawn broke over the outskirts of Cebu village, Burin marched forward with the squad, a proud smirk tugging at his lips as he savored the taste of a flawless operation. They had annihilated every last beast in the mountains, and his team had walked away with nothing more than a few superficial scratches. For their very first deployment, their performance was absolutely stellar. In his mind, this flawless victory was exactly why the main character had stepped down and handed the reins of leadership over to him. His commands had been absolutely perfect. Yet, a sliver of doubt remained. Why did that monster of a prodigy willingly surrender such absolute authority to him? Regardless, he prayed his tactical brilliance proved his worth as a true rival. Flashing a confident smirk, he announced to the squad that it was finally time to return home. But they barely made it down the trail before the protagonist suddenly froze. His voice cut through the air like a blade, ordering the entire formation to halt. The squad whipped around in sheer confusion. What was going on? Why break formation now? They hadn't even traveled far enough to need a rest. His eyes grew cold, carrying the heavy weight of a seasoned veteran. "The true mission," he declared, "starts right here. And right now." Buren stared at him in utter disbelief, demanding to know what he meant. With a chillingly calm expression, he shattered their false sense of victory. This operation was far from over. Flustered and defensive, Buren fired back. They had slaughtered every single orc and completely scoured the battlefield. What else could possibly be lurking in the shadows? The protagonist's voice remained utterly unyielding. Their sworn duty was to shield the village. Still blind to the unseen threat, Buren threw his hands up, asking where the danger could possibly be. The main character finally revealed the terrifying truth. Unseen eyes had been tracking their every single move. The suffocating gaze had lingered just an hour ago, before vanishing completely into thin air. While the others might have brushed it off as their instructor's secret evaluation, his honed instincts screamed of bloodlust. It was a venomous, murderous intent far too deadly for a simple academy test. The stalker had locked onto them long before they ever reached the village gates, and only dropped the pursuit once the squad had marched a safe distance away. A cold sweat broke out on Buren's neck. Stunned by the horrifying revelation, he asked if this was some kind of twisted joke. Martha stepped up, her eyes narrowing with sharp realization. Did he just say the enemy had them in their sights before the mission even started? He nodded slowly. The invisible snare had been set the moment they crossed the hill overlooking the settlement. A scoff escaped her lips. So, that was the grand scheme. The real reason he handed over the commander's seat. He calmly confirmed her theory. By stepping back and erasing his own presence, he bought himself the crucial time needed to study their hidden executioner from the shadows. A shiver ran down Crane's spine. He admitted that he, too, had felt a phantom chill creeping during the heat of battle. A sinister pressure, completely different from the strict gaze of their academy master. Yet, despite that creeping dread, his senses had completely failed to detect the stalker. Buren's voice trembled slightly as the heavy truth crashed down on him. Was he just a distraction? The protagonist nodded, explaining that placing Buren in the spotlight forced the enemy to focus entirely on the new leader. And to his credit, Buren had played the part of a dominant commander flawlessly. Because he commanded the battlefield with such fierce authority, the hidden assassins were completely fooled. They mistook Buren for the apex predator of the group, leaving the true threat completely unnoticed. A proud smile crossed the main character's face. He called him a true warrior of the Ziggart bloodline, vowing to recommend him as an official vice captain the moment they returned to headquarters. A bitter pill of reality choked Buren's pride. He had foolishly believed they were finally standing on equal ground. But while he was bathing in the glory of a hollow victory, his rival was playing a deadly game of chess against an enemy no one else could even sense. He had been so blind, blindly celebrating his own success, while completely oblivious to the jaws of death closing around them. Raon's voice cut through the silence, pulling them back to reality. The first damning piece of evidence. Orcs were fiercely territorial creatures that almost never allied with other monster tribes. Yet, out on that battlefield, orcs and goblins had marched under a single banner. It was absolute proof that a sinister mastermind was pulling their strings from the shadows. Their sacred vow to protect the village had not been fulfilled. With the innocent lives of Cebu still hanging in the balance, they had no choice but to plunge back into the danger zone. But a direct assault was out of the question. They had to become ghosts in the night, slipping back in without triggering the enemy's trap. What they desperately needed now was camouflage. Just as the words left his mouth, a quiet squad member stepped forward, pulling out top-tier stealth gear and timidly asking if it would suffice. Even the stoic protagonist blinked in genuine surprise, turning to the boy to ask how on earth he had acquired such specialized equipment. With a sheepish shrug, the member admitted he packed it just to be safe. A rare look of astonishment crossed the main character's face as he marveled at the sheer paranoia of carrying a portable armory. With the gear secured, the new strategy was set. They would execute a flawless covert operation, moving with the lethal silence of professional assassins. He locked eyes with Crane. Knowing the boy's unmatched agility, he entrusted him with a critical solo mission. Sprint through enemy lines and report this nightmare to their instructor immediately. Crane gave a firm nod, vanishing into the forest like a streak of lightning. The protagonist then turned his piercing gaze to the remaining squad, commanding absolute obedience for the bloodbath ahead. 5 agonizing hours later. Deep within the temporary stronghold of the Eden cult near Mount Cebu, a shadowy scout materialized, reporting that the Academy brats had completely evacuated the perimeter. They had thoroughly swept the surrounding zones, ensuring no hidden reinforcements lurked in the dark. A twisted grin spread across their commander's face as he declared it was finally time to unleash hell. Dark mana violently erupted from his palms as he activated a twisted revival skill. The very earth shattered, disgorging a terrifying legion of bloodthirsty orcs from the depths. Basking in the foul aura of his monstrous army, he issued a single, chilling decree. Slaughter every living soul. Leave nothing but ash and bone. Absolutely no one is allowed to survive this night. Buren's eyes widened as a massive horde of monsters surged toward the defenseless village. So there really were orcs hiding out here, he gasped, his grip tightening on his sword. This time, we wipe them out for good. But the main character's expression remained colder than ice. Hold your ground, Raon commanded softly. Now is not the time to strike. I told you, unseen eyes are watching our every move. The real threat lurking in the shadows wasn't beasts, but human beings. Charging in blindly without knowing the true enemy's identity was a fool's errand. But look at their numbers, Buren shouted, panic bleeding into his voice. There are way too many of them. That tiny village will be slaughtered before we can even blink. Raon's piercing gaze locked onto the panicked noble. Do you have a death wish? He asked, his tone terrifyingly flat. One single misstep, and every last one of us will perish. You understand that, right? Buren gritted his teeth, desperation clear on his face. So what? Are we just supposed to stand back and watch? We need to draw our blades and save those people right now. Did you already forget the instructor's warning? Raon countered sharply. We must grasp the true essence of this mission. The perfect moment to strike hasn't arrived just yet. Our true enemy is Eden. One careless move means total annihilation. The mere mention of that dreaded demonic faction sent a visible shockwave through the entire squad. Martha's eyes narrowed dangerously. Wait, you don't mean the infamous Eden, the one ruled by the 5 demons? Raon nodded grimly. To perfectly coordinate a monster horde. It's either that demonic cult, or a monster lord. Either way, charging in recklessly is a one-way ticket to hell. We stay sharp. Buren's fists trembled with agonizing conflict. I know exactly how terrifying Eden is, and your logic is flawless, Raon. But if we hesitate for even another second, half that village will be burned to ash. Are we really going to cower in the shadows while innocents are butchered? His aura flared with sudden, fiery intensity. The great Ziggart family does not stand idly by and watch people die. It was a foolishly naive sentiment, yet his blazing righteousness couldn't be extinguished. We fight, and we fight right now, he roared. That is the true way of the sword. That is how true family members must act. Without wasting another breath, Buren threw himself off the jagged cliff, plummeting toward the battlefield. I don't care if I have to do this alone. His voice echoed through the rushing wind. But if any of you have an ounce of Ziggart pride flowing through your veins, then draw your blades and follow me into hell. The remaining squad members hesitated, torn between logic and honor, but Runon's voice cut through the tension like a freezing wind. I am going as well. Leaving a trail of frost in her wake, she instantly vaulted over the edge to join the vanguard. Seeing her unwavering resolve, the fires of courage finally ignited within the rest of the squad. Buren was absolutely right. As children of the sword, turning tail because of the 5 demons was a disgrace. They were the proud rookies of Ziggart, the elite forces of the 6 emperors. We're going in, too, they roared in unison. We have to break through that front line and shield those villagers before it's too late. Kane immediately rallied the forces of the 6th training hall. We can't let the 5th hall take all the glory. He barked. Move out. We provide backup and crush any Eden scum we find. A unified battle cry shattered the silence as the recruits unleashed their auras and dove headfirst into the chaotic fray. Back on the cliff, Raon stood unfazed alongside a handful of stragglers. A faint, calculating smirk tugged at his lips. Everything was playing out exactly like a beautifully orchestrated chess match, perfectly aligned with his analysis of Buren's noble stubbornness. He knew their hot-blooded pride would never let them ignore such blatant injustice. Their impulsive dive into the beast horde to stop Eden was practically a guaranteed reaction. That was precisely why he had secretly communicated with Renan using aura transmission beforehand. He had ordered her to act as their silent guardian the moment they charged. With the combined might of Buren, Runon, and Kane leading the charge, even the vile forces of Eden wouldn't easily break their lines, unless an overwhelming anomaly appeared. Raon shifted his gaze to the fierce warrior, leaning casually against a nearby tree. Why are you still here, Martha? He asked, genuine amusement in his voice. I figured a battle maniac like you would have been the first to plunge into the bloodbath. Martha crossed her arms, suppressing her violent instincts with a surprisingly calm demeanor. I gave you my word, didn't I? I told you I'd follow your commands right to the bitter end. A low, satisfied chuckle escaped Raon's lips. Good girl. Then it's time we make our move toward the village as well. But cloak your aura completely. We move as shadows. The pawns are distracted, but I guarantee you the real Eden elite are lying in wait, ready to spring their deadly trap as reinforcements. His assassin's instincts were screaming. A sickeningly thick, murderous intent was oozing heavily, not from the burning village below, but from the dark ridges of the mountain above them. The combined forces of the 5th and 6th training halls could butcher the low-level monsters with their eyes closed, but if they collided head-on with an Eden commander, it would turn into an absolute massacre. That is, of course, in a fair, head-on clash. But for a supreme assassin who thrives in the dark, the rules of engagement are entirely different. The hunter was about to become the hunted. Down in the valley, a symphony of clashing steel erupted as the vanguard smashed into the monster wave. Do not take their heavy strikes head-on, Burin bellowed over the chaos. Evade their brute force, find the blind spot, and sever their vitals. If you can't break their defenses solo, pair up immediately. Coordinate your blade work and overwhelm them with teamwork. Hold the line with your lives. If this barricade falls, the village burns. Burin parried a massive axe, his arms vibrating from the sheer impact. Damn it. He gritted his teeth. These orcs are leagues stronger than the trash we slaughtered yesterday. Still, his aura flared brightly. If it were just an army of brainless green skins, his forces would have absolutely no problem defending this perimeter. But a creeping dread gnawed at the back of his mind. As long as the puppeteers of Eden were pulling the strings from the shadows, this monstrous tide would never, ever stop. A cold sweat broke out on Burin's forehead. Raon was absolutely right. He realized with a sickening, sinking feeling. Keep your guards up. Watch the tree line. Do not let them ambush us from the forest. Suddenly, horrifying silhouettes materialized among the dense branches. Enemies above. A recruit shrieked in terror. It's them. The Green Phantom division of the demonic cult. Burin's blood ran cold as he locked eyes with the terrifying figures. The twisted goblin masks and sinister headgear left no room for doubt. The nightmare of Eden had finally shown its face. He had braced himself for an ambush, but the sheer scale of their forces was suffocating. Sweeping his gaze across the canopy, his heart plummeted. There were easily over 40 elite killers surrounding them. Panic was not an option. To survive an overwhelming force of bloodthirsty assassins, they needed a flawless, razor-sharp tactical countermeasure. Kane, Burin roared, his aura exploding like a tempest. Take full command of the rear guard. Form a steel wall and do not let a single one of those freaks step foot in the village. Ronan. Unleash your absolute zero. Freeze the battlefield and shatter the mobility of the orcs and green phantoms. I'll carve a path through the frozen remains. Renan's eyes glowed with a terrifying, glacial light. Understood, she whispered, her voice colder than the deepest winter. With a single, elegant sweep of her blade, a devastating blizzard of aura erupted, summoning a barrage of lethal frost spikes that tore through the battlefield. The massive orc shrugged off the devastating strike like it was nothing, its bloodshot eyes locking onto them with sheer murderous intent. Burin drew his blade and unleashed the continuous flow art. He became an absolute blur of motion, severing two monstrous heads in a single breath with the legendary autumn wind sword technique. But hidden high in the tree canopy, an assassin from the enemy faction raised a blowpipe, launching a deadly projectile straight at his blind spot. Burin's survival instincts flared, and he twisted out of the way just in time. The rest of the squad spotted the rain of venomous darts, and one of them roared into the chaos. Deploy your aura shields or evade right now. Suddenly, a mysterious pouch dropped right into their formation, erupting into a thick cloud of toxic vapor. It is a trap. They are flooding the area with poison gas. Burin's eyes widened in sheer horror. His honed senses screamed that this miasma was infinitely deadlier than any standard monster venom. Cover your faces immediately. He bellowed over the deafening sounds of battle, desperate to save his comrades. But it was too late. The squad inhaled the lethal fumes and collapsed to their knees, groaning. My limbs feel like lead. I cannot even lift my blade, let alone manifest my aura. Burin gritted his teeth in extreme frustration. The paralyzing effect was not just hitting the weak. Even his incredibly refined core was struggling against the overwhelming toxins. His muscles screamed in defiance as they locked up entirely. Beside him, Luna's face drained of all color, yet the monstrous orcs and the sinister green phantoms breathed the gas without a single flinch. Total annihilation seemed inevitable at this rate. But just as despair began to crush his spirit, a surging wave of pure, destructive aura violently swept across the battlefield. Burin snapped his head around and saw Martha standing there. Flanked by 3 elite warriors, she charged headfirst into the monstrous horde. Since those naive idealists screwed up, she mocked, leave it to us to exterminate these freaks from Eden. Do not let a single one of these bastards leave alive, she commanded with absolute authority. Their fierce clash against the demonic beasts instantly reignited the hope of the paralyzed survivors. Thank the heavens, they gasped in relief. A few seconds later, and this poison would have melted our lungs. Fighting through the agony, they forced themselves to stand and join the fray. Burn smirked through the pain, suddenly realizing that Ran was mysteriously absent from the rescue squad. Regardless, Martha's overwhelming presence had completely shifted the tides of this desperate war. Victory was finally within their grasp if they just pushed past their limits. Terrified, several foot soldiers of the Eden faction broke formation and fled, shrieking, "What is wrong with these rookies? They are literal monsters. Retreat. If we stay in this bloodbath, we are all dead meat." They panicked blindly, but their cowardly escape was violently cut short. A terrifying voice thundered, "Who gave you permission to flee?" The fleeing lackeys froze in pure dread as a colossal, nightmarish beast blocked their path. Burn's instincts blared like a warning siren. This abomination was on an entirely different level than the mindless green phantoms. Adorned in a savage chieftain's headdress, it possessed the terrifying intellect to speak human words. This was no mere grunt, this was a battle phantom of Eden. Burn coughed through the venom, yelling out, "I may just be a lowly warrior, but what is a high-ranking commander of Eden doing in a place like this?" The monstrous giant sneered, its voice rumbling like an earthquake. "Word of your pathetic return reached my ears," it declared darkly. "Knowing we laid a trap, why willingly walk into your graves?" Though, I must admit, the beast locked eyes with Martha. That girl possesses decent combat arts for a mere novice. As for the dark-haired girl trembling over there, he mocked, sensing Luna's fear. Her aura betrays her terror. She clearly realizes that her only chance of survival is to abandon her comrades and run. But make no mistake, every single one of you will rot on this soil today. This is the ultimate price for challenging heaven without knowing your own insignificant place. Exploding forward with blinding speed, the commander unleashed an absolute massacre. In mere seconds, he crushed the elite squad, completely shrugging off their desperate counterattacks without suffering a single scratch on his iron-like flesh. The surviving students watched in absolute despair. Did he just instantly wipe out 3 aura users with a single strike? One gasped in horror, "Where the hell is Sirkane? He is pinned down at the barricades, holding off the main orc army." "Then what about Ren?" Another cried out. "Forget it, there is zero chance he would jump into this suicide mission after witnessing that monster's terrifying power." Commander Eden slowly turned his terrifying gaze toward Martha, who was struggling in the dirt. "Can you still stand, little girl?" he taunted. "It seems you are the most resilient out of all these spineless idiots. You are the only ant sharp enough to sense my killing intent. Such a shame I must uproot a promising sprout," he sneered darkly. "But to me, you are all just pathetic insects, severely lacking the skill, will, and martial discipline to face true power." The crushing weight of absolute despair settled over the battlefield. Heaven's luck had truly abandoned them to their grim fate. Raising his massive weapon to deliver the executioner's blow, the boss roared that they would all meet their maker today. But in that exact fraction of a second, the main character blitzed behind him. "I am canceling your execution order," Burn roared, swinging his blade with everything he had. His sword ignited into a blinding pillar of crimson aura, the heat scorching the very air. "This is the end of your miserable destiny," he screamed, channeling his very life force. He unleashed a devastating combination: Cyclone Torsion, Thousand Fire Technique, First Flame. The blazing steel tore through the heavens, cleanly severing the monstrous commander's massive arm in a fountain of blood. The severed limb crashed heavily into the dirt. Yet, chillingly, the beast did not scream. It merely threw its head back and erupted into maniacal laughter. "Now, that is what I call a magnificent ambush." Burn's heart sank into his stomach. The monster had not just survived the ultimate strike, he had casually shifted his vital points at the very last microsecond. Burn clicked his tongue in deep frustration, sweat pouring down his face. "Tech, the freak sacrificed an arm just to save his own life. I poured everything into that blind spot attack, hoping for an instant decapitation." The behemoth grinned, dark blood spilling down his side. "Even for a sneak attack from the shadows, severing my flesh requires a divine level of mastery. I commend your sword path, boy. You carry the proud blood of the Ziggart family, but your limits are painfully obvious. Look at you panting like a dying dog. That single, desperate strike completely drained your spiritual core, did it not?" The villain was absolutely right. Burn's grip on his hilt was trembling uncontrollably. He cursed internally, realizing he had gambled his entire reserve of aura on a fatal blow that ultimately failed to kill. His muscles screamed in agonizing protest. Forget launching a second attack. He could barely keep his own 2 feet planted firmly on the ground. Forcing a defiant smirk, Burn provoked him. "Should a high commander like you really be taking such heavy damage?" The monster chuckled darkly. "Did you seriously believe the absolute rulers of our faction would personally descend to exterminate a pathetic rural village?" Staring death in the face, Burn maintained his iron will, replying coldly, "Trying to understand the twisted logic of you deranged cultists is a massive waste of my time anyway." The commander's eyes narrowed with venomous amusement. You have an awfully arrogant tongue for a dead man walking. Let us see if you can still talk when I rip your jaw from your skull. Burn tightened his trembling grip and raised his blade once more into a fighting stance. His eyes burned with unyielding resolve. My aura reserves are critically low, he thought, his blood pumping like war drums. But without his dominant arm, this monster is bleeding out just like me. The clash echoed like thunder. The commander's eyes widened in shock as his devastating strike was flawlessly deflected. How was a mere rookie resisting this monstrous power? Raon's aura burned brighter than expected. With a fearless smirk, the young swordsman scoffed. Did this beast seriously think a true blade would shatter from such a pathetic swing? Infuriated by the blatant disrespect, the monster unleashed his fury. Steel sang against steel in a blinding symphony of destruction, their weapons moving so fast they became mere blurs of light. Watching from the sidelines, Burin was completely paralyzed. His jaw dropped as he processed the impossible scene unfolding before him. The green battle phantom had crushed their entire elite squad with just 2 casual swings. Yet here was Raon, clashing with the monster on equal ground. They were both using the continuous flow art, but the terrifying reality finally hit Burin. He thought he was catching up, but Raon's mastery belonged to a realm no ordinary rookie could even comprehend. Martha's breath hitched as she watched the violent shockwaves. This was it, she realized. The true, terrifying depth of Raon's power. Everything he had displayed at the academy was merely a shadow of his real strength. But as she analyzed the battlefield, a cold dread crept into her heart. Even this overwhelming display might not be enough to secure victory. To the untrained eye, it looked like an even duel. But Raon was running on fumes. His internal aura was completely drained from the massive energy expenditure of his initial ambush. Could he really slay a high-ranking Phantom of Eden with a depleted core? The odds were incredibly stacked against him. We have to back him up, Renan declared, her voice slicing through the tension. Martha snapped back, her pride stinging, demanding if the Ice Mage was blind to their own exhausted states. Despite having the lowest aura reserves among them, Runan's resolve was absolute. She would not just stand by and watch their vanguard fight alone. Stepping into that monstrous crossfire meant instant death for a single miscalculation. Yet, with eyes as calm as a frozen lake, she simply whispered, "I do not care." Martha was utterly speechless. She expected the quiet girl to be trembling in terror, but Runan's spirit was unshakable. Just how much had Raon's overwhelming presence completely transformed her? Gritting his teeth, Burin forced himself to his feet. Shame burned his cheeks for ever doubting their comrade. Runan was absolutely right. The pride of the Ziggart name demanded action. Martha shot him a sideways glance, mocking the arrogant noble for finally finding his courage in this living nightmare. Did he honestly believe 3 half-dead rookies charging in would shift the tides of this legendary clash? But Burin's eyes held a newly awakened fire. He refused to cower in the shadows while their comrade bled for them. After all, the honor of the mighty Ziggart bloodline flowed through their veins. A fierce, battle-hungry grin spread across Martha's face. She accepted the suicide mission, but warned him that their lives were now completely in his hands if this gamble failed. It was time to unleash a coordinated assault. The trio rapidly shifted into an elite combat formation and charged into the fray. Back at the epicenter of destruction, the Eden commander scoffed. To survive this long against his monstrous aura, the boy was an undeniable genius. He even considered dragging this prodigy into the ranks of their dark cult. "State your name, warrior," the beast demanded. Wiping blood from his chin, the main character locked eyes with the monster, and proudly declared his identity. The Phantom's sinister aura suddenly spiked. A direct descendant of the Supreme Patriarch. That signature golden hair and those piercing crimson eyes left absolutely no room for doubt. The legendary, chaotic blood of the Northern King of Destruction was flowing right before him. The commander's twisted grin vanished. The invitation to Eden was officially revoked. This boy was a supreme threat to their grand design. He had to be completely eradicated here and now, even if it meant tearing the entire forest apart. Boom! The monster launched an overwhelmingly swift strike. Raon barely parried, his arms screaming in agony as he realized the terrifying truth. This lunatic had actually pushed his speed to the absolute limit. Was the beast burning his very life force to amplify his monstrous aura? Raon was already pushed to the absolute brink, desperately cycling his ring of fire just to survive the onslaught. But just as the shadow of death loomed, a blinding surge of energy erupted from the beast's blind spot. Martha had entered the battlefield. Her blade carved a savage arc toward his spine. The commander deflected it with a sneer of pure disgust, roaring at the audacity of a mere insect daring to scratch his armor. But before he could crush her, a bone-chilling frost filled the air. He snapped his head around, to see Renan gliding forward like a phantom of the ice. Absolute zero mana erupted from her core as she unleashed the ultimate frost art, Breath of Winter. Using her freezing mist as cover, Buren vaulted into the sky, his blade humming with lethal intent. He poured every drop of his remaining mana into the continuous flow sword art. A dazzling flash of starlight radiance plummeted toward the enemy. Clang, the heavens seemed to shatter, but the monstrous orc simply caught Buren midair with his bare, iron-like grip. Suspending the terrified boy like a ragdoll, the beast mocked his pitiful attempt. The gap in their martial realms was an insurmountable abyss. If his strike had even half the destructive weight of Raon's blade, it might have actually left a scratch. Yet, hanging in the jaws of death, Buren did not scream. Instead, a defiant smirk crossed his bruised face as he completely agreed with the monster's insult. He knew his strike was never meant to kill a commander of Eden. It was all a calculated sacrifice, just to buy one crucial second on the clock. Sensing a catastrophic spike in mana, the beast's eyes snapped downward. Martha's aura was practically boiling, turning the very ground beneath her into cracked, scorched earth. She channeled the devastating titanic aura into her absolute strongest strike, the ultimate meteorite. With a ferocious battle cry, she challenged the monster to tank a hit that carried the weight of a falling star. Boom! A colossal explosion of sword ki ravaged the battlefield, as she cleaved straight through the monster's defenses, stopping right behind his massive frame. But the titan barely flinched. Shrugging off the meteor-like impact, he violently hurled Buren directly into Martha's path. The crushing force sent both rookies flying through the air, their bodies smashing brutally into an ancient oak tree. Dust settled as the unharmed phantom looked down on them with absolute disdain. He commanded the broken insects to stay on the ground and accept their pathetic destiny. Had they still not realized that defying him was utterly futile? "You are dead wrong," a chilling voice echoed from behind the monster. The main character stood there, his previously depleted core now blazing with a terrifying, uncontrollable energy. A grateful smile graced the young swordmaster's face. His comrade's desperate, suicidal charge was not for nothing. They had gifted him the exact amount of time he needed to fully reignite his aura rings. They had bet their lives on his blade, and the heir of Ziggart absolutely refused to let that sacrifice go unrewarded. He was about to show this monster true devastation. The phantom's jaw tightened as an overwhelming pressure crushed the atmosphere. Just how did this battered boy summon such godlike strength from out of nowhere? Who, or what exactly, was this monster in human skin? Raon hoisted his blade high into the air. He locked eyes with the grotesque green phantom, declaring it a massive honor. For the very first time in his grueling training, he was unleashing this ultimate art on a living, breathing foe. He used to doubt if his mortal body could handle such power. But in the scorching heat of battle, a sudden epiphany washed over him. He was more than ready. Thousand flames art, winds of blazing domination. An overwhelming surge of crimson fire channeled straight into his blade. His gaze grew razor sharp, piercing right through the monster's soul. The phantom hesitated, its eerie eyes trembling with newfound dread. What was this terrifying heat? This blazing aura was on a completely different level from before. The creature's primal instinct screamed a warning of absolute peril. It had to obliterate this human right now. Lunging forward with monstrous speed, it roared out a blood-curdling death threat. But the main character was leagues faster. Pouring every last drop of his aura into the steel, he unleashed a devastating, world-shattering slash. The monstrous phantom stood no chance against such absolute destruction. It crashed into the earth, the heavy impact shaking the very ground beneath them. The sheer recoil left Raon utterly exhausted. He inspected his trembling hands, desperately gasping for air as the adrenaline began to fade. The rest of the party stared in absolute awe. Buren broke the stunned silence, barely believing that Raon had actually slain the terrifying green phantom. Lifting his sword high once again, Raon's voice echoed with unyielding resolve. This war was far from over. The vile phantoms of Eden were still lurking in the shadows. They had to eradicate every last one of them, to protect the innocent lives of the villagers. Fired up by his aura, his comrades rallied around him, fiercely shouting that they awaited his command. Moving as a perfectly synchronized unit, the party carved a path of destruction, mercilessly slaughtering every monster and Eden cultist in their sight. As the dust settled, Buren walked over. He called out Raon's name, swallowing his pride to admit that the main character had been right all along. Without his crucial intervention, their entire squad would have faced total annihilation, and the helpless villagers they swore to protect, they would have met a gruesome end. Buren bowed his head in genuine gratitude, apologizing for his earlier insubordination, even if he stubbornly claimed he would have rushed to the village regardless. After all, the proud swordsman of the Ziggart bloodline could never turn a blind eye to pure evil, no matter how outmatched they might be. To Buren's total surprise, the main character simply turned his back with a humble shrug. He praised their flawless teamwork, explaining that their relentless pressure exposed the Phantom's fatal flaw. Every single strike, every drop of sweat, forged the path to this glorious victory. If even one piece of their formation had been missing, the outcome would have been an absolute nightmare. From the bottom of his heart, he offered them his deepest thanks. Burn clicked his tongue and looked away, brushing off the sentimental words. But deep down, a new fire burned within him. He swore to push beyond his limits, making sure history would never repeat itself. Only then could he shed his weakness, and finally stand as an equal instead of a burden. Raon then turned his attention to Martha, praising her incredible combat instincts. Her daring diversion against that monstrous freak was the only reason he could gather his strength. He sincerely thanked her for trusting his risky command. A faint, proud smirk painted her lips, teasingly asking if he really thought she was that incompetent. If she could not follow basic orders, she would be useless on the battlefield. With a wave, she headed toward the terrified villagers. They had a broken town to rebuild, taking things one step at a time. As the adrenaline finally abandoned his veins, Raon slumped in exhaustion. Had this hellish mission finally reached its end? The edges of his vision faded to black. His battered muscles screamed in absolute agony, and his legs simply refused to hold his weight anymore. Gravity pulled him down into the abyss, but before he hit the dirt, Luna's gentle arms caught him. She cried out his name in sheer panic. Blinking through the haze, he weakly asked how she knew he was collapsing. Her eyes softened with deep concern. It was a total déjà vu from their grueling days in the training hall. She could sense the life force draining right out of his body. A warm, heartfelt smile crept onto his exhausted face. He was not the only one playing the fierce protector. His beloved comrades were fiercely watching his back, too. Just as he whispered his sincere gratitude, a sudden flash of light hijacked his vision. The system chimed with a divine resonance. He had shattered his own limits in a battle of life and death, landing a flawless ambush on an entity vastly superior in power. The notification flashed brilliantly. He had slain a predator of a much higher realm and rank. As a reward, the legendary art of invisible strike was granted. New achievement unlocked. The glorious title, Unshakable, has been obtained. A glowing blue holographic window materialized out of thin air. It displayed his name, his brand new unshakable title, the lingering frost curse status, and 5 awakened nodes. His terrifying skill tree listed Rage, Ring of Fire, and the 4th stage of Legendary Sense. The catalog of power continued to scroll down. The mighty technique of 1,000 flames, ultimate flame resistance, 3rd stage frost, absolute water resistance, and the newly acquired 1st stage invisible strike. Strength, 57 points. Agility, 58 points. Endurance, 59 points. Energy, 42 points. And an overwhelming sense stat of 64. His tired eyes widened in pure awe. This magnificent leap in power was the ultimate bounty for conquering the Green Phantom. Every single attribute had skyrocketed. Claiming both a rare title and a hidden skill was a massive jackpot. Forcing his battered body upward, the main character called Luna's name, assuring her he was perfectly fine. He gently urged her to head back to the ruined village. He needed a quiet moment alone to analyze this incredible surge of system rewards. Staring at the glowing panel, he realized this unshakable title was hiding an insanely broken perk. The system details expanded in golden text. The unshakable title is bestowed upon warriors of absolute iron will, those who refuse to step back even when facing gods among men. The divine properties were as follows. When engaging a foe with a higher power level, all base stats instantly amplify by 3%. Raon squinted at the glowing text. 3%. It sounded like a mere drop in the ocean right now, but as his baseline power evolved into the realm of monsters, that percentage would scale into an absolutely massive buff. With an army of overpowered enemies waiting in the future, this hidden trump card was going to be legendary. And just like that, the system chimed one final time. The 1st stage of Invisible Strike was primed and ready, guaranteeing absolutely devastating critical damage from the shadows. His very presence would melt into the shadows, drastically amplifying the odds of landing a single, devastating, fatal blow. Reading the system prompt, his eyes narrowed with razor-sharp focus. Invisible Strike wasn't just a simple technique, it was a masterpiece forged purely for slaughter. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Had he unlocked this divine ability before clashing with the Phantom? Could he have severed its life thread from the absolute darkness of an ambush? Suddenly, the demon Wrath materialized beside him, his ethereal form trembling with indignation. A reward of this caliber for crushing such pathetic trash. As the original architect of the system, the demon lord demanded to know where the common sense had gone. A subtle, mocking smirk graced his lips. He offered a sarcastic bow, thanking the furious demon for being the ultimate stepping stone to his daily, exponential growth. Those words ignited a blazing inferno within Raph. The demon roared out into the void, vowing to do absolutely everything in his power to ensure the boy's demise would be a masterpiece of eternal agony. He promised to rend his flesh from bone, making every single fiber of his being scream for mercy. Yet, the main character simply brushed off the demonic tantrum, coldly challenging the entity to try it, if he even had the power to do so. Naturally, that icy indifference poured gasoline on the demon's fury. Wrath's explosive shrieks echoed relentlessly, a chaotic symphony of pure demonic rage. Outside, the air buzzed with the spirit of recovery. Squad members were already breathing life back into the shattered village, calling out for fresh timber to rebuild the ruined homes. Voices echoed across the courtyard, coordinating the cleanup of debris, while formidable new wooden barricades already stood tall and completely finished. Blinking away the heaviness of sleep, he realized he was staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. He had only meant to rest his eyes for a moment, but sheer exhaustion had pulled him under. Stepping out into the sunlight, he marveled at how swiftly the defenses had been resurrected during his slumber. Spotting his silhouette, Luna's face lit up instantly. She called out his name, her voice laced with genuine concern, checking to see if his body had fully recovered from the brutal clash. With a reassuring nod, he confirmed that the deep sleep had completely restored his vital energy. A gentle, relieved smile touched her lips as she motioned for him to follow her. The entire camp had been holding its breath for his awakening. Caught slightly off guard by the sheer gravity of her words, he questioned exactly who had gathered just for him. As he stepped into the village square, a breathtaking scene unfolded. The village elders stepped forward, proudly declaring that every single soul had gathered to honor their absolute savior, the legendary swordsman of Ziggart. Tears of pure, overwhelming gratitude shone in their eyes. They bowed deeply, acknowledging the immense sacrifice of those who had thrown their lives on the line for complete strangers. Without their miraculous intervention, this sanctuary would be nothing but ash and bone. The villagers vowed that the majestic sight of their heroes in battle would be eternally engraved into the very soul of this land. His gaze swept across his battle-hardened comrades. A profound, completely unfamiliar sensation began to swell within his chest. It was the unshakable respect of his fellow warriors, the pure, unadulterated awe, profound gratitude, and raw sincerity pouring from the villagers. For the absolute first time in his entire existence, he truly felt it. In his darkest past life as a shadow assassin, the warmth of gratitude was a complete myth. His reality was built solely on blood, cold steel, and silent death, with every brutal act sacrificed on the altar of his master, Darius. No matter how many lives he brutally extinguished in the shadows, no matter how deep he waded into a river of sins, all the glory and light were violently stolen by his treacherous master alone. Yet now, standing in the brilliant sunlight, the world was finally witnessing his true worth. The sheer, intoxicating rush of absolute recognition washed over him like a tidal wave. Had his frozen heart ever experienced a warmth so piercingly real? A new, ravenous hunger awakened deep within his soul. It was a blazing ambition to seize even greater heights, to bathe in the profound reverence and awestruck gazes of the masses. His path was forever changed. He would no longer skulk in the darkness as a nameless tool of slaughter, but rise proudly as a legendary swordsman. This glorious scene was merely the prologue to 100 more. This brilliant path of honor would be his absolute eternal destiny. Pulling himself back to the present, the main character's gaze sharpened, and he requested a private moment with the village chief. A matter of grave importance needed to be discussed. The elder immediately straightened his posture, declaring that for their shining savior, he had all the time in the world. Stepping away from the celebratory noise into the quiet outskirts, the elder's expression grew serious as he inquired about the heavy burden on the young warrior's mind. With eyes as calm and deep as an abyss, he pierced the elder with a single question. Did he know the true puppet master behind the devastating orc invasion? A heavy sigh escaped the chief's lips. He confirmed that the azure-haired knight had whispered of a terrifying force, Eden, one of the 5 great demonic factions. Yet, the reason for their merciless assault remained completely shrouded in darkness. After all, they were nothing but a speck of dust in the Grand Empire. Maintaining his absolute composure, he revealed a chilling truth, stating that during the blood-soaked clash, the enemy commander, Kabar, had spoken of a mysterious crimson gem discovered upon the peaks of Mount Cebu. The elder's eyes widened in sudden realization. He confessed that in his distant youth, he had unearthed that very stone from the harsh mountain earth, bringing it back to the heart of their home. The terrifying puzzle pieces suddenly clicked into place. The chief gasped aloud, his voice trembling as he fiercely refused to accept the horrifying reality before him. With the unshakable calm of a seasoned veteran, he delivered the crushing verdict. The nightmarish forces of Eden had marched forward, unleashing a sea of blood solely to claim that very gem. Despair washed over the elder's face. He asked in sheer disbelief if a simple stone was truly the catalyst for this apocalypse. Their beloved home had nearly been erased from existence just for a shiny rock. The main character's tone turned razor sharp. They had miraculously shattered the enemy vanguard this time, but the hounds of Eden would relentlessly hunt this village down as long as that gem remained in their soil. Staggered by the revelation, the chief stammered out the stone's secret history. Ever since they buried it deep in the earth, a miraculous warmth had blessed the land, and golden harvests had erupted from the soil. To the simple folk, it was practically a divine guardian spirit. He never could have fathomed that their blessing was actually a high-grade mana stone, the ultimate prize for a demonic cult. Panic seized the old man's heart. Should they tear up the earth and cast the cursed treasure into the abyss? But the young swordsman firmly raised his hand, declaring with absolute resolve that he would be the one to take the stone. Shock rippled through the elder's entire being. He asked in pure awe, would their radiant savior willingly shoulder such a terrifying, demonic target? He explained the dark truth. Eden desperately believed this artifact held the forbidden power to resurrect the dead. Simply tossing it aside would only lead the cult straight back to it, making him the absolute only shield capable of protecting it. Trembling with deep concern, the village chief warned that carrying such a cursed artifact would paint a massive target on the backs of the entire squad. He absolutely refused to plunge their divine savior into a bottomless pit of danger. Yet, a fearless, reassuring calm never left the young man's eyes as he stated that the peril meant absolutely nothing, because plunging into the abyss to protect the weak was the absolute, unyielding way of the mighty Ziggart bloodline. A wistful smile broke through the elder's worry as he nodded slowly. He murmured that the glorious Ziggart name was once again bestowing a miracle upon him that 1,000 lifetimes could never repay. This sudden mention of the past made his eyes narrow with intrigue. A profound nostalgia filled the chief's voice. He revealed that decades ago, when he was just a young man, the legendary head of the family himself, the monstrously powerful Glenn Ziggart, had stood exactly where he stood now, saving their home from utter annihilation. The elder's memories remained crystal clear. Much like the young man standing before him, the legendary Glenn had once shielded this very village from a terrifying monstrous invasion. Yet, that legendary hero was widely known for his overflowing warmth and gentle smile. Rowan blinked in sheer disbelief. A kind hero? With a gentle smile? Were they actually discussing the exact same person? The village chief abruptly turned around, sharply scolding them to cut the idle chatter. He signaled the boy to follow closely. It was time to reveal the hidden treasure. They had finally reached their fated destination. Digging into the earth, the elder unearthed the relic. He explained that it had been kept buried right here. He originally brought this treasure to the village, hoping to bless their lives with boundless prosperity. But fate played a cruel joke, bringing them to the absolute brink of destruction instead. Rowan stared at the relic and asked, just what kind of mystic fabric was wrapping it? The old man revealed it was a sacred heirloom, passed down through generations of his bloodline. He had used it to completely seal away the blinding radiance of the gem. Rowan's gaze sharpened into a deadly glare. So this was the infamous artifact. The legendary mana core of the Goblin King. A chilling thought crossed his mind. If the dark forces of Eden ever got their hands on this, a catastrophic monstrosity wielding the Goblin King's supreme power would be unleashed upon the world. The elder warned that the core must remain tightly sealed. But before another word could leave his lips, an eerie voice echoed from the shadows, declaring that the mystery was finally solved. A menacing figure suddenly materialized beside them. The stranger mused that the heirloom had perfectly masked the core's immense aura. No wonder his endless search across these treacherous mountains had yielded absolutely nothing. If not for that meddlesome fabric, they would have utterly erased this pathetic village from the face of the earth ages ago. The main character whipped around, his eyes wide with rising panic, and loudly demanded to know the intruder's identity. Cold sweat dripped down his spine. How did this monstrous presence get so terrifyingly close without making a single sound? A twisted smirk crept across the enemy's face as he pulled out a grotesque helmet, carved in the terrifying visage of an orc. He growled, asking what the boy thought of his terrifying appearance. Rowan's pupils trembled as the realization hit. Was this the infamous crazy blood demon? The villain's eyes widened in genuine surprise, amused that a mere boy recognized his legendary armor. He praised the boy for being exceptionally sharp for a lowly recruit. The enemy's monstrous power felt completely unfathomable. Battle. So, this was the exact brat who slaughtered the battle phantom. Rowan tightened his grip and asked, was he the mastermind behind this entire operation? Even though rumors claimed the boss would never grace this battlefield personally. The bloodthirsty demon slowly locked his horrific helmet into place. He coldly declared that retrieving the core was his ultimate, inescapable mission. If Rowan had not slaughtered his subordinate, he would have never stepped foot in this wretched place. The boy had practically signed his own death warrant by forcing his hand. An absolutely crushing aura descended upon the area. Rowan's body trembled uncontrollably against his will. This level of pure malice was insurmountable. Even if the entire squad fought together, they would be completely massacred. Suddenly, the sinister entity known as Wrath materialized beside his ear. Whispering his name, the inner demon delivered a brutal truth. Frankly speaking, the boy stood absolutely zero chance of surviving this encounter. He was presented with only two paths. Option 1. Die a pathetic, meaningless death while trying to fight back. Option 2. Surrender absolute control of his mortal vessel to the demon within. There were no other miracles waiting for him. Those two bloody choices were his entire fate. Meanwhile, back at the settlement, the defensive squad was busy fortifying the village perimeter. Vern maintained a stoic expression, questioning why she had suddenly appeared. Martha flashed a teasing smirk, mentioning she had heard all about his sudden passion for carpentry. She had simply come to enjoy the free entertainment. Surprisingly, his craftsmanship was top tier. She playfully jabbed. Did he not think wielding a hammer suited his destiny far better than swinging a blade? Annoyance flashed across his face. Scowling at her, he snapped that if the comedy show was over, she should keep her mouth shut and get lost. She wagged her finger, reminding him of the sacred rule of respecting one's seniors. If he really wanted her gone, he needed to bow his head and ask with absolute politeness. After all, there was only one soul in this entire camp who could command her. Glancing over her shoulder, she caught sight of Luna and curiously asked what brought her to the front lines. Luna stood there cradling a woven basket, explaining she had just finished harvesting fresh fruits. Martha raised an eyebrow, wondering why they needed extra rations when the locals had already prepared a massive feast. A soft blush dusted Luna's cheeks as she confessed they were specifically for Rowan. The harvest was incredibly ripe, and she wanted him to have the absolute best. Martha let out a heavy sigh, teasingly praising her relentless devotion as that of a perfectly caring wife. Brushing off the embarrassing remark, Luna softly stated she needed to get back. But in that exact fraction of a second, a terrifying, ear-shattering shockwave violently ripped through the air. Luna whipped her head around in pure horror, realizing the main character had gone exactly in that direction. She dropped everything and sprinted toward the epicenter of the blast. She screamed at the top of her lungs. That was the exact path Rowan took with the village chief. It was an absolute state of emergency. General Assembly. She commanded everyone to draw their weapons immediately. They needed to send an emergency flare to Kane and his elite forces right now. The squad desperately charged toward the blazing ruins. Martha shouted in sheer disbelief, realizing the elder's entire house had been reduced to rubble. What on earth caused this sheer devastation? Vern roared Rowan's name into the swirling dust, begging him to shout back if he was still breathing. Right at that heart-stopping moment, the main character came violently hurtling out of the smoke, desperately clutching the village chief. Shock completely paralyzed the squad as they screamed his name in panic. Using his last ounce of momentum, Rowan hurled the unconscious elder straight into Vern's arms, roaring at him to secure the package. Struggling to his feet with gritted teeth, the boy screamed for everyone to evacuate immediately. They had to drag the village chief to absolute safety before it was too late. Running away was their only chance of survival. The squad opened their mouths to question his frantic orders, but an apocalyptic tremor violently shook the very earth beneath their boots. A suffocating, demonic aura crashed down upon them like a mountain. The squad choked on thin air, gasping that they could not breathe. It felt as if an invisible, monstrous hand was ruthlessly crushing their lungs. Just what in the world was this spine-chilling murderous intent? Stepping from the shadows of the destruction, the towering demon sneered. He mockingly welcomed the pathetic gathering of fresh meat. The squad stared up in absolute, paralyzing terror at his nightmarish ogre armor. Whispers of pure dread escaped their lips. Was this walking disaster truly an elite commander from the dark forces of Eden? The demon stared down at their violently shaking bodies with wicked amusement. He taunted them with a sinister grin, asking if merely standing in his majestic presence was completely breaking their fragile minds. He spat in pure disgust. They were pitifully weak, despite supposedly carrying the legendary bloodline of the Zart family. Seeing his comrades frozen in fear, Rowan roared with blazing intensity, demanding to know if they truly planned on dying in this god-forsaken place. Recover your breath and run. If you stay here, that monster will slaughter you all. Focus your aura to push back his crushing pressure, and get out of here. Take every last villager with you. Berg gritted his teeth and nodded, turning to lead the desperate escape. I swear I will come back for you, he shouted. He called out the girls' names, his voice slicing through the heavy air. Fall back to the rear and wait for an opening. Fighting him now is pure suicide. Just keep your eyes on the battlefield. Instructor Rimmer's words echoed in his mind. To shatter your limits, you must face absolute despair. And right now, this was the perfect stage to push his body and soul far beyond the realm of mortal limits. A twisted grin stretched across the demon's face. A guttural laugh rumbled from his chest. I like that fiery attitude of yours, little human. But do you honestly believe that breaking your limits will save you? The main character tightened his grip on his blade. Behind him stood the defenseless villagers of Cebu and his terrified junior recruits. If he took a single step back, a river of blood would wash them all away. He had to sever that monstrous head at any cost. He had to strike it down, even if the path to victory was veiled in pitch-black darkness. It felt like balancing on the edge of a crumbling cliff, staring down into a bottomless abyss. Even in his legendary past life, an enemy like this would have been a waking nightmare. The demon stood with terrifying composure. "Why are you just staring?" he mocked. "All that brave talk, yet your feet are glued to the earth in fear." The protagonist dropped into a fierce combat stance. "Who cares who strikes first?" he shot back. In a flash of blinding speed, the demon closed the distance. "I am just taking the initiative," he roared, launching a devastating fist. The boy's eyes widened in shock. His speed had multiplied. Reacting purely on instinct, he unleashed the technique of 1,000 flames. 10 blazing vortexes roared to life. Heavenly tornado. But the demon plowed straight through the inferno. "Now this is a strike worthy of my time," he bellowed. "I acknowledge your strength." The main character gritted his teeth in disbelief. Did this monster seriously just shatter his ultimate fire technique without slowing down? Steel sang a desperate note as his blade caught the heavy blow. His mind raced. He had to launch a counterattack right now. Pushing off the ground, he vaulted to the side like a phantom. That impact nearly shattered his bones. He had barely deflected the deadly force. If his ring of fire had not predicted that trajectory, his body would already be a crushed mess. Evading was the smart choice, but retreating now meant sacrificing everyone. He had to carve out just one single opening, one fleeting distraction, to buy time for the terrified onlookers fleeing into the forest. Even a 10% increase in their survival rate, or rather, a mere 1%, was worth betting his life on. He lunged forward again, but the beast threw his head back and laughed. "Come on then, entertain me." The demon propelled himself high into the sky, casting a massive, terrifying shadow. "Flames that extinguish with a single breath. Bore me to death," he thundered. Diving down like a crashing meteor, he pulled back a fist wrapped in devastating aura. "You are going to have to show me far more than that." The boy's heart hammered against his ribs. At the very last microsecond, he twisted his body and threw himself out of the blast zone. The ground ruptured upon impact. As the dust settled, the demon rose from the crater. "I will admit," the monster rumbled, "your flames burn on a completely different realm than basic aura. That green battle phantom was a foolish creature, but I could not fathom how it lost to weaklings like you. Now, the puzzle pieces are falling into place. However, that changes absolutely nothing for your pathetic fate. Fire cannot scorch my flesh. Care to guess why?" Raon wiped a bead of sweat from his chin, his eyes narrowing coldly. "Obviously, it is the artifact resting on your head. You are drawing upon the legendary strength of the ogre, the absolute tyrants of the wild. True ogres will fiercely defend their domain, completely unbothered even if the entire forest erupts into a blazing inferno around them. In the ancient wars of mankind, showers of flaming arrows would rain upon their thick skin, and those beasts would not even blink. And now, the infamous Mad Blood Demon had stolen that exact, terrifying immunity." The demon sneered with supreme arrogance. "Since you comprehend the situation so perfectly, then you realize your fiery tricks are entirely useless against my might." The boy simply shrugged, completely unfazed by the threat. "What a pity," he murmured calmly. "If my flames cannot melt you, then I will just have to change my element." His gaze hardened into absolute zero. In an instant, a piercing, glacial aura erupted from his body, freezing the very air itself. The demon staggered back, his eyes widening in pure shock. "Your fire aura was astonishing enough," the monster gasped, "but to wield dual elemental attributes simultaneously, to possess such majestic swordsmanship at your tender age. Just who, or what the hell are you?" The young master leveled his frozen blade, a chilling pressure radiating from his stance. "Why would I bother introducing myself? You are about to become a frozen corpse anyway." The demon let out a blood-curdling roar of laughter. "Such towering arrogance. Let us see if that icy confidence can save your life." Meanwhile, Burr and the retreating party had secured the villagers, rushing back to the edge of the devastated battlefield. As Burr looked toward the epicenter of the clash, his jaw dropped to the floor. He stood paralyzed by the sheer magnitude of the duel. Wait, Burr trembled, staring at the frosty glow. That is not his signature flame. It is an absolute, bone-chilling frost. Can he actually cycle through multiple elemental auras? That pure color, that flawless stance. When did this kid ascend to the realm of a true swordmaster? Across this vast continent, martial practitioners are rigidly divided by their absolute strength. The moment a warrior lifts a blade, their destiny is forged by their mastery over aura. Those who have merely awakened to the flow of energy are nothing more than fledglings, mere beginners walking the eternal path of the sword. Warriors who master the flow of aura, channeling it beyond their flesh to coat their weapons, are revered as aura masters. But above them stand the aura experts. These monsters manipulate the very space around them. They do not need a blade. Their pure energy becomes the ultimate weapon. Judging by this overwhelming pressure, the enemy before them had undoubtedly reached this terrifying realm. By all logic, this should have been a one-sided slaughter. Yet the main character stood his ground. He was trading blows with the legendary Mad Blood Demon, and miraculously, the monster hadn't landed a single fatal strike. Just how was he bridging this massive gap in power? It defied all common sense. Meeting the protagonist's fierce gaze, Burren instantly read the unspoken signal. It was time to create an opening. Countless hours of brutal training had forged a silent bond between them. He glanced at the female warriors by his side. No words were needed. Their determined nods said it all. The pride of the Ziggart bloodline burned within them. It was their absolute duty to protect the innocent. United, they felt invincible. Clashing his blade against the monstrous entity, Raon roared to his comrades. Now, strike him down. They unleashed their martial arts simultaneously, pouring every ounce of their aura into a combined assault, certain that victory was within their grasp. But the blood demon merely smirked. A chilling calmness washed over his face. He had been waiting for them to group up. Boom. A devastating shockwave of bloody aura erupted from his body, blasting the young warriors away like broken dolls. Burren coughed up blood, his eyes wide with absolute horror. Was this a true combat aura? The sheer force of it was like a hurricane. The power scaling of this monster was simply absurd. The demon threw his head back and laughed crazily. He mocked them, saying he was worried he would have to hunt them down one by one. He thanked them for making their own graves. For this demon, there was no sweeter nectar than watching foolish hope shatter into absolute despair. Did these insects truly believe they could challenge the heavens? Today, their ignorance would be paid in blood. None of them would leave this forest alive. Wiping the dirt from his face, the protagonist's eyes glowed with lethal intent. He declared coldly that the demon wasn't the only one thrilled by this setup. Deep within his soul, the dormant instincts from his past life as an apex assassin began to awaken. Channeling that chilling, murderous intent, he fused it with the Thousand Lights technique, compressing oceans of aura into a single, devastating focal point. The ultimate strike, Thousand Lights technique zenith. His blade tore through the air like a comet, slamming ruthlessly into the demon's abdomen. Gasping for breath, his stamina nearly depleted from the explosive attack, he locked eyes with the terrifying entity. The dust cleared, and the monster was holding the naked blade with his bare hand. He chuckled darkly. Had the boy perfectly calculated his blind spot? But why was the aura so weak? 1 millimeter deeper, and it would have been fatal. Without a second of hesitation, the demon unleashed a bone-crushing punch, sending the protagonist crashing through the trees. Snap. The demon shattered the prized blade like glass. He sneered, claiming that mere technique could never bridge the chasm between their realms. The protagonist gritted his teeth, his body screaming in agony. The strike was flawless, but his aura simply couldn't penetrate the beast's monstrously dense muscle fibers. The demon had literally reinforced his flesh and bones with internal energy. This was the terrifying reality of an aura expert, an insurmountable wall of power. Clenching his bleeding fists, frustration burned in his eyes. His trump card had failed, and his arsenal was empty. Stepping up with absolute authority, the protagonist ordered all the rookies to evacuate immediately. Burren's eyes went wide with shock, demanding to know what madness he was spouting. He roared that staying meant a meaningless death. They had to save themselves and the villagers. The sands of time were running out. Evacuating the squad and the civilians was the only way to prevent a complete and utter massacre. The main character shouted Burren's name. He demanded to know if throwing their lives away was truly the honorable path of the Ziggart bloodline. If he truly understood his duty as a leader, then he must follow the order to survive. Swallowing his pride, Burren finally bellowed the command to fall back. As the squad scattered into the forest, the protagonist yelled at them to push past their limits. They had to outrun the shadow of the Mad Blood Demon to save the innocent. Tears streaming down her face, Luna threw one last desperate glance over her shoulder. She screamed his name, begging him to come back alive. Facing certain death, Raon offered her a gentle, reassuring smile. He silently promised that he would return. Reaching into the dirt to grasp his broken hilt, the demon's mocking voice echoed. Did he really think those miserable bugs could outrun his bloodlust? Though, something else had caught the monster's attention. Was this fragile human truly planning to act as a meat shield? The very concept amused the demonic entity to no end. Ignoring the taunts, the protagonist closed his eyes and called upon the dormant system spirit. Wrath manifested with a wicked grin. The spectral demon cheered. His time to shine had finally arrived. The spirit sneered at the dying boy, proposing a bargain while standing on death's door. What could a mortal possibly offer as collateral? The stakes were simple. A bet on who would take their last breath first. Wrath howled with manic laughter. Did this arrogant child truly believe he could slay a living legend? It was a one-in-a-million gamble, but to grasp that tiny sliver of hope, he needed his body and aura fully restored. In exchange, he would willingly consume the spirit's corrupting wrath. He coldly reminded the spirit of reality. If he died here, the demon would lose its vessel and gain absolutely nothing. A twisted pact was sealed. The spirit agreed to mend his broken vessel. But could his human mind truly withstand the absolute fury of a demon? Suddenly, an agonizing, world-shattering pain erupted from the very depths of his soul. The demon narrowed his eyes in sheer disbelief. Just what kind of monstrous vitality was this? He had not consumed the regenerative blood of a troll or an ogre. Yet his deep wounds were somehow closing. Such a phenomenon defied all logic. Unfazed by the monster's shock, the main character leveled his blade and let out a cold scoff. He had already warned him of his demise. The secrets of his power were none of this creature's business. There was only one path left for them now. A battle of absolute annihilation, continuing until only one of them remained breathing. Meanwhile, chaos reigned in the village. Buren's commanding voice sliced through the panic, ordering the squad to move as a single unit. They desperately needed to carry the fallen and support those who could no longer stand. Exhaustion was eating away at their very souls, but standing still meant certain death. Every passing second was a luxury they simply did not possess. They urgently needed to reach the safe zone. Trembling with fear, the junior squad members looked around wildly. Were they really going to make it out alive? The dreadful aura in the air told Buren the nightmare was far from over. Stepping forward, Martha's eyes blazed with intense frustration. She reminded the cowards that Raon was currently facing a supreme terror. Just to buy them time. His arm was shattered, his ribs were crushed, yet he had not taken a single step back. Her voice echoed with fierce indignation. How dare they whine about being tired? They had not even shed a single drop of blood yet. Did they plan to just sit around waiting for doom to arrive? Were they just going to dig their own graves and lie down peacefully? Hearing her passionate outburst, Buren tightened his trembling fists. Her fiery words had struck a profound chord. Despair was an enemy they could not afford right now. They had to keep moving. Master Crane was already mobilizing the rescue squad to reach them. Salvation was just over the horizon. But before he could finish his inspiring speech, gasps of absolute terror erupted from the ranks. A towering ogre had just stepped out of the shadows. Buren whipped his head around, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Why was a high-tier monster like this wandering so far from the main battlefield? But the nightmare was only multiplying. Panicked screams tore through the air as more massive shadows emerged. They were completely boxed in by a horde of ogres. It was an inescapable death trap. Where in the world did this monstrous army come from? Martha gritted her teeth, a terrible realization dawning in her mind. The fanatic cultists of Eden possessed the terrifying ability to manipulate beasts. That psychotic blood demon had not simply ignored the fleeing villagers. He had coldly dispatched a hunting pack to slaughter them all. The crushing weight of despair brought the trainees to their knees. The light of hope vanished from their eyes. This was their graveyard. They were destined to be torn apart before they could even draw their swords. But Buren's roar shattered the oppressive silence. Surrender was absolutely forbidden. Their brother-in-arms was shedding his lifeblood for their sake. If they allowed themselves to be slaughtered like pathetic sheep, how could they ever face his honorable soul in the afterlife? A fierce smirk finally graced Martha's lips as she drew her weapon. It was about time. The stuck-up young master sounded like a true warrior. Luna stepped up to join the vanguard, her usually calm aura now radiating killing intent. They would carve a bloody path for the civilians, then rush back to assist him. Buren nodded firmly. Survival was their only duty. It was the absolute least they could do. While a solitary hero held back the tide of darkness, they would conquer this trial with their own hands. As the squad charged forward with roaring battle cries, a sudden, violent gale swept across the main battlefield. The demon stood there with an amused sneer, mocking his opponent's pathetic stubbornness. It was time to accept his inevitable demise and die quietly. The protagonist stared at the shattered earth beneath him. The dead weight of his completely destroyed left arm was severely throwing off his balance. A dark thought crossed his mind. If he just amputated the useless limb, he might squeeze out a few more minutes of combat stamina. But why was he going to such desperate lengths? Every single nerve in his body was screaming in pure agony. This agonizing torment completely dwarfed anything he had suffered in his previous existence. What was driving him to stand against this monstrous calamity again and again? The old version of himself would have calculatingly retreated the moment the odds turned against him. Survival of the fittest used to be his only law. Suddenly, the warm phantom of Sylvia flashed before his fading vision. Her gentle embrace, the loving way she spoke his name, and her earnest wish for him to become a peerless sword that upheld the true honor of their noble family. Those heartfelt words had deeply etched themselves into his very soul. They were the foundation of his new life. Furthermore, unbreakable bonds tied him to this world now. The comrades he had shed blood and sweat alongside. Luna, hiding a profoundly gentle heart beneath her mask of freezing indifference. Buren, the arrogant rival who had initially clashed with him, yet blossomed into a proud and highly dependable warrior. And the incredibly rough but fiercely loyal Martha, a steadfast shield when the world turned dark. It would be an absolute lie to say these bonds had not melted his frozen heart. A blazing conviction ignited in his chest. He was going to protect this golden generation. The future pillars of House Ziggart would not fall here. Inside his mind, the demonic entity known as Wrath scoffed. Was this foolish mortal truly buying time for his weakling friends to escape? All while desperately suppressing his encroaching berserker rage. Forcing his battered body upward, the main character gripped his blade and delivered a bloody grin. He sarcastically thanked the inner demon for stating the obvious. Wrath glared at his host's unyielding spirit, his sinister voice dripping with absolute contempt. He was thoroughly sick and tired of this insignificant human, constantly defying his demonic authority. Did this arrogant brat honestly believe he could reclaim control of his own body, after slaughtering the blood demon and saving his precious comrades? What a laughable delusion. Look at reality. His legs were literally trembling under his own weight. As if on cue, his physical limits violently shattered, forcing him to his knees as a blood-curdling scream tore from his throat. Wrath cruelly mocked his intense suffering. The moment he opened the floodgates to that burning fury, the war for his soul had already been lost. His mental fortitude was indeed legendary, but the second the chains of sanity snapped, he would be trapped in an endless nightmare forever. Above him, the blood demon let out a twisted cackle. It seemed the stubborn bug had finally hit a pathetic dead end. A maliciously brilliant idea crossed the villain's mind. Why not leave this broken trash here, slaughter his beloved friends first, and save his execution for the grand finale? The sheer psychological torture of it was incredibly intoxicating. He was absolutely dying to witness the total despair in the boy's eyes, as he severed his comrades' heads right before him. Raon's eyes widened in sheer horror. A squad of mere trainees stood zero chance of surviving an encounter with a lunatic demonic master of this caliber. Retreat was not an option. He had to chain this monster to this exact spot until every last one of his people made it to safety. The villain abruptly halted as a commanding voice shattered the air. Raon roared his true name to the heavens. He proudly declared himself the direct bloodline of Glenn Ziggart, the legendary Northern King of Destruction. The man fated to ascend as the absolute strongest swordsman in the entire continent. Golden aura exploded from his battered frame in a breathtaking display of raw willpower. As long as a single drop of blood pumped through his beating heart, he would not let this monster take a single step past him. The demon gazed down at the boy, his voice rumbling with unexpected praise. To call someone with such unyielding fortitude weak would be a grave insult to a true warrior. Deciding to honor his opponent, the beast vowed to engrave the boy's name into his memory. He drew back his massive fist for the finishing blow. Raon gritted his teeth, knowing his exhausted body could never dodge this devastating strike. But just as the shadow of death fell over him, a fierce, howling gale erupted out of nowhere. A familiar figure materialized in the tempest. Rimmer stood tall, effortlessly blocking the demon's catastrophic punch with his blade. He threw a casual smirk over his shoulder. "Looks like I am a little late to the party." Scratching the back of his head with a cheeky grin, the instructor offered a shameless apology. "My bad, kid. I might have overslept just a tiny bit. Leave this oversized brute to me." The demon's eyes narrowed as he recognized the newcomer, the magnificent sword of Ziggart. He growled. Rimmer casually rested his blade on his shoulder. "Long time no see, Baldy," he mocked, his voice dripping with absolute disrespect. "Did you really think I would just stand by and watch some overgrown freak slaughter the future of my family? Not on my watch." Demonic aura flared violently around the monster's fists. To think a legendary swordsman would be reduced to babysitting a bunch of pathetic trainees. He sneered. Ziggart truly throws away its loyal hounds. In a fraction of a second, the two titans violently clashed. The demon smirked, noting how the elf struggled to parry his heavy strike. Your stance is shattered. It seems the rumors were entirely true. Your energy core is completely destroyed, leaving you nothing but a helpless cripple. Rimmer simply chuckled, gracefully deflecting the pressure. Man, you really need to fire your informant. Your intelligence network is ridiculously slow. I have been operating in the shadows for years, and word of my downfall is only just now reaching the demon realm. The proof is right in front of me. The demon roared back. In the past, a single swing of your blade would summon the Grim Reaper himself. But look at you now. You can barely conjure a gentle summer breeze. A pathetic whisper of wind like that will never take my head. The beast lunged, unleashing a mountain-shattering punch, but he hit nothing but empty air. Rimmer glided away with a playful grin. Hey, now. Swinging, without warning, is just rude. Raon watched the deadly dance in absolute awe. The instructor was defying gravity itself, moving with the ethereal grace of a falling leaf caught in a gentle gale. Goosebumps erupted across the boy's skin. Every single footwork technique was absolute perfection. But wait, if Rimmer went all out, this demon would already be dead. Why in the world is he dragging out this fight? Then, it hit him. The instructor was purposely slowing down. He was using this life or death battle as a live-action swordsmanship tutorial. A battlefield lesson? With a bloodthirsty demon as the training dummy. The sheer audacity of this man was simply unbelievable. Rimmer darted forward, his voice dripping with relentless mockery. You act so tough, Baldy, but you cannot even land a scratch on a crippled, washed-up swordsman. Keep fighting like that, and I will chop that ugly head right off your shoulders. Blinded by blistering fury, the demon unleashed a frantic barrage of high-speed punches. Shut your annoying mouth. Stop dancing around like a coward, and face me with everything you have. The beast bellowed, his murderous intent suffocating the air. The playful smirk vanished from Rimmer's face, replaced by an utterly chilling calmness. I suppose playtime has gone on long enough, he murmured. Playing the weakling was starting to get genuinely exhausting. He called out over his shoulder, Hey, Raon, burn this next move into your retinas. This is the true pinnacle of Ziggart martial arts. One day, you will wield this too. Raising his blade with deadly precision, Rimmer unleashed his ultimate technique, sword field release, Eye of the Storm. In an instant, the atmosphere violently warped. A cataclysmic hurricane manifested out of thin air, swallowing the entire battlefield in roaring gales. The demon's eyes widened in sheer horror, a raging cyclone trapping the enemy in its very center. It was an inescapable domain of supreme aura, a barrier that would shred anyone who dared to step back. The elf had completely sealed off every avenue of escape. Cornered like a rat, the monster knew there was only one option left. He had to shatter the storm with raw, overwhelming force. I will tear you apart. The beast roared, charging forward like a runaway meteor. Rimmer exploded into motion, and the two warriors clashed in an earth-shattering collision of ultimate power. A blinding flash of light engulfed the courtyard. When the dust finally settled, the two fighters stood motionless, their backs turned to one another in deafening silence. The demon coughed, black blood dripping from his lips. You sly bastard. You compressed the entire hurricane into a single, razor-sharp point of aura at the eye of the storm, completely obliterating my defenses. A masterful execution of a sword field. But wait, how could a mere indirect descendant of the Ziggart bloodline manifest such a divine domain? Rimmer flashed a faint, victorious smile. Who said it was a sword field? I simply borrowed a little power from Mother Nature to mimic the real thing. After all, conversing with spirits is what elves do best. The demon chuckled bitterly, finally understanding. I see. A crippled tiger is still a beast of the wild. My only dying regret is that I failed to extinguish that boy's life. That monstrous child is a catastrophic threat to our kind. Letting him live will destroy our grand master plan. Rimmer's gaze turned as cold as absolute zero. We will never let our future king fall to a pathetic foot soldier like you. The fading demon let out a hollow laugh. Yes, that boy certainly possesses the terrifying presence of a monarch. But do not celebrate yet, elf. Our realm breeds monsters just as horrifying as him. Today, you claim the victory, but the war is far from over. With those final, ominous words, a geyser of blood erupted from the beast's chest, and his colossal body crashed lifelessly to the earth. Rimmer casually strolled over to the stunned protagonist. So, kid, did you analyze everything? As a child of the supreme Ziggart bloodline, manifesting the sword field is your unavoidable destiny. Unlike fragile mages who weave shields from mana, this domain is forged from pure, tyrannical aura. It demands a lifetime of experience, godlike energy control, and above all, heaven-defying innate talent. But since you carry the golden blood of a direct descendant, I am betting my life you can achieve this absolute mastery. Until that glorious awakening happens, you better train until your bones crack. Suddenly, the instructor's stern face melted into a warm, happy smile as he glanced past the boy. Oh, did you guys enjoy the show too? Raon turned to see 3 of his loyal party members trembling nearby. What are you guys doing out here? Tears of absolute joy streamed down their faces as they saw him breathing. They rushed forward in a desperate embrace, screaming his name to the heavens. The others gathered around him, their voices thick with relief. Thank the heavens you survived. How are your injuries healing? Observing from the shadows, Rimmer remained completely silent. The devastating toll of his delayed arrival was finally catching up to his own body. For an outsider, someone lacking the divine bloodline of the Ziggart family, to manifest the legendary sword domain, impossible conditions had to be met. Battle experience alone was never enough. It demanded perfect elemental affinity, monstrous stamina, and the ultimate price, a sacrifice of one's own life force. Even with his shattered mana core, Rimmer had forced the sword domain open, burning away his very lifespan as fuel. The recoil was already destroying him from the inside, but a smirk crossed his face. Regret? Not a chance. What he witnessed on that battlefield was the legendary awakening of a true king. In that awe-inspiring moment, his soul made an absolute vow. He would dedicate his remaining days to serving this boy as his liege. His shattered core had left him waiting for death in a gray, meaningless world. But guiding these young martial artists had ignited a brilliant new fire within his soul. If protecting their future meant hastening his own demise, he would gladly pay that price 1,000 times over. Before taking his final breath, he only wished to witness this boy ascend to the throne. Meanwhile, within the imposing walls of the Ziggart ancestral estate, Glenn's aura thundered as he demanded the elf repeat his impossible report. Are you seriously claiming that a mere boy stood his ground against the mad blood demon? The Supreme Patriarch growled. Rimmer burst into a shameless laugh. I knew that would shatter your stone-cold composure. Why do you think I rushed all the way back here? I had to see your shocked face for myself. Cease this foolishness instantly, roared the Supreme Master of Ziggart, his spiritual pressure trembling with suppressed shock. Give me the exact details. Rimmer's smile faded into deep reverence. To be completely honest, my lord, even my own eyes could barely believe the miracle they witnessed. But I swear upon my honor, every word is the absolute truth. The entire vanguard of the 5th and 6th training halls saw it happen. Even the surviving villagers of Cebu will testify to this legend. Raon faced the terrifying mad blood demon in a one-on-one death match. Glenn's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Impossible. That fiend possessed monstrous power on par with a legitimate swordmaster. If this absurd tale is true, how many casualties did the squad suffer? Rimmer shook his head. Miraculously, the trainees sustained only minor scratches, but Raon suffered devastating injuries to hold that monster back. Against all odds, that boy gritted his teeth and held the line of death until my reinforcements arrived. The mighty patriarch slumped back, rubbing his temples. Do you honestly expect me to simply accept this fairy tale? It defies all martial logic. But the elf's confident smirk returned. You will believe it once you sense the boy's aura for yourself. He has already shattered his limits and stepped into the expert realm. He truly survived a clash with a swordmaster level catastrophe. That is exactly why I poured the legendary elven tear down his throat without a second thought. Glenn gasped. Are you insane? That was a divine elixir forged from the sap of the second world tree, a mythical treasure that mountains of gold could never buy. Raon earned every single drop of it, Rimmer declared fiercely. The patriarch's sharp gaze pierced the elf. It seems you have truly chosen to become that boy's shadow. Rimmer let out a long sigh, dropping his playful act. I am simply a martial arts instructor, my lord. My only duty is to nurture the blazing future of my students. Glenn's tense shoulders finally relaxed. I understand your profound resolve. Turning to his loyal butler, he commanded, Rowan, summon the Council of Lords immediately. We will convene an emergency assembly the moment the vanguard returns from their deployment. The head butler bowed deeply, pledging to carry out the absolute order. You have done exceptionally well this time, Rimmer. The elf's eyes widened comically. Wait, did the great patriarch just compliment me? What parallel universe did I step into? It has to be at least 20 years since I heard a kind word from you. Glenn scoffed, noting that if the elf kept his foolish mouth shut more often, he would hear praise daily. Now tell me, when is the vanguard arriving? Rimmer stroked his chin thoughtfully, stating they should be stepping through the main gates at any moment. Meanwhile, our main character reflected on the chaotic journey. The vile interference of the Eden cult had severely delayed their march, but they still achieved absolute victory in Cebu village. The catastrophic clash with the Mad Blood Demon had reduced the landscape to ruins, pushing their return schedule back even further. The vanguard had stayed behind to rebuild the shattered town. However, bearing the brunt of the life-threatening battle, our hero was forced into strict bed rest at the Elder's estate. The second his eyes snapped open, rest was the furthest thing from his mind. He instantly called out to the system, ruthlessly demanding his rightful spoils from Raph. Predictably, the demonic system threw a tantrum. The bet is void, it roared in his mind. The red-haired elf dealt the final blow. Not you. This wager is completely nullified. But after a fierce mental tug of war, the demon lord was forced to concede. The system chimed, granting the promised trait. Wrath grumbled furiously, out of all the infinite powers in the cosmos, why did you have to awaken that specific one? Raon blinked at the glowing blue holographic screen. What exactly did I just acquire? A brilliant system alert chimed in his mind. Victory conditions met. As an additional reward for dominating the Monarch of Wrath, the user has been granted the unique trait, Unbending Will. The trait description glowed brightly. Upon suffering catastrophic physical trauma or psychological attacks, the user's pain tolerance and absolute mental fortitude will multiply exponentially. Our main character smirked in pure satisfaction. A hidden characteristic. This was a divine stroke of luck he never saw coming. Now, whenever the demon lord tried to corrupt his mind with maddening rage, this impenetrable mental shield would crush the influence entirely. In the deepest abyss of his soul, wrath seethed. How could this pathetic human randomly acquire the ultimate counter to his demonic aura? This entirely flawed system was practically handing the boy the keys to absolute invincibility. The demon lord cursed his own grand design. He had built this system to forcefully feed the host exactly what they needed, hoping to fatten the boy up before possessing his shell. Without this tailored growth, the human's fragile body would have shattered long ago. The Monarch of Wrath forcefully suppressed his boiling demonic aura. Patience. He just needed to bide his time. With every passing second, his dark majestic power was regenerating faster than ever. The seeds of endless fury were already planted deep within the boy's core. No matter how monstrously Raon's martial arts evolved, when the final clash of souls arrived, the demon monarch would inevitably devour him whole. A chilling voice echoed from the darkest depths of his mind. Very soon, this mortal vessel would completely belong to him. And when that fateful moment arrived, the pathetic remnants of the boy's soul would be left to rot within an abyss of eternal ice. The grueling ordeal had finally come to an end. Commander Elon, the stoic leader of the Ziggart clan's outer forces, announced their long-awaited return to the Grand Estate. The trainees were practically dead on their feet. Dorian groaned through heavy breaths, begging to just collapse into his warm bed, while Runa softly whimpered, dreaming of nothing but a sweet taste of ice cream. Martha let out a heavy, bone-deep sigh, her spiritual energy completely utterly spent. Beside her, Burin muttered that it was an absolute miracle they had even survived the journey back. But their fleeting relief was brutally crushed. The commander acknowledged their overwhelming fatigue, yet strictly declared that dropping their guard to rest was simply forbidden right now. Raon's eyes widened, genuine shock breaking through his calm facade. Ilan's tone left absolutely no room for negotiation. They were ordered to present themselves before the supreme patriarch of the Ziggart family immediately. Moments later, the colossal doors of the grand hall groaned open. Stepping forward, the young swordsman bowed with perfect martial etiquette to the imposing clan leader. Whispers instantly exploded among the gathered elites. "Is that actually Raon?" They murmured in disbelief. "I heard he slaughtered the fearsome green battle phantom, and even held his ground against that monstrous mad blood demon. Just look at his aura, he moves with the grace of a high-ranking swordmaster." The rumors were spreading like a blazing wildfire. Internally, Raon admitted that being summoned so abruptly had initially thrown him off balance. But a calculating glint quickly sharpened his gaze. This wasn't just a basic debriefing. It was a golden opportunity handed to him on a silver platter. Every single heavy hitter of the Ziggart clan's military might was seated in this very room. The sheer pressure of their combined killing intent was suffocating. This recent life or death slaughter had carved a harsh awakening into his mind. If he continued to grow at this standard, agonizingly slow pace, surviving future clashes against even deadlier monsters would require a sheer miracle from the heavens. He desperately needed to secure a new, explosive method to shatter his limits. Scanning the colossal chamber, he realized the audience wasn't just limited to the patriarch and his direct shadows. The absolute core leaders of the clan's main bloodline were watching his every move like hawks. The message was crystal clear. The legendary Glenn Ziggart was treating this monstrous threat with the utmost gravity. The patriarch possessed terrifyingly piercing insight, but he was also a man of strict martial honor who always rewarded true merit. For Raon, the stage was perfectly set. He needed to parade his bloody achievements in front of the entire upper echelon, leveraging this hard-earned glory to secure high-tier combat manuals. Glenn's voice boomed from the throne, demanding absolute silence. He acknowledged the boy's pivotal role in averting a total disaster, ordering him to reveal every single detail of the massacre. Stepping up, the young warrior began his report. He recounted their arrival at the humble Cebu village, noting the warm, peaceful welcome they received from the innocent locals. But that fragile peace was shattered in an instant. A vicious green battle phantom ambushed the settlement out of nowhere, desperately hunting for the legendary Monocore of the Goblin King. Just when the dust finally settled and the exhausted trainees believed they had secured a hard-fought victory, preparing to finally journey home, absolute hell broke loose. Enraged by the sudden loss of his subordinate, a terrifying mad blood demon descended upon the battlefield. Raon knew that if the drained trainees fought together, it would result in a one-sided slaughter. Therefore, he made a split-second, suicidal choice. He offered his own life as bait. Before he could utter another word, Karen's furious roar shattered the hall. "How dare you spew such arrogant lies in this sacred chamber? Do you truly expect our lord to swallow this garbage?" Karen spat, his face twisted in venomous disdain. A mere 15-year-old child claiming he survived a death match with a green phantom and successfully distracted a mad blood demon. This is nothing but a pathetic, shameless fabrication. Remaining completely unfazed by the screaming noble, Raon simply turned his gaze to his trembling companion. "Dorian, show them the evidence." Swallowing hard, Dorian nodded and frantically reached into his spatial bag. Gasps of pure horror echoed across the marble floor as the gruesome, severed scalps of the green battle phantom and the mad blood demon were thrown down. The undeniable, bloody proof instantly silenced every single doubter in the room. Meeting the patriarch's intense gaze, Raon spoke softly but firmly. "My lord, I sincerely apologize for this breach of etiquette, but I humbly request permission to bear my blade." With a slow, heavy nod, Glenn granted the bold request. Raon's hand gripped the hilt, and with a sharp metallic ring, he drew his sword, instantly channeling his awakened power. Absolute shock rippled through the gathered elders' sword aura, and it burns with such an overwhelming, violent flame. 10 years ago, during the judgment ceremony, this boy's internal mana was deemed hopelessly mediocre. Was this truly the same fragile child standing before them? Facing such pure, blistering power, the truth violently crashed over them. Defeating the green phantom was entirely within his grasp. As the fiery glow illuminated the silent hall, Raon calmly asked, "Does this satisfy your doubts?" Karun ground his teeth in silent fury, bitterly cursing the boy in his mind as a filthy half-blood. The undeniable reality stood right before their eyes. The boy had actually crossed the legendary threshold into the expert realm, and the monstrous heads of Eden's foot soldiers lay at his feet. There was absolutely nothing left to debate. Then, the truly impossible happened. The supreme leader of the Ziggart clan looked out over the battered trainees, and declared that they had performed a truly magnificent feat. The sheer shock of Glenn's open praise left the entire hall paralyzed. This was the iron-blooded patriarch, a cold-hearted warrior who barely offered a terse nod for even the most impossible, death-defying missions. Yet, for the first time in countless decades, Glenn Ziggart had openly uttered the word, "amazing." The emotional weight of that single word was so overwhelmingly heavy that tears actually began streaming down the exhausted trainees' faces. Seizing the momentum, Raon presented the glowing Goblin King's Monocore, revealing the dark, terrifying schemes of the cult of Eden they had violently uncovered. When the grand ceremony finally concluded, the spoils were distributed. Every surviving trainee was honored with a bronze medal of valor, while Raon alone was awarded the prestigious silver medal. Yet, as he turned to leave the hall, a bitter taste lingered in the protagonist's mouth. Had he completely miscalculated his own worth? Was hoping for a massive breakthrough reward just a foolish, greedy dream? Uncovering Eden's sinister master plan should have been worth far more than a simple silver trinket. To his immense frustration, it seemed he wouldn't be granted access to any new, earth-shattering combat arts after all. Within his mind, the demon wrath immediately began mercilessly mocking him. "I cannot fathom how you dragged back such priceless intelligence, only to be handed this utterly useless piece of junk. The sheer, agonizing stupidity of your so-called clan leader is simply beyond my comprehension." The demon sneered. Raon suppressed a heavy sigh. When he had previously been gifted the legendary Thousand Lights art, he had foolishly let his expectations soar. Now, all that hope felt completely shattered into dust. Suddenly, a refined voice broke his train of thought. The head butler, Rowan, stepped out of the shadows, requesting a private word. Raon's battle instincts immediately flared. Had another disastrous incident occurred already? The dignified servant leaned in close, his voice dropping to a secretive whisper. "Could you make your way to the hidden annex tonight, right around the stroke of midnight?" Raon narrowed his eyes, sharply demanding to know the reason for such cloak and dagger secrecy. A knowing, polite smile crept across Rowan's weathered face. "The lord of the clan has personally requested your presence," he murmured. "It seems he intends to bestow upon you a rather special, unrecorded reward." Moments later, Helen rushed in with the earth-shattering news. The young master had finally returned. Sylvia desperately called out his name. Terrifying rumors had been spreading that he had clashed with the monstrous demons of Eden. Her frantic eyes searched every inch of his body. Was his arm okay? With a warm, reassuring smile, our protagonist stood tall. He promised her that he was in perfect health, without a single scratch. Pulling him into a desperate, tearful embrace, she broke down. She endlessly apologized for pushing such a heavy burden onto his shoulders. She deeply regretted ever telling him to prove his worth as a true Ziggart. Consumed by guilt, Sylvia believed her expectations had forced him into a death match with the demons. But his voice was incredibly gentle as he called her mother. He told her that, in truth, he was endlessly grateful for her expectations. He laid his true feelings completely bare. When that horrifying blood demon stood before him, every survival instinct in his body screamed at him to run away. The terrifying gap in power was absolutely suffocating. In his darkest moment of fear, he even considered sacrificing the other trainees just to escape. But right then, her gentle voice echoed in his mind. He remembered her most heartfelt wish. That she would be truly proud if he simply lived an honorable life as a swordsman of Ziggart. That single, beautiful memory became his unbreakable pillar of strength. It fueled his fiery determination to walk his chosen path until the very end. Her absolute love was the only reason his spirit did not shatter. She opened her mouth to speak, but the storm of emotions was simply too overwhelming. Her legs gave out, and she collapsed to the floor, breaking into heavy, relieved sobs. Watching this tender moment, Helen burst into joyful tears as well, praising his incredible growth into a true hero. Our main character just stood there in absolute confusion. Why in the world were they crying an ocean of tears? As the dark of night completely swallowed the estate, Raon demanded a secret report. What movements had occurred in the shadows while he was away? Trembling, Judiel revealed that a chilling emergency recall order had arrived from the central hall. The terrifying implication was crystal clear to her. They were planning to silently dispose of her forever. Staring into her despair-filled eyes, our protagonist quickly analyzed the grim reality. This was undoubtedly a brutal execution order disguised as a simple recall. Her fatal mistake. She had completely hidden his terrifying martial arts progress from her masters. She had buried the shocking events of the audience hall. Knowing this, he absolutely refused to let her die for his sake. A brilliant, cunning scheme formed in his mind. This double agent was still a vital piece on his chessboard. Staring deep into her soul, he called her name. If she wanted to survive this night, she would follow his exact commands. Her eyes widened in absolute shock at his commanding tone. His voice left zero room for argument. Returning to the central hall meant walking into her own grave. Instead, she was to send a masterfully crafted deception letter. She would boldly declare that she had successfully infiltrated his inner circle. Her brand new title, the personal lady-in-waiting to Raon himself. The alibi needed to be utterly flawless. She would claim his overprotective mother had personally selected her to monitor his fragile health. With a cover story that perfect, her masters would not dare touch a single hair on her head. In fact, their greedy minds would likely celebrate the news. They would arrogantly believe they had secured the ultimate inside source to spy on his every move. But what if their paranoid minds started to doubt her loyalty? He handed her the ultimate trump card. She could reveal the highly classified secret that his physical condition was slowly recovering. A truth known only to the supreme clan leader and instructor Rimmer. Tossing them that juicy piece of bait would instantly prove her absolute worth. He gave her a chilling ultimatum. If she valued her life, that deceptive letter needed to fly out tonight. But she had to mask her terror and play the role of an arrogant victor perfectly. Swallowing hard, Judiel bowed her head. His brilliant master plan was perfectly understood. Right then, the demonic voice of wrath sneered inside his mind. The king of demons viciously mocked her pathetic, trembling, and weak resolve. Why was he wasting his precious time saving such a useless, broken spy? But Raon saw the hidden, dangerous potential beneath her fear. She was the absolute perfect bait to completely dismantle Karen from the inside out. More importantly, looking at her desperate struggle to survive, he saw a haunting reflection of his own tragic past life. The agonizing memories of being a discarded pawn burned in his soul. He would never stand by and watch another life be tossed away like worthless garbage. Staring intensely out the window, he calculated his next grand move for the day. A short time later, a dramatic scene shift occurred. Standing respectfully before the awe-inspiring clan leader, our main character announced his arrival. Glenn waved away the useless formalities with the absolute authority of a king. He pierced the boy with a terrifyingly sharp gaze. He had one very specific, crucial question to ask. Exactly what kind of footwork techniques had he utilized during that hellish mission? Raon swallowed nervously. Why was the absolute Grandmaster suddenly interested in his basic movements? Choosing his words with extreme, calculated caution, he stated a fundamental truth. In the brutal, unforgiving world of martial arts, a single step decided who lived and who died. He humbly admitted to heavily relying on the river step, a ridiculously basic technique handed out to absolute beginners in the training grounds. The mighty clan leader scoffed slightly. Sure, mastering the basics was crucial, but it was absolute child's play for a true warrior. Against monsters of the highest tier, that basic footwork would lead to an instant, brutal death. But this situation was absolutely perfect. A legendary opportunity was about to unfold. Glenn finally revealed the spectacular reward for exposing the dark schemes of Eden. The Supreme Grandmaster himself made an earth-shattering declaration. He was going to personally pass down an elite, high-tier movement art to the young boy. A massive wave of pure shock washed over our protagonist. The god of war of Ziggart was offering a personal masterclass. Glenn's aura suddenly shifted as he commanded the boy to burn the image into his eyes. He absolutely refused to show this divine technique twice. The very air grew devastatingly heavy as the clan leader prepared his stance. This was it. The ultimate footwork of the absolute strongest martial artist on the entire continent. This was a once-in-a-lifetime miracle. As Glenn began to move, reality itself seemed to completely warp around him. It was poetry written in explosive power, flowing like gentle water yet striking like devastating lightning. Such beautifully free and sweeping steps simply did not exist anywhere else in the world. The breathtaking demonstration lasted only a few fleeting seconds. But the profound, god-tier mastery embedded in those steps completely captivated his warrior soul. Even by pushing his legendary ring of fire to its absolute maximum limit, deciphering this art naturally would take a lifetime. With the raging aura finally settling, Glenn revealed its godly name, the Step of Supreme Harmony. Suddenly, a familiar glowing notification shattered his thoughts. Ding! The Ring of Fire has successfully analyzed the divine technique, the Step of Supreme Harmony. The system's glorious message confirmed the impossible. The first stage of the ultimate footwork, true paradise, has been successfully acquired. With a heavy, testing glare, the Grandmaster asked if his young eyes could actually follow the godlike movements. Playing the perfect role of a humble student, Raon bowed his head in deep apology. He claimed his pathetic skill level was far too low to grasp the profound depths of the art. He smoothly lied, insisting he only barely managed to comprehend the very first step. Glenn's eyes narrowed dangerously. Was that really the absolute truth? But the clan leader simply waved his hand, signaling the end of the grand lesson. The reward for thwarting the demon cult had been fully delivered. Whether this young dragon could truly master the heavenly art was now entirely in his own hands. Bowing with absolute, unwavering respect, our protagonist expressed his deepest gratitude. With a hidden smile of pure triumph, he gracefully exited the grand hall. A soft chuckle escaped Raon's lips. He truly never expected the old man to pass down something this legendary. The Step of Supreme Harmony. It was an incredibly fascinating development. This was the very foundation of the old man's power, forged by his own hands. Could he truly conquer such a profound martial art? But Glenn's gaze held unwavering absolute confidence. He declared that Raon had already conquered half of the battle, having flawlessly awakened the first stage, true paradise. His monstrous talent had grasped its essence purely by instinct. The Step of Supreme Harmony is entirely rooted in that very first foundation. Raon might not grasp its heavy weight just yet, but time would reveal exactly what must be layered upon that initial step. And when that day of revelation finally arrives, he will undeniably become the absolute master of the Step of Supreme Harmony. Several days slipped away, since Glenn unveiled the boundless mysteries of the Step of Supreme Harmony to our main character. Pushing his limits alongside the system's guidance, the main character trained relentlessly. Yet the ultimate breakthrough remained just out of reach. Wrath sneered from the shadows, reminding the boy of his predicted failure. The main character gritted his teeth, having foolishly believed a few attempts would be enough. But the pinnacle of martial arts was not so easily conquered. Suddenly, a fierce shout shattered his absolute focus. Sylvia vaulted right over the courtyard fence, screaming his name. She furiously demanded to know why he wasn't resting. Raon stared at her in utter bewilderment. Was her power core truly damaged, given that terrifying athletic display? Eyes blazing with maternal fury, she scolded him. He had sworn a sacred oath to stay in bed until his body was completely healed. Waving his hands defensively, our main character desperately tried to defuse the bomb. A chilling thought crossed his mind. An angry mother was infinitely more terrifying than any demon lord. Defeated by her overwhelming aura, the pursuit of the Step of Supreme Harmony had to be indefinitely paused. Even when the main character attempted to cultivate in the shadows, Helen and the maid squad maintained a flawless defensive formation, blocking every single attempt to train. Raon sighed, thinking this lockdown was completely excessive. But as he leaned back, he had to admit, basking in this peaceful warmth wasn't so bad after all. But peace in the martial world is always fleeting. A terrified maid rushed in, trembling as she announced the sudden arrival of Raon Ziggart. The main character's eyes narrowed dangerously. Balder's bloodline. The arrogant son of Glenn's fourth child? He coldly asked what business a main branch noble had in their humble annex. Tears streamed down the maid's face as she sobbed out the horrific truth. Raiden hadn't even stated his purpose. He had simply begun brutally assaulting the mistress and the servants. In a fraction of a second, the main character's expression morphed into pure, unadulterated, murderous intent. Back in the courtyard, Raiden sneered down at them like insects. He barked that a very important person had graced their trashy annex. Yet these useless servants dared to claim they never received his notice of arrival. Standing her ground, Sylvia bravely clarified the truth. No such letter had ever crossed their threshold. Raiden's face twisted into an ugly, demonic snarl. Was this lowly woman accusing his esteemed head butler of lying? Or worse, calling him a liar? Sylvia flinched, desperately trying to de-escalate the situation. Swallowing her pride, she pleaded for just a moment of patience. Promising immediate preparations, Sylvia and the bruised maids frantically began to clean the chaotic mess. Watching them scramble, Raiden clenched his fists. An ugly, festering rage boiled violently within his very soul. He was the triumphant hero who eradicated a white blood cult base. The entire family's glorious spotlight should have been locked onto him alone. But what was the cruel reality? Absolute silence. That filthy stray, Raon, had completely eclipsed his grand achievement. How dare a lowly half-breed steal his rightful throne of glory? His toxic temper finally snapped. Spitting disgustingly onto Sylvia's trembling hand, he roared, demanding to know how much longer he had to wait. Unable to watch this cruelty, Helen fiercely intervened, shouting that his main branch status didn't excuse this barbarism. Raiden's eyes flashed with psychotic fury as he violently struck her down. How dare a mere dog bark at a god? He spat out his superiority with venomous pride. He wasn't just main branch royalty, he was her absolute master. A wicked grin twisted his face. Even if he slaughtered her right here, his only punishment would be a pathetic 2 days of house arrest. Did this insect truly believe she had the right to preach justice? Sylvia screamed in pure panic, begging the monster to stop. Judiel threw her body forward, desperately shielding Sylvia from the impending danger. She vowed in her heart that no one would harm her precious lady. But just as despair settled over the courtyard, a chilling aura descended, and the main character stepped from the shadows, unsheathed steel in his grip. Raiden smirked, instantly recognizing his hated cousin. Speak of the devil. The exact prey he came to hunt had delivered himself. But he mocked the boy. What was with the little toy in his hand? Did this delusional mutt actually intend to point a sword at him? A pure-blooded, direct descendant of the supreme family line. He warned the boy to drop the weapon before he got completely dismantled. Puffing his chest out with arrogant pride, he loudly announced his grand titles. The son of Balder and the mighty master of the Central Martial Palace. Without missing a single beat, the main character exploded forward. His voice was ice as he asked, "Did any of that garbage matter?" A desperate flash of movement. Raiden's elite butler intercepted the deadly strike. The servant sneered, calling Rain a rabid dog, until the main character's fist shattered his arrogant face in a devastating counter-blow. Raiden screeched in absolute disbelief. Did this lunatic realize whose divine presence he had just attacked? Raon's eyes glowed with chilling calm as he confirmed. He knew exactly what he was doing. Dropping into a flawlessly lethal stance, Raon declared his absolute judgment. He was merely exterminating an insolent home invader. Raiden shrieked in absolute terror, unable to comprehend this terrifying reality. The arrogant noble stammered that he was the supreme ruler of these grounds, but a brutal kick to the gut silenced him instantly. Looking down at the wheezing trash, the main character coldly rejected his claim. Coughing up blood, Raiden choked out that the boy had completely lost his mind. But Raon's voice cut through the air like a merciless blade. Not a single blade of grass here belonged to the main branch. This annex was forbidden territory. Raising his sword high like an executioner's blade, the main character roared that this sanctuary belonged to him and his family alone. Raiden shrieked in mortal horror, but just before the execution could fall, a thunderous command from Rakel echoed across the courtyard, ordering the bloodshed to end. Raon froze, his sharp eyes analyzing the intruder's uniform. The Order of the Heavenly Sword. Why was the Supreme Patriarch's personal guard interfering in this pathetic dispute? Are you not the Order of the Heavenly Sword? Raiden's voice echoed with pure venom. Execute this lowly scum right now. How dare this filthy half-breed raise a hand against me? I am a direct descendant of the main bloodline. But the knight remained completely unfazed. "We answer only to the clan head," he stated coldly. "I suggest you calm down." Radon's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. "You mere guard dogs dare to disobey me?" Just as his fury peaked, his butler quickly intervened with a frantic whisper. "Young master, please." Causing a scene before the heavenly sword order will only bring ruin upon us. Grinding his teeth so hard they nearly cracked, Radon shot Raon a murderous glare. "Mark my words. I will never forget this humiliation. Just you wait. I will make you deeply regret the day you cross the main bloodline. I will drag you through hell and beg for the sweet release of death." As the tyrant finally stormed off, Helen fell to her knees in tears. "My lady, I am so sorry. This is all my fault," she sobbed. But Sylvia knelt beside her loyal maid, her voice filled with gentle warmth. "You are incredibly brave today. You did absolutely nothing wrong. Please, do not shed another tear. I will handle everything." But Raon stepped forward, his eyes burning with resolve. "No, mother, I will take care of this." He knew this was no random tantrum. This was a calculated attack on our home. "Please, leave this entirely to me. Just trust your son." The very next morning, inside the grand hall. "You may rise." Glenn's voice boomed with absolute authority. "I hear a rather disgraceful incident unfolded yesterday." Raiden immediately played the victim. "It is entirely true, grandfather. I sent a formal letter to visit Raon, but the annex staff treated me like absolute garbage. And as if that disrespect was not enough, that lunatic violently attacked me and my butler. I was inches away from being murdered." Watching this pathetic display, our main character could only scoff internally. What a brilliant actor. He was nothing like the proud warrior Judiel had described. Stepping forward, Raon bowed with perfect martial etiquette. "My lord," every word spilling from his mouth is a lie. The memory of Raiden's vicious screams and his brutal assault on the helpless maids still burned fresh in Raon's mind. "You filthy lying scum," Raiden roared, violently grabbing Raon by the collar. But before blows could be exchanged, Rowan's icy voice cut through the tension. "Enough." The pressure in the room suddenly spiked. "Have you completely forgotten whose presence you are gracing?" The clan head looked down from his absolute throne. "Since your stories clash, we will let an impartial witness reveal the truth." A knight stepped forward and knelt in perfect synchronization. "Rael, at your command, my lord. I shall recount exactly what my eyes witnessed." Young Master Raiden claims to have sent a formal notice. However, our investigation confirms no such letter ever reached the annex. Lady Sylvia was simply tending to her garden. It was Raiden who violently kicked down the doors and launched an unprovoked tirade. Raon's eyes widened in genuine shock. He was completely certain the guards would twist the truth to protect the precious main bloodline over a collateral half-breed. Yet against all odds, the knight spoke the absolute truth. Glenn's piercing gaze shifted to a now trembling Raiden. "Well, this paints a vastly different picture, does it not? Did you truly believe you could deceive my eyes?" Panic gripping his throat, Raiden frantically pivoted. "But grandfather." A filthy collateral dared to strike a direct heir. "If left unpunished, our entire family hierarchy will collapse." Glenn's expression remained entirely unreadable. "Indeed, family law was broken on both sides. Therefore, you shall both face severe disciplinary action." Raiden's face twisted in horrific outrage. "A simple punishment? For that mutt? Allowing him to live is a stain on our grand legacy." Ignoring the raving madman, Raon bowed his head. "My lord, I will accept any punishment you deem fit. However, there is one matter that must be settled first." Glenn raised a single, intrigued eyebrow. "Oh? Speak your mind." The main character's voice rang clear as a struck bell. "This man publicly trampled upon my mother's honor and viciously assaulted our helpless staff. I have yet to extract the blood price for those sins." The clan head's aura flared with a hint of annoyance. "Did you not hear me say the clan would handle your punishments? Do you truly wish to push this conflict further?" As Glenn spoke, a terrifying, suffocating pressure flooded the room. This was the true might of a supreme master. Raon felt his bones creak in agony, as if the very heavens were crushing the grand hall to dust. Fighting through the paralyzing weight, the main character forced the words from his throat. "I acknowledge your absolute authority. But my lord, did you not declare this the sacred ground of warriors? I simply wish to follow the way of the sword, and let our blades do the talking. Grant us the right to a martial duel." The suffocating pressure instantly vanished. Glenn stroked his chin, a dangerous smile forming. "A duel? Now that would be a magnificent spectacle. Very well. I grant your request. Exactly 7 days from now, in the central arena. May the best sword survive." Sometime later, inside a heavily guarded chamber. Baldur Ziggart, the fearsome master of the central hall, crossed his massive arms. I see how it is. So, it all comes down to a trial by combat. Raiden grinned wickedly at his towering father. Exactly, father. That foolish half-breed was so blinded by arrogance that he basically signed his own death warrant, right in front of grandfather. When I crush him, I get full rights to shatter his energy core completely, and if by some miracle he wins, my butler and I only have to issue a pathetic little apology to his maids. Oh, and the mighty Central Hall Masters will be banned from stepping foot near his precious annex. What a completely one-sided gamble. Baldur scoffed at the very idea. To him, no matter what flashes of brilliance Raon showed, he would forever remain tainted blood, the pitiful offspring of Sylvia and a nameless vagabond. It was time to ruthlessly remind the boy of the absolute gap between a lowly outcast and a true heir of the main bloodline. Raiden waved off his father's concerns with an arrogant smirk. The previous encounter was merely a fluke, he claimed. Now that his blade was drawn, that trash stood zero chance against an intermediate stage expert. A dark, booming laugh erupted from Baldur. The apple truly didn't fall far from the tree. But he offered one sinister warning. Do not grant the boy the mercy of death. Let him keep his miserable, pathetic life. All Raiden needed to do was shatter his core, reducing him to a crippled swordsman who could never wield a blade again. He wanted every ounce of hope violently ripped from the boy's future. His son's twisted smile widened as he promised to deliver exactly that. Fast forward a bit, the rhythmic swoosh of a wooden blade echoed through the garden. Inside the estate, Sylvia and Helen observed the young master's relentless training. Anxiety clawed at the maid's chest. Her young master had recklessly challenged a direct descendant to a life-or-death duel. Was he truly going to survive this? The power difference was terrifying. Raiden was already an intermediate-level terror, while Raon had barely just awakened as an entry-level martial artist. She pleaded that they needed to intervene before absolute tragedy struck. Sylvia's heart heavy, she silently agreed. The sheer danger of this clash was suffocating. Sure, Raon had caught his opponent off guard once, but in a formalized, face-to-face death match, his odds of victory were practically non-existent. Furthermore, beneath her brutal brother's intimidating frame lay a highly unpredictable, venomous style of swordsmanship. Baldur himself had forged Raiden into a living weapon, making this battle a terrifying gamble. Yet, as Sylvia stared at her son's blazing eyes, her wavering resolve instantly solidified. She took a deep breath and declared they must trust him. Panic flooding her voice, Helen desperately questioned if standing by and watching was truly the right choice. Sylvia offered a gentle, trembling smile. In truth, her own heart was pounding against her ribs with unbearable motherly terror. But she knew the fiery spirit of her son. He never drew his blade without absolute conviction. Because of that, she would anchor her utter faith in his victory. Later, the quiet footsteps of Judiel approached. She offered him a simple, easy-to-eat sandwich to fuel his exhausted body. She gently warned him to eat slowly, knowing how intense physical strain reacted with a rushed meal. As the main character accepted the food with gratitude, his eyes suddenly widened at a hidden treasure. Concealed beneath the tray was a detailed manual. It contained every single secret regarding the venomous flexible sword technique Raiden wielded. The combat analytics were broken down with breathtaking precision, making the complex martial art completely transparent. Had this seemingly ordinary maid truly compiled an entire tactical encyclopedia in a mere 24 hours? Not only that, she was the very same person who threw herself into danger to shield his mother just days ago. He had demanded nothing of her, yet her silent loyalty spoke volumes. A deep wave of gratitude washed over him. 7 tense days evaporated, with the storm clouds of destiny brewing over the estate. Finally, the fated day of blood arrived. The grand arena was packed to the brim, every member of the noble household waiting for the slaughter. A sickeningly confident grin stretched across Raiden's face. He had hungered for this exact moment. The arrogant bastard had zero clue just how brutally he was about to be massacred. He mentally visualized tearing the boy's body apart, severing every tendon until the mere thought of holding a sword became a physical impossibility. The sharp voice of the referee shattered the tension, commanding both warriors to step into the killing zone. Raiden sneered, openly mocking how much he couldn't wait to see his opponent cry in utter despair. With ice in his veins, the main character simply replied that he wouldn't even have the chance to look. The referee's hand dropped. The battle had officially begun. Roaring with bloodlust, Raiden exploded off the ground like a cannonball. He taunted the boy to drop the tough guy act, right before his aura surged. But as his deadly strike landed, he hit nothing but empty air. A chilling voice whispered from directly behind his neck, "Consider this your first death." Panic paralyzed Raiden's mind. How in the heavens did this trash bypass his perception? Before he could react, blazing fury erupted from the main character's raised fist. Today, you will taste death for every single sin you have committed. A devastating hook crashed into Raiden's jaw, sending shockwaves through the arena. Raiden's vision spun wildly. What kind of monstrous speed was that? He hadn't seen even a blur of movement. Stepping forward, the main character's voice dripped with absolute dominance. Are you going to kiss the dirt all day? Get on your feet. He coldly reminded the air that his cycle of torment had only just begun. That strike was for forging the letter. Veins popping from his forehead. Raiden unleashed a frenzied flurry of blade aura, screaming that an outcast dared to humiliate him. He vowed to make the boy swallow those words in blood. The two figures clashed violently, but once again, Raiden's sword cleaved through an afterimage. Impossible. He swore he had felt his blade connect. Suddenly, the brutal impact of a sword hilt smashed into his cheek. I am right here on your left, the phantom voice declared. And that is the price for destroying the garden my mother poured her heart into. Bam! Another ruthless strike cracked across the noble's face. That is for daring to trample over them. Pow! A bone-shattering jab followed instantly. And this one is the absolute consequence for laying your filthy hands on Helen. Blood poured from Raiden's mouth as his reality shattered. What sort of nightmare was this? The absolute hierarchy of power was being completely defied. This bottom feeder only knew a basic footwork art and a cheap counter to his flexible blade. He was nothing but a pathetic, entry-level novice. The unwritten laws of martial arts dictated he should be crushed. So why was the intermediate genius being utterly dismantled? Up in the viewing gallery, tears welled up in Helen's eyes. She realized with a sudden gasp that the young master could have ended this execution in a single breath. Instead, he was purposefully restraining his lethal aura, forcing his tormentor back up onto his feet over and over again. This wasn't a battle for personal glory. He was physically carving out justice for his people. Hot tears streamed down the maid's face as she watched him violently extract the toll for their wounded pride. In this ruthless estate where purity of blood was absolute law, she was treated as less than dirt. Yet here stood a mighty warrior, mercilessly crushing a pure-blooded heir all to avenge a lowly servant. Watching her son's magnificent display of overwhelming dominance, Sylvia's heart swelled with indescribable pride. Her father had built this house on the cruel philosophy that only raw power mattered, and her son was currently redefining what true strength looked like. Day by day, the cold-blooded nature of this family grew more monstrous. She had never once felt like she belonged among them. Even as a child of the direct bloodline, the suffocating pressure was too much to bear. She had chosen to run away, turning a blind eye to her harsh reality. But looking back, perhaps destiny had pushed her away for a reason. Now, a new path lay before her. A path to shatter the corrupt order of this hopeless clan, paved by the very hands of her own son, Raon. He had taught her a vital lesson. No matter how weak the body, the spirit must remain unbroken. No matter how towering the opponent, you fight until your very last breath. The arena fell dead silent, until the judge's voice finally boomed across the grounds. Raiden was completely incapacitated. The victor of this bloody duel was none other than Raon. Balder's face twisted in absolute fury, as he screamed at his defeated son for disgracing their name. Meanwhile, Rimmer threw his arms up in wild celebration, cheering that he knew his boy would pull through. Dorian hollered with pride, shouting that this was exactly what he expected from their monster of a friend. Runan softly called out his name, while Martha and Burin fiercely agreed that betting against him was a fool's game. Watching from the shadows, the veteran butler Rowan fell into deep thought. He had served the legendary Ziggart family for a lifetime. Yet, for the first time in history, he was witnessing the entire crowd openly cheering for a branch family descendant, completely disregarding the strict chains of status. Sitting upon his throne, clan leader Glenn couldn't help but acknowledge how incredible it was to unite people through sheer strength alone. But what truly sent shockwaves through his mind was the boy's footwork during the climax of the battle. Despite his lack of foundational skill, Raon had perfectly executed the step of supreme harmony. This wasn't just any ordinary footwork. It was a legendary martial art that Glenn himself had forged through decades of brutal asceticism. A traditional martial master could spend half a lifetime just trying to grasp its basic concepts. Yet, this monstrous child had devoured its secrets in a mere 7 days. To command such overwhelming respect at his tender age, it was unheard of. The Ziggart bloodline bowed only to absolute power, a harsh rule carved into the very bones of aristocratic society. It was a twisted tradition that even Glenn himself felt powerless to rewrite. But Raon, having tasted the bitter poison of discrimination as a branch family child, understood this injustice better than anyone. Perhaps This boy was the wild card destined to shatter the clan's rotten foundations. Rising slowly from his massive throne, the clan leader's voice echoed with absolute authority. The victor had been crowned. Now, the price of defeat must be paid in full. Turning his sharp gaze to Rowan, Glenn issued a ruthless command. Find any excuse necessary to instantly slash the Central Martial Arts Hall's budget right down the middle. A wicked grin spread across the old butler's face as he bowed deeply, eager to execute his master's will. Under the crushing pressure of Glenn's watchful eyes, the ironclad terms of the duel were swiftly enforced. Raiden was dragged forward, his pride utterly shattered as he was forced to his knees. In front of everyone, he choked out a humiliating public apology to Sylvia and her loyal maids. To seal the absolute victory, the clan leader handed down an absolute decree. From this day forth, not a single dog from the Central Martial Arts Hall was allowed to step foot near the annex. The heavy chains of fear finally snapped. The trembling maids breathed a collective sigh of relief, their pale faces blooming into bright, joyful smiles. With the dramatic storm finally passing, the triumphant group turned their backs on the arena and made their way back to their true home. As they crossed the threshold of the main gates, Sylvia gently grabbed Raon's hand. Her eyes sparkled with warm pride as she playfully asked, just when her little boy had grown into such a powerhouse. The main character's cheeks flared red, grumbling that she didn't need to hug him so tight in front of everyone. He promised to explain everything once they were inside. Watching the heartwarming scene, the swordswoman chuckled softly. Right now, he looked exactly like an innocent child, a stark contrast to the bloodthirsty demon he embodied in the arena. The sorceress chimed in, recalling Rimmer's wild tales. If Raon truly possessed this level of monstrous strength, it explained how he miraculously survived his clash with the terrifying Mad Blood demon. There was no denying it now. The grizzled fighter crossed his arms, praising the boy's combat movements as something dangerously close to absolute perfection. His raw talent defied the heavens. The swordswoman firmly stated that it would be a historic blunder to let such a diamond slip through their fingers. The fighter nodded in agreement, already plotting to snatch the boy up for their legendary Black Tiger squad. The second graduation day arrived, but the swordswoman quickly shot down the idea. She warned him to drop the fantasy, insisting it was far too early to crush the boy under that kind of life or death responsibility. The sorceress logically pointed out that the trainees of the 5th Training Hall were already approaching their final days. Soon enough, they would be the ones choosing their own destinies upon graduation. Yet, they all silently agreed on one undeniable fact. Raon wasn't just another recruit. He was a rising sun eclipsing the stars around him. But he wasn't the only sleeping dragon in the 5th Training Hall. The fiercely ambitious Martha, the proud Burin, and the ice-cold Renan were close behind. Any single one of those three monsters would be treated as a highly sought-after recruit in the highest-ranking squads. Their monstrous talent was simply too rare to ignore. The upcoming selection ceremony was shaping up to be an absolute battlefield of epic proportions. Later that evening, in the quiet sanctuary of his room, Judiel softly asked if he had orchestrated this entire outcome from the moment he demanded the duel. The main character offered a mysterious half-smile, admitting she wasn't entirely wrong. He had stepped into that arena with absolute certainty of his triumph. Judiel let out a long sigh, calling him a truly terrifying individual, yet strangely, the kindest soul she had met in this viper's nest. Raon tilted his head, a spark of genuine amusement in his eyes as he repeated her words. Kinder than the rest, huh? A warm, fragile smile broke across Judiel's face. She bowed her head, expressing her deepest gratitude for the day he ripped her from Karun's deadly clutches. With those parting words, she quietly slipped out, leaving the young master to his much-needed rest. Leaning back in his chair, Raon analyzed her every micro-expression. It seemed her desperate attempts to shield his mother had come from a place of genuine, unshakable loyalty. A brief pang of guilt hit him. Perhaps the time had come to finally confess the truth, that the deadly rampaging worm he claimed to have planted in her body was nothing but a brilliant, twisted bluff. Meanwhile, echoing through the grand halls, a thoroughly ecstatic Rimmer practically danced up to the clan leader. Glenn could only stare in utter bewilderment, demanding to know exactly how the careless instructor had suddenly acquired a literal mountain of gold. He chuckled, bragging about fleecing that arrogant fool, though he supposed he should respectfully call him the master of the Central Hall. And all of this glorious loot, it was entirely thanks to Raon. On top of that, he had secured a mountain of supreme enhancement pills, exclusively for the 5th Training Hall's use. The clan leader narrowed his eyes. It seemed this slacking instructor was just lining his pockets using his disciples' prowess. With a heavy aura, Glenn stated he certainly was not called here just to listen to gambling boasts. He demanded to know the real reason for this sudden audience. Rimmer dropped his playful smirk. Acknowledging his lord's command, he cut straight to the chase. He had a formal proposal to make. Glenn raised an eyebrow, questioning this unexpected initiative. Had he not already granted Rimmer absolute authority over the recruit's training regimen? But Rimmer shook his head. This was not about mere courtyard exercises anymore. He was formally requesting permission to completely rewrite the ancient rules for the upcoming graduation trials. The Supreme Head leaned forward, his interest piqued. Change the sacred traditions of the exam. He ordered his subordinate to elaborate in detail. Rimmer explained the ancient custom. To pass, a disciple merely needed an instructor's nod of approval, or to cross swords in a standard duel against their peers. But this generation was forged differently in the fires of battle. They had clashed steel with the legendary Knights of Owen. On their second deployment, they bathed their blades in blood, surviving true life-or-death battlefields. These fledglings had already soared far beyond the ordinary heights expected of mere trainees. Therefore, the fifth training hall required a crucible worthy of their immense potential. A trial of unprecedented difficulty. Glenn's lips curled upward. This was starting to sound incredibly fascinating. Rimmer's eyes gleamed with wild intent. He wanted to throw them into a brutal survival test, stripped of the mighty Ziggart name, where their noble lineage could not save them. If they could crawl back from the abyss, relying solely on their own strength, only then would they prove worthy of bearing the heavy title of true Ziggart Knights. With a proud grin, Rimmer asked if it was not a stroke of sheer genius. But Glenn just stared at him, a profound look in his ancient eyes. He quietly noted that Rimmer had changed. Blinking in confusion, the instructor asked what he meant by that. The clan leader's voice softened with memories of the past. Ever since the tragic day, his mana core was shattered. Rimmer had retreated into the shadows, hiding his broken spirit from the world for years. Yet, ever since he took command of this year's monstrous rookies, that suffocating darkness surrounding him had completely vanished. Now, a fierce, undeniable passion for forging the next generation blazed within his eyes once more. Rimmer scratched his cheek, laughing awkwardly. That such high praise was making him blush. From the sidelines, the loyal butler Raon smiled warmly, fully agreeing with his lord's assessment. The instructor's aura had indeed regained its former vibrant glow. Rimmer tried to humbly brush off the compliments, but truth be told, it was as if the heavens had awakened a hidden talent for mentorship within him. With a fiery smirk, Rimmer boldly claimed that perhaps the day was fast approaching when a warrior he forged with his own two hands would claim the supreme throne as head of the clan. Glenn's eyes sharpened like blades. Was he implying the monster rookie, Raon? Rimmer chuckled mysteriously. Who could predict the heavens' will? It could be the prodigy Raon, the fierce Martha, the steadfast Burin, or even the icy genius Runon. A rare, genuinely amused smile broke across Glenn's stoic face. He accepted the challenge, ordering Rimmer to draft the detailed trial mechanics within 1 week. If he failed to deliver, this entire bold proposal would be tossed into the fire. But Rimmer simply flashed a wolfish grin and dramatically slapped a thick stack of papers onto the desk. He had already prepared every single detail. Meanwhile, down at the training grounds, the disciples of the fifth hall were buzzing with deep annoyance. Their instructor had ordered an emergency assembly, yet the man himself was nowhere to be found. Honestly, no one was surprised anymore. Expecting that Slacker to be punctual was like expecting fire to freeze over. They muttered that the deadbeat was probably sleeping off a hangover from visiting gambling dens and taverns until dawn. But just as the complaints peaked, bang! Rimmer kicked the heavy wooden doors wide open, storming the courtyard. Flashing his signature shameless grin, he breezily apologized for his tardiness. He claimed his noble heart got distracted, helping some poor, starving orphans on the way over. Burin's face twisted in sheer irritation. He yelled at his master to at least put some effort into coming up with a believable lie. Rimmer clutched his chest, feigning deeply wounded pride, swearing upon the heavens he was telling the absolute truth. But his expression suddenly turned dead serious. He had a monumental announcement to make. He confessed he had been agonizing over this decision for months, but witnessing their explosive growth had finally given him the absolute certainty to execute his master plan. The final crucible of their graduation was rapidly approaching. After all, they could not remain sheltered fledglings forever, right? Whispers erupted among the ranks. Rumor had it, the final hurdle was simply earning an instructor's passing grade, or surviving a standard sparring match against their peers. Rimmer clapped his hands, his cheerful voice cutting through the chatter. Historically, yes, that was the standard path. But for this golden generation, their trial would be infinitely more brutal. The trainees froze, tension rippling through the air. What exactly was this madman scheming now? Rimmer paced like a proud commander. Despite being mere privates, they had crossed blades with Owen's finest elites. They had tasted the bitter iron of real warfare against the vicious South-North Union. Hell, they had even crawled back from the abyss after being ambushed by the demonic zealots of Eden. Because of those blood-soaked achievements, meaningless courtyard duels were a complete insult to their potential. Instead, they were going to be cast out into the unforgiving wilderness, forced to carve their own paths through the unknown. With a chillingly bright smile, the instructor proclaimed their ultimate crucible. The final exam was extreme, unadulterated survival. In exactly 1 month, they would be completely stripped of their prestigious Ziggart protection. Scattered across the most dangerous corners of the continent, they would have to survive the jaws of death with nothing but the steel in their hands. Of course, his eyes gleamed with a mocking taunt. For any little birds too terrified to leave the nest, he generously offered a safe, pathetic alternative test. Raon's frosty gaze immediately shifted to Raon. Without hesitation, she asked if he was going to take the true path. The protagonist's eyes blazed with quiet confidence. Naturally, he would not miss this for the world. Hearing his answer, the Ice Queen simply nodded. If Raon was diving into hell, so was she. Buran clenched his fists, his pride igniting. He knew this chaotic instructor never did anything without a profound reason, so there was no way he was backing down either. Martha let out a dark, arrogant scoff. She had been fighting tooth and nail just to survive since the day she was born. This little challenge. It was exactly the kind of deadly playground she craved. Rimmer blinked, completely caught off guard. He expected his top prodigy to dive in, but to see the entire squad embrace the abyss without a single ounce of hesitation. A wicked, demonic grin slowly spread across his face. Did these fearless fools even stop to consider what kind of living hell he was sending them to? Especially Raon, who was about to receive the most nightmarish destination of them all. The young master's choice held absolute weight in the ranks. If he stepped forward, the others would follow his lead into the abyss without a single second thought. The main character met their gaze with unyielding eyes. He knew this path would be bathed in blood, but their chaotic instructor wasn't the type to throw their lives away pointlessly. Not once had that lazy elf handed them a truly impossible trial. The instructor flashed a sly grin, acknowledging the boys' sharp intuition, but warned that his praise wouldn't buy them an ounce of mercy. The tension in the air thickened heavily as he finally prepared to reveal the brutal battlegrounds that would serve as their ultimate tests. Flipping open the mission scroll, Rimmer declared their fates: the scorching sands of the Levin Desert for Buran, the treacherous depths of the Cyan Canyon for Martha, the deadly Kadam jungle for Raon, and finally, the freezing nightmare of the Northeast, Haben Castle, reserved exclusively for Raon. The main character's eyes narrowed slightly in surprise. What kind of hellish domain was this fortress to warrant such a heavy, suffocating silence? The instructor's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by grim reality. This was an active war zone, a frozen meat grinder where monstrous beasts poured in from the northern sea and Mount Stalin without a single day of rest. Soldiers stationed there called it hell on earth. It was a place of endless slaughter, where the luxury of sheathing a blood-soaked blade simply did not exist. Every single trainee would face a crucible of despair, but Raon's trial would be on an entirely different level. The clock was ticking. They had exactly 1 month to forge themselves into weapons before stepping onto the battlefield. Days blurred into nights. Standing in the quiet garden of the annex, a worried Helen turned to Lady Sylvia. Her voice trembled as she asked if the young master was pushing his mortal limits too far. The boy hadn't closed his eyes for days, lost in a maddening cycle of endless sword strikes. In her heart, she prayed he would just abandon this suicidal exam, terrified that the frozen fortress would swallow him whole. A shadow of maternal worry crossed Sylvia's gentle face. She shared the maid's lingering fears. Yet her eyes held an unwavering faith. This brutal crucible was the exact flame her son needed to reforge his destiny. More importantly, she knew the burning ambition hiding behind her boy's stoic gaze. He was utterly consumed by the desire to carve his own legend into the frozen walls of Haben Castle. Their only duty as his family was to become his silent pillars of support, shielding him from all distractions. Meanwhile, the protagonist swung his blade until his hands bled, drowning in the rhythm of his relentless martial arts. Ever since the mission briefing, he had cranked his physical conditioning to absolute extremes. Even his monstrous stamina was beginning to crack under the crushing weight of this week's torturous regimen. Yet, despite the agonizing burn in his muscles and the rivers of sweat, a frustrating void gnawed at his mind. A critical piece of the puzzle was still slipping through his fingers. The demonic beasts of the northern front were colossal nightmares. Their scales and thick hides were practically walking armor, capable of shattering a standard blade on impact. Relying solely on the legendary Ziggart family swordsmanship would be a fatal mistake. Its perfect harmony of offense and defense was a masterpiece against human opponents, but against living mountains of flesh, that balance became a severe weakness. His signature, Thousand Lights art was undeniably devastating, a brilliant flash of certain death, but the aura consumption was absolutely terrifying, making it completely useless for the endless wars of attrition he would face in the snow. Up until now, the profound breathing method of the Ring of Fire had bridged that gap perfectly, but against the encroaching horrors of the North, banking his survival on just these two arts was practically begging for death. Exactly 3 weeks remained before his march into the freezing abyss. His ultimate objective was crystal clear. He needed to dissect every secret of Haben Castle and force an evolution upon his Thousand Lights technique. What he desperately lacked was pure, unadulterated destructive power, an explosive, hyper-aggressive style of swordsmanship. And to grasp that terrifying power, he would have to lay his very life on the line. Deep within the grand halls of the Supreme Patriarch, an overwhelming pressure filled the room. Glenn gazed down from his throne, questioning if the boy truly wished to trade his hard-earned silver medal for a new martial art. The main character bowed respectfully, his voice ringing with absolute certainty. The mighty clan leader crossed his arms, his mountain-like presence shifting as he noted that the reward was rightfully the boy's to spend. But a hint of curiosity pierced the old monster's stoic facade. Hadn't the young dragon sworn to use this exact prize for a completely different purpose? The main character didn't flinch, calmly confirming the Supreme Leader's memory. His original vow had been etched into his very soul. He intended to leverage that silver badge to shatter the chains of exile, restoring his beloved mother to her rightful glory as a direct bloodline descendant. The Patriarch's terrifying aura pressed down, questioning why he would abandon such a noble crusade just for a single sword manual. Raon met that heavy gaze without trembling. The blood-soaked mission at Cebu village and his previous brutal clash had opened his eyes to a harsh reality. Intrigued by the spark of wisdom in his grandson's eyes, the supreme sovereign of the Ziggart clan leaned forward, silently granting the boy permission to speak his truth. The protagonist laid out his cold, calculating logic. While his heroic feats during the last trial were practically legendary for a mere cadet, the unforgiving clan system had only granted him a silver token, keeping the ultimate golden prize just out of reach. The agonizing truth of the Patriarch's previous warning echoed in his mind, a stark reminder of the towering wall that stood between him and true authority. Hoarding a mountain of silver would be completely useless. Only the absolute authority of a golden medal possessed the sheer political power needed to wash away his mother's dishonor and reinstate her royal status. Thus, his path forward was brilliantly ruthless. He would burn every single silver asset he had right now to forge an invincible foundation. Once he acquired overwhelming strength, seizing the gold would simply be a matter of time. A faint smirk briefly ghosted across the clan leader's face. Unleashing a fraction of his divine aura, he validated the boy's flawless ambition. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed forward a heavy tome, declaring it an absolute necessity for surviving the frozen hellscape of Haben Castle. The old master offered a cold ultimatum. If the boy doubted his grandfather's judgment, he was free to search the armory himself. But the protagonist's breath caught as his eyes locked onto the blood-red characters etched into the ancient leather cover, the Fangs of Madness. A thrill of anticipation raced down the main character's spine. The Supreme Patriarch might have a heart of ice, but he never shortchanged a worthy warrior. If the God of Swords himself had handpicked this manual, its destructive potential was an absolute guarantee. Lowering his head in a flawless warrior's salute, Raon clasped the ancient text to his chest, vowing to master its vicious secrets with zero hesitation. The towering ruler commanded him to pour every drop of his blood, sweat, and soul into comprehending the brutal techniques hidden within those pages. Acknowledging the heavy burden, the protagonist turned his back to depart from the grand chamber. But before the heavy wooden doors could open, Glenn's booming voice shattered the silence, ordering the boy to halt. There was one final mystery the clan leader needed to unravel before the young dragon took flight. Did this reckless child truly comprehend the frozen graveyard he was marching into? The Patriarch's piercing gaze demanded an answer. Was there not a single drop of terror in his heart regarding Haben Castle? After all, he possessed the right to reject this suicidal mandate. Turning back, the protagonist's eyes flared with an unyielding golden light. He softly confessed that his recent death match against the demonic cultists of Eden had awakened a profound truth within him. The Supreme Master raised a brow, demanding to know exactly what the boy had unlocked. The main character's voice carried the heavy weight of a seasoned veteran. Dancing on the razor's edge between life and death forged a warrior's soul in ways that decades of safe, repetitive strikes in a warm training hall never could. He had finally tasted the addictive nectar of true martial evolution. To ascend to the absolute pinnacle, He craved desperate battlefields that would completely shatter his limits and forcefully reforge his foundation anew. Furthermore, beneath all that infuriating laziness, their eccentric instructor possessed a terrifyingly sharp eye. Rimmer would never send his prized students into a slaughterhouse. They had absolutely zero chance of surviving. The frozen north would definitely tear his flesh and break his bones, subjecting him to unimaginable agony, but he welcomed the pain. That frozen hell would be the anvil upon which his ultimate strength was forged, and one day, he would look back on those bloody snowfields with profound gratitude. The overwhelming pressure in the throne room instantly vanished, replaced by a rare flicker of unspoken pride. The god of swords nodded slowly, finally understanding the monstrous potential of his grandson. But right before the boy stepped into the corridor, the old man stopped him once more, preparing to drop one final piece of wisdom. A true feint holds limitless potential. He just needed to shatter the boundaries of his own imagination. A grateful smile crossed Raon's face as he bowed his head, taking the instructor's profound wisdom to heart. Suddenly, stepping out from the shadows where he had been lurking all along, Rimmer chuckled. He declared that this exact brilliance was why he absolutely adored the kid. Raon always grasped his hidden intentions perfectly. For an instructor, discovering a disciple who could truly read between the lines was the ultimate joy. He was on a completely different level from the perpetually grumpy Burin, or the overly intense Martha. Glenn narrowed his eyes with a terrifying glare. Just what kind of a mentor was he? Openly bad-mouthing his own students like that. However, the clan leader admitted his surprise. To think, Rimmer actually passed down the legendary technique. The Fangs of Madness. A combat art easily worthy of a golden tier ranking. Rimmer beamed with a mischievous grin, teasing that the Grand Patriarch's love for his grandson truly knew no bounds. Glenn's expression darkened as he growled that the elf was talking way too much, though Rimmer smugly pointed out how quiet the old man had been lately. But jokes aside, just as its ominous name suggested, this was an overwhelmingly savage style of combat. Could a kid like Raon actually conquer such a wild technique? Glenn crossed his arms stoically. He had provided the manual, and for a genius, that alone was more than enough. Whether the boy soared to the heavens or crashed to the ground was entirely in his own hands. Rimmer just smiled knowingly, despite the old man's cold words. This hidden support was exactly what Raon needed. This tsundere grandfather's unspoken devotion was honestly a beautiful thing to witness. But that was the last straw. Glenn's towering aura exploded as he roared. Since the instructor's mouth was running at full speed, it clearly meant his body had fully healed from his previous deadly battle. Panic instantly washed over Rimmer's face. He desperately waved his hands, shrieking at the furious patriarch to wait, claiming his internal injuries were still incredibly severe. But Glenn mercilessly raised his glowing hand. His terrifying voice echoed through the room as he declared the elf looked perfectly fine to him. It was time for a painful lesson in respect. Sweating bullets. The terrified instructor screamed out a desperate plea for mercy. Moments later, a blood-curdling shriek echoed through the entire mansion. Meanwhile, back in his quiet quarters, the main character examined the manual. So this was supposedly a mere silver-tier sword art. But as his eyes scanned the ancient pages, he realized this was an absolute masterpiece. Calling it a silver-tier technique was a complete joke. The Fangs of Madness. The main character felt a chill run down his spine. True to its terrifying title, the forms resembled the vicious, snapping jaws of a wild apex predator. It was an art built purely on primal instinct. You throw yourself into the jaws of death, charging forward with the absolute resolve to tear your enemy to shreds. You could never master this by sitting around reading theories. This brutal path demanded blood, sweat, and actual life or death combat. Igniting his fighting spirit, he threw himself into an endless gauntlet of sparring matches, clashing blades with every student he could find to engrave this feral aggression into his very bones. From dawn until dusk, his wooden blade never once left his blistered hands. The shadow of the graduation test loomed closer with every swing. He needed to push his limits, to become faster, deadlier, and utterly ferocious. He fought like a man possessed, until absolutely no one in the training grounds dared to cross swords with him anymore. And through that absolute dedication, right at the 11th hour, the profound essence of the Fangs of Madness finally clicked into place within his mind. The grueling training period had officially come to an end. Silence fell over the estate as the fateful eve of the ultimate trial finally arrived. Tending to his battered body, Judiel's eyes filled with concern as she gently applied ointment to his countless bruises. He was pushing his body to the absolute breaking point for tomorrow's deadly trial. She whispered that Lady Sylvia would be utterly heartbroken if she saw him in this shredded state. The main character let out a soft sigh, confessing that he might have gotten a little too absorbed in the thrill of the blade. to awaken the true power of the fangs of madness. Daily bloodshed was simply unavoidable. He politely asked his loyal maid to work her healing magic on his aching muscles. With a small, helpless smile, she joked about not having much of a choice. But the atmosphere shifted as the young master stopped her, stating there was a grave truth he needed to confess before tomorrow. Judiel bowed her head respectfully, waiting for his command. Taking a deep breath and closing his eyes, the main character finally dropped the bombshell. The terrifying frenzied worm parasite he claimed to have planted inside her. It was a total bluff. He watched her face closely, noticing the distinct lack of shock. A slight smile crossed his lips as he guessed she had already figured out his deception. She quietly nodded, admitting the thought had crossed her mind. Though it was merely a lingering suspicion, she had never dared to confirm it. Curious, Raon tilted his head, asking what exactly gave his grand illusion away. Judiel's voice trembled slightly. When he first threatened her with the nightmarish parasite, absolute terror had clouded her judgment. Questioning his ruthless bluff was simply out of the question. Her entire existence had been consumed by the desperate need to survive that lurking death. But as the seasons passed, the genuine, glowing warmth of everyone in the annex slowly melted her frozen heart. Even the young master himself treated her not as a disposable tool, but as a living, breathing human being, and he never demanded a single twisted favor in return. He had even carefully orchestrated events to shield her from the central faction's deadly suspicions. Immersed in this unexpected kindness, a powerful realization began to bloom in her soul. The tender smile he reserved for his mother, Sylvia, the protective gaze he cast over their humble home. Every single ruthless action he took was simply to build an impenetrable fortress around his family. That was when the truth struck her like lightning. A boy with such a fiercely loyal heart would never resort to a vile trick like the frenzied worm. It was a gut feeling, devoid of solid proof, but her soul knew it was true. But her eyes shimmered with confusion. Why willingly surrender his absolute leverage over her now? The main character looked at her softly, simply stating that her heart had truly changed. He hadn't just been leading her, he had been observing her every single move. And over time, the cold, calculating mask of a spy had shattered, revealing the gentle soul hidden beneath. When that arrogant trash, Raiden, stormed their peaceful sanctuary, she had fearlessly thrown her own life on the line to shield Helen and his mother. That flash of blazing courage was no act. And that wasn't all. The night before his duel, a highly classified dossier exposing Raiden's entire sword lineage had mysteriously appeared on his bed. He knew perfectly well whose covert skills had delivered that crucial intel. It was the key to his absolute victory, and he offered her his deepest gratitude. Hearing this, the dam broke, and she finally whispered her darkest secret. She had a younger brother. Tears streamed down Judiel's face as the agonizing memories resurfaced. They had been brutally ripped apart when she was sold into the shadows as a disposable pawn. Now, she didn't even know if her precious sibling was dead or alive. She had become a dog of the central faction, staining her hands in the dark, solely because they dangled the promise of a reunion like a cruel carrot on a stick. Collapsing to her knees, a torrent of bitter tears flowed as she sobbed out a heartbreaking apology for her past sins. But the main character simply placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. With eyes burning with absolute certainty, he swore a solemn vow. He would tear down heaven and earth to bring her brother home. Raon knew with absolute certainty that Karun would never let him walk away so easily. Their paths were bound to cross in blood once more. And when that inevitable clash occurred, Raon vowed to tear her captive brother from Karun's grasp. As long as breath remained in his lungs, that promise was etched in stone. Overwhelmed by his resolve, Judiel hesitated before bowing her head, asking if she dared to raise a single question. What would happen if she betrayed him and fed his secrets straight to Karun? Why on earth did he expose the terrifying truth behind the rampaging worm? The main character offered a chillingly calm smile, simply stating that he placed absolute faith in her. Her eyes widened, completely caught off guard by such a profound declaration. The air grew heavy as Raon tested her resolve, asking what path she would choose. Without a second thought, Judiel pledged her unwavering loyalty to him, promising to answer his call whenever he needed a blade in the dark. With his departure looming, the protagonist entrusted the absolute defense of the outbuilding to her capable hands. Sinking to one knee in deep reverence, she swore upon her life to protect his sanctuary. As dawn broke the following day, chasing away the remnants of the night, a new era began. It was finally here, the fateful morning of the ultimate graduation trial. Instructor Rimmer stepped forward, his gaze unusually sharp, signaling that the time for childish games was over. Their impossible mission was to survive out in the brutal world for one entire year, and drag themselves back alive. If they managed to conquer this ordeal, Unparalleled glory and power would be theirs. With a sly grin, Rimmer suddenly shifted the spotlight, demanding their top representative deliver a fiery farewell address. The main character let out a silent sigh, utterly exasperated. His eccentric mentor always found a way to drag him onto the center stage, completely ignoring how much he despised the unnecessary attention. Stepping up, Raon's voice resonated with unyielding authority, declaring that a true warrior is forged in the fires of near-death experiences. It might have been a cruel joke of destiny, but they had all tasted the bitter iron of real, blood-soaked combat. They had stared into the grim abyss of mortal peril and clawed their way back out. By carrying out their absolute duty, every single one of them had evolved into true beasts of the battlefield. But this was only the beginning. They had to push past their absolute limits, shattering every boundary to bring everlasting glory to their legendary bloodline and the illustrious 5th Training Hall. A deafening roar erupted from the graduates. Their battle cries pierced the heavens as they swore on their pride to return victorious. Rimmer watched him with a warm, knowing smile. From the very first day, he knew this kid was a terrifying monster disguised as a human. But raw, explosive power was barely scratching the surface of his true potential. Possessing a chillingly calm demeanor and unshakable balance far beyond his young age, he carried the aura of an absolute ruler. He had the supernatural charisma to bend the world and everyone in it to his will. Yet, despite holding unmatched talent, arrogance never once clouded his vision. He ground his bones to dust, training with a monstrous intensity that put even the most desperate veterans to shame. The terrifying strike he unleashed in their previous clash closely mirrored the legendary Fangs of Madness technique. Rimmer knew he would never grow bored of watching this prodigy, as every single move shattered the ceiling of his wildest expectations. The red-haired elf recalled stepping in as his opponent only after the boy had utterly decimated his fellow trainees. And incredibly, the young monster had even managed to draw blood from his own master. What an unbelievably arrogant, yet brilliantly cheeky brat. Deep down, Rimmer prayed to the heavens the boy would survive this hellish ordeal. It would be a devastating tragedy to miss witnessing the spectacular birth of a new king of swords. Breaking the silence, the protagonist commanded his peers to offer one final bow to the man who forged them. In perfect synchronization, their voices boomed like thunder, echoing their deep reverence and gratitude for their eccentric mentor. Rimmer's playful smirk softened into a genuine smile. He promised to wait right there for news of their glorious triumphs, reminding them that survival was their ultimate, non-negotiable order. Buran locked eyes with Raon, a fierce competitive fire burning within. He vowed to train until his muscles tore and his bones ached, daring Raon not to fall behind and disappoint him during this cursed year. Crossing her arms with a challenging glare, Martha threw her pride into the ring, fully backing Buran's aggressive declaration. She still had a massive score to settle, so he had better not dare plateau now. With a wicked smirk, she threatened that if he foolishly died out there, she would drag his soul back from the underworld just to kill him herself. The protagonist internally groaned, wondering why his absolute rivals could never just be honest with their feelings. Suddenly, Runan softly called his name, her blank expression masking deep care as she thrust a small, chilled box into his hands. The main character blinked in absolute disbelief. Was this actually her precious ice cream? He could not believe this ice-cold girl was willingly sacrificing her ultimate heavenly treasure just for him. With a tiny, barely visible pout, she muttered that her stash was still overflowing, so it was perfectly fine. Touched by her unique way of showing affection, Raon offered a warm, genuine thanks. He promised to savor every single bite once the chaos settled. Runan gave a small nod, whispering a quiet demand for him to stay safe, to which the protagonist confidently assured her that death would have to wait. With the emotional farewells out of the way, the protagonist locked his gaze onto a very nervous Dorian. The timer had hit 0, and it was time to march into the unknown. Trembling like a leaf, Dorian shrieked in absolute horror, cursing his rotten luck for being assigned to the brutal Haben castle. The main character just grabbed him by the collar, dragging his wailing friend along, mentioning a crucial pit stop they had to make first. Fighting against the iron grip, Dorian desperately asked where this dangerous detour would take them. Raon flashed a terrifyingly bright smile, declaring their first target was none other than the legendary trading hub, the city of Kamaloon. If they were going to slaughter bloodthirsty monsters out in the wilderness, they needed top-tier, heaven-defying gear to ensure their absolute survival. Fast forward to the bustling heart of Kamaloon's central market. The protagonist scanned the endless sea of merchant stalls, his sharp eyes filled with absolute disappointment, finding an ocean of shiny garbage with nothing worthy of a true warrior. If the sunlight only offered trash, he had no choice but to dive into the treacherous shadows of the underground black market. Noticing his predatory gaze, Dorian panicked, frantically insisting they stay right where it was safe. Was the surface market truly devoid of any heaven-grade artifacts, forcing them to plunge into the criminal underworld? Sensing his companion's expertise, the protagonist sharply asked if Dorian possessed intel on the city's hidden dark web of trade. Pumping his chest with sudden pride, Dorian bragged that of course he knew. The main character raised an eyebrow, mercilessly pointing out that this was supposedly his very first time stepping foot in this territory. So how exactly did he possess the coordinates to a heavily guarded syndicate? Beaming with absolute confidence, Dorian proudly declared his roots in a prestigious merchant association, claiming to be a walking encyclopedia on all things trade. Raon's mind clicked as the puzzle pieces finally fell into place. He had always suspected his cowardly friend was hiding a silver tongue, but the boy truly was the bloodline heir of a legendary trading family. Since the kid had blabbed his own secret origin story, there was no longer any need to tiptoe around his hidden identity. The protagonist's smile widened into a dangerous curve, confirming that the criminal underworld was their next playground. He then casually dropped a bombshell, revealing they needed to breach a heavily concealed secret passage to infiltrate the market. Dorian's jaw dropped as he asked how Raon knew the exact coordinates of an illegal entrance. The protagonist simply shrugged, casually shifting the blame to their eccentric, gambling-addicted instructor. A look of profound realization washed over Dorian. Rumors whispered that the underground was a paradise for high-stakes gambling, so it made perfect, terrifying sense why that degenerate red-haired elf possessed a VIP map to the shadows. The target was locked, and the countdown had begun. Moments later, wrapped in pitch-black cloaks to mask their terrifying auras, the duo descended into the abyss, standing right at the threshold of the city's most dangerous secret. Stepping into the shadowy underbelly of Cameloon City, they finally arrived at the infamous black market. Dorian's jaw dropped as he took in the massive underground sprawl. He muttered that it was surprisingly spotless, feeling way cleaner than the chaotic streets above. But did this place hold the treasure they desperately needed? Pulling out a leather-bound catalog, the main character scanned the upcoming auction lots to find out. Settling onto a nearby wooden bench, Raon's eyes locked onto a specific page. A faint smile crossed his face. He had found his target. The legendary black butterfly was slated for tonight's bidding war, but the starting price was a staggering 10 gold coins. Peeking over his shoulder, Dorian asked if he was seriously going to buy it. That price tag was absolutely brutal. The protagonist silently agreed with his friend's worry. Blowing his entire travel fund on one item was a terrifying gamble. To secure that artifact, he desperately needed to liquidate some assets. Standing up with sudden purpose, he told Dorian it was time to move. Confused, the boy asked where they were rushing off to. Raon casually replied that they were hitting up a pawn shop to offload some loot before the auction bells rang. An entire hour dragged by. Exhausted, Dorian whined, asking if they were ever going to finish. Why on earth were they wandering through random merchant stalls, instead of securing their seats at the auction? Turning a strange trinket over in his hands, Raon calmly explained that he was hunting for hidden gems. The hero knew the bidding war wouldn't start for a while. It was the perfect opportunity to let his sharp eyes roam the market. Plus, with their newly filled coin pouches, he had the capital to make some plays. But so far, the wares were nothing but glittering garbage. Usually, these underground stalls were gold mines for unrecognized relics. Just waiting for a master's eye, deciding he had wasted enough time, he prepared to head to the main event. Suddenly, a dull glimmer caught his attention. The protagonist froze in his tracks, his heart skipping a beat as he recognized the shape. Could it actually be? The young warrior's mind raced. There was zero doubt about it. This was the personal ring of the very first patriarch of the Ziggart bloodline. He had seen its exact design in his ancestral visions, while mastering the legendary 10,000 Flames technique. Finding a divine relic in this junk pile was pure fate. Casually picking up the ancient band, Raon masked his excitement and asked for the price. The greasy merchant grinned, praising the boy for his excellent taste. The peddler claimed the ring could boost a warrior's raw power and grant mental clarity, slapping a massive 5 gold price tag on it. Dorian nearly coughed up blood, screaming at the sheer audacity. Was this guy trying to rob them in broad daylight? To the untrained eye, that battered piece of metal wasn't worth more than a handful of silver. Dorian ruthlessly tore into the merchant's pitch. If it actually gave such insane buffs, it would be locked inside a high-end magic boutique, not gathering dust in some shady alleyway. Did it really grant the monstrous strength of a titan to justify a 5 gold ransom? The boy highly doubted it. It clearly couldn't hold a candle to an authentic ogre's gauntlet. Besides, the craftsmanship was utterly pathetic, lacking even a basic mana engraving. It was nothing but a faded pattern on a scratched surface. Zero aesthetic appeal, absolutely no style, and covered in ugly dents. Was the garbage even made of cheap brass? Dorian savagely declared. He wouldn't stoop to pick it up if he found it in a dumpster. How dare this scammer ask for such a king's ransom? Demanding a massive discount, Dorian aggressively slammed his counteroffer on the table, one single gold piece. Defeated by the brutal haggling, the sweating merchant choked out his agreement. The protagonist silently applauded his friend's ruthless tactics. Meanwhile, the system spirit, Raph, muttered that the artifact was radiating an impossibly deep aura. Still, watching Dorian turn into a bloodthirsty demon over a few coins sent a chill down the spirit's spine. Raon chuckled internally. Dorian was an absolute monster at negotiations, even if he was entirely blind to the ring's true divine nature. Either way, securing a founder's relic was a monumental victory. But the moment of triumph was shattered. A haughty voice echoed from behind a lavish mask, demanding to know if the transaction was finalized. The hero coolly confirmed that the gold had already changed hands. Without missing a beat, the mysterious noblewoman offered to multiply his spending by 10. Whatever he paid, she would obliterate that price. She demanded the artifact immediately. She eyed his humble traveling clothes with absolute disdain, assuming he was just another desperate mercenary scrounging for meals. That sum should make him grovel. Hearing the offer, Dorian gasped as if struck by lightning. 10 times the price. The merchant practically tore his hair out in regret, wailing that he had originally bought the trash for a mere 50 silver. Was he really giving away a priceless treasure? The cowardly vendor desperately wished he could reverse time and claim that mountain of wealth. Raon's eyes narrowed dangerously. This masked intruder clearly recognized the ancestral power sleeping within the metal. Its true market value had to easily eclipse 100 gold coins. Meeting her arrogant gaze with absolute ice, the protagonist offered a fake apology and flatly rejected her money. The masked girl's eyes flashed with irritation. Refusing to lose, she aggressively doubled down, offering 20, then a staggering 30 times the original price. But the young warrior's stance remained as unshakable as a mountain. He wasn't parting with his bloodline's legacy, even when she furiously threw 50 gold coins on the table. He didn't even blink as he shot her down again. The hero coldly stated his philosophy. He never surrendered what rightfully belonged to him. Her bottomless purse meant absolutely nothing against his principles. The air grew heavy with killing intent. Her hulking bodyguard, Sadar, stepped forward, warning the foolish boy to lower his head. Defying his noble mistress would invite a storm of bloody consequences. Raon scoffed, his aura flaring in challenge. Did they really expect him to roll over and play dog just because she had a fancy title? He couldn't care less about whatever high society pedestal they sat on. He coldly advised them to walk away while they still could. Outraged by his absolute disrespect, the masked noblewoman hissed, demanding to know who gave him the right to act so wildly arrogant. She ordered him to shut his mouth and hand over the relic immediately, warning that her polite patience was rapidly running dry. Staring her down with eyes like absolute zero, the protagonist delivered a devastating counter. The only arrogance in the room was her pathetic belief that she could steal another man's property just by throwing a tantrum. He challenged her directly. Was she truly willing to drag her precious aristocratic honor through the mud like a common thug, or were they going to walk their separate ways? A dark, threatening aura began to leak from the noble woman. She whispered, venomously, that a country bumpkin like him had no idea how terrifying the real world could be. She advised him to reflect on why the weak naturally bow to the strong. Unless, of course, he was eager to find his own gruesome, unsung grave in a dark alleyway before the night was over. The protagonist turned his back with a cold scoff. If those were her only words, he had no reason to stay. The masked girl's eyes burned with irritation. She immediately ordered Sidar to follow him to the auction house. After all, rats who leave the pawn shop usually scurry straight to the bidding floor. She sneered, knowing exactly what he was after. He was definitely planning to participate in the upcoming auction. Her instructions were absolute. They would crush his spirit by outbidding him on every single item he dared to glance at. Time flowed steadily in the grand auction hall. The auctioneer's booming voice announced a winning bid of 70 gold coins for Data's necklace, congratulating the lucky buyer. The lavish display continued. Next on the pedestal was a silver mana stone, closely followed by the legendary ring of violent flames. The hammer struck down as both items sold flawlessly. The auctioneer hyped up the upcoming lots, but the main character simply yawned, thoroughly unimpressed by the meager offerings. His patience was wearing thin. Just how long did he have to wait for the black butterfly? Suddenly, the auctioneer's voice echoed, introducing a noble butterfly with perfect mana stone compatibility. There it was. The elusive black butterfly. Its wings held a mesmerizing, faint shimmer, making it a wildly popular status symbol among the extravagant nobility. Of course, such beauty came with a heavy price. It had a tragically short lifespan and demanded a fortune in mana stones just to survive. Yet, nothing in this world could rival the breathtaking elegance of the black butterfly. The tension in the room spiked. It was finally time for the real bidding war to begin. Greedy voices instantly drove the price up to 7 gold coins. Without hesitating, the protagonist confidently called out 13 gold coins, even though he knew it was a steep price to pay. Silence fell over the crowd. 13 gold coins was absolute madness for a mere decorative insect. But just as he thought he had won, the masked girl mercilessly dropped a bid of 50 gold coins. The auction hall erupted into absolute chaos. The crowd screamed in disbelief at this record-shattering price. No one in their right mind would dare bid higher than that. The auctioneer gleefully slammed the gavel. The black butterfly was sold for 50 gold coins. With a victorious smirk, the masked girl announced it was time for them to leave. Sidar looked at her in sheer confusion, asking if she truly only came for the black butterfly. The masked girl gave a wicked nod. She didn't care about the other artifacts at all. Her only goal was to snatch the butterfly right out from under that arrogant guy's nose, even if she had to pay an astronomical price. She knew the black butterfly was his ultimate prize, and she thoroughly enjoyed putting him in his place. Watching this unfold, Dorian grabbed his hair in pure panic, whining about her blatant cruelty. She didn't even try to mask her vicious intentions. Dorian was practically shaking, wondering what on earth they should do now. Another black butterfly wouldn't appear at this auction anytime soon. But Raon just smirked, telling his companion to calm down. It was time for them to leave anyway, as they still needed to prepare their outfits for a little night stroll. Dorian blinked in utter confusion. Why in the world did they suddenly need clothes for a night journey? With a chillingly calm voice, Raon declared they were simply going to steal the butterfly back. Dorian's jaw hit the floor in absolute horror. Time rolled back slightly. The protagonist reflected on the martial world, knowing that every legendary swordsman on the continent possessed their own absolute mastery. Some carved their names into history with blinding speed, while others dominated through unbreakable willpower and genius tactics. But in his past life, he was the undisputed monarch of shadows. The cornerstone of his legendary stealth was his ultimate movement technique, the traceless steps. He honestly believed those days were behind him. After mastering the heavenly step of supreme harmony in this new life, he thought he had outgrown his old shadowy tricks. Yet, fate had a funny sense of humor. He was forced to awaken his old skills once again. Just 10 minutes prior, a trembling Dorian had handed over the requested night walking suit. The protagonist inspected the fabric with a satisfied grin. For something thrown together on such short notice, the quality was surprisingly excellent. He then casually asked if Dorian had dug up any dirt on the masked girl. Dorian awkwardly scratched the back of his head, his face pale with dread. The protagonist raised an eyebrow, demanding to know what had spooked him so badly. Trembling like a leaf, Dorian begged him to abandon this suicidal mission. He finally dropped the bombshell. That masked girl was none other than Princess Janna of the Balar Kingdom, a terrifying prodigy blessed with heaven-defying magical talent since childhood. Her innate ability to sense the flow of magical artifacts was absolutely unrivaled. Because of this divine gift, the King of Balar treasured her above all else. Dorian practically pleaded with tears in his eyes. It was a bitter pill to swallow, but crossing royalty meant certain death. They had to give up and find another way to complete their mission. But Ron's eyes gleamed with dangerous realization. A royal highness secretly shopping at a black market. That changed the entire playing field. High-profile nobles couldn't just walk out with shady goods. The auction house would be forced to conduct a rigorous, time-consuming verification process for her purchases. Unlike the common rabble, the princess wouldn't receive her precious butterfly immediately. It was a massive tactical vulnerability. Striking right now, while the black butterfly was still waiting in the seller's vault, was the absolute safest option. He promised he would be back in a flash. Dorian desperately reached out, trying to stop his suicidal friend, entirely convinced this was a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Back in the present, the protagonist melted into the shadows of the auction house. Just as his sharp mind had calculated, the princess's prize was still sitting in the holding area. Lurking above, he listened to a lazy guard scoff. The worker couldn't fathom why any sane person would burn 50 gold coins on a fragile, decorative bug. The minds of the rich were truly a mystery. His slacking colleague simply laughed, waving off the complaint. The absurd whims of nobles were none of their business. He told his friend to shut up and focus on their card game instead. Hidden in the darkness, the protagonist locked his piercing gaze onto the delicate black butterfly. The treasure was technically guarded, but these careless fools were entirely swallowed up by their gambling. Activating his dormant powers, an icy aura wrapped around the main character. The stage was set, and it was finally time for the phantom to strike. Watching the delicate creature flutter free, Raon's mind raced. Black butterflies were notoriously fragile. lock them in a tight space, and they would wither away, which was why they were kept in spacious bird cages. But these were not ordinary insects. They possessed an insatiable hunger for high-purity mana, constantly drawn to the rich energy of magic stones. Raon knew the secret. By unleashing the overwhelming aura of his Thousand Lights technique, an energy far purer than any mere stone, the creature would become entirely spellbound. It would fly straight into his hands without a shred of resistance. As the majestic creature landed gracefully upon him, a confident smirk crossed his face. The heist was a total success. Meanwhile, back at the auction block, a worker stared at the empty cage in absolute bewilderment. "Hey, what is the holdup?" his colleague barked, annoyed by the sudden delay. But the worker could only scream in pure panic. "The prize, the black butterfly, has vanished." Chaos erupted instantly. Guards frantically barked orders to lock down the area and find the missing treasure. But amidst the roaring panic, our main character simply faded into the shadows, wearing the triumphant smile of a master thief. In a hidden alleyway, Dorian was pacing back and forth, his heart hammering against his ribs. If the young master was caught red-handed, the diplomatic fallout with the Balar Kingdom would be absolutely catastrophic. A suffocating dread gripped his chest, making it impossible for the poor servant to catch his breath. "I should have begged him to stop," he muttered, drowning in despair. But suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the darkness. "There you are!" Dorian shrieked, jumping entirely out of his skin. "Where did you come from?" he cried. Raon chuckled, amused by his companion acting like he had just seen a phantom. "Did you miss me?" "Wait, does that mean you are done?" Dorian asked, his eyes wide. Raon casually confirmed that the mission was an absolute triumph. "You actually pulled it off." Dorian gasped, utterly dumbfounded. With the prize secured, it was time to make their escape. But fate had a different plan. Well, well. What a delightfully unexpected encounter. A masked woman sneered from the shadows. It was Jana. "Are you nursing a wounded pride?" she mocked, her voice dripping with venom. How miserable it must feel, walking away from the auction completely empty-handed. But her arrogant tone shifted into a cunning proposal. "It is not too late to beg," she purred. "Hand over your ring, and I will generously grant you the black butterfly." She warned him to weigh his options carefully, claiming this was his final lifeline. Raon just tilted his head. "Are your ears just for decoration?" he sighed. "I have told you repeatedly. The ring is not for sale." Jana's eyes narrowed dangerously beneath her disguise. "It seems you refuse to choose the easy path," she hissed. She warned that his foolish stubbornness would cost him his safe passage out of the underworld. But before she could unleash her fury, an auction worker sprinted up, breathless and panicked. "What is the meaning of this interruption?" she snapped, her aristocratic temper flaring. "Can you not see I am in the middle of a transaction?" The trembling worker bowed frantically. "Forgive me, my lady, but disaster has struck," he wailed. "The black butterfly. It has been stolen." A devastatingly smug grin spread across Raon's face. "Sounds like you have a little problem," he mocked. Jana's mind raced, the pieces violently clicking into place. This arrogant brat had robbed them blind. That infuriatingly arrogant smile. That supreme confidence. How dare a commoner look down on her, when she was the one meant to rule over everyone else? She had no idea how he slipped past the magical security. But she knew he was the culprit. Crossing her arms in disgust, she spat her venom. "I mistook you for a man of honor. But you are nothing but a filthy street rat. Do you even comprehend the standing of the person you are insulting?" she demanded. Our main character merely yawned. "Should I care?" Boiling with rage, Jana ripped off her mask. She proudly declared her royal lineage, her voice ringing with absolute authority. "Did you truly believe you could disrespect me and live to see tomorrow? I will teach you your place," she declared. Beside her, the towering brute Sitar cracked his knuckles, a menacing aura radiating from his massive frame. "Break his bones, Sitar," she commanded without an ounce of mercy. The giant roared like a beast, lunging forward with a devastating right hook aimed straight for the boy's head. "Like I said, why would your name matter?" Raon whispered, his stance perfectly relaxed. Boom! With a single, explosive counterpunch, the main character sent the mountain of a man crashing to the floor, instantly unconscious. "No!" Jana shrieked in absolute horror. How could her elite bodyguard be swatted aside like a pathetic insect? "Get up, you useless fool!" But suddenly, a commanding voice echoed through the alley. Enough of this madness. It was Greer. Stepping out of the shadows, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait. Is that truly you, Raon?" The familiar tone instantly cut through the heavy tension of the battlefield. Greer glanced at the trembling princess. "Jana, what are you two doing locking horns?" Jana stared at the newcomer, utterly bewildered. "Greer, do you actually know this insolent brat?" Know him? Are you out of your mind? Greer gasped. Have you forgotten the tales of the monstrous genius I told you about? The supreme swordmaster of the illustrious Ziggart family. This is him. Raon Ziggart. The color violently drained from Janna's face. Her blood ran ice cold. He was from the Supreme Combat family, the very faction ruled by the legendary Northern Destruction King. A terrifying realization crashed over her. That striking golden hair, those fiercely burning crimson eyes. He carried the exact same terrifying aura as the Northern King. She had just insulted a direct descendant of the most dangerous bloodline in the world. Raon took a slow, menacing step forward. Now, what was that you called me? A filthy street rat. Janna's vocal cords paralyzed in pure terror. My patience, Raon declared, has officially run dry. His voice turned freezing cold, radiating an overwhelming bloodlust. Tell me, princess, should I consider this unprovoked attack as an official declaration of war from the Balar kingdom against the House of Ziggart? I will give you one final opportunity to save your neck, he commanded. Beg for forgiveness this instant, and I might just brush this off as the pathetic tantrum of a spoiled child. Tears of supreme terror welled in her eyes. I had no idea who you were, she stammered, her regal pride completely shattered into pieces. Ignorance is no excuse, our main character stated coldly. You branded me a criminal without a shred of proof, dragged my honor through the mud, and ordered my execution. Perhaps a formal diplomatic strike is exactly what your kingdom needs. Humiliation burned through her veins like acid, biting her lip until it bled. The once arrogant princess forcefully swallowed her pride, deeply bowing her head in absolute defeat. I sincerely apologize for my grave disrespect. Apology accepted. The main character replied with devastating indifference. He had no desire to escalate a meaningless political war, so he gracefully decided to show mercy and drop the issue. But remember this, he warned, his words slicing like a sharpened blade. Keep that arrogant tongue in check next time. It would be a tragedy to watch your entire kingdom burn for your stupidity. Trembling with suppressed fury, she remained bowed, unable to meet his gaze. As the tension finally faded, Greer nervously rubbed the back of his neck. Did I interrupt something incredibly dangerous? Not at all, Raon replied smoothly, the deadly aura completely vanishing. Your timing was perfect. You saved me from dealing with annoying diplomatic paperwork. Greer let out a massive sigh of relief. Well, I am definitely glad to hear that. Greer offered to handle the furious princess, promising to smooth things over so Raon would not have to worry. With a respectful nod, our protagonist thanked him for stepping in. But honestly, what brings you all the way to Camelun? Greer asked, genuinely curious. I am here on official guild business. But the glorious territory of Ziggart is practically a whole world away. How exactly did he end up here? The main character explained that he was on a practical assignment for the upcoming graduation exam. He had traveled here alongside a fellow graduate to purchase new equipment. Truly, the brutal season of graduation trials was in full swing. So, what kind of gear was he hunting for? The answer was simple. He desperately needed a new blade. While his current weapon was decent, it had endured countless battles and was reaching its absolute limit. Hearing this, Greer offered a personal recommendation. Hidden in the corner of Camelun City's Western Craft District, there was a modest workshop. Though small in size, the blacksmith within possessed god-tier skills. The royal prince even offered to introduce them to this legendary smith personally. Unfortunately, his own academy assignments prevented him from playing tour guide. Raon expressed his deep gratitude for the tip, assuring the prince that he would visit the forge. Greer insisted they meet again in the Owen Kingdom. With a confident nod, Raon promised to visit the exact moment the graduation exams were conquered. Bidding him ultimate success on the trials, Greer departed. Dorian let out a massive sigh of relief, realizing they had dodged a massive bullet. How could anyone act so recklessly? Raon calmly reminded his companion that every single move had been perfectly calculated. Still, having Greer step in to help was a stroke of absolute luck. Dorian nervously asked if they were heading directly to the workshop right away. But Raon shook his head. Not yet. The forge could wait until tomorrow. There was one crucial task left for tonight. As darkness blanketed his room, Raon summoned the black butterfly, declaring it was time for the artifact to work its magic. You see, the black butterfly possessed the power to absorb raw mana, but it completely lacked the ability to assimilate it into the body. Meanwhile, the rare two-colored buds were also incapable of storing spiritual energy, but when these two forces intertwined, they unlocked a realm of unimaginable possibilities. Once the two-colored flower devoured the pure mana gathered by the black butterfly, it transformed into a priceless elixir, perfectly fusing the volatile energies of fire and water, bringing the mystical flower to his lips. Raon smirked. Only a handful of supreme beings knew this secret, and he had only unlocked it through the legendary memories of the 10,000 Flames technique. Suddenly, a system window materialized. Ding! It announced that another critical node of the deadly frost curse had been completely shattered. A surge of pure power rushed through him. The structural integrity of his energy center skyrocketed, massively expanding his total mana reserves. His life force and unbreakable willpower experienced a massive evolution. Every single base stat surged to a whole new transcendent level. The status window flashed, revealing his current condition was a 4-node frost curse. His legendary skills had evolved. Fury Stage 5. Ring of Fire Stage 5. And the 10,000 Flames technique at Stage 3. The staggering list continued. Flame Resistance Level 3, Frost Aura Level 3, Legendary Sense, Water Resistance Level 4, and the Deadly Invisible Strike, crowned by Unbreakable Will Level 1. His physical limits were shattered. Strength at 72, Endurance 66, Sense 79, Agility 73, Energy 70, and his explosive rage at 10. As the morning sun finally pierced the sky, Raon stood up. His aura entirely transformed. It was time to claim his new blade at the workshop. Dorian stared in absolute shock. What on earth had happened overnight? Raon's spiritual pressure and aura had exploded into something terrifyingly dense. How did he undergo such a monstrous transformation? Initially, Dorian's interest was merely simple curiosity. After all, this young man was once branded the absolute disgrace of the family, treated like dirt by the direct heirs and the entire household alike. Yet, Raon had swallowed every bitter insult, channeling that venom into bone-crushing training. Standing by his side, Dorian had a massive revelation. The blood flowing through Raon's veins made him more worthy of the legendary name Ziggart than any other arrogant prodigy in the 5th Training Hall. That undeniable absolute charisma was exactly why the trainees of the 5th Hall, despite walking different paths, remained fiercely loyal to their true leader. If Dorian possessed even a fraction of that monstrous strength, the crushing burdens of his own family would vanish in an instant. But that wasn't why he followed Raon into hell. Breaking the silence, Raon threw a sharp glance at his comrade, asking what was spinning so deeply inside his head. He reminded Dorian that the moment they secured the new blade from the workshop, their grueling journey would immediately resume. With a determined glint in his eye, Raon urged him to keep his guard up, for the road ahead was mercilessly long. Dorian let out a soft smile, knowing he was absolutely right. As long as he stood in the shadow of this rising legend, he too would break his limits and grow stronger. With Raon leading the charge, fear was completely irrelevant. Fired up, Dorian confidently yelled out that his legs were already moving. Raon completely crushed his vibe, casually mentioning that he fully expected to witness Dorian's ultimate sword technique, the continuous flow, all the way to Haben Castle. Dorian's smile instantly cracked. Was this guy trying to kill him? Later that day, stepping into the blazing heat of the forge, they were greeted by the legendary blacksmith, Kubarad. Raon quickly stated their business, revealing they were sent by Sir Greer himself. The blacksmith raised an eyebrow. Did these brats actually know the third prince of the mighty Owen kingdom? With an unwavering gaze, Raon confirmed it. He confidently added that a recommendation from a royal prince meant the blades forged here were forged in absolute perfection. Kubarad squinted through the sparks. Had the prince truly vouched for these random kids? No, wait. As the blacksmith's eyes locked onto Raon, a wave of absolute shock hit him. This boy looked incredibly young, yet the suffocating aura he emitted rivaled that of the prince himself. While still an unpolished gem, the kid's spiritual pressure was overwhelmingly heavy, radiating the terrifying sharpness of a peerless, legendary blade. The veteran smith was utterly speechless. It was unfathomable for a mere child to house such monstrous energy, and this dark, chilling aura felt entirely different from the royal aura of the prince. Wait, this devastating presence. Are you a descendant of the legendary Ziggart bloodline? Dorian nearly choked, whispering in panic about how this isolated blacksmith could instantly recognize their true identity. They had barely exchanged 2 words. Meanwhile, deep within Raon's mind, the demon Wrath chuckled. They were finally standing before the true master of the forge, Kubarad. One single glance was enough to gauge the immense power standing before him. Raon, however, simply sighed, thinking his talkative companion was ruining the heavy atmosphere. The weathered blacksmith leaned back in his chair. In all his years of forging steel, he had witnessed countless masters, but the young man before him radiated an entirely different caliber of aura. The main character bowed respectfully, apologizing for his lack of manners before revealing his name. Dorian quickly followed suit, introducing himself with an awkward grin. The old man finally revealed his identity as Kubarad. He humbly brushed off any praise, claiming he was merely a stubborn elder who had surrendered his entire life to the blazing forge. Shock rippled through Raon. The legendary Kubarad. Was this humble, old man truly the myth himself? The divine artisan who had crafted absolute masterpieces for the great houses of Owen and Balker, the unparalleled genius whose name echoed across the entire continent. The main character could hardly believe that such a titan of the craft resided in this rundown, dusty workshop. Breaking the silence, the master blacksmith asked what fate had brought them to his door. Placing a hand firmly over his heart, the young warrior declared his purpose. He sought a worthy blade to accompany him on the grueling path ahead. Kubarad raised an eyebrow, asking if the boy wanted him to forge his very first official battle sword. However, the main character politely shook his head. He only needed a temporary weapon to conquer his upcoming trial, the ultimate test to earn the true title of a swordsman. Besides, another legendary craftsman had already claimed the honor of forging his absolute weapon. The old man chuckled, guessing immediately if the stubborn Vulcan was behind this. The main character nodded, clearly surprised by the sharp intuition of the master. A booming laugh escaped Kubarad. The puzzle pieces finally fit together. No wonder the retired Vulcan had suddenly reignited his forge, all for the sake of this monstrous prodigy. There was absolute honor among artisans. Kubarad firmly stated he would never dare steal the divine right of Vulcan to craft the very first signature blade for the main character. So, a temporary blade was required to survive the looming trial. Spreading his arms proudly, Kubarad swore upon his life that every single piece of steel in this room was a work of absolute perfection. He urged the young master to choose whatever his heart desired. Dorian felt his eyes sparkle with greed, eagerly asking the great Kubarad if he could score some legendary loot as well. The old blacksmith smirked, telling the talkative sidekick to grab whatever he wanted while his generous mood lasted. Dorian practically bowed in worship, thanking the heavens for this golden opportunity. Time slipped away as Raon inspected the dazzling arsenal. Feeling the perfect balance of a blade in his grip, he realized Kubarad truly was the unrivaled god of the anvil. Every single weapon here radiated absolute perfection. No matter where he turned, the spiritual energy and flawless craftsmanship left him utterly breathless. But then, something sinister caught his eye. A pitch-black blade, casually discarded at the bottom of a wooden barrel, seemed to call out to his soul. He softly murmured, questioning the nature of this dark artifact. Meanwhile, Dorian was bouncing around like an excited child, screaming about how breathtaking all the other swords were. The sidekick was absolutely paralyzed by choice. Knowing every weapon held a terrifyingly high price tag, Kubarad puffed out his chest with sheer pride, boasting that such divine quality was only natural for his creations. He confidently declared that Dorian could pick a weapon utterly blindfolded, and he would still walk away with a masterpiece of a lifetime. Suddenly, a chilling sensation froze the air. The blacksmith whipped his head around, his eyes widening in pure horror as a demonic energy flooded the room. His breath hitched in his throat. The main character was casually holding the accursed black blade, and a terrifying, pitch-black aura was wrapping around his arm. Panic erupting, Kubarad screamed for Dorian to draw his weapon instantly. Completely clueless, Dorian frantically asked what in the world was happening. Kubarad roared at the top of his lungs, revealing that the young master was holding a cursed demonic sword. They had to disarm him immediately, before that soul-crushing malevolence devoured the boy completely. But Dorian just blinked, casually stating that his friend did not seem to be in any danger at all. Veins popped on the forehead of the blacksmith as he barked in disbelief. Was this foolish assistant completely blind to the impending catastrophe? Could he not feel the suffocating malice radiating from that cursed steel? But as Kubarad turned his frantic gaze back to the main character, his jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. The demonic blade was overflowing with slaughterous intent, yet it cowered in fear, utterly failing to invade the mind of the boy. Deep within, the demonic entity known as Wrath scoffed, insulting the pathetic weapon as absolute garbage. Wrath exploded with blazing fury. How dare this lowly, cursed trash attempt to possess the vessel that rightfully belonged to the king of demons? The inner demon manifested its suffocating presence, declaring this a completely unforgivable insult. He threatened to freeze the cursed steel and shatter it into absolute dust, but the main character coldly commanded him to stand down. Wrath shrieked in sheer irritation, demanding to know why he was being held back. This pathetic piece of cursed metal was trying to steal his territory. The demon stubbornly boasted that if he had not been standing guard, the young master would have been swallowed whole by the demonic possession. Raon merely gazed into the swirling darkness of the blade. With icy composure, he reminded Wrath that his soul belonged to no one, and a mere cursed weapon stood zero chance of dominating his iron will. Trembling violently, the blacksmith carefully stepped forward, stammering to ask if the young warrior was all right. The main character shifted his calm gaze, smoothly reassuring the old man that he was perfectly fine. Inspecting the ominous edge, he noted that this dagger possessed a profoundly dark history. Kubarad sighed heavily, confessing it was his ultimate failure, though he was unsure if the boy was even listening. The legendary artisan explained the tragedy behind the demonic steel. Deep in the southern lands, there once existed a peaceful haven known as Siren Village. It was a sanctuary of pure-hearted souls who worshipped an ancient, sacred willow tree. But peace is fragile, and true nightmare descended when the merciless white blood cult invaded their sacred grounds. Those demonic cultists unleashed absolute slaughter, butchering half the innocent villagers in cold blood. The survivors suffered a fate worse than death, dragged away into the shadows as living sacrifices. Not a single soul was left behind in the ruins of Siren. Devastated by the gruesome massacre, Kubarad had harvested a branch from their weeping sacred tree, intending to forge a blade of pure remembrance. His sole purpose was to honor the unjustly slaughtered, to forge a vessel of absolute peace. But in the blazing fires of the forge, everything went horribly wrong. The very moment the steel was quenched, the pristine blade and its hilt mutated, soaking up the color of fresh, cursed blood. Defying the noble intent of the artisan, the metal had absorbed the agonizing screams and endless hatred of the murdered villagers. Now, it was a demonic artifact, radiating a deadly aura that drove any who touched it into absolute madness. Yet, against all laws of heaven and earth, this young monster held the cursed artifact without flinching. The master blacksmith stood frozen, completely terrified by a mind strong enough to casually suppress an army of vengeful ghosts. The main character gently closed his eyes. Beneath the chaotic aura, he could feel the tragic final memories of Siren Village flowing through the scarlet steel, desperately crying out for vengeance. Seething fury and agonizing sorrow bled from the cold steel. Had these brave souls truly met such a gruesome end, at the hands of the white blood cult? Raon's eyes narrowed with cold determination. His current path was already overflowing with impossible trials, leaving him little time to carry out their bloody vengeance. However, should fate ever cross his path with those cultists, he swore upon his honor to bathe them in the blood of retribution. Locking his piercing gaze onto the trembling blade, the young warrior posed a single, absolute question: was it prepared to submit and follow his command? Kubarad watched in pure disbelief as the murderous aura simply vanished into thin air. Had this cursed weapon truly recognized a mere boy as its absolute master? Acknowledging it as a sacred memorial forged for the fallen, Raon bestowed upon it a new purpose. He invited the blade, Requiem, to join his legendary journey. Before departing, the young swordsman bowed in deep gratitude for the master craftsman's divine work. He had secured not only the fearsome Requiem, but also a flawless standard blade for daily combat. Kubarad smiled with quiet pride. To a blacksmith, there was no glory greater than watching a rising dragon wield his forged steel onto the battlefield. Turning back with a respectful nod, Raon declared that should the master ever visit the Ziggart territory, he would be welcomed as an honored guest of the family. The veteran craftsman wished the young prodigy fortune on his upcoming trial, praying that the heavens would guide his dangerous path. He stood in solemn silence, watching the figures of the young warriors slowly fade into the snowy horizon. He had initially mistaken the boy for just another talented recruit, but to subjugate a demonic blade through sheer willpower, was this a true resonance of soul and steel? Or was the sheer magnitude of Raon's spirit simply too overwhelming for the ancient curse to withstand? A shiver ran down Kubarad's spine. The house of Ziggart was about to shake the heavens once more. Leaving the city of Camelin behind, the squad marched northward for several grueling days. A merciless white abyss swallowed the world around them. Just as the endless blizzard began to numb their minds, the colossal silhouette of Castle Haben pierced the horizon, the ultimate stage for their final trial. A cloud of white breath escaped Raon's lips as he calmly announced their arrival at the frozen fortress. Dorian gagged, covering his face to block out the foul stench hanging in the air. But within Raon's mind, wrath let out a wicked laugh. Ah, the sweet, intoxicating perfume of a true battlefield. To the Demon King, the scent of carnage was practically refreshing. Raon glanced at his groaning companion, utterly bewildered. They had just stepped through the gates, so why was Dorian already cursing his fate? In Raon's eyes, the journey hadn't been that taxing. Hearing this, Dorian shrieked in absolute sheer disbelief. Was his demonic squad leader actually being serious right now? Beyond Camelin, the temperature had plummeted to flesh-freezing extremes, yet Raon had sadistically accelerated their pace, casually claiming that sprinting faster was the perfect way to stay warm. As if the death march wasn't hellish enough, during their precious rest stops, the merciless protagonist did nothing but brutally tear apart Dorian's sword forms. To make matters infinitely worse, whenever Raon took the night watch, the terrifying whoosh of his sword swings practically shaved Dorian's ears. Sleep, that was a luxury he had forgotten existed. And now this monster had the audacity to wonder why he was complaining. Even Wrath grumbled in annoyance, bitterly admitting that even a broken clock was right twice a day. The crazy swordsman really had pushed the training past human limits. Even the mighty demon king inside his head hadn't been granted a single moment of peace. Their bickering was cut short by Tyrion Braddon, the imposing second in command of the fortress defense. Scanning the newcomers, he coldly noted their delayed arrival. With the unyielding posture of a seasoned veteran, Tyrion formally introduced himself to the exhausted trainees. He laid down the absolute law. Within these towering walls, they answered directly to him. Raon offered a crisp salute, entrusting his squad to the officer's command. Tyrion's stern gaze shifted to Dorian's pale, trembling figure, questioning if the boy needed a medic. Unfazed, Raon brushed it off, stating that his companion was just acting in his natural state of panic. Nodding slowly, the deputy ordered them to fall in line. Raon nudged his dramatic friend, whispering that playtime was officially over. Collapsed in a pathetic heap on the freezing cobblestones, Dorian could only whimper that he desperately wanted his warm bed back home. As the group marched through the fortress courtyard, Raon observed the grim reality that far exceeded any textbook description. The towering walls bore the deep, ugly scars of endless sieges. The locals carried a heavy, soul-crushing exhaustion in their hollow eyes, while the freezing air reeked of ash, rusted iron, and charred flesh exactly as Judiel's intelligence reported. Yet a chilling thought crossed his mind. It was physically impossible for her to have scouted this hellscape in person. How had she obtained such horrifyingly accurate details in mere days? Amidst the grim and heavy atmosphere, a young girl named Yua from the Frosty Branches Tavern caught sight of the striking swordsman. Clutching her basket of supplies, her eyes widened in curiosity. These weren't the hardened, familiar faces of the usual garrison. Had the long-awaited reinforcements finally arrived from the south? Her grandfather's gruff voice snapped her back to reality, scolding her to hurry up with the tavern preparations. Startled, she shouted a quick apology and scurried off into the bustling crowd. As she darted away, Raon's sharp gaze briefly followed her trail. Soon after, deep within the fortress keep, Tyrion stood before the heavy wooden doors of the command center, announcing his return. He reported that the highly anticipated Shadows, the elite trainees sent by House Ziggart, had finally breached the castle walls. The heavy doors swung open, revealing the supreme authority of the fortress, Commander Millen Braddon, ready to greet the young blood. As the commander spoke his name, Raon felt a crushing, invisible pressure wash over the room. This was him, the legendary Wall of Steel, the man feared across the continent as the Giant of the North, an iron-willed warlord who had kept the monstrous hordes at bay from devouring Castle Haben for over 2 bloody decades. Deep within, the Demon King's interest was genuinely piqued. It had been an eternity since he had gazed into the eyes of a true apex predator. Through their mental link, Raon quietly asked if Wrath sensed the same overwhelming aura. Wrath scoffed in dark amusement. Those weren't the eyes of a mere soldier. That was the piercing gaze of a survivor forged in the absolute crucible of slaughter. Millen crossed his massive, scarred arms, his voice rumbling like an approaching avalanche. He declared that their existence within these walls was strictly classified. Arden Damus. So into the scripts, and are probably are, in within Damus. So he was complete scripts made it in thousand, complete scripts, and are probably, 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 and are probably. To the rest of the fortress, they were merely ghosts. A knowing smirk tugged at the commander's lips. He was fully aware of the crazy elf Reimer's true intentions. They were here to be baptized in the fires of real combat, and hopefully, survive long enough to return home. Millen crossed his heavy arms. His voice echoed like cracking ice. Do not expect a cozy training camp here, he warned grimly. Friendly mentors, warm meals, soft beds. Erase them from your minds. He promised them nothing but bone-chilling winds, and an endless cycle of brutal warfare. If you fragile young masters seek comfort, tuck your tails and run back home right now. Hearing this, Dorian's face lit up with desperate hope. He practically begged, wait, can we actually leave right now? But the main character simply raised his hand. His eyes remained calm and unwavering. We came to forge our strength, Raon declared. I will gladly welcome any battlefield you throw at me. A fierce grin spread across Millen's scarred face. He liked this kid's fiery spirit. Let us see how long that arrogance lasts, the commander challenged. From this second onward, you are soldiers of the vanguard. Meaning they were starting at the absolute bottom of the food chain. He turned toward his trusted officer, Charles. Toss these 2 rookies into the 3rd reconnaissance squad. The loyal assistant bowed sharply. Consider it done. Commander, do not hold back on their assignments. Millen ordered coldly. Throw them into the worst battles. Now, escort them to their barracks. Charles gave a crisp salute and marched toward the heavy iron doors. He glanced back at the newcomers. "Fall in line and follow me," he instructed firmly. The moment the heavy iron doors clicked shut, Deputy Tyrion let out a disdainful scoff. "I despise those brats," he spat. When Milland asked for his reasoning, Tyrion glared. "Tyrion, that kid, Dorian, was trembling like a cornered rat. And as for Raon, his serene expression infuriates me. He looked like he was taking a leisurely stroll through a garden. They are nothing but dead weight on a battlefield. And what is with that pathetic flower bracelet? Call it a warrior. We should ship them back before they get themselves killed." Milland raised a hand, cutting off his deputy's rant. "Your doubts are valid," the commander stated, "but never judge a blade by its scabbard. Remember where they came from. They survived the hellish training of the Ziggart clan. Their true fangs might be hidden, but they are far from weak. Let us throw them into the flames first," the commander suggested darkly. "We will judge their worth by how well they bleed." He ordered Tyrion to watch their every move closely. The deputy nodded, his eyes narrowing with strict suspicion. "However, one mystery remains," Milland muttered with a frown. "Why are we required to submit weekly reports on these two?" Tyrion blinked in surprise. "Is it an order from that eccentric instructor, Rimmer?" Milland shook his head gravely. "No. The wax seal on that letter belonged to the supreme head of the family himself." The deputy's jaw practically hit the floor. "You mean to tell me the absolute ruler of Ziggart, the legendary Northern King of Destruction, is personally watching over them?" Milland gave a heavy nod. "Lord Glenn ordered a meticulous account of their every single breath and action. Never in history had the stoic clan leader demanded such petty details." The commander rubbed his temples, completely baffled by the Supreme Lord's true intentions. Meanwhile, inside the bleak barracks, the main character stared in absolute disbelief. "How in the world did you unpack so fast?" he asked his quirky companion. Dorian proudly flashed a peace sign. "Oh, I took care of it while you were washing up." He beamed cheerfully. Raon stood utterly speechless. Just moments ago, this freezing room looked like a desolate ruin. He brushed a hand against a newly hung curtain. "Where did you even find this?" he asked. Dorian chuckled, revealing he brought it all from home. Raon then noticed the ridiculous variety of vibrant fabrics. "Of course," Dorian boasted with zero shame. "Interior design is a battlefield necessity. I packed crimson, goldenrod, and even emerald green. Which color suits your battle aura best?" Raon just massaged his forehead, seriously questioning if Dorian possessed an infinite dimensional pocket. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed. Radin, the battle-hardened captain of the 3rd Reconnaissance Squad, kicked the door open. "Are you fresh meat done playing house?" "Plion, tax, tax, tax," he growled. He quickly stated his name and rank, his presence radiating immense pressure. "I know you barely set down your bags," he barked, "but playtime is over. An urgent expedition order just came down the chain." Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in the majestic Ziggart castle, Lord Glenn glared at the carefree Rimmer. "State your business," the absolute monarch demanded. Rimmer flashed a sly, knowing grin. "Oh, come on, my lord. I know all about your little secret surveillance network. You are practically spying on Raon's every move. You are just a nervous grandfather worrying about his precious grandson, aren't you?" A vein popped on Glenn's forehead. He pinched the bridge of his nose, cursing himself for letting his butler Rowan visit the local casinos. That gossiping old man definitely leaked the intel. The terrifying patriarch shot him a lethal glare, demanding absolute silence on the matter. But Rimmer was too excited to care. "You have to admit," the instructor cheered, "our boy is an absolute monster. He masterfully utilized the 2 colored buds from the bloody mission against the Claw. And on top of that, he completely outplayed the notorious princess of the Balker Kingdom." Glenn's stern expression softened just a fraction. "The boy is undeniably a phenomenal thief," the Lord acknowledged. "That is the very essence of his talent. But what is the benefit of destroying diplomatic ties with a neighboring royal?" Rimmer just laughed off the concern. "He might fight dirty, but that arrogant princess practically begged for a reality check. Our golden boy simply crushed her royal provocation with his signature ruthless style. The most hilarious part, even your elite shadow guards have zero clue how he managed to snatch that legendary butterfly artifact from her. I bet his next move on the northern front will shake the very heavens." Glenn merely scoffed at the praise. "Do not hold your breath," the Lord replied coldly. "I have already recalled the shadow agents." Rimmer's jaw dropped in absolute shock. "Wait, why on earth would you do that? Are you no longer curious about his explosive growth? Rumor has it, the legendary Kuberad gifted him a mythical blade." Glenn kept his voice completely level. "I only deployed the shadows to prevent internal family assassinations. Now that he is at the border, such protections are useless." Rimmer's lips curled into a wicked smirk. "Ah, I see. Because the military spies hidden inside the Habun base will act as your personal eyes and ears." Glenn whipped his head toward his butler, Rowan, his eyes blazing with murderous betrayal. The elegant old butler wildly waved his hands, screaming in absolute panic, "My lord, I swear on my life, I did not leak that highly classified military secret." Rimmer burst into laughter, pointing out the glaring truth. The great clan leader was just playing hard to get. It was painfully obvious that Glenn had shadow spies crawling all over the estate. Was it seriously that difficult to swallow his overwhelming pride and admit his grandson was a total prodigy? With a cheeky grin, the red-haired elf urged the stubborn patriarch to finally show the main character some well-deserved favor. A single word of approval would shield the entire annex from any future political storms. Not to mention, the ice between him and Sylvia would finally melt. It was an absolute win-win situation for the whole family. Glenn's eyes narrowed dangerously, his voice dropping to a freezing whisper. It seemed a single beating wasn't enough to tame this elf's mouth. Sensing the sheer killing intent, Rimmer panicked, hastily bowing as he scrambled for his life. But the furious clan leader crossed his arms, his aura exploding with terrifying pressure. He swore to carve this second lesson so deeply into Rimmer's bones that he would never forget it. A split second later, an agonizing scream echoed through the grand halls. Miles away, the main character tilted his head, a chill running down his spine. Did he just hear someone screaming? Brushing it off, Raon finally gazed up at the towering peak, declaring their arrival at Mount Sterling. Surrounded by unforgiving blizzards and bloodthirsty beasts, the infamous Haven Castle was known to all as a literal hell on earth. Yet, despite the deadly reputation, the scenery was absolutely breathtaking. The young swordsman stared at the majestic peaks, silently agreeing with his captain's awe. Suddenly, Raiden turned his piercing gaze toward the rookies. With a cool smirk, he proposed a little pop quiz. Before their actual reconnaissance mission began, it was time to see if these greenhorns were actually worth their salt. Pointing at the snow-covered ground, the senior scout challenged them to identify the fresh tracks. Dorian gulped, eyeing the massive footprints, and nervously guessed it might be a savage ice troll. But the main character simply stroked his chin, his eyes sharp as daggers. Without missing a beat, he confidently dismissed the troll theory. Dropping to one knee, he traced the icy indentations with his bare hand. He smoothly explained the anatomy, noting that troll footprints resemble human souls, but carry a massive, earth-shattering weight missing from these marks. Judging by the stride and spacing, these tracks were undeniably left by a four-legged beast. With absolute certainty, Raon declared it was merely a mountain goat. Raiden's jaw practically hit the snowy floor. The veteran scout was utterly mind-blown. Did this rookie just instantly solve the puzzle? Hiding his shock, he pushed further, demanding to know exactly when the beast had passed by. Unfazed, the young prodigy analyzed the soil's density. Because the frost hadn't fully hardened the dirt, the trail was fresh. If they darted west right now, they could easily hunt it down. Refusing to be outdone, Raden pointed at deep gouges carved into a nearby tree trunk. "And this?" Brown casually glanced over, instantly identifying the devastating claw marks of a ferocious wolf. He effortlessly dropped some hardcore monster lore. These beasts slash timber and stone to mark their deadly territory. But, he added coolly, this specific predator was already sleeping with the fishes. As Raiden stood there paralyzed with awe, the young master dropped the final deduction. Ferocious wolves never abandon their hunting grounds, and since these gouges were ancient, the beast had long since perished. Raden's mind was completely short-circuiting. Just what kind of absolute monster was this kid? How did a sheltered noble possess the survival instincts of a hardened veteran? Normally, fresh recruits stepping into the elite squad were instantly crushed by the unforgiving reality of the wild. Here at the legendary Haven Castle, the seniors didn't waste time bullying the juniors, or burying them in pointless chores. Instead, they threw them straight into the icy abyss. It was a psychological trial, designed to shatter their textbook theories, and force them to face their own overwhelming powerlessness. If a rookie broke down in despair, the most they would get was a fleeting pat on the back and a grim warning. But this terrifying prodigy, he was practically rewriting the survival manual. The icy hellscape posed absolutely zero threat to him. Beside them, Dorian stared at Raon like he was looking at a living god. Shifting targets, the veteran scout grinned wickedly and shoved a broken branch straight into Dorian's face. He barked out a demand, asking the trembling rookie what this clue meant. Panicking, Dorian whined about how unfair the question was. Raiden burst into sadistic laughter, eagerly ruffling the poor boy's hair as he mocked his total cluelessness. Desperate, Dorian turned pleading eyes to his overpowered comrade, begging for a lifeline. But the main character just mentally shrugged. Let the seniors have their fun hazing the coward. Meanwhile, he slipped away like a phantom to conduct his own solo investigation of the frozen wasteland. Blessed with a legendary sensory perception, the young swordsman didn't even need his eyes. He could map out every single blade of grass and lurking shadow just by tasting the air. Lowering his gaze, he admired the ominous dark aura swirling around his legendary weapon. The Requiem sword wasn't just sharp, it was a sentient radar, pulsing pure spiritual energy into his mind to expose the world's hidden secrets. The young master had unlocked this overpowered feature the very moment he stepped foot on this cursed mountain. Every single monster that fell by his hand had their lingering spiritual essence devoured by the blade. It then funneled that raw, unadulterated intelligence straight into his consciousness. Thanks to this demonic hack, decoding invisible spiritual traces was like reading a children's book. A faint smile crossed his lips. It was surprisingly endearing. How hard the bloodthirsty sword was trying to make itself useful. Suddenly, an echoing roar of pure jealousy shattered his thoughts. The demon Lord Wrath was throwing a spectacular tantrum in his head. He screamed that the sword was absolute trash, demanding to know why his host was praising such garbage, when his own demonic senses were infinitely superior. The raging spirit threw a complete fit. Why would a transcendent being rely on a rusty piece of metal? Unfazed by the mental screaming, the swordsman casually replied that he simply appreciated the sword's eager loyalty. Furthermore, relying on the blade meant he wouldn't owe the pesky demon lord any more favors. Wrath let out a furious, demonic grunt. His pride wounded, he bellowed that mortal concepts like legendary senses were absolute child's play to a king like him. Did this foolish human finally understand? His cosmic power was worlds beyond some pathetic hunk of steel. Smirking inwardly, the young master played the perfect provocateur, questioning how he could possibly prove those arrogant claims. Rising to the bait, Wrath barked with heaven-shaking arrogance that he was the absolute monarch of the demon realm, the supreme ruler of chaos. Raon feigned realization, offering a slow, sarcastic nod of agreement to stroke the spirit's massive ego. Still seething with jealousy, the demonic entity growled out his final grievance. He accused his host of completely ignoring his divine guidance in favor of a mindless weapon. The young swordsman cut straight to the chase with ruthless logic. The glaring elephant in the room was that this so-called mighty demon lord was actively scheming to hijack his physical body. Trusting him was basically inviting his own funeral. Cornered by his own villainous agenda, Wrath let out an awkward, sputtering bark. He hastily argued that the host had already figured out his master plan. So, what was there left to fear? Driven to desperation, the demon lord compromised. To prove his absolute superiority, he offered to teach an ultimate technique. Using his legendary frost aura, the young master's eyes widened in genuine interest. Striking a dramatic pose in his mindscape, Wrath promised to unlock a devastating layer of ice magic that no mortal history book had ever dared to record. Utterly dumbfounded by this turn of events, the prodigy could only stare in disbelief. To think he could manipulate the king of demons into giving him a legendary power-up. What an unbelievably fortunate stroke of unexpected generosity. After a tense silence, Wrath's voice echoed in his mind. The legendary technique was called Glacier. This wasn't some cheap trick for mortals. Only a warrior possessing the absolute purest frost aura could even dream of wielding its devastating power. Given the main character's current limits, mastering this would require blood, sweat, and endless time. Wrath ordered him to banish all distractions and empty his mind completely. The ultimate goal, he had to flawlessly fuse his own freezing energy with the natural aura of this frozen wasteland. Unleashing his overwhelming presence, Wrath blanketed the surroundings in a chilling aura. He commanded the young swordsman to gaze into the frost and describe what he truly saw. Sitting perfectly still with his eyes sealed shut, the main character answered calmly. To him, it just looked like the endless blanket of snow burying the mountain peak. The demonic spirit chuckled. It might mimic the physical snow, but it was actually one massive, unified domain of frost. That was the absolute core secret to connecting their auras as one. Raon's eyes snapped open, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. This was insanely difficult. He never imagined a simple frost aura held such terrifying, godlike potential. Forcing a direct link would be suicide. Instead of brute forcing the connection, he had to paint a vivid image of harmony in his mind. Only then would the main character transcend his physical limits, sensing distant dangers as clearly as if they were standing right in front of his nose. In a terrifying display of mastery, every single snowflake became an extension of his body. His eyes, his ears, his very skin. The entire world seemed to freeze in absolute silence. Wait, no. It was Raon himself who had frozen. His physical body felt like solid lead, but his spiritual senses exploded outward in all directions. Through the ice, he witnessed Raon relentlessly teasing Dorian. Further away, a bloodthirsty mountain wolf tore into its fresh prey. He wasn't just tracking their life force. The main character could see their exact movements in crystal clarity. This power was absolutely magnificent. Since this was his first awakening, his range was pitifully short, and the mental strain was immense. Suddenly, a dark tremor shattered his focus. Raon snapped his head toward the ridge, shouting in alarm. He launched himself through the snow, screaming out for the captain. Raon blinked in pure confusion. What on earth had gotten into the kid? The main character roared a desperate warning. A massive mole shark was tearing through the earth right toward them. Raon scoffed in disbelief. A mole shark? Up here? He thought the kid had lost his mind. This was the high-altitude domain of Mount Stalin's beasts. Why would a deep-water predator be hunting on a frozen mountain peak? As a seasoned veteran, the captain couldn't feel a single tremor from the supposed underground beast. But the protagonist furiously insisted that a slaughter was imminent. Death was rushing right beneath their feet. Raon gritted his teeth, questioning how such madness was even possible. Boom. A geyser of freezing water violently erupted right behind the captain. He whipped around in sheer terror. Had the nightmare actually arrived? The squad froze as colossal, terrifying monsters breached the surface. Raon slapped his own cheeks mentally. He had to stay sharp. It was just him and a bunch of trembling rookies. If they didn't fall back and warn the main unit, it would be an absolute massacre. As he shifted his stance, the monstrous beast let out an earth-shattering roar. His muscles screamed in protest, threatening to lock up from the killing intent. But the protagonist bit his lip, drawing his blade and slashing the beast with blinding, lightning-fast precision. With eyes blazing with unbreakable resolve, he declared he would hold the front line of hell. The captain needed to run and sound the alarm. The main character knew Raon still viewed him as a naive kid. But if he couldn't trust the boy, he had to at least trust the deadly weight of his sword. Swallowing his pride, Raon snatched Dorian by the collar. He ordered Raon to stay alive at all costs, evade their deadly fangs and survive until the cavalry arrived. The main character leveled his icy gaze at the towering predators. A cold smile crept onto his face. Was it finally time to test his limits? The bloodthirsty monsters lunged forward with deafening snarls. Gripping his hilt, Raon unleashed the legendary fangs of madness. His blade danced through the air, reaping the monsters' lives in a storm of steel. The sheer destructive output of the technique blew away his wildest expectations. Usually, fighting these abominations without a pure aura meant instant death. But now, his absolute mastery of fencing techniques was slicing them like butter. Whoosh! The protagonist sidestepped like a phantom. A massive jaw smashed into the earth where he just stood, shattering the bedrock into a million pieces. Lowering his stance, the main character analyzed the battlefield. Because his freezing aura was completely synchronized with the mountain's breath, every single enemy movement was telegraphed perfectly. A spark of absolute realization hit him. So this was the true, terrifying majesty of the glacier technique. He couldn't just rely on theory anymore. Life or death combat was the ultimate forge. He would use their blood to sharpen his newfound intuition. Raon cleaved through another beast in a brilliant flash of silver. He was determined to weave the ferocity of the fangs of madness with the absolute control of Glacier. Adrenaline roared through his veins. The protagonist felt like an absolute god of war. His body was adapting to the slaughter far faster than he ever calculated. Getting exiled to the freezing hellscape of Haben Castle was actually a blessing. It was an endless, bloody training ground packed with giant targets just begging to be cut down. Raon's desperate scream shattered the silence as he sprinted back into the clearing. He ordered the boy to fall back immediately, roaring that the heavy cavalry had finally arrived. But the veteran captain slammed the brakes, freezing in absolute shock. His jaw hit the floor as he stared blankly at the mountains of slaughtered beasts. The main character had exterminated the entire mole shark pack single-handedly. These were nightmare-class predators, capable of wiping out seasoned elite squads. What kind of absolute monster was this kid? Raon stood there, completely paralyzed and gasping for air. Raon casually flicked the blood from his blade, amused that the loudmouth captain was finally out of words. A heavy wave of guilt crashed over the veteran. Because of his blind, stubborn arrogance, his entire squad almost became monster food. Words completely failed the rugged commander. But while his massive ego had been shattered to pieces, Raon wasn't the type of man to hide from his own mistakes. Snapping Raon out of his thoughts, Raon lowered his head in a deep, honorable bow. The captain sincerely begged for forgiveness. He praised the main character's legendary heroics and deeply regretted that his foolish mistrust had thrown the boy into the jaws of death. Captain Raon swallowed his pride. He wouldn't dare use his years of experience as an excuse anymore. Bowing his head, he offered a sincere apology. Raon blinked in surprise, completely caught off guard by the veteran captain's sudden shift in attitude. Placing a reassuring hand on the captain's shoulder, Ran offered a gentle smile. Don't sweat it, he replied. I wouldn't have trusted a rookie either. Rodin's eyes widened with profound awe. Trembling slightly, he declared that he finally saw the young swordsman's true colors. Rand's heart skipped a dangerous beat. Wait, did he figure out my secret identity as Zart? But his panic vanished when Rodin seized his hands, weeping tears of joy and praising him as a literal angel sent from the heavens. Riding this wave of absolute euphoria, the captain bellowed out a glorious decree. Tonight, they were throwing a massive tavern banquet to celebrate their heroic rookie. And the best part, the captain was paying for everything. His vice-captain gasped in theatrical shock. Wait, is our notoriously cheap leader actually opening his wallet? No sane mercenary would ever turn down free booze. Fast forward, and the entire squad was crashing the Frosty Branch Tavern. One of the veterans chuckled, telling everyone to dial down the exaggerated hero worship. Swirling a mug of ale, Rodin slammed it down and swore on his life. I'm telling you. I saw his monstrous strength with my own 2 eyes. The kid just looked at me, told me to trust his blade, and then completely annihilated the entire beast horde like it was nothing. The skeptical veteran smirked. If our main character is really that overpowered, why would he rot in this god-forsaken outpost? The kid barely looks 17. It defies all logic. Rodin slammed his fist on the table, barking furiously at anyone who dared to doubt their miraculous rookie. Meanwhile, inside Rand's mind, the ancient spirit Wrath was having a culinary awakening. This creamy, rich cheese paired with the bright, acidic burst of pineapple. This is the absolute pinnacle of flavor. Staring blankly at the slice of pineapple pizza in his hand, Rand seriously questioned the sanity of whoever invented this controversial masterpiece. Dorian nudged him with a cheerful grin. I had no idea you were into the weird stuff. I took one bite of that monstrosity and nearly hurled. Hearing this, Wrath absolutely lost his mind. You uncultured swine. A bottomless pit who inhales garbage could never comprehend this culinary art. Suddenly, the tavern waitress Yua leaned in, her eyes sparkling with admiration. So the rumors were true. The senior scouts are crying their eyes out, whining that the new guy beats them in combat and in visuals. Blushing slightly, she quickly bowed her head. She apologized for her lack of manners and warmly introduced herself. Pressing the menu book against her chest, Yua offered a radiant smile. Would our heroes like to explore the rest of our menu? We have some fantastic hidden gems. Rand gave a polite nod and scanned the parchment. Inside his head, Wrath was already drooling over the extensive selection, praising the tavern's surprisingly diverse culinary offerings. Suddenly, the spirit pointed a spectral finger and roared. That one. I demand the mint chocolate chip ice cream immediately. Trying to ignore his noisy passenger, Rand quietly mentioned he wasn't really hungry anymore, but Yua caught his lingering gaze and gasped. Oh. Are you a fan of mint ice cream? Her face lit up with absolute pride. Not to sound arrogant, but our frozen treats are legendary across the entire territory. We harvest only the most pristine mint leaves from beneath Haven Castle. Hearing Rand hesitate, Wrath began throwing a massive tantrum, calling his host an ungrateful lunatic. I gifted you an ancient, secret martial art. Is this how you repay a supreme being? Buy the dessert, you cheapskate. Rand mentally sighed, promising to obey just to shut the screaming spirit up. But logically, he couldn't help but wonder, how did a rundown tavern in the middle of nowhere manage to keep ice cream frozen? Defeated by peer pressure from a ghost, the young swordsman calmly raised a hand. One serving of the mint ice cream, please. Just then, another veteran leaned across the table. With a friendly but probing smile, the man asked, Hey kid, did you really solo 6 mole sharks out there? Because honestly, your aura feels pretty damn weak to me. Seeing Rand's stoic face, the mercenary quickly waved his hands. No offense meant, brother. I'm just dying to know how someone so young packs such a monstrous punch. His expression softened into genuine gratitude. Besides, I really owe you my life. If it wasn't for your blade, none of us would have made it back alive. Rand bowed his head humbly, insisting that he didn't deserve such high praise. The older mercenaries burst into hearty laughter. What are you talking about, kid? With ridiculous skills like yours, you'll be fast-tracked to the top ranks in no time. We just want to get on your good side while we still can. Pouring him another drink, the veteran winked. Just a couple of brothers sharing a drink before you become some untouchable legend. Opportunities like this are rarer than dragon scales. Dorian pumped his fist in the air, cheering for his comrade's glorious future. Rand massaged his temples, utterly exhausted by the overwhelming flood of human affection. The awkward tension broke when Yua gracefully slid a pristine bowl onto the wooden table. Behold, the tavern's legendary signature mint ice cream. Wrath practically vibrated with celestial ecstasy. Eat it right now. Maintaining his absolute poker face, Rand scooped up a spoonful and placed it in his mouth. An explosion of flavor rocked the spirit's soul. Yes, this divine, refreshing frost. The way it tingles the tongue before melting into a decadent chocolate sweetness. It's as magnificent and icy as my very own power. Staring thoughtfully at the melting dessert, Rand connected the sensation to his martial arts. He mentally reached out to Wrath. When I activated the glacier technique, I realized its applications go far beyond what I thought. The ancient spirit paused his ghostly feast. Oh? And how did a fragile mortal like you figure that out? Your intuition is sharp, kid. Just like any supreme martial art, the glacier isn't just some basic scouting tool. Channeling the frost aura directly into your physical form creates an absolute advantage on the battlefield. Rand's eyes narrowed in realization. So, by manipulating the chill, I can perfectly optimize both my strikes and my shields. A vicious, approving smirk stretched across Wrath's face. Exactly. Now you're thinking like a true warrior. Rand clenched his fist, marveling at the terrifying potential of this new power. The biting cold wouldn't just freeze his enemies. It would sharpen his combat senses to superhuman levels, creating an unbreakable harmony of absolute offense and absolute defense. Of course, to a supreme being like me, it's child's play, Wrath scoffed. But for a squishy meatbag like you, a few years of mastering this will make you unstoppable. Rand gave the spirit a deadpan look. Unstoppable? Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? In this brutal world, boy, no one survives by playing it safe. Wrath bellowed. Keep walking the path I show you. And I promise, you will carve your name into the very heavens. How about a little wager? Ron's voice held a dangerous edge. I bet I can achieve total mastery over the glacier. In just 6 months. A sly smirk crossed the protagonist's face. He could sense the spirit's hesitation. After all, the entity had a flawless streak of losing every single bet they made. Let us make it 5 months. Then, our main character challenged, baiting the trap with an impossibly short time frame. Hook, line, and sinker. Wrath eagerly swallowed the bait. Ding! A glowing system window confirmed the fiery spirit's acceptance. Mission accomplished. The protagonist then signaled for a completely exhausted Dorian to head back to the barracks. Wait, hold on a second. Yua's gentle voice called out, stopping them in their tracks. She had a parting gift to deliver before they vanished. With a bright smile, she handed over a tightly wrapped bag. Since you two devoured that pineapple pizza earlier, I used the leftover fruit to bake these sweet cookies. Who could possibly say no to that? Even the fiery spirit, Wrath, voiced his loud approval, declaring that the pineapple girl truly understood the art of tribute. Our main character accepted the sweet loot with a nod of gratitude. Yua beamed with pure pride, her eyes sparkling with hopes that her creations would hit the spot. Pressing a hand over her heart, she promised to bake more whenever they returned. The duo offered a casual wave goodbye, vowing to cross paths again in the heart of the snowy forest. Meanwhile, deep within the unforgiving frozen wasteland, the second reconnaissance squad scrambled frantically through the blinding snow. Absolute panic gripped the captain's mind. This was a catastrophic emergency. They had to survive long enough to deliver a grim report back to Commander Myland. The dreaded ice trolls had breached the perimeter. Flash forward to the gloomy halls of the castle. Captain Raiden, unable to meet their eyes, delivered the crushing order. Exterminate the icy behemoths. Are you completely out of your mind? Dorian's shriek echoed through the stone corridors. A second deadly mission already. The sweat from their very first hellish reconnaissance had not even dried from yesterday. Raiden gritted his teeth, his expression pained. He knew this back-to-back deployment was a literal death sentence, but the brass had handed down the decree. His hands were completely tied. But why us? Dorian wailed in absolute despair. The answer lay in a chilling earlier briefing. Deputy Tyrion had revealed that the second squad stumbled straight into a troll nest near underground mine number 4. 13 massive beasts were visually confirmed, but the lurking shadows of the cavern hinted at an even larger, more terrifying horde. A preemptive strike was their only chance at survival. Mylan traced the map with a heavy finger, noting the dangerously short distance between the 4th and 5th mines. Deputy Tyrion nodded grimly. That is exactly why the trolls must be eradicated first. Only then can we investigate the mole shark anomaly. At the 5th sector, a heavy sense of foreboding weighed on the commander's soul. Something feels incredibly wrong, he muttered, ordering his trusted deputy to lead the vanguard. Placing a fist over his heart, Tyrion accepted the burden. Millen slammed his dagger onto the map's coordinates. Take our finest elites, and unleash the mercenary dogs from the wolf squad. The objective was crystal clear. Slaughter the monstrous trolls, secure the northern sea border, and make it back alive from the reconnaissance. But Tyrion abruptly cut the commander off. He had one specific demand: I will be taking the 3rd reconnaissance squad with me. Mylan raised a skeptical brow. The deputy's eyes gleamed with intense curiosity as he revealed the staggering rumors. A rookie named Raon had supposedly annihilated all the mole sharks, entirely on his own. The reports were absolutely insane. Our protagonist had massacred the beasts in mere minutes, walking away without a single drop of his own blood spilled. If this boy is truly a monster in human skin, Tyrion strategized, our main character will be the ultimate wild card for this frozen slaughterhouse. Plus, the deputy was dying to witness this legendary aura firsthand. Back in the present, Captain Raiden remembered Raon's fearless declaration about embracing the chaos of the battlefield. Well, the real test begins now, Raiden sighed. Turning his back to the stunned duo, he ordered them to rest their weary bones and prepare for tomorrow's bloodbath. Clang, the heavy iron door slammed shut, sealing their fate. We are dead. We are absolutely going to die. Dorian's hysterical wails tore through the room. They had barely survived the jaws of death just hours ago. What kind of twisted fate forces a rookie back into the meat grinder so soon? Tears streaming down his face, Dorian grabbed Raon's sleeve in sheer panic. Is the rumor true? Can ordinary swords even scratch an ice troll? The protagonist casually shrugged. Pretty much. Forged in the absolute zero temperatures of the north, an ice troll's hide is practically a living fortress of impenetrable frost. Unless a blade hums with the destructive power of a master's aura, it will simply bounce off. Add their terrifying, near-immortal cellular regeneration to the mix, and you have a walking nightmare. Dorian curled into a trembling ball of despair under his blankets. I am tapping out, my story ends here, he sobbed, utterly convinced that the Grim Reaper was waiting in the snow. I need to draft my last will and testament. Unfazed by the melodramatics, our protagonist calmly sat down on the bed and told his terrified comrade to snap out of it. With your cowardly sprinting speed, those hulking beasts won't even touch your shadow. That does not make me feel any better, Dorian shrieked, his anxiety reaching astronomical levels. A dark, amused glint flashed in Raon's eyes. There is an alternative training method. Dorian immediately peeked out from his blanket fort. Wait, what kind of method? Slowly drawing his blade, the protagonist's grip tightened. The fastest way to conquer your fear of the monsters is to face something far more terrifying. Survive a sparring match with me, and those giant, flesh-eating trolls will look like harmless little elves to you. A suffocating, bloodthirsty aura erupted from the main character. He raised his weapon with a demonic smile. Training starts right now. Dorian's soul practically left his body as he stammered. You are joking, right? Nope. Trolls are basically harmless anyway. Sleep well. Dorian instantly surrendered to his blankets, choosing denial over death. Even the demonic wrath chuckled in the protagonist's mind, noting that the cowardly sidekick was a truly bizarre specimen. Dawn broke over the imposing steel gates of Have Castle for day 2. Deputy Tyrion unrolled the manifest, his booming voice echoing. Listen up. Roll call starts now. Sleep well. The protagonist teased his sleep-deprived friend. Looking like a walking corpse, Dorian weakly replied, I am alive. Facing a horde of trolls is far better than being your sparring dummy. Suddenly, a mountain of a man approached. The battle-scarred leader of the infamous wolf mercenaries locked eyes with them. So, is this the legendary rookie named Raon? Flashing a dangerous, toothy grin, he introduced himself. A pleasure to meet the man behind the terrifying rumors. Just so you know, every single mercenary in my pack is practically drooling for a chance to test your blade. The commander raised his hand with an easy smile, claiming he had absolutely no clue that Raon belonged to the reconnaissance squad. Raon kept his expression perfectly neutral, stating the pleasure was all his. Beto gripped his hand firmly, flashing a grin as he declared how much he was looking forward to their joint operation. With a casual wave, the commander turned on his heel. He excused himself, claiming he needed to inspect his own squad's combat readiness. He just wanted to break the ice before they marched into the frozen hellscape. But inside Raon's mind, wrath growled, his demonic voice dripping with disgust. He absolutely despised the man. The spirit hissed that he wanted to claw those scheming eyes right out of his skull. You could never trust a smiling snake with eyes as dead as those. In Wrath's long, blood-soaked experience, humans with that specific gaze always ended up driving a dagger into your back. Well, roughly 8 times out of 10. Raon mentally fired back, pointing out that meant the ancient spirit was still 20% unsure. Still, the demon's warning echoed in Raon's mind. His own instincts were screaming at him too, an icy chill creeping down his spine whenever he met Beto's gaze. For now, they would just have to keep the shady commander in their blind spot. Suddenly, a bright voice cut through the heavy tension as Yua skipped down the cobblestone road. Clutching a wooden box to her chest, she beamed a radiant smile and breathlessly apologized for running late. She announced that the warm rations they requested were finally ready. The battle-hardened soldiers instantly melted, cheering that the little lady was growing cuter by the day, and her cooking skills were reaching legendary levels. A towering veteran gently ruffled her hair, declaring with absolute pride that Yua was the true heart and soul of Have Castle. A soft smile tugged at the corners of Ron's lips. It was crystal clear that these rough warriors would lay down their lives to protect that innocent smile. She was essentially the sacred mascot of the fortress. Breaking him from his thoughts, Yua turned her sparkling eyes toward the young master. She thrust a small pouch into his hands, proudly explaining that she and her grandfather had prepared some special dried meat. She promised it was absolutely delicious and begged him to take it on his journey. Ron blinked in surprise, wondering why he was getting special treatment. Yua giggled, explaining that everyone needs a lucky charm for their very first expedition. And of course, if it gave him a power boost, he had to come back as a paying customer. Chuckling softly, Ron rested his hand on her head in gratitude. He warmly promised her that this jerky would be the finest feast he'd ever tasted. Beaming with pure joy, she practically ordered him to return safely, boasting that they had a mountain of other mouth-watering dishes waiting for him. The wholesome atmosphere shattered as Tarian's booming voice commanded attention. He ordered the troops into formation, his face turning dead serious as the final pre-mission briefing began. Their operation had two core objectives. First, annihilate the monstrous ice trolls plaguing the region. Second, chart the treacherous, uncharted territory stretching from Mount Sterling to the freezing shores of the Northern Sea. But the absolute highest priority? Everyone comes back alive. No heroic sacrifices allowed. Suddenly, a dark ripple pulsed through the air. Wrath froze. Ron's eyes narrowed as he whispered into the depths of his mind, asking the demon what had captured his attention so intensely. The ancient spirit's thoughts raced. The sinister aura seeping down from the jagged peaks was impossibly faint, but utterly unmistakable. Could that monster truly be awakening here? Shaking off the ominous feeling, Wrath firmly lied, claiming it was nothing but the wind. With that, the deputy raised his sword, ordering the expedition to march into the bitter cold. The frozen trek dragged on until an arrogant vanguard soldier suddenly halted. Throwing a condescending glare at the recon squad, he barked an order for them to haul the main unit's heavy supplies. He sneered, threatening that if the scouts dropped even a single ration, they would pay for it with their blood. He mocked them, telling them to cradle the bags as gently as they would their own sweethearts. Laughter erupted from the vanguard, mocking the scouts for being too pathetic to even have sweethearts. Ron's eyes went cold. He turned to his captain, demanding to know why the advance guard was treating them like personal pack mules. Redden let out a heavy sigh, his breath turning to mist. He grimly reminded Ron that since this was his first deployment, he had yet to learn the harsh rules of the frozen front lines. The brutal logic was simple. The vanguard were the elite weapons of the army. They had to preserve every ounce of stamina for the impending slaughter. This twisted hierarchy had been set in stone for decades. Redden admitted it was infuriating, but their hands were tied by fate. In this army, scouts were nothing but disposable pawns. They lacked absolute power, and without power, they had zero authority. Their only option was to swallow their pride, bite their tongues, and carry the burden. And horrifyingly enough, this was actually an improvement from the old days. In the past, scouts weren't just pack horses, they were the meat shields forced to drag away rotting corpses mid-battle. Redden looked Ron dead in the eye, hammering home the ultimate law of this world. Strength dictates everything. It was a humiliating reality, but letting the anger consume them out here would only lead to a swift, icy death. But behind Ron's calm exterior, a quiet fury began to boil. It was sheer hypocrisy. Even if the vanguard dealt the killing blows, the scouts were the ones dancing on the edge of the abyss. Recon meant walking blindly into lethal ambushes and staring death straight in the face before the main army even drew their swords. Yet, despite putting their heads on the chopping block first, they were treated worse than stray dogs. The young master scoffed internally. He had naively assumed that bleeding on the same battlefield forged a brotherhood. Clearly, he was dead wrong. Massaging his aching temples, Redden muttered that they actually were a united brotherhood. Well, everyone except the arrogant bastards in the assault squad. The toxic culture trickled down from the very top. Their commander, Edquill, was a tyrant who fully believed the strong had a divine right to crush the weak under their boots. Ron's piercing gaze drifted over to the smug commander at the front. So this was Edquill, the rotting core poisoning the entire chain of command. A dangerous shadow crossed the young master's face. This arrogant fool desperately needed a harsh reality check. Hours later, the expedition slammed to a halt. The deputy stared into the abyssal darkness, utterly bewildered. Peering into the frozen cavern, the devastating truth hit them. The scouting report was dead wrong. The lair was entirely empty, not a single ice troll in sight. Redon gasped, his face draining of color. This was impossible. Tyrion spun around, his voice echoing sharply against the icy walls. He demanded to know if the recon captain was absolutely certain of what he saw. Panic edging his voice, Redon swore on his life that 13 massive ice trolls were prowling the forest edge just hours ago. Edquill crossed his armored arms, a wicked sneer twisting his face as he loudly mocked the useless scouts. The arrogant commander scoffed, declaring that this was exactly why they needed a real, competent swordsman babysitting the recon unit. Redon clenched his trembling fists, desperately repeating that he hadn't imagined the terrifying beasts. They were right there. Cutting off the brewing storm, Tyrion barked an ironclad order. The blame game could wait. Right now, they needed to scatter into combat formations and hunt down the vanishing monsters before they became the prey. The order echoed through the freezing air. Leave no stone unturned. The commanding officers nodded in grim agreement, ready to scour the icy wasteland. The elite scout unit pushed through the biting cold. But Raon narrowed his eyes, realizing that hours had slipped by, and the snow remained frustratingly pristine. These hardened veterans were born in the bitter frost. Tracking elusive prey was in their very blood, making this dead end completely unnatural. Ice trolls were masters of stealth, but they did not just vanish into thin air. A chilling thought crossed his mind. Was a hidden puppet master pulling the strings? Time was slipping through their fingers. The main character stepped forward, locking eyes with the deputy, and requested permission to hunt the beasts himself. Tyrion turned his piercing gaze toward the boy. Raon stood his ground, his aura steady. As he casually mentioned, he had a theory to test out. But Edquill sneered with undisguised contempt. He barked at the rookie to stay in his lane, ordering him to go pitch a tent and leave the real warfare to the adults. Dusk was rapidly devouring the sky. Did this kid really want to make a fool of himself? But the deputy raised a hand, silencing the arrogant commander and granting the boy a chance. Edquill ground his teeth in pure, unadulterated frustration. What could a mere rookie possibly accomplish? It was nothing but a pathetic waste of precious daylight. Ignoring the sheer disrespect, Raon knelt and pressed his bare palm against the freezing earth. He channeled his dormant glacier art. As his glowing eyes snapped open, Edquill aggressively demanded to know what the fool was staring at. "Quit playing games and get back to work," the hot-headed commander roared. But the main character simply stood up, his voice dropping to a deadly whisper. "I found our prey." Edquill froze in utter disbelief. What kind of absolute nonsense is this? Raon did not even blink, coldly pinpointing their exact coordinates near a frozen valley northeast of Mount Sterling. The commander erupted into volcanic fury. How dare this arrogant brat mock their life or death mission? He claimed to know the precise location of the monsters without taking a single step. The main character met his furious gaze with absolute, unshakable calm. "That is exactly what I did. Do you have a problem with my methods?" Veins popped on Edquill's forehead as he snarled. "Have you no shame, spinning fairy tales in a crisis?" But Raon stood tall, swearing on his honor to back up his impossible claim. "I am not foolish enough to play games with our lives," Raon stated. His heavy words carried the terrifying weight of a seasoned warrior. Tyrion unleashed his aura, instantly suppressing the raging argument. He warned Edquill to control his temper, before turning to the boy, genuinely curious about this miraculous tracking technique. The main character revealed his secret. He had utilized an ancient perception art, a supreme technique that reads the very whispers of nature itself. Edquill practically choked on his own spit. A nature perception art. Does this delusional child even comprehend the massive distance to that cursed valley? It sounded like pure fantasy straight out of a legend. The deputy struggled to wrap his mind around such an outrageous, god-tier ability. Tyrion analyzed the situation with cold, military logic. Spanning such a massive distance with mere aura detection was logically impossible for a human, let alone for a complete rookie on his first hunt. But those striking crimson eyes held no deception. They burned with a profound truth that commanded absolute, undeniable trust. Moreover, the concept of communing with nature sparked a forgotten memory. Only one legendary figure in the entire realm possessed such a divine skill, the Great Rimmer. If this boy was a direct disciple of that monster, then the impossible suddenly became reality. Beto smirked, his battle-hardened instincts finally kicking in with fierce interest. He locked eyes with the main character, demanding a precise timeline. Raon calculated instantly. 30 minutes to march, and 10 more to secure the ultimate high ground. A wicked, bloodthirsty grin spread across Beto's face. This kid was terrifying. He had already mapped out a flawless ambush point in his head. Glancing at the bleeding sky, he addressed his second-in-command. They had exactly 2 hours before total darkness fell. It was more than enough time to spring the deadly trap. "Let us bet our lives on the boy's vision," he declared. Edquill exploded in utter disbelief. "Sir, you cannot seriously trust the delusions of a lunatic." Has the entire command gone completely mad? But Tyrion simply raised his hand, an aura of absolute authority washing over the squad as he ordered them to prepare for combat. The death march up Mount Sterling began. Once night fell, this peak would transform into a monster-infested hellscape. If Raon's divine tracking was accurate, this was their one and only window to strike. Edquil scoffed, his wounded pride leaking out in petty grunts. The main character smoothly slid up next to the fuming captain. Still doubting my abilities, he whispered. Then let us make a high-stakes wager, Raon challenged, leaving no room for retreat. Edquil narrowed his eyes with deadly intent. Name your terms, rookie. A confident, almost predatory smile curved the protagonist's lips. When we find the trolls right where I said they are, your squad will bow their heads and show the scouting division some actual respect. And to sweeten the deal, you will become our personal pack mules, carrying our heavy equipment and handling all the pathetic grunt work. And if your little prophecy fails, Edquil spat venomously. Raon casually raised his hand, radiating supreme confidence. Then my life belongs to you. I will obey your every command. The captain turned his back with a harsh scoff, sealing the blood oath. You are walking straight into your own grave, kid. But at least I will finally have some peace and quiet. Tyrion's commanding voice suddenly shattered the tension. Focus up. Soldiers, we march straight into the frozen valley. Do not let your guard down for a single second. Meanwhile, deep within the frostbitten canopy, a sinister blue spirit from Eden perched on a dead branch, watching the advancing soldiers with glowing, malevolent eyes. Its shadowy expression twisted in genuine confusion. Why were these foolish mortals ascending the mountain? This completely shattered its grand, orchestrated design. The malicious entity rapidly analyzed the changing battlefield. They were executing a perfect flanking maneuver, aiming directly for the most lethal ambush point above the trolls. Had they actually pierced through the illusion? The spirit seethed with otherworldly rage, knowing it had flawlessly erased every single footprint from the snow. Through a devastating whiteout blizzard, how on earth did mere humans pinpoint the beast's exact hidden lair? Even a legendary tracker would have been totally blind in this storm. The entity panicked as the timeline crumbled. At this terrifying pace, the humans would massacre the ice trolls before the trap could even spring. This was a catastrophic miscalculation. The blue spirit desperately needed to stall their advance, or its master plan would turn to ash. Retreating, the beasts was no longer an option. Suddenly, a chilling, psychotic grin tore across the spirit's face. It had just hatched a far more terrifying scheme. Perhaps leading them straight to the slaughter is an even better tragedy. Time seemed to stand still as Edquil stared in utter disbelief. How on earth was this possible? The monsters were actually right in front of them. Grinding his teeth in bitter frustration, his mind spun in circles. There was absolutely no way. How did that brat detect their presence from miles away? Raon just smirked, wondering if the squad leader had conveniently forgotten their little wager. Once the dust settled, Edquil's team would be doing all the grunt work. He was a proud captain. After all, surely a man of his standing wouldn't dare break a sacred promise. Edquil practically frothed at the mouth at Raon's mocking grin, but Deputy Tyrion quickly cut the bickering short, admitting that the situation was indeed mind-boggling. Yet, the heavens had smiled upon them today. Thanks to Raon's terrifying intuition, they had the element of surprise. Now, it was time to paint the snow with monster blood. Tyrion's voice thundered across the frozen wasteland, ordering everyone into formation. In perfect unison, the soldiers drew their shining blades. With unbreakable confidence, the deputy commanded the ranged units to load their weapons. He roared for the slaughter to begin. A relentless storm of arrows rained down, tearing through the monsters' thick hides. But Tyrion barked that their momentum was slipping. He ordered them to press the assault and drown the beasts in relentless steel. Even a second of hesitation would let their monstrous regeneration kick in. Aim straight for the vitals, shatter their hearts, and sever their heads. Do not leave a single beast drawing breath. The deputy bellowed for the left flank to stand their ground like an iron wall. From the sidelines, Raon watched the bloody symphony unfold with genuine awe. Their synchronized strikes spoke volumes of their bloody pasts, proving these men were true veterans of war. They wielded their battle formation flawlessly, completely suppressing the towering ice trolls. But Commander Bato was a completely different beast on the battlefield. The calm and composed leader from moments ago had vanished, replaced by a bloodthirsty demon. Raon's eyes narrowed. Was that overwhelming pressure from earlier merely a glimpse of Bato's true, savage nature clawing its way to the surface? Breaking his train of thought, Dorian anxiously tugged at his comrade's sleeve, demanding to know why the main character was just standing there like a statue. Usually, the young monster was the first one diving headfirst into the meat grinder. Why was Raon holding back today? The protagonist simply smiled, reminding him that their absolute duty was to guard the scouts. They needed to hold their ground no matter what. Besides, his razor-sharp instincts were locked onto a completely different prey hiding in the shadows. Dorian blinked in absolute confusion, shivering at those ominous words. Meanwhile, Raiden barked at the scouts to hold back and provide heavy support from the rear. Swinging his heavy blade, the captain ordered the vanguard to crush the oncoming charge, while the crossbowmen unleashed hell to blind the beasts. A cocky smirk spread across Raiden's face as the tides of battle shifted in their favor. This perfectly executed ambush had handed them total victory on a silver platter. The monsters were completely outmatched and thrown into absolute chaos, and it was all thanks to that terrifying rookie, Raon. He mentally swore to buy the kid a massive pint once they made it back alive. But suddenly, a spine-chilling aura suffocated the battlefield, snapping his head to the side. He desperately hoped his senses were playing tricks on him, but as the blizzard cleared, a colossal ice troll warrior and a menacing shaman emerged from the abyss. The massive warrior launched into the sky, blotting out the sun as it aimed a devastating strike. The captain's mind went entirely blank, wondering how they slipped past the vanguard. Raiden froze in pure terror, raising his trembling blade, knowing dodging was impossible. But in a flash of lightning, Bado materialized before him, clashing head-on with the monstrous giant. Tyrion roared at Raiden to snap out of his pathetic stupor. One more second of hesitation in this slaughterhouse, and his head would roll. Raiden gasped for air, nodding wildly, while Bado let out a manic laugh, thrilled to finally face a worthy opponent. Suddenly, a massive pillar of dark ice erupted violently from the ground. The deputy clicked his tongue in deep annoyance. Analyzing the battlefield, he realized that damn shaman was weaving dark magic from the safety of the rear. Breaking through would be an absolute nightmare, but Tyrion ordered them to push the offensive without slowing down. Edquil's vanguard was commanded to reinforce Bado instantly. Meanwhile, the covert scout unit had one job, which was to assassinate the shaman. The captains roared in agreement, their killing intent soaring to the heavens. Raiden snapped his attention to the rear, screaming at the scouts to brace themselves. They needed to lock and load their deadly payloads right now. But before the words even left his mouth, a chilling entity known as the Blue Spirit conjured a deadly storm of ice. Hundreds of piercing frost arrows plummeted toward the helpless scouts. Swoosh, Raon moved like a phantom, his blade dancing through the air to shatter the incoming death rain into harmless snow. With eyes cold as the abyss, he declared that the real mastermind had finally stepped out of the shadows. A sinister laugh echoed from the entity, highly amused that a mere child could effortlessly deflect his lethal magic. The spirit then mockingly praised the deputy for his brilliant tactical commands. Tyrion let out a furious roar, the pieces of the puzzle finally falling into place. No wonder these mindless beasts were using coordinated military tactics. This mysterious blue spirit had been puppeteering them the entire time. Suddenly, a terrifying crimson glow illuminated the sky as the entity summoned the forbidden curse of the Ice Shadow Demon. Chuckling at their despair, he politely asked the dying men to watch their language, promising that not a single soul would leave this frozen graveyard alive. Before anyone could react, a crushing gravitational force slammed into the captains. Coughing up dark blood, they were instantly forced to their knees. Edquil screamed in agony as absolute zero temperatures invaded his very veins. His muscles locked up entirely, leaving him nothing but a paralyzed puppet. The spirit's hollow voice promised that their miserable deaths would serve the great plan of absolute revival. Beneath his twisted mask, a cruel smile bloomed as he commanded them to perish. Boom! A shockwave erupted as Raon shattered the frozen air, lunging straight for the monster's throat. The blue spirit shrieked in absolute terror and bewilderment. How was this insignificant bug ignoring a demonic curse? The young protagonist's eyes burned with an inner fire as he scoffed at the entity's pathetic ignorance. He had survived a frost curse 10,000 times more, agonizing since the day he was born. Unleashing the ultimate technique, Fangs of Madness, Wild Dance of Fangs, Raon carved a devastating arc of pure destruction into his enemy. Landing gracefully upon the blood-stained snow, Raon coldly stated that cowardly magic casters were nothing but dead meat in a fistfight. From the ground, Edquil watched with his jaw practically glued to the floor. The suffocating demonic pressure had vanished into thin air. How in the world did this rookie casually shatter a legendary curse that even their mighty commander couldn't resist? Tyrion's eyes blazed with relentless determination. This battle is far from over, he roared across the blood-stained field. Wipe out the remaining trolls before they can gather their strength. With fierce battle cries echoing through the air, the soldiers charged forward to execute his command. Moments later, Tyrion glared down at the captured fanatic. "Are you disappointed?" he mocked coldly. "You failed to take even a single life today." The deputy's blade rested dangerously against the enemy's throat. "Spill your secrets. Why target our forces?" he demanded. "Speak now, and I might grant you the mercy of a swift death." A sinister chuckle bubbled from the blue spirit's lips. "Keep your pathetic mercy," he sneered. "You are the ones who should have killed me the moment we met. My purpose here was nothing but a glorious distraction." Suddenly, a soldier gasped, pointing a trembling finger toward the distant horizon. "Look, Castle Haven." A twisted grin stretched across the captive's bloodied face. "Since the wheels of fate are already turning, consider this my parting gift to you. Thanks to your foolish delay, Castle Haven is breathing its last breath." Right on cue, earth-shattering explosions echoed from the direction of their stronghold. Edquil's face drained of all color as terror struck his core. "Lord Tyrion, you need to see this." Thick, suffocating pillars of black smoke were violently tearing through the sky above their home. Tyrion froze in place, his mind struggling to process the nightmare. "What in the heavens is happening?" Raon's voice cut through the panic. "That is impossible. Castle Haven is an absolute fortress." The blue spirit laughed maniacally. "We originally meant to use you as bait, to drag Commander Mylan's main army out here. But fate forced my hand to rewrite the script. As my beautiful backup plan, I unleashed a curse before you even arrived, driving an endless horde of maddened trolls straight into your precious castle walls. By now, they must be dancing in the ruins of your home." Blinding fury erupted within Tyrion, and he smashed his ironclad fist right into the fanatic's face. "Shut your filthy mouth," the deputy roared, his aura violently flaring. "Castle Haven will never crumble before a handful of brainless beasts." The main character swiftly analyzed the situation. Tyrion was absolutely right. Even with the elite vanguard deployed out here, Commander Myland and his heavy infantry were still guarding the gates. There was zero chance that the legendary walls of Haven could be swallowed by a mere pack of freezing monsters. But the bleeding captive only laughed harder, choking on his own madness. "Whoever said it was just a couple of trolls?" Suddenly, a terrifying tremor ripped through the earth beneath their boots. Edquil stumbled, his eyes wide with mounting dread. "The ground. It is tearing apart." Otto screamed over the deafening rumble. "Is this a cursed earthquake?" A cold sweat rolled down the main character's spine. This is not natural movement, he realized with chilling horror. This scale of vibration, it simply defies logic. "Did you truly underestimate my grand design?" the fanatic taunted. "While you thought you were hunting me, you were merely dancing in the palm of my hand." His deranged laughter pierced the trembling air. "Burn in the ashes of your beloved castle. This is the ultimate price for your blinding arrogance. Taste true despair." In a flash of merciless steel, Tyrion severed the enemy's head, silencing the mad laughter instantly. As Edquil shouted his name, the deputy barked, "All units, abandon this field and march back to Castle Haven immediately." By the time they reached the fortress gates, they were greeted by a catastrophic sight. Their impenetrable home was drowning in a sea of roaring flames. Commander Mylan's voice thundered over the blinding chaos. "Evacuate the civilians. That is our absolute priority," he commanded. "First squad, extinguish those flames. Second squad, form a shield wall against the ice trolls." Tyrion immediately reported to his superior, dropping to one knee amidst the flying embers. "Commander, the elite vanguard has officially returned from the front lines." Mylan's gaze was sharp as a polished blade. "We were ambushed by a massive horde of beasts. Tell me, did you uncover the rotten root of this chaos during your mission?" "I did, sir," Tyrion responded with a heavy, grim nod. "It is the exact reason we rushed back. This entire assault was orchestrated by the twisted hands of the Blue Spirit." The commander's expression darkened like a gathering storm. "My warrior instincts warned me of foul play. So, those fanatics are the puppet masters pulling the strings. We executed the caster responsible for summoning these icy abominations," the deputy reported, his grip tightening furiously on his sword hilt. "But his dying words, coupled with that monstrous earthquake, guarantee this nightmare goes beyond mere trolls." Mylan frowned deeply. "This defies logic. What do they stand to gain from reducing our walls to rubble?" Tyrion bowed his head in bitter shame. "Forgive me, Commander. I struck him down before extracting their ultimate objective. However, because of their cursed meddling, the grand monster wave is going to crash upon us far sooner than our scouts predicted." A heavy, suffocating silence fell over Myland. Traces of ice trolls, forcibly summoned beasts, combine that with the tectonic shifts, and it is almost guaranteed they have triggered a massive wave heading straight for our throats. Panic spread through the ranks like a deadly virus. "Our defenses are already crumbling from the trolls," a soldier cried out in sheer terror. "And now we have to face a full-scale monster wave. It is over. We are all going to be slaughtered." Raon surveyed the trembling troops, his mind racing as the tension reached a lethal boiling point. "Fear is eating away at their fighting spirit," he noted grimly. "If morale collapses now, defending this fortress will be absolutely impossible." "Silence your whining. Commander Milan's deafening roar shattered the panic. Wipe those pathetic tears. Since when do the proud soldiers of this fortress bow down to brainless beasts? Castle Haven is the absolute iron shield of this continent. If we break here and now, who will stand between these monsters and your sleeping families? Who will protect the ones you love? The commander drew his mighty blade, his aura flaring with unbreakable, golden resolve. We have crushed them before, and we will absolutely crush them today. We survived the bloody waves of the past, and we will survive this one. Our steel has never failed us. Steel your hearts and grip your weapons with everything you have. Fight not just for your own lives, but to safeguard tomorrow for those you hold dear. In an instant, roaring battle cries erupted as the soldiers' eyes ignited with fierce, unwavering determination. The main character watched with profound respect. Incredible, he thought. He forged a wavering crowd back into a lethal army with just a handful of spoken words. That is the sheer, overwhelming gravity of a true veteran. Without wasting a single breath, Milan barked his next commands. All unassigned units, secure the civilian evacuation routes and clear out the inner courtyard. The rest of you, draw your blades. Follow me to the outer walls. We hold the line to the last man. He then pointed a commanding finger. Raon, Dorian, fall back and reinforce the rear guard. But Tyrion quickly stepped in, asking, Commander, shouldn't I bring these two rare talents to the frontline vanguard instead? The commander's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Was his deputy out of his mind? The main attack would strike the front walls with absolute devastation. No matter how monstrously talented these rookies were, one single misstep, and they would face an instant, bloody death. The deputy calmly stood his ground, understanding the commander's heavy burden, but reminded him that this monstrous boy, Raon, had obliterated a blue spirit with a single strike. As Milan stood completely speechless, Tyrion drove his point home. Dorian had also survived the bloodbath without a single scratch. These rookies were hiding unfathomable power, and shouldn't be underestimated. Staking his pride, the deputy begged for absolute trust. Relenting, Milan commanded them to take the vanguard on the castle walls and defend the fortress with their lives. A fiery glint flashed in Raon's eyes. Without a hint of fear, he fiercely declared that he was born ready. Tension thickened the air as the commander turned his sharp gaze to the scouts. He demanded a status report. Had the enemy broken their formation? The scout was practically vibrating with terror. Refusing to look forward, he stammered out that the sheer scale of this monster wave was an apocalyptic nightmare. Milan barked for him to spit it out. Looking out into the abyss, the scout let out a blood-curdling shriek as he pointed at the approaching doom. The crushing pressure was suffocating. Bato turned to Edquil, his voice trembling as he asked if the veteran commander had ever witnessed something so horrifying. Cold sweat drenched the veteran's face, as he admitted this was a terrifying first. Gazing down at the sea of monsters, Raon felt a sudden flash of memory hit him. Rimmer's chilling words echoed in his mind. The infamous Castle Haven in the frosty northeast was destined to become the protagonist's ultimate testing ground. A cursed battlefield where warriors had to endlessly clash with demonic beasts pouring out from the frozen northern sea in Mount Stirland. They called this blood-soaked fortress Hell on Earth. A brutal meat grinder, where fighters didn't even have time to sheathe their bloodied blades. Surviving here would push everyone to their absolute limits, especially our main character. Below them, an endless sea of hulking trolls roared against the trembling walls. Gripping his hilt, Milan demanded an exact body count. The deputy swallowed hard, reporting an initial scan of about 1,000 monstrous beasts. But the terrifying reality was far worse. Judging by the massive black tide stretching to the horizon, there were easily tens of thousands of them, an unprecedented cataclysm. Raon's sharp senses confirmed the grim truth. Even with his monstrous intuition, the protagonist couldn't pinpoint the end of this endless swarm. So this was the legendary meat grinder of Haven. The commander locked eyes with the main character, asking if Raon truly understood the sheer terror of a monster wave. The protagonist gave a heavy nod, his voice grim. He had heard the dark legends, a catastrophic mass invasion designed to harvest hundreds of human souls. It was the exact reason elite reconnaissance units existed, to sniff out these disasters early and desperately try to minimize the mountain of corpses. Crumbled stone walls could be rebuilt from rubble, shattered iron gates could be easily replaced, but a fallen comrade's life could never be brought back. The heavy weight of leadership rested on Milan's shoulders, as he gave the protagonist one ultimate mission: protect as many brothers in arms as humanly possible. That was his absolute duty. The main character accepted the heavy burden without hesitation. Suddenly, a heaven-shaking roar completely shattered the sky. The time for strategy was completely over. Drawing his weapon, the commander ordered his troops to raise their steel. He knew the sheer scale of this horde was paralyzing. but they were the iron shield of Haven Castle. This endless slaughter was nothing new, and they would crush this threat just like they always did. They would stand their ground and bathe in glory. Raising his sword to the heavens, Mylan roared that a grand victory feast would await them after the slaughter. Tactical commands echoed through the chaos, shield bearers and spearmen to the front lines. Archers, lock, load, and rain down absolute hell. With a ferocious swing of his blade, the commander unleashed the hounds of war. The trolls roared with bloodlust, as a deadly cloud of arrows blackened the sky. Steel arrowheads brutally pierced thick monster hides, triggering agonizing screeches across the battlefield. Suddenly, the scout peered through his spyglass and screamed in pure panic. A monstrous elite orc was violently bulldozing through the chaos. It was charging straight for the main gate, completely brushing off the deadly arrows like mere annoying gnats. Boom! A devastating bolt of lightning aura obliterated the orc. Mylan's voice thundered over the battlefield, ordering his men to hold the line while he personally defended the gate. Courage surged through the ranks. A veteran yelled at his brothers to stand strong, reminding them that their legendary commander had their backs. But suddenly, another terrified shriek rang out. The beasts were scaling the walls. It was a desperate struggle for survival. They had to crush the vanguard and blast them off the ramparts with their aura, before the wall was completely overrun. Bloodlust filled the air as a towering orc breached the defenses, raising its massive executioner's axe high above the stone ramparts. A cornered soldier collapsed in pure terror, screaming for a miracle. In a blinding flash of speed, the main character's blade sliced through the air, sending the lifeless orc crashing to the blood-stained floor. Raon instantly checked the terrified soldier for critical wounds. Still completely shaken, the guard scrambled to his feet and poured out his endless gratitude. Scanning the chaotic battlefield, the protagonist realized this was a literal slaughterhouse. He had already completely butchered hundreds of beasts, but the monstrous tide refused to thin out. Suddenly, Mylan's warning completely shattered the chaos. He screamed for everyone to brace themselves. A suicidal demolition monster was charging from the right flank. The main character's head snapped to the side, right as a deafening, catastrophic explosion utterly rocked the fortress. Gritting his teeth against the violent shockwave, Raon struggled to keep his footing. Explosive suicide bombers. What on earth happened to the frontline guards? Agonizing wails pierced his ears. Through the smoke, he spotted his brothers in arms, absolutely shredded by the blast, lying motionless in pools of their own blood. Pure panic gripped the protagonist's heart. Had the shockwave thrown them off the ramparts, desperately begging them to hold on to life? He sprinted forward to pull them back from the brink. Stop! A heavy wave of aura violently slammed into the main character, freezing him in his tracks. Raon gasped in shock. Was this an advanced aura transmission technique? It was Commander Mylan. Dripping with the blood of his enemies, the fierce leader commanded the protagonist to abandon the fallen and protect the ones who were still breathing. The ruthless logic of war demanded sacrifice. Mylan firmly urged the main character to abandon the fallen, warning that a single lapse in focus would shatter their entire defensive foundation. Looking down from the towering battlements, Raon knew the commander's logic was flawless. To abandon the safety of the high ground for the dying was to invite total annihilation. Yet, as his gaze fell upon the sea of bleeding comrades, he bit his lip until he tasted iron. The main character's knuckles turned white around his hilt, realizing he lacked the cold heart of a general. His true calling was to be a shield for the defenseless. Without a second of hesitation, he vaulted over the edge, plummeting like a meteor into the chaotic battlefield below. Wrath's voice exploded in his mind, branding the main character an absolute lunatic. The demon demanded to know if he had entirely lost his sanity before taking such a suicidal leap. Did he truly believe he possessed the power to save everyone? Raon's internal voice was quiet but resolute. The odds were abysmal, but he would push every single sense to its absolute breaking point to try. A mountainous orc charged forward, shaking the very earth. Wrath roared in his ears once more, cursing the main character as a monumental fool for letting pathetic human emotions dictate his blade. The demon promised that only a gruesome, meaningless death awaited him here. Gripping the heavy hilt of Requiem, Raon silently agreed. Any rational fighter would have chosen the tactical retreat, but he had forged a sacred vow in this second life. He would no longer exist as a shadow-dwelling assassin. He was going to walk the honorable path of a true swordsman. With blazing conviction, the main character declared that as long as he drew breath, no enemy would advance a single step. He hurled himself into the meat grinder, swearing to conquer this living hell. The clash of steel became a ceaseless, deafening symphony of war. The main character swung his blade in an endless rhythm of destruction, carving through the monster tide without a fraction of a pause. He was drenched in dark blood up to his elbows, the skin of his palms torn down to the raw, agonizing flesh. Every last ounce of his aura had been completely drained away. His numb hands remembered nothing but the sickening resistance of bones breaking and flesh tearing over and over again. His vision narrowed into a blinding, crimson veil of absolute carnage. Unleashing a visceral, earth-shattering roar, Raon lunged back into the encroaching horde. He closed the distance to the monstrous orc, raising his blood-soaked weapon for one more devastating strike. The grueling hours blurred into an eternity as the blood-red moon finally began to sink. And when the first golden rays of dawn pierced through the darkened horizon, a breathtaking silence fell over the wasteland. There was not a single living monster left standing before the unstoppable main character.